Chapter 1 Death. Regarded as a prince, Song Jin never anticipated that there would come a day when he would meet his demise in the 10th year of Yongrui. During the scorching month of July, the sun shone brightly over the prince's residence. A gentle breeze wafted from the central flower garden, bringing with it a refreshing coolness, while the willows nearby swayed gracefully, their branches cascading like silken threads. Your Highness, the Junshan silver needle tea has been brewed that tea would be best to taste it while it's still warm, otherwise its flavor may diminish, Tang Chini said with a gentle smile as she gracefully moved the tea set toward Song Jin. Seated on a stone stool adorned with a carved golden dragon, Song Jin turned to glance at his princess, his gaze lingering on her sparkling eyes. His wife, Tang Chini, was the cherished granddaughter of the esteemed minister, Tang Tong. Born into a distinguished family, she was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a gentle disposition and remarkable efficiency, making her an exceptionally ideal princess. As Song Jin lifted the now cooling Junshan silver needle tea to his lips and took a sip, his expression remained unchanged as he slowly placed it back on the stone table. Your Highness' skill in tea preparation remains as exquisite as ever, he said, offering her a soft smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinyi's eyes sparkled with even greater delight. Just then, Wei Li approached with a steady gait from the end of the stone path, arriving before Song Jin and Tang Qinyi to pay his respects. Your Highness, Wei Li's tone was cool and composed. Understanding the cue, Tang Qinyi gracefully bowed to Song Jin and took her leave, accompanied by a retinue of maids and servants. Song Jin's warm smile remained unchanged as he cast a fleeting glance at Wei Li before rising to head to the study. Wei Li followed closely behind, and the two maintained a profound silence. Upon entering the study, Wei Li presented a letter from his sleeve to Song Jin. Unhurriedly, Song Jin opened the letter and swiftly scanned its contents, nodding in acknowledgement. The corrupt officials of Yangzhou had been thoroughly eradicated, their fortunes deposited into the national treasury, while the men were exiled to the northern deserts and the women forced into prostitution and brothels by the deep hours of the night. Only Song Jin remained in the study, diligently attending to the remaining affairs. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted within his chest, as if countless insects were gnawing at him. The anguish unbearable, veins bulged on his right hand, and a thought flashed through his mind. That tea was tainted. In the briefest moment, it was as though he glimpsed the entirety of his life in a fleeting panorama. Born into the most exalted royal lineage as the second son of the emperor and empress, his elder brother was the crown prince, and the bond between the two brothers was unbreakable. When the new emperor faced challenges to ascend the throne, he too encountered misfortune on his return journey, losing his memory for 2 years while stranded in Yangzhou. Upon regaining his recollection, he donned a gentle smile and became the most courteous executioner under the new emperor. At the age of 22, he married according to tradition, taking a primary consort, followed by 2 secondary consorts and several maidens, fathering children. Yet, in his final moments, only one woman's visage occupied his thoughts in the blink of an eye, Song Jin lay lifeless upon the table. Strangely, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the study, gazing at his own unseeing form. Song Jin pondered whether it was the fate of all souls to linger in the mortal realm after death, as he now did. What astonished him even more was that, after a cup of tea, the study suddenly ignited, the flames swiftly engulfing the wooden windows and various letters within, casting a glow that seemed to illuminate the entire Prince Gong's mansion. Long before the fire erupted, Song Jin had already passed through the wall, drifting beneath a nearby willow tree, observing as the blaze ignited, intensified, and consumed everything in its path in the distance. The young servants and maids were taken aback, shrieking as they rushed to extinguish the flames, colliding and scattering like headless flies, each carrying wooden buckets to fetch water. Alas, the study was too far from Shiming Lake, and there was no time to run. Song Jin scoffed, uncertain of whom he was mocking. Tang Qinyi sought to eliminate him, but how had the fire started? The destruction of the body and the eradication of any traces of poison were executed with remarkable precision. After a moment, Song Jin narrowed his eyes and let out a derisive laugh, pondering that perhaps there was already a traitor among them. As he contemplated, distant sounds emerged, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Princess, please slow down," The maids followed closely behind. At the forefront was his cultured and understanding princess alongside two concubines, trailed by some of his other maidservants. Song Jin observed her, calm yet unperturbed, as she wept uncontrollably, berating the slow response of the young servants and maids in their attempts to douse the flames, as if at that moment she sought to release all her pent-up sorrow towards him. But on the first day, Song Jin witnessed his royal brother advocating for him against the tide of public opinion, tolling the mourning bell and compelling the world to grieve for him. Draping himself in white mourning attire, abstaining from both meat and wine for 3 months, in the Sinaying Palace, the Empress Dowager had already succumbed to the shock, falling gravely ill. In the Qianqing Palace, only the emperor remained. His usual composure shattered as silent tears streamed down his face. Investigations indicated that the heat of July had sparked the fire, and no idle individuals were permitted within a 5-mile radius of the study. The lake was too far removed, leading to a delayed discovery of the blaze and subsequent failure to extinguish it promptly. Within the grand hall of the Prince Gong's mansion, his princess, 5 concubines, and 4 offspring, among many others, knelt before his spirit, clad in white mourning garments. Weeping inconsolably, their hearts shattered. The following day, several concubines and the young children were absent. Only his princess and a few remaining maidservants persisted in their kneeling. As the night deepened to the 3rd watch, Song Jin encountered his shadow guards, Wei Yi and Wei San, who had been stationed in the shadows of the study on the night of his demise. Song Jin felt a pang of disappointment, realizing they were merely subordinates of his princess. "I am well aware of your assistance to Prince Duan," he remarked. "Once this matter reaches fruition, I shall ensure you both occupy esteemed positions, surrounded by wives and children." Tang Chini wore the smile that was most familiar to Song Jin, yet her words extinguished any lingering hope within him. Prince Duan, Song Mao, truly harbored ulterior motives. Gazing at Tang Chini, Song Jin felt only disappointment, devoid of any heartache. Perhaps he did not truly love her, he muttered to himself. Suddenly reminded of the word love, Song Jin's thoughts drifted back to a few years prior in Yangzhou, to the Zue Jin Pavilion, where a charming woman had smiled at him. What was her name? The memory eluded him. Wei Yi and Wei Sin bowed slightly, restrained smiles gracing their faces, before departing. In an instant, Song Jin regained his composure and noticed Tang Chini gazing out towards the ruins of his study, murmuring, "My lord, we are fated to be apart in this life. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's pressure on the Tang family to wed me to you, I could have spent my days with my beloved Mao Lang, growing old together. I only wish for Mao Lang's well-being, and may you, my lord, find a good family in your next life and enjoy a lifetime of blessings." Song Jin's gaze remained tranquil, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. It struck him as amusing how one could utter words of forced apology after committing murder, standing atop a moral pedestal merely to seek a fleeting solace within. On the 3rd day, a carrier pigeon arrived with a letter, which Tang Chini hastily tore open. Soon, she felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. It turned out that the generals under Song Mao had been fully prepared, seizing the opportunity presented by the recent death of Prince Gong and the emperor's preoccupation to incite rebellion and seize power. Song Jin reflected that the renowned General Cheng Yihong was indeed aligned with Song Mao. Though he felt a flicker of realization Cheng Yihong harbored his own ambitions, he was hardly a loyal subject to the emperor. After a long pause, a smile played upon Song Jin's lips as he remained silent. Song Mao was, without a doubt, overly confident. His thoughts drifted, and he could not help but recall that extraordinarily radiant visage. Chapter 2. What is her name? On the 13th day, General Cheng Yihong, the commander of Yangzhou, mustered an army of 50,000 troops from the surrounding areas, along with 30,000 elite soldiers from Yuzhou, to stage a rebellion. However, within 2 days he was suppressed by the Duke of Han Qi. In a mere 4 days, all his forces were defeated, and he was executed by imperial decree. Prince Duan, Song Mao, suffered a military defeat, and out of consideration for their brotherly bond, the emperor sentenced him to lifelong imprisonment in a dungeon. Song Jin wandered within the city of Shengjing for several days. In his leisure, he encountered the side consort of his household, who was instructing the offspring of her concubines in the art of intrigue for personal gain. often interspersed with derogatory remarks about him. Perhaps it was the absence of any historical officials or ministers to oversee matters in the afterlife that compelled Song Jin, driven by his inner questions, to visit several ministers' residences to discern their loyalty or treachery, gaining deeper insights into some officials. For instance, although the left minister of the Imperial Guard, Jiang Zhongming, appeared stern, upright, and aloof in court, he was remarkably submissive to his wife, displaying a genuine fear of her. Initially, Song Jin found it difficult to comprehend how a distinguished official could lack the dignity of a husband in front of his wife. But observing their harmonious relationship and mutual support, he ultimately fell silent. He reflected on his own past, questioning whether his affection with Tang Qini could be compared, but found it lacking in contrast to Jiang Zhongming's bond. For reasons unknown, a twinge of envy arose within him. Song Jin was uncertain if he would remain in the mortal realm indefinitely or if the fates would claim his soul. In the tranquil courtyard of the Wang residence, Tong Qinjuan, he occasionally witnessed Tang Qini weeping before a portrait of Song Mao, yet she reveled in the opulence of being the consort of the prince. Tang Qini showed no harshness towards their offspring, yet offered not an ounce of concern. Her nurturing was seemingly performed merely for his sake. Nonetheless, the absence of cruelty was something Song Jin could accept. After 5 years of marriage to Tang Qini, they remained childless. Song Jin had once believed that he was simply fated not to have a legitimate heir, thus raising a son of lesser status under her name. It was only now that he understood her reluctance to bear children for him, and her indifference towards that son. A sense of weariness washed over Song Jin. In the 10th year of Yongrui, November in Shengjing brought gentle snowflakes falling from the sky. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Song Jin thought of Yangzhou. He had not set foot in Yangzhou since his return to the capital at a young age. Thus, he yearned to drift back to Yangzhou. In November, the snowflakes in Yangzhou fell like goose feathers, blanketing the grass and rooftops in pure white, as if the entire city had donned a silvery garment. Song Jin felt no chill. The snow did not touch him. Guided by the faintest of memories, he floated to a small town beneath Fengyang County in Yangzhou. Though his recollections were hazy, and he failed to find the person he sought. About a month passed, and by a secluded creek, he observed a peasant woman washing clothes. She possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet exuded a sense of simplicity and sincerity. Seeing her rosy complexion and innocent smile eased the tension in Song Jin's heart. Yet he could not help but frown. Where was the maid he had arranged? Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of 2 young ladies, seemingly in their early 20s, approaching. They assisted an elderly person with washing clothes for a while, and then, arm in arm with the elder, they laughed merrily as they made their way back. I am restless by nature, as you are well aware. The farmer's wife, while playfully patting the hands of the 2 young ladies, chuckled heartily. The girls, in turn, replied with something that elicited a peal of laughter from the farmer's wife. Song Jin did not follow them. Seeing their amiable interaction, he couldn't help but show a gentle smile. After their figures faded from view, Song Jin slowly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, a somewhat indistinct image began to materialize in his mind, yet he could discern from the contours of her face that she was exceedingly enchanting. What was her name? Song Jin pondered once more. It had been nearly 8 or 9 years since he last departed from Yangzhou, and the lengthy passage of time had dulled his recollection of this memory. His thoughts wandered further, and the name Ling seemed to surface. Yes, that was her stage name. In the year of the 10th reign of Yongrui, he was at the tender age of 27. His acquaintance and love for Ling had blossomed during his 18th and 19th years, amidst the vibrant dance of youth. At the age of 18, under the orders of the late emperor, Song Jin journeyed to Yangzhou to investigate the secretive illicit salt trade conducted by the local governor. However, by year's end, the emperor passed away due to illness, plunging the realm into turmoil. The factions of the King of Kong and the King of Xian seized the opportunity to launch a coup against the Eastern Palace. While in Yangzhou, Song Jin faced multiple assassination attempts on his perilous journey to Shengjing, outnumbered by foes. By the time he traversed the Fengyang County of Yangzhou, he was already battered and exhausted. Ultimately, he was wounded in the head by a shadowy assassin and fell into a stream, losing his memory. only to be rescued by a childless couple. The other assassins searched the stream for Song Jin's body, but departed empty-handed, reporting to Sheng Jing that Prince Gong had perished. Even though the military morale among the Crown Prince's faction was in disarray, Crown Prince Song Wei acted decisively, having prepared for such a crisis. He commanded General Han Shijuan to swiftly quell the rebellion with a force of 50,000, successfully ascending the throne under the title Yongrui. Simultaneously, he ordered the execution of all families involved in the insurrection, regardless of age or gender, at the noon gate of Shengjing, to instill fear throughout the land. This event would later be chronicled by historians as the incident of the two kings, with casualties numbering in the thousands. Unbeknownst to many, there were plenty searching for Song Jin. However, due to his aversion to portraits, even the court painters had failed to create an accurate likeness of him, resulting in a lack of concrete information regarding his whereabouts. As Song Jin drifted past the bustling marketplace, teeming with life and filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, he noted the lively chatter. "Come take a look. Fresh pork? Only 300 coins a Jin today. Quite a bargain. Homegrown vegetables, crisp and fresh. I can deliver a basket to your residence for just 50 coins. To the north of the market lay the most vibrant and opulent Sanjia Alley, a place of indulgent extravagance, where a grand building rose prominently, adorned with the words "Drunken Brocade Pavilion" elegantly displayed on its central plaque. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jin glided into the Drunken Brocade Pavilion. Inside the grand hall, beams of fragrant sandalwood arched above, illuminated by crystal and jade fixtures, with pearl drapes and golden columns epitomizing opulence at its finest. Within the grand hall and its courtyards, every woman present was breathtakingly beautiful, playfully tugging at the garments of the men who entered, while those men, emboldened by the attention, unabashedly embraced the soft waists of these charming ladies. However, the inner sanctum of the main hall was a stark contrast to the outer courtyard. It featured 3 elegant private rooms, seamlessly connecting the first to the third floor without any obstructions. Gazing upward revealed the staircases of each level, adorned with numerous renowned paintings and calligraphic works, alongside several writing desks equipped with the finest scholarly tools, cherished by literati. It was a custom that whenever a courtesan posed a riddle, any man who could provide an answer that won her approval would be granted the coveted opportunity to ascend to the 4th floor and spend a night in her company. Truly, it was no wonder that Zue Jingu was considered one of the premier pleasure houses of the Song dynasty. Chapter 3. He remembered her name. The Drunken Brocade Pavilion boasts 4 levels. The first level houses women of superficial beauty, alongside a handful of older, yet still presentable women, marking them as the least esteemed inhabitants of the establishment. The second level is reserved for talented and beautiful women, featuring elegant private chambers. The third level is home to 7 women who possess both beauty and talent, elevating their status even further. At the pinnacle, the 4th level is occupied solely by 1 woman, the courtesan chosen every 3 years as the most exquisite flower of the pavilion. Song Jin hurried to the 4th level, recalling that she had once resided there. Indeed, a captivating beauty graced that floor, yet it was not her. A sense of disappointment washed over Song Jin. He was uncertain if his feelings for her still lingered, but he knew he yearned to see her once more. He drifted to the 2nd and 3rd levels, where, despite the sounds emanating from some chambers, he would peer inside at the slightest pause, hoping to find her. To his surprise, she was nowhere to be found. How could this be? A woman of such talent and beauty, denied even a place on the 2nd or 3rd floors. Descending to the 1st floor, he scanned the bustling hall, his heart racing with anticipation. The thought of her entwined with other men filled him with a sense of helplessness and anger. Room after room, he entered, only to exit with a sense of regret. There remained only 2 chambers, adjacent to one another, nestled in the secluded northwest corner of the Drunken Brocade Pavilion's outer courtyard, a place few would linger, shrouded in an air of cold desolation and neglect. It was hard to fathom that such a splendid establishment could harbor such a dismal corner. Ultimately, he paused at the doorway of the 2nd chamber on the left, his heart momentarily quickening. Memories of her bright, phoenix-like eyes from 9 years prior flashed through his mind, eyes that had once held only him. Coughing echoed intermittently, mingled with the sound of soft weeping. "Mother, let me hold you, and you won't feel so cold anymore." The tender voice of a little girl, laced with sorrow, reached Song Jin's ears. His expression shifted, shadowed by uncertainty and confusion. Mother? She has a child now. But is it truly hers? Who is the father? Over the years, had she been well? Unable to restrain himself, Song Jin crossed the threshold into the inner chamber. There, upon the bed, lay a woman with a pallid complexion. Devoid of vitality, her beauty now faded. In the depths of winter, she was covered by a worn, thin quilt that had clearly seen better days. Beside her lay a girl of 6 or 7 years, her small arms wrapped around the woman's neck. Song Jin's gaze lingered on the half-open, dulled eyes of the woman, where once sparkled brilliance and pride, now replaced by the stark reality of suffering and despair. In that moment, his thoughts evaporated, leaving his mind in a state of blankness. It is said that when a person encounters something that profoundly disrupts their established beliefs in a fleeting moment, their mind can momentarily go blank. Yishuyu? Yishuyu. He remembered her name. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I shall return to marry you. Wait for me for a few months. You must wait for me. Your 18-year-old Song Jin, handsome and spirited, harbors deep affection for Yishuyu, wholeheartedly desiring to take her as his wife. There are no prejudices, no shackles, only a naive, elegant young man enamored with a talented and confident woman. It is all about love, a simple yearning to see her day and night, to share tranquil moments in the fields under the moonlight, and to cherish his beloved, ensuring she never endures suffering again. Such are the wishes of 18 and 19-year-old Song Jin. However, he has lost his memory, having saved a farmer with the surname Li. He is now called Li Jin based on a faint recollection. After being adopted by the Li family, he works as a laborer in a bookstore in Fengyang County and unexpectedly discovers his proficiency in reading, bringing great joy to Mr. and Mrs. Li. They are farmers who fled from hardship, with little savings and no offspring, anticipating a solitary companionship in their old age. Unbeknownst to them, they have found a remarkable young man with amnesia and decide to support him in taking the imperial examination, hoping he might secure a position to provide for them. The Li couple are honest and kind-hearted, yet even the most benevolent individuals harbor self-interest, although their intention is to support Li Jin for a better future. It is indeed a rare heart that chooses to nurture a stranger with no significant blood ties under such modest circumstances. Song Jin's gaze once again rests upon that frail figure, a wave of guilt surging within him. Promises are fragile, he muses with self-deprecation. Had he sent someone to care for her back then, perhaps her fate would not have been so tragic. Alas, I will only wait for Jin Lang for a year. If not, I shall seek another. Yi Shuyo's lips curve into a smile, her crimson lipstick rising with delight. Li Jin asks Yi Shuyu to wait for him a few months, yet she insists on a year. After all, her heart is filled solely with the image of Li Jin, willing to wait alone in Yangzhou. Little did she realize, she waited for 9 long years. Nearly a decade has passed, and the young man who once cherished her has not returned. Song Jin, with his distinct features, thick eyebrows, and gentle eyes, embodies the persona of a refined gentleman, captivating many noble ladies in Shengjing, a man of jade among the common folk, unparalleled in the world. Yet, the memories and emotions from 9 years ago have been buried deep within Song Jin's heart, invisible to anyone, including himself. At this moment, it feels as though he is the only one left in the world, and a thought grows increasingly clear. Song Jin presses his lips together. He regrets it. With his noble status, handsome appearance, and gentle nature, he stands at the pinnacle of the list of the most desired suitors among the young women of Shengjing. Whenever the spring-infatuated maidens found themselves under the gaze of Song Jin, their hearts would flutter uncontrollably, their cheeks flushed with shyness. They naively believed that they held a special place in Song Jin's heart, whether as his princess, his 2 consorts, or other favored ladies. Yet, Song Jin understood the truth more clearly than anyone else. As the younger brother of the current emperor, his every word and action reflected the dignity of the emperor and the royal family. He was compelled to conduct himself with utmost propriety, ensuring there was no room for error. As the esteemed Prince Gong, it was imperative that his princess embody virtue and grace, hailing from a distinguished lineage. While any woman associated with him must possess an unblemished reputation, originating from a reputable family. This seemed to be an unspoken consensus. As a prince, his every movement was scrutinized by countless eyes. For the sake of the royal family's honor, and to avoid giving the ambitious members of the clan any leverage, he endeavored to uphold high moral standards, conduct himself with decorum, and treat others with kindness, leaving no room for criticism. As a prince, and a competent one at that, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly, deserving of the emperor's and empress dowager's esteem, as well as that of the common people and the world at large. Chapter 4. Fidelity and romantic love. Yet now, gazing upon the weary woman sprawled on the couch, her eyes barely open, he reflects on the only woman who stirred his emotions during his amnesia. Song Jin begins to question his actions, the shackles imposed upon him, and the beliefs that have shaped his life. Is the dignity of the royal family truly of such paramount importance? Indeed, a voice deep within him affirms this notion. But is it more important than her? A sudden thought, inexplicably taking root in his mind, begins to dismantle the chains of his thoughts. In an instant, Song Jin's gaze drifts, losing focus on Yishuyu, as he is transported back to the spring rains of March, to the moment they first met. The spring rain, refreshing and invigorating. 18-year-old Li Jin held an umbrella, yet fretted over the possibility of the rain dampening the cloth shoes crafted by the Li family. Seeking refuge beneath the eaves of the Fuhe restaurant in Fengyang County, even clad in a simple blue and white garment, Li Jin's remarkable talent and handsome visage could not be concealed. Passers-by would unconsciously steal glances, silently marveling at such a striking young gentleman. From a distance, Li Jin observed the rain cascading in sheets, a fine mist enveloping the earth. The droplets fell, glistening like pearls as they trickled down the roof's edge, creating ripples in the puddles below. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt compelled to glance to the left, where he noticed two ladies also seeking shelter from the rain. One, adorned in a verdant silk gown with floral sleeves and styled in a double-loop bun, was delicately assessing him with her exquisite features. The other, however, disrupted the tranquil waters of Li Jin's heart that had remained undisturbed for years. Dressed entirely in fiery red, akin to flames or a rosy dawn, her face partially obscured by a crimson veil, left an air of mystery that heightened the curiosity of onlookers. Despite the stirring of his heart, Li Jin's expression remained unchanged, exuding his characteristic gentleness. He averted his gaze, offering a slight bow to the two young ladies. After all, he was puzzled by the unabashed attention from the lady in red, whose gaze was captivatingly bold, devoid of the modesty one would expect from a respectable woman. Yet, he understood the significance of that veil. Yi Shuyu perceived that this gentleman was the most handsome she had ever encountered. As the saying goes, witnessing beauty brings joy to the heart. Having spent years at the Zue Jin Pavilion, she had seen many fine gentlemen, yet none matched the striking charm and demeanor of this one. Perhaps out of instinct, Li Jin noted that neither lady carried an umbrella and contemplated offering his to them. The rain showed no signs of abating. It would be most inappropriate for them to become drenched. With a warm tone, he inquired, "Might I ask if you ladies require an umbrella? I will be happy to lend mine." At his words, the lady in red let out a light laugh. Li Jin, taken aback, felt his heart race and warmth rise to his cheeks. The unexpected fluttering of his heart, from that very moment, seemed destined to lead to irreversible consequences. "Sir, you are remarkably handsome, and your kindness is equally commendable. I graciously accept your offer," the lady in red replied, her voice slow and melodic. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, adorned with a touch of rouge, sparkled like crystal, capturing Song Jin's attention and evoking a sense of enchantment. This was the first time Li Jin had heard her speak, and he felt a delightful warmth enveloping his ears. For the very first time in his life, he realized that a voice could penetrate straight to the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, another woman, blushing profusely, averted her gaze, gently tugging at the red-clad woman's sleeve, signaling her discreetly, while slightly rising on her toes to whisper a few words into the ear of the woman in red. The latter's eyes shimmered with a hint of regret as she remarked that it was getting late, and that she must take her leave. Should fate allow, She would surely invite the gentleman for a cup of tea to express her gratitude. Li Jin lowered his gaze, striving to shift his attention away from her face to maintain decorum. He pondered how the Creator seemed to favor her, endowing her not only with enchanting phoenix-like eyes, but also with a melodious voice that was difficult to articulate. It was a trivial effort, not worthy of mention. As soon as the woman in the blue robe took the umbrella, she immediately opened it, pulling the red-clad woman into the misty rain, as if fearing that the latter might follow Li Jin home. The rain cascaded from the heavens, showing no signs of abating even after a considerable time, leaving the streets sparse with pedestrians. Li Jin's gaze appeared to linger on the figure of the woman in red, watching as she gradually receded and began to vanish into the rain-soaked haze. Yet, at the very moment her silhouette was about to fade entirely, she turned back once more, casting a glance at Song Jin before hurriedly turning away, only to disappear in the next instant. A fleeting glance could feel like an eternity. For the first time, Li Jin became acutely aware of this sensation. He felt somewhat dazed, questioning whether such a remarkable individual could truly hail from brothel. In his understanding, women from such places were notoriously carefree and not to be associated with. However, this chance encounter compelled him to reconsider. Perhaps the women of the brothel were not as unworthy as he had imagined. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to stare at a stranger. Though what if the young lady merely sought shelter under his umbrella? Li Jin found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle, seemingly affirming one notion while denying another. The voices of patrons from the tavern behind him became increasingly distinct. A waiter invited Li Jin inside to escape the rain, offering him a cup of tea. Indeed, that woman must have been extraordinarily beautiful, one man mused. But that is not necessarily true. Perhaps she bore some blemish or scar that was unsightly. Another chimed in, indeed, she even wore a veil. I am quite tempted to pull it off and discover the truth. That veil is likely exclusive to the Zue Jean Pavilion. Don't the women from there always wear veils embroidered with lavender when they venture out? Speculated another. What? She is from the Zue Jean Pavilion. I wonder which tier she belongs to. I must pay a visit someday and see what it's like. Li Jin, habitually sipping his tea, listened discreetly to their discussion, his brow furrowing at the occasional vulgar remark that reached his ears. The Zue Jean Pavilion held a remarkable status in the Song Kingdom, not only contributing significantly to the economy, but also representing one of the pillars of Song's traditional culture. Since the ascension of the first emperor of the Song dynasty, a multitude of foreign merchants have traversed the seas in wooden vessels, bringing with them their unique treasures to exchange with the people of Song. Among the most coveted items throughout the realm were flowers, vibrant blooms, and a diverse array of seeds, which particularly enchanted the women of Song. They also introduced the concept of floral language, where each blossom embodies a distinct meaning. Upon hearing the phrase, a veil embroidered with lavender, Li Jin was instantaneously reminded of the symbolism associated with lavender: patience and love, fidelity, and romantic devotion. Chapter 5. A Descent into Despair Even After 9 Years. As Song Jin transformed into a wandering soul, he vividly recalled the rain of that day and the moment she turned back. Yet now, a disquieting calm enveloped Song Jin as he approached Yi Shuyo's bedside, casting a fleeting glance at the young girl beside her. Unable to discern the child's features, he withdrew his gaze, pressing his lips together, though they trembled uncontrollably. Coughing fits, which he had struggled to suppress, erupted once more. Yi Shuyo's pallid complexion reflected her suffering. Her incessant cough had furrowed her delicate brows. Song Jin watched as a trickle of crimson slowly emerged from the corner of her mouth, trailing downwards. In a flurry, she fought to retrieve a blood-stained handkerchief, long dried, to wipe her lips with practiced ease. "Mother, I'll fetch the medicine. Just wait a moment." The child's tender voice quivered with suppressed tears. With that, she gently slipped off the bed and hurried towards the door. Yi Shuyo, exhausted, could only manage to partially open her eyes. The agony in her throat silenced any words of protest, leaving her to gaze helplessly at Yi Yun's retreating figure with a heart full of sorrow. Useless Yinner. Mother fears she may not endure much longer, Yi Shuyu thought bitterly. The medicines were merely a facade for Yi Yun, a deceit to make her believe that healing lay within those vials. Yet, she was already ensnared in the clutches of her illness. No matter how precious the remedy, it could not save her, merely prolonging her suffering. Song Jin felt a profound disconnect, unable to touch any object or person. Nevertheless, he instinctively placed his hand gently upon Yishuyu's slightly graying hair, caressing her softly, as if to alleviate the guilt that gnawed at his heart, even if just a little. It was he who had betrayed her. In his youth, at the ages of 18 and 19, Li Jin had harbored a singular desire to wed Yishuyu, his one and only. However, during his 19th year, after traveling to the capital for the imperial examination, he was recognized by the chief examiner, Left Minister Jiang Zhongming, and was clandestinely taken back to the palace. The emperor decreed, if Prince Gong cannot be cured, the entire Imperial Medical Bureau must pay the price. The emperor's words were law, and his wrath could lead to the demise of countless lives. Thus, the Imperial Medical Bureau labored tirelessly day and night to treat Song Jin, swiftly identifying the ailment and administering the appropriate remedies, ultimately restoring his health. From that moment forth, he was no longer the carefree youth consumed by thoughts of Yishuyu, but had transformed into the facade of the seemingly benevolent Prince Gong. Had Song Jin not regained his memories, he believed he would have fulfilled his promise to return and labor tirelessly to secure her freedom, as in Song country. Even a courtesan could redeem herself after 7 years of service in a brothel, provided she had enough silver. Yishuyu, having entered the Zue Jin Pavilion at the tender age of 8, would turn 15 just as her 7 years of servitude concluded. While many courtesans could endure their 7 years, or, if not official courtesans, 6 years, few could muster the requisite silver to buy back their freedom, leading most to remain for several years, or even decades before finally departing. Yet Yishuyu is a woman of remarkable intellect, and at merely 8 years of age, she possesses a profound understanding of the significance of wealth. Before she ever entertained clients, she devoted herself diligently during the day to mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. Whenever she found a moment, she would leave the Zue Jingu to learn relevant skills from the talented seamstresses at the clothing shops. At night, she practiced embroidery tirelessly by candlelight. After approximately 3 to 4 years, her Su embroidery and double-sided embroidery had reached an extraordinary level, leading to a period of embroidery fever in Fengyang County. Of course, the townsfolk only knew of a skilled young woman selling exquisite embroidered pieces, unaware that she was indeed one of the ladies from Zue Jingu. The prices of her creations steadily increased, evolving from modest handkerchiefs to bridal garments for daughters of affluent families. By the time Yishuyu turned 15, after accepting a few commissions, she had nearly saved enough silver to redeem herself. The Zue Jingu forbids the departure of women of unblemished character. Perhaps it was due to the uncertainty of where to go after leaving, as her family had long been implicated in a corruption case during her childhood, and her parents had already passed away. For Yishuyu, Zue Jingu had become her second home. After a brief interlude, 2 distinct sets of footsteps approached, one brisk and the other accompanied by a child's voice. "Aunt Chun, over here." Song Jin observed a woman in a somewhat worn blue and white dress approaching, her hair adorned with a single silver hairpin, carrying a bowl of steaming brown medicine in one hand while holding onto Yi Yun with the other. The woman placed the medicine on the damaged wooden cabinet beside the bed, skillfully propping Yishuyu up, resting her head against her neck, before lifting the bowl, cooling the contents, and feeding them to Yishuyu mouthful by mouthful. Song Jin gazed at the woman's countenance, replaying her image in his mind, and gradually realized who she was. Chuanxi, one of Yishuyu's closest maidservants, shared a sisterly bond with her. She was the same woman who had sheltered Yishuyu from the rain during that stormy day, a witness to their moments of tea drinking, laughter, and heartfelt conversations in Zue Jingu. It could be said that during that period, Chuanxi forged the love between them, delivering letters of affection and inquiring about details concerning Song Jin on behalf of Yishuyu. He looked at Chuanxi, her eyes slightly moist, her movements tender and gentle. The 3 of them, 2 women and a girl, remained enveloped in silence, as if this scene were the most ordinary of sights. As the bowl of medicine neared its end, Yi Yin swiftly took it from Chuanxi, her expression tense as she focused on Yishuyu's pale face. "Mother has been drinking the medicine for quite a while now. Will she soon recover?" "Yes, surely," Yi Yin thought, nodding to herself. Yishuyu gradually lay back down, and Chuanxi adjusted the thin blanket higher. Noticing that Yishuyu had closed her eyes, Chuanxi felt a measure of relief. With a gentle demeanor, she took Yiyun by the hand and exited the room, allowing Yishuyu to rest in peace. Accompanying them was Song Jin, who appeared somewhat bewildered. For reasons unknown, he had followed them out, perhaps with the intention of allowing her a moment of solitude, or possibly driven by some other inscrutable impulse. Yishuyu's chamber was remarkably unremarkable, situated in a corner that most would overlook. The floor before the door was encrusted with several layers of dust, revealing only faint impressions of a child's small footprints, or perhaps the consistent trace of a woman's steps. Spring Creek, gently holding Yiyun's hand, hurried along the wooden wall, until they reached a plain, unadorned door of mulberry wood, where they paused before pushing it open to enter. Chapter 6. His child to his astonishment. The door seemed to lead to the backyard, connecting to the kitchen and wood storage. If one walked a dozen steps forward to the left after entering, they would arrive at an open-air kitchen constructed from cedar wood, where an array of vegetables and fruits were stacked beneath several willow trees, with a few passers-by engaged in transporting them. In the distance, some elderly women were washing at the entrance. To the right, there was a towering pile of firewood, and sprawled across the ground in front of it were vibrant garments drying in the sun, likely the attire of the women. Song Jin merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Yiyun, with a playful hop, went to the kitchen to assist the women. Standing at 6 or 7, she exuded purity and innocence, yet possessed a maturity beyond her years, her Danfeng eyes sparkling with mirth as she took on vegetable baskets that appeared heavier than herself, eliciting laughter from a kindly-looking woman who shared some words with her. For no apparent reason, Song Jin felt a twinge of sadness. He thought of his offspring, adorned in garments of gold-threaded silk, intricately embroidered by palace seamstresses, tailored to perfection, with precious gold and jade ornaments adorning their necks and wrists to ensure their safety and health. Suddenly, he faintly heard the name Lingyin and instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, where two women were gossiping beneath a willow tree. Can you believe that a once-respected courtesan has engaged in clandestine dealings with a man, foolishly hoping he would come to formally marry her? Yet he never returned, and most of her ransom money went to that impoverished scholar heading to the capital for the imperial examination. What loss indeed, remarked one woman, sharp and caustic. Indeed, the young Lingyin was too naive. While clandestine affairs can be expected of a woman of her profession, the gravest offense was bearing a child out of wedlock. The other interjected, "That is true, but the girl, Yun'er, appears so enchanting. Her father must possess notable looks as well," the first woman replied. "Indeed, you only came to Zue Jingu a few years ago, so you likely don't know. A few years back, I happened to meet him and was struck by his extraordinary beauty, truly handsome. Lingyin once called him Jin Lang, a poor scholar. He seemed a fitting match for a woman of her background. Yet he never returned." The woman scoffed, rolling her eyes, while the other chuckled in agreement. Their careless banter and mockery pierced through Song Jin's heart like 1,000 poisoned arrows, leaving him wounded and bleeding within. The incredulity and absurdity of the pain felt as if a colossal stone had crushed every inch of his blood and bone, rendering him unable to utter a sound, as if a vice were clutched around his throat. In this vast, desolate world, he felt like a solitary ghost lingering. Life had brought him little, and death would take nothing away. Having been poisoned and hastily departing this realm, Song Jin thought he had long since come to terms with it. The lavish lifestyle and immense power he had enjoyed for nearly his entire life had led him to believe that nothing in this world could stir his heart anymore. He even breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could finally set aside his official duties and indulge in a moment of relaxation. However, the proverbial slap in the face arrived with astonishing swiftness. Song Jin found himself unable to muster even a false smile. The gentle smile he had worn for over 2 decades had vanished without a trace. The moment he heard the child call, "Yi Shuyu mother," his emotions surged tumultuously, engulfed by a fleeting sense of helplessness, confusion, and anger. Helplessness arose from his uncertainty in confronting the woman he had once loved in his youth, even after her demise. Confusion loomed over him. Who was she for? For whom had she borne a child? Was it for her beloved? Anger seethed within him, for he believed Yishuyu was his woman and thus should not have given birth to another offspring. Yet, he had never considered that having abandoned her, he had no right to demand her fidelity for a lifetime. Later, upon witnessing Yishuyou's frail and emaciated form, he began to find solace. It no longer mattered whose child it was. The only thing that mattered was the act of living. Now, it seemed that all mysteries had been unveiled, revealing a brutally honest truth that Song Jin was most reluctant to accept. The child was his, the girl was his offspring, born to him by a woman who had given life to a heartless man who would never return. Suddenly, Song Jin let out a scoff that he could not contain, his trembling hands covering his eyes, as if even as a ghost he could not find his footing. His once upright form crumbled. The most heartless of all were the learned men, the hypocritical betrayers of trust. It was utterly ludicrous, profoundly tragic. Song Yuanshan, what heinous acts had you committed? Did you truly deserve the title of a gentleman? Had the royal etiquette you studied for over a decade in the court been devoured by dogs? Yuanshan was his courtesy name. The long-held thoughts were violently shattered, prompting Song Jin to speak without restraint, murmuring to himself, even letting slip the invectives of the neighborhood. The once non-existent thudding of his heart seemed insufficient to express the remorse swelling within him. His blood began to boil, the emotions he had deliberately buried deep within him. The face of the person he had once suppressed in his mind gradually took shape, becoming clearer, transforming into the visage of Yishuyu adorned in red. A semblance of laughter on her face. With a resounding clap, it was the sound of rebirth, shattering the shackles of his preconceived notions about women of the brothel. Song Jin suddenly comprehended the meaning of an ancient saying. Some live merely to exist, while others live by exhausting all their strength. One must not view them through the lens of societal prejudice. If given the choice, perhaps no woman would wish to serve as a concubine, enduring the whims of others, merely striving to save enough for their freedom. Song Jin understood clearly that he could masquerade as a gentle and cultured man, deceiving everyone around him, including the Empress Dowager, who had nurtured him for years, and the Emperor with whom he shared a deep bond, who believed he ought to present himself in such a manner. Yet, the one person he could never deceive was himself. During the 2 years of amnesia, the person he could not forget was also the one whose identity he found most difficult to accept upon regaining his memories, the courtesan. Ideally, the courtesan would accumulate enough silver to leave the brothel. However, for many, the arduous task of gathering the necessary funds for redemption consumed years of their lives. After all, not every woman possesses the enchanting beauty of Yishuyu. Many lack the autonomy to choose their clients, and the fees for their services are often meager, with the brothel madam claiming a substantial portion of their earnings. Even if one manages to save enough for their redemption, they may find themselves aged and frail, devoid of resources, uncertain of where to go upon their departure. Alternatively, they might be purchased by a wealthy family, enduring a few more years under the dominion of a mistress, only to meet their end wrapped in a simple mat and discarded in a desolate wilderness. Chapter 7. A concealed past. The courtesan, a woman of the world, seemed destined for a life steeped in sorrow. By the time Yishuyu reached the tender age of 15, she had already ascended to the pinnacle of fame as the most celebrated courtesan of the drunken brocade pavilion. That year, the Song dynasty was ravaged by severe drought, leaving the common folk preoccupied with the scarcity of food, while the nobility refrained from indulgence, fearful of incurring the wrath of the emperor. Thus, although Yishuyu's renown did not extend beyond Yangzhou within the city, she was regarded as the ethereal dream of every man. The most paradoxical aspect of her existence lay in her humble origins as a courtesan, contrasted by her enchanting beauty that had captivated all men, yet provoked the ire of women. After all, no woman desires a vixen-like figure to steal away her husband. When Song Jin first laid eyes upon Yishuyu, she was already entertaining a guest. Such a woman could never gain entry through the back door of the Prince Gong's residence, let alone the grand entrance. Even the most subordinate concubine within the estate would be an unlikely prospect, as the Prince Gong, known for his adherence to the court's decorum, would never permit her within his household. Song Jin remained uncertain whether spirits could shed tears, yet he felt his hands grow damp. It turned out to be his own tears, How curious that he, a ghost, could indeed weep, he mused in a daze. Reflecting on his past, in his brief 27 years of life, he had only wept once, upon the demise of the late emperor. As a prince, even though he felt little, he had to feign sorrow before the historians to avoid the label of disrespect. His second instance of tears, however, came after death, as a ghost, silently and profoundly mourning. The conversation between the two women continued, as if this leisurely afternoon were their most delightful moment to discuss the misfortunes of others. Miss Lingyin, once of robust health, had knelt in the frigid snow for an entire day a few years prior, leaving her body irreparably damaged. Now, gravely ill, she was enduring her fate. "It appears she is not long for this world," remarked one plump matron, shaking her head in lament for Yishuyu's short life. The other woman scoffed, asserting that had it not been for the girl-s wailing for her mother during a client-s visit, ruining the guest's mood and inciting his wrath, Madame Ming would not have punished her to kneel in the snow for a day. At that time, the illegitimate child was merely 4 years old, and both mother and daughter suffered the consequences. Yet, out of love for the child, Miss Lingyin embraced her, using her own warmth to sustain the girl. Otherwise, that child would have perished long ago. The plump matron glanced at the young Yiyun, who was washing vegetables, and mused that after enduring the agonies of childbirth, how could one not feel a bond? However now, look at her condition. Most of her silver had been given to a poor scholar to go to the capital for the imperial examination, and the remainder had likely been squandered on that girl over the years. I find myself increasingly curious. What manner of man could ensnare the soul of Miss Lingyin in such a manner? A woman of the world must guard her heart fiercely. How it reminds me of the past. The latter part of the woman's words faded from Song Jin's hearing, as he could scarcely endure the unfolding scene. In a final, faltering escape, he fled the kitchen, the very place where Yi Yun resided, evading the mocking words of the two women, the derogatory remarks about wildlings and courtesans, and, most importantly, the heart-stirring term that sent tremors through him. For Yishuyu, the rain of early spring seemed to penetrate a corner of her heart. Amidst the downpour, a handsome young gentleman gently inquired if she required an umbrella. Exuding elegance and grace, his soft gaze devoid of any disdain or condescension, offering her the respect due to one who had fallen into the depths of frivolity. The pure and earnest heart of an 18-year-old lad laid bare before her. At the blossoming age of youth, Yishuyu was both beautiful and talented, having entertained a few suitors, mostly affluent young masters or scions of minor officials. Yet, she discerned that even those who had entwined with her in passion would inadvertently reveal their disdain and amusement in their eyes. She transitioned from initial feelings of helpless sorrow to a resigned acceptance. She aspired to accumulate enough silver through her embroidery skills to leave the Zue Jean Pavilion with her dignity intact, but the establishment had nurtured her for years, and leaving was not as simple as exchanging silver for freedom. She was bound to entertain clients. She was compelled to sell her body, to engage in the most disreputable acts to satisfy Mama Ming, and only after losing her purity could she contemplate saving enough to speak of departure. Born into a family of a 6th-rank county official, Yishuyu had been educated as a noblewoman for 8 years, only to see it all turn to ash in an instant. She had transitioned from learning how to manage a household and become a competent matron to being sent to the Zue Jean Pavilion, where she learned to please men. Therefore, the meticulous adherence to propriety and the careful way in which Li Jean alleviated her predicaments endeared him to her. Yet, the scholarly garb he donned made her sigh inwardly. Such a gentleman would likely never set foot in the realm of pleasure. He would not be a seeker of beauty, nor would she be the type of woman to halt in her tracks at a mere glance. Perhaps believing that they would never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime, Yishuyu paused, casting a lingering glance back at Li Jean before finally relinquishing her feelings, gathering her composure to return to the Zue Jean Pavilion. He continued to be his humble self, while she remained the courtesan she was. It was simply a case of fate without fortune. Little did she know, this gentleman had disrupted her peace of mind, causing her to lose sleep, tossing and turning, with her laughing eyes haunting his thoughts. His attempts at self-control only served to suppress his deepest feelings to an extreme. Eventually, there came a day when he succumbed to the temptation of seeing her, even if just once. Thus, once, twice, thrice, Li Jing, blessed with the literary prowess he possessed before his memory loss, ultimately proved to be a talented scholar with captivating features, consistently winning the admiration of the fair lady with his poetry and prose. In their interactions, their appreciation for each other grew, blossoming into a silent admiration and affection. He felt that in his white robes, he could not offer her a better life. Life after marriage would likely be no less arduous than that in the Zue Jin Pavilion. She, on the other hand, believed herself unworthy to be his properly wedded wife. Fearing that their union would invite scandal and tarnish his reputation as a scholar. Although Li Jin was acutely aware that harboring affection for a courtesan would expose him to the prying eyes of society, he understood that failing to pursue his feelings from the outset, merely due to the judgment of others, would leave him with a lifetime of regret and unresolved longing in his later years. As for Yi Shuyu, despite being a celebrated courtesan selected every 3 years, she had witnessed the tragic fates of many like her, some having been redeemed only to meet a grim end at the hands of their mistresses, while others succumbed to disease and were reviled, akin to a rat scurrying in the streets. Yet, in the end, she gradually yielded, succumbing to the earnestness of youth. She believed, with her years of discerning judgment, in him, a graceful young man, brimming with sincerity, offering the most radiant and fervent love the world has to offer. A confident yet internally conflicted young woman, grappling with her desires, akin to a moth drawn irresistibly to the flame. Chapter 8. All is wrong in the winter. On the 9th day of December, snow fell gently over Yangzhou. The snowfall commenced during the night, cascading softly for hours. Upon awakening and opening the window, a breathtaking scene of snow greeted the eyes. A thick layer of snow blanketed the land, transforming Yangzhou into a realm of crystalline white. Song Jin pondered whether the snow of that day had been as grand, as frigid, cold to the very bones, penetrating the heart and lungs. Yet, she and her daughter had knelt in prayer throughout the night. The child, now 7, appeared no older than 5 or 6. One need not imagine the hardships she endured. Her thoughts spiraled chaotically as Song Jin, lost in her reverie, wandered through the backyard, passing beneath the sprawling willow trees, aimlessly seeking Yi Shuyu's chamber. Gone were the days of grace and restraint, the unwavering smile she once wore. Instead, her face bore a serene expression that belied the tumultuous emotions roiling beneath the surface. As if suppressing a profound and intense feeling, memories flooded her mind, transforming in an instant into a torrent that shattered the once unbreakable chains of the past. Mother, you were wrong. Elder brother, you were wrong. The royal kin, all were mistaken. And Song Yuanshan was most grievously mistaken. Why? Was a woman's chastity truly of such paramount importance? Was reputation truly so vital? Song Jin repeatedly questioned herself in a daze. Renowned as the most courteous prince of the Song dynasty, he had committed the most disgraceful acts. How utterly laughable, how profoundly hypocritical. A pair of delicate arms, embraced by thousands, a single crimson lip tasted by many. This was society's scorn for courtesans, casting them into positions barely above that of slaves. Even if redeemed and transformed into respectable citizens, they would spend their lives subjected to whispers and pointed fingers. Tragic lives indeed. Even though Yi Shuyu had long since received clients, and though she was merely a courtesan, the 18-year-old Li Jin found himself irresistibly drawn to her during their time together. In the countless moments of unreciprocated affection, he made the resolute decision to share his life with her, not a mere impulse, but a clear understanding of what he desired, a woman who brought him joy and warmth. Only Yi Shuyu. From the very beginning, Yi Shuyu had candidly and calmly revealed her identity, without any deceit. In contrast, he had betrayed the teachings of his mentors. Performing the rites of marriage with Yi Shuyu and absconding with the silver she had painstakingly saved for her redemption, never to return. Song Jin had never felt such self-loathing. No words could encapsulate the depths of his vile actions. Song Yuanshan, oh Song Yuanshan, how utterly heartless you were, burying her and Yangzhou deep within your heart, neglecting them for years, never once considering that a few spoken words to Zhao Xuanhai could have spared her this desolation. The burdens borne by the two of them, the blood Yi Shuyu coughed up, the frail child, were all his doing. At last, she slowly traversed the wooden threshold, unwittingly bypassing the pearwood wardrobe in the outer room, and entered the inner chamber. Yi Shuyu still lay on the bed with an air of illness, her tightly knitted brows seemingly never having relaxed. Her pale lips were pressed together, and her eyelids remained closed. Her visage appeared withered, resembling a desiccated yellow leaf. Her breathing exceedingly slow, as if she were about to drift away on a gust of wind. Song Jin stood before her, bending down, his legs folding toward Yi Shuyu. He slowly extended his right hand, yearning to caress her slightly graying hair. Gradually, he drew nearer, yet when his hand was but a finger's breadth away from her hair, he halted. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before he awkwardly retracted his hand. Ultimately, his fingers never grazed her crown. The young man, 8 years later, had lost the courage to touch the young lady he once knew. "You do not deserve it," he silently chanted within his heart. In that fleeting moment, Yi Shuyu seemed to sense something, her eyes half opening. However, she appeared somewhat bewildered. Years of illness had drained her vitality, leaving her unable to focus her gaze. In an instant, Song Jin found himself locked in eye contact with her, her gaze dim and her eyes clouded. Without knowing why, his heart began to race. She should not be able to see him. As Song Jin gazed upon the 26-year-old Yi Shuyu, he felt as though he were peering through her, glimpsing the 16-year-old version of herself. She possessed a pair of alluring phoenix eyes. Whenever she smiled, the corners of her eyes would lift, and her deep double eyelids would form a perfect arc, enhancing her beauty like a blooming peony. Even when she quietly read, a subtle smile graced her face, exuding poise and elegance, a confidence that was both subtle and striking. One word could encapsulate her essence, perfectly balanced. Her eyes sparkled with an abundance of springtime joy, captivating and enchanting. At 16, Yi Shuyu was blossoming, her figure slender, her waist delicate enough to be embraced with a single hand. Every step she took was imbued with grace, a striking beauty that enchanted all. One smile could captivate a city, and another could bewitch a kingdom. Such was her charm. The formation of a person begins with appearance, followed by demeanor. With willow-shaped brows, phoenix eyes, and petal-like lips, she needed no heavy makeup. Her natural beauty was enough to leave one breathless. 8 years of luxury and refinement had sculpted her into a masterpiece. As the Zhuai Pavilion employed its vast wealth and concealed power to nurture her talents in music, chess, literature, and poetry, instilling in Yi Shuyu an indescribable confidence and charisma. Thus, she ascended to the coveted position of the courtesan chosen once every 3 years in the bustling streets. Such a person should only exist in the heavens. How many chances do mortals have to behold her? On the eve of Li Jin's arrival in the capital, Yi Shuyu had taken leave from Mama Ming to spend the day with him at the residence he rented in Fengyang County. That night, at the hour of the boar, the candlelight had extinguished, plunging the world into a gray obscurity where one could not see their own hand. Yet, such an environment could ignite the deepest desires within the heart. Yi Shuyu seemed to relinquish all restraint, heedlessly wrapping her arms around Li Jin's neck, resting against his shoulder. Li Jin, taken aback, quickly pushed her away. It is important to understand that the mere act of being alone together in the stillness of night had exhausted all of Li Jin's courage, greatly transgressing the last vestiges of decorum within his heart. However, the impending separation from his beloved ultimately prevailed over his reservations. Yi Shuyu tightened her embrace around him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, remaining silent. Perhaps sensing her reluctance and dependence, Li Jin could not bring himself to push her away. Instead, he found his arms instinctively encircling her. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until Yi Shuyu rose on her toes, tugging gently at Li Jin's garment, and gradually brought her lips closer to his ear, whispering a single phrase that resonated like an explosion within Li Jin's heart. Chapter 9, My Heart. Unblemished, if one were to inquire of Song Jin regarding the most poignant moment of his life, he would admit it to be a rarity, yet among those few instances, this particular moment stands out. Jean Lang, my body is tainted, but my heart remains pure. Such words, seemingly light, resonated profoundly in Li Jin's ears, amplified 100-fold, sending shockwaves through him, causing his pupils to dilate in astonishment. Yi Shuyu paused momentarily before continuing. I desire nothing more than to marry you, and I shall wait for you for a year. Her tone, akin to her usual lightheartedness, bore an undercurrent of something more profound. The night was eerily still, so quiet that the sound of a falling pin could be heard amidst the silence. It was so hushed that Li Jin could only perceive the frantic beating of his own heart, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the overwhelming sensation that enveloped him, as if the softest part of his heart had been struck with force by her words. At that moment, he was utterly captivated. He could only hold Yi Shuyu tighter in his embrace, wishing fervently to embed her within his very being, to never part for all eternity. It was merely a few months, he thought. If he could endure, he would return and lavishly welcome her into his life. But thereafter, from a moment Yi Shuyu's lips brushed against Li Jin's neck, all restraint dissolved. Li Jin's right hand caressed her cheek, lost in a haze of desire. It was a surrender, a descent into passion as his thumb pressed against her lips, rhythmically, in sync with their quickening breaths, before he captured her lips with his own. He then swept her into his arms and carried her to the bedroom, where the curtains fell and Yi Shuyu was unveiled layer by layer, ultimately leading to a tempest of emotions that made even the moon shy away, hiding behind the clouds. Winter had arrived, the end of December, with snow falling heavily, reminiscent of the 9th day of the month. It seemed to blanket the entirety of Yangzhou, with a thick layer of snow already accumulated. During these days, Song Jin remained in Yi Shuyu's chamber, contentedly gazing upon her, cherishing the thought that merely being by her side was a blessing. However, fate appeared cruel, determined to strip him of even this modest wish. In the days that followed, Song Jin witnessed Yi Shuyu's condition deteriorate, with her coughing up blood increasingly frequent, each spurt of crimson piercing his heart like daggers, an unbearable ache. She had become little more than skin and bones, her former beauty lost to the ravages of illness, her waning days seeming to slip away with each passing moment. Song Jin observed that every time Yi Yun left Yi Shuyu's bedside, her eyes were red, tears lingering in her gaze, but refusing to fall, as she murmured reassurances to herself. She will recover, mother promised me. Spring she would silently weep during Yi Shuyu's slumber, often speaking to her in a voice laced with heartache and resignation. Ultimately, I am to blame. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have aided you in sending those letters. Are you still waiting for him? After all these years of silence, how could he possibly return? What folly is this? If you were to depart, what would become of Yun? I am ultimately not her biological mother. Had you not given away the majority of your ransom silver to him, how would you still be here alone, with your child suffering alongside you? You bore Yun'er, for she is indeed his child, is she not? Yet, it seems he has long been ensnared by the bonds of matrimony. Yi Shuyu often fell into a deep slumber, and Chuanxi did not seek her response. She had already made up her mind, feeling that her mistress's life was steeped in sorrow, ultimately defeated by the very essence of love. Not only was she vanquished by love, but she also remained forever unable to let go of it. Yi Shuyu had once read a passage that spoke of the many affairs of the world, which are, in truth, mere fabrications spun by time, yet we willingly become ensnared in these deceptions, cherishing them throughout our lives. Yi Shuyu found herself in a haze, her heart entangled with conflicting emotions towards Li Jin. Was her love greater than her hatred, or was it the other way around? She could not discern. From the initial belief and anticipation to later confusion, sorrow, and disappointment, culminating in despair, perhaps there still flickered a nearly imperceptible flame of hope within her heart. However, 8 years is a long span, long enough for her to begin to let go, except for her one and only child. In the afternoon, as the snow fell heavily and the wind intensified, causing those outside to draw their garments tighter and quicken their pace, Yi Shuyu began to tremble. Whether it was the chill of the room or the unbearable pain, her brow furrowed tighter, her pale lips unconsciously parted, and her breathing shifted from slow to rapid. Yet, At that moment, no one was by her side. Song Jin silently leaned against the edge of Yi Shuyo's bed, ultimately covering her face with his right hand. Though his hand passed through, he still found solace in this act, as if it could bridge the chasm between them. Unknowingly, Song Jin leaned closer to Yi Shuyo's crown, lifting a smile that radiated tenderness. His gaze filled with warmth as he gently kissed the slightly graying strands of her hair, reminiscent of how he had once done years ago. A few tears slipped from Song Jin's cheeks, vanishing into his garments, leaving no trace. That fateful night, his heart was profoundly shaken, yet he had countless words he longed to share with her, words left unspoken. He had intended to reveal them on their wedding night, solely for her ears. But in this lifetime, such an opportunity would never arise again. Neither he nor Yi Shuyu was impure. To me, the girl I cherish is you, pristine and unblemished. To have the fortune of marrying you is a blessing beyond measure. In her ear, Song Jin spoke clearly, each word articulated with deliberate slowness, tinged with a slight tremor. In that moment, Yi Shuyo's brow unfurled, only to furrow again in the next instant. She struggled to open her dim eyes. Glancing around the room, everything appeared as it should. Surely, she had merely imagined his voice. A bitter smile graced Yi Shuyo's lips. After all these years, to hear his voice once more, even if it were a mere hallucination, was a blessing in itself. Gradually, Yi Shuyu lifted a gentle and contented smile, the once tightly furrowed brows beginning to relax. In the astonished gaze of Song Jin, her complexion started to regain its vitality, showing a hint of rosy hue, and even her pallid lips began to take on a touch of color. Supporting herself with both hands, Yi Shuyu rose slowly from the bed and descended with care. She wore only a single garment, turning to approach the window on her left. With a crisp sound, she opened the window, revealing snowflakes cascading softly upon the land of Yangzhou, enveloping the world in a silvery shroud. The biting cold wind rushed in through the opening, mingling with the snow, making the already frigid bedroom feel even more arctic. Yet the young woman, her hair dancing wildly in the icy breeze, appeared unfazed. Instead, she gently extended her almost numb, stiffened hand towards the outside world. Chapter 10. Jin Lang. I am so cold. Song Jin was perplexed, feeling as if his heart had transformed into a flurry of snow. Devoid of sensation, he had an inkling of understanding, yet stubbornly deceived himself. The pure silver snow fell gently upon her palms, and at that moment, Yi Shuyu resembled a child who had been gifted candy, her sweet laughter radiating pure joy. She cupped her hands, withdrawing her frigid left hand, then placed her clenched right fist against her heart, slowly unfolding her palm to cover the icy left hand. Jin Lang, the snow is heavy. I am so cold. She murmured softly, imbued with profound regret. Her lips parted gently as she gazed at the swirling snowflakes. Yet the man who would tenderly pull her hand into his warm grasp was no longer by her side. In that instant, Song Jin could no longer maintain his stoic facade. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, the anguish within him swelling like a poison unleashed, more intense than anything he had ever experienced. He longed to embrace Yi Shuyu once more, even if only for a fleeting moment, and he loathed his own callousness and the cruel hand of fate. Why? Why must she be taken from him? Why must she be subjected to such relentless cruelty? Yet, as he watched her suffer, enduring a prolonged affliction, he pondered that perhaps death could be a form of release, at least sparing her from further torment. Born into unparalleled privilege, Song Jin had never believed in the whims of destiny, despite the late emperor's favoritism towards the consort and her offspring. Yet now, he found himself humbly beseeching the heavens. His eyes, bloodshot, contained only the image of Yi Shuyu. As if sensing his turmoil, Chunshi was hastily summoned by Yi Yun, who was equally perplexed by her urgency, yet could only follow along in search of Yi Shuyu. Upon seeing Yi Shuyu standing by the window, Chunshi's eyes widened in shock as she rushed towards her. At the sound of approaching footsteps, Yi Shuyu turned, and upon recognizing Chunshi and Yi Yun, a flicker of joy illuminated her gaze. Their eyes met, and Chunshi was drawn into the depths of Yi Shuyu's ethereal, water-like orbs, as if she had stumbled into a realm more dazzling than the starry sky. Chuanxi felt as if she was witnessing the moment years ago when Yi Shuyu ascended to the position of courtesan, those captivating eyes still enchanting as ever. Tears streamed down her face. Chuanxi, overwhelmed with emotion, enveloped the frail Yi Shuyu in her arms, while Yi Yun, witnessing the transformation of Yi Shuyu, could not suppress her smile. The daily anxieties seemed to evaporate in that singular moment. Chuanxi busily distanced herself, scrutinizing Yi Shuyu, and closed the window without mentioning any related matters. Seeing Yi Shuyu's rosy complexion filled her with delight, as she exclaimed, "You're better. That's wonderful." However, as a realization struck her, the latter part of her sentence faltered on her lips, leaving her in a daze as she gazed at Yi Shuyu. This newfound understanding was, for Chuanxi, akin to tumbling from paradise into the depths of despair. Indeed, after suffering for so many years, her body has long been worn down, merely enduring each day. How could she possibly recover suddenly? If she is to heal, let it be so. Yi Shuyu gently took over Chuanxi's unfinished words, softly patting her hand, before crouching down with her arms wide open towards Yi Yun. In a flurry, Yi Yun dashed towards Yi Shuyu, nestling her soft form into her embrace, unwilling to budge. Cradling her, Yi Shuyu felt a mix of contentment and tenderness. Unable to resist, she stroked the tips of Yi Yun's hair and kissed her warm little face, her gaze brimming with affection. The most precious treasure in her life is her child. She has never regretted bringing this child into the world. She merely feels that her child has endured too much hardship alongside her, and she owes her that much. "Mother, have you gotten better?" Yi Shuyu paused momentarily, brushing her fingers through the apricot blossom hairpin that Chuanxi had styled for her. Yi Yun bore a resemblance to Yi Shuyu, with a touch of similarity to Songjin. Particularly, her high-bridged nose and a pair of peach blossom eyes reminiscent of Songjin's, tinged with a subtle blush at the edges and slightly curved at the corners. In contrast, Songjin's eyes always carried a gentle smile, yet concealed a sharpness, her lips thin and seemingly perpetually smiling. Yi Yun, however, was just a child, her eyes radiating an uncontainable joy. In time, she would blossom into an exquisite beauty. Yi Shuyu gazed tenderly at Yi Yun, assuring her, "Mother will soon recover." However, for a more complete recovery, I plan to go to a distant place to recuperate. By the time you marry in the future, I will have fully healed. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded joyfully, but the thought of their impending separation brought tears to her eyes. She feigned understanding, saying, "Then I will grow up quickly and bring you back to enjoy a life of comfort when I marry." A deep ache welled up in Yi Shuyu's heart, and she fought back tears as she kissed Yi Yun once more. Her child's obedience truly melted her heart. At that moment, Yi Shuyu glanced at Chuanxi, who understood and called for Yi Yun to help wash vegetables in the kitchen. However, once outside the door, Yi Yun hurriedly ran toward the kitchen. Standing against the wall in the corner, her head bowed as large tears fell one by one onto the snow-covered ground. In truth, she understood everything. But to reassure her mother, she could only pretend to be oblivious. Inside, Yi Shuyu said, "Chuanxi, could you lend me a brazier?" Chuanxi readily complied, quickly bringing back a small brazier. Was she too cold, yearning for warmth? Songjin thought so. This brazier was small. It contained burning coals that glimmered with a faint red glow. If one drew near, they could feel a wave of warmth. Chuanxi placed the brazier on the ground and smiled wryly. "You must return it within an incense stick's time." "That is only natural," she replied, then rose to head to the outer room, pulling open the bottom drawer of a pearwood wardrobe, retrieving some yellowed letters, writings, and a white jade plum blossom hairpin. With just a glance, Songjin recognized them all. Each item held significance related to him, especially the plum blossom hairpin, which reminded him of the Lantern Festival during his 18th year and her 16th, when he first laid eyes on it at a stall, bought it, and personally adorned her hair with it. Although these items have endured the passage of years, they remain untouched by dust, likely due to the frequent caresses of a familiar hand. Songjin pondered. Yi Shuyu leaned gently against the side of the bed, her fingers gliding over the letters and treasured possessions one by one, her face adorned with a soft nostalgia, devoid of the ambiguous smile that once graced her lips. A sense of bitterness flickered across Song Jin's features, as if a realization had begun to dawn upon her. Burn them all. Burn them to ashes. They do not merit such emotions from you. Truly unworthy, and the man who gifted you these items is even less deserving. Chapter 11. Have you come to fetch me? If there is a next life, let's not encounter each other again. This world is inherently fraught with hardship. My acquaintance with him has only compounded my suffering. Yuan, in the next life, please steer clear of me, for I am not your worthy partner. Yuan is the given name of Yi Shuyu, bestowed upon her by her mother in her youth. While alive, Song Jin repeatedly uttered her name in her heart, yet never voiced it aloud. The solitary instance she called her by this name occurred under such circumstances. In the past, Yi Shuyu had recounted her lineage. She hailed from a family of county officials, living a life of comfort as the legitimate daughter, with parents who revered one another and a younger brother who was well-mannered and understanding. However, her life took a tragic turn at the age of 8 when her father was discovered to be colluding with merchants in illegal salt trade and was sentenced to death. Her mother, in her grief, chose to follow him in death, leaving Yi Shuyu bereft of family thereafter. Fortuitously, her mother had taught her to read, endowing her with greater agency than other women of her time. The charcoal crackled and burned, and under Chuanxi's incredulous gaze, Yi Shuyu's lips curled into a smile that was both familiar and foreign to Song Jin. One letter after another, Yi Shuyu slowly cast her missives into the brazier, the flames flaring brightly, illuminating her visage. Ultimately, the white jade plum blossom hairpin remained clutched in her hand, not cast into the fire. Before the incense had burned out, all letters and notes were reduced to ashes, as if burying all remnants of the past. Chuanxi, please return me, she implored. Chuanxi, wordless, silently lifted the brazier and stepped outside, soon returning. Coughing, Yi Shuyu's complexion began to pale, prompting Chuanxi to hastily prepare to assist her to lie down, only be halted by Yi Shuyu. You understand, do you not? I'm nearing my end, she said weakly, gazing at Chuanxi. At her words, tears streamed down Chuanxi's face, her voice choked with emotion. Do not worry, my lady. As long as I draw breath, Yun'er shall remain with me. She wept silently, stifling her sobs. Yi Shuyu smiled with a sense of contentment. Help me once more to don my makeup and change into a new dress, Yi Shuyu requested. Chuanxi assisted her to the copper mirror, delicately sweeping her brows, applying vermilion blush, and painting her lips red. With a fine brush, she adorned Yi Shuyu's forehead with a heart-shaped design, reminiscent of 9 years prior. The brush danced gracefully, and Yi Shuyu felt a slight chill at her brow. But in the span of a single tea time, Chuanxi withdrew her hand. Yi Shuyu slowly opened her eyes, and with a glance, beheld the delicate red plum blossom blooming at her brow, a glimmer of mirth surfacing in her eyes. Chuanxi's artistry remained commendable as ever. The makeup concealed Yi Shuyu's pallor and ashen lips, allowing her ethereal beauty and delicate form to resurface. The resplendent plum blossom accentuated her captivating allure, dazzling to behold. Noticing Yi Shuyu's breath becoming faint, slumping weakly over the table, Chuanxi hurriedly sought a set of bright red floral silk garments from the wardrobe. Yi Shuyu, now devoid of strength, surrendered to Chuanxi's assistance in changing her attire. When she next opened her eyes, she beheld her reflection in a bronze mirror, remarkably unchanged from the age of 16, save for a notable pallor. Song Jin stared blankly at Yi Shuyu, still adorned in her crimson attire, so breathtaking that he could scarcely meet her gaze. The outer layer of sheer silk was embellished with what appeared to be red cherry beads, while the inner garments were also a deep crimson, complemented by her made-up visage, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Song Jin was reluctant to acknowledge his own mesmerization. At that moment, Yi Shuyu resembled the very image of her appearance on the day they first met, a memory that still stirred profound emotions within him. He mused that she truly must have a fondness for the color red. Clad entirely in crimson, she appeared as a bride on the cusp of matrimony, akin to the countless times 19-year-old Li Jin had envisioned her on their wedding day, embodying the very woman he yearned to bring into his home. Spring Creek supported Yi Shuyu, yet she did not return to the couch. After merely 2 or 3 steps, her legs had grown weak, her eyelids heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering her unable to open her eyes. She sat on the cold ground alongside Spring Creek, leaning against her, only able to hear Spring Creek's muffled sobs. Clutching a plum blossom hairpin in her hand, Yi Shuyu summoned all her strength to slowly open her eyes, coughing gently as bright red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth onto her crimson attire. Her gaze, imbued with deep nostalgia, drifted toward a certain direction as she murmured, "I entrusted my fate to the bustling capital, yet after all these years, there has been no word. It is as if he has vanished into thin air." Yi Shuyu swallowed the blood in her mouth and continued, "Perhaps he encountered misfortune long ago. It's just that the news never reached Yangzhou." One must concede that, to a certain extent, Yi Shuyu was exceedingly astute. After all, in a sense, Li Jin had indeed perished. What remained was Song Jin. Yi Shuyu's breathing grew increasingly shallow, yet in that fleeting moment, it seemed she beheld something, her eyes widening slightly. She saw Song Jin. Was it an illusion? Her youthful beloved, now a more mature and handsome gentleman, gazing at her with reddened eyes. Illusions can be splendid, for at least they allowed her to glimpse the one she cherished before her demise. She wished to tell him not to weep. Was he there to take her away? She longed to ask if he had encountered trouble, if he had been harmed. She wanted to inquire why he had not bestowed the Li surname upon Yongrui, whether he bore any resentment in his heart. At that moment, Song Jin felt as though his already tenuous breath had ceased entirely. Yi Shuyu fixed her gaze upon him and slowly broke into a sweet smile. "Jin Lang, have you come to take me away?" Each word was deliberate, laced with a hint of hope and profound regret. Alas, Yi Shuyu did not receive a response. Her previously rising chest fell still, her eyes closing forever. Spring Creek erupted into anguished tears, clinging tightly to Yi Shuyu's increasingly cold body, her heart laden with sorrow. She regretted it deeply, wishing she had never helped her lady investigate Li Jin, never assisted in delivering letters, never expressed gratitude to the heavens for allowing Yi Shuyu to meet Li Jin. Heavens, how unjust you are! How cruel! How could you treat my lady in such a manner? Song Jin knelt in a state of serene detachment, gazing towards her closed eyes, which were directed toward the city of Shengjing. Just moments ago, Yi Shuyu had inquired about his expression, one filled with anticipation, nostalgia, and an enduring affection that resided deep within his heart. Suddenly, a smile flickered across Song Jin's face, and a few crystalline tears cascaded down his cheeks. Gently kissing Yi Shuyu's face, lightly brushing against her lips as if a dragonfly had touched the water surface. "If there is a next life, I hope you will steer clear of me. Yet, I shall seek you out, no matter how many lifetimes it takes. When that time comes, I shall come to fetch you, if it pleases you, my dear." In the end, Song Jin merely continued to gaze at Yi Shuyu's seemingly slumbering visage. "If indeed there is a next life, and you still exist, once I find you, I shall cherish you well, and I shall never again let you down, my dear." Song Jin contemplated. Chapter 12. Returning to the 4th year of Yongrui at this moment, outside the Zue Jin Pavilion, a peculiar young girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age, adorned in an eccentric outfit, stood with a bright red backpack slung over her shoulders. A crimson bell jingled at her waist, and she wielded a spiraled wooden staff taller than herself. Passers-by couldn't help but cast curious glances her way. Her attire seemed more akin to that of a foreigner than a commoner of the Song dynasty. With an expression of whimsical mischief, she rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, "What a calamity I've brought upon myself, and I dare to blame the heavens." Ha ha ha! However, the woman sighed, deciding to extend a moment of kindness to herself. Suddenly, the bells at her waist began to chime melodiously, the sound reaching Song Jin's ears and eliciting a puzzled frown from him. When he opened his eyes again, Song Jin felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. He recalled the clear sound of the bells, but found himself in a completely different place the next instant. Yet, the intricately carved beams and the familiar scent of burning incense wafting through the air, along with the bright yellow tassels hanging from the bedpost, made it unmistakably clear to him that he was in his own chamber, in the elegant room on the 2nd floor of the bamboo-clear courtyard, specifically within the sleeping quarters of the inner courtyard. Gazing at the bright yellow curtains above him, Song Jin remained momentarily entranced. After a brief moment, he extended his right hand, spreading his fingers wide. The familiar green jade ring adorned his thumb, and a thick callus on his index finger bore testament to his long hours of writing. He grasped at the air, reassured that it was indeed his hand, vivid and alive, confirming that this was not a dream. He had returned, and the strangeness of it all filled him with an uncontainable emotion. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to sit up abruptly. The sun was shining brightly. It was splendid. In a steady voice, he called out, "Zhao Xuanhai, come in." The sandalwood doors creaked open, revealing a man who strode forward briskly, followed closely by a number of attendants ready to serve Song Jin. Each attendant was dressed in a deep blue short coat made of medium-weight cotton, cinched at the waist with a silver belt adorned with twin turtle motifs, and topped with a bright satin jacket. They resembled the young masters of modest households. Each attendant diligently attended to Song Jin's grooming and attire, their demeanor filled with respect and trepidation, avoiding direct eye contact and moving swiftly and silently throughout the process. Zhao Xuanhai, one of the chief stewards of the Prince Gong's estate, was primarily responsible for Song Jin's daily needs. Though past the age of 40, he possessed a keen mind and a steadfast character. Once everything was in order, Song Jin strode confidently out the door, standing at the railing of the winding corridor. Gazing ahead, clad in a moon-white silk robe adorned with delicate silver patterns, the fabric was interspersed with subtle bamboo motifs. His dark hair was tied back with a dragon thread ribbon, revealing deep black eyes that seemed to hold an unshakable depth. What significant events had transpired recently in Shengjing, or what momentous occurrences might be on the horizon? Song Jin was unsure of the current year and found it difficult to confide in his trusted aide about the peculiar incident of his return from death. Thus, he had to rely on indirect inquiries regarding the matters at hand. Zhao Xuanhai bowed his head, his eyes cast downward, filled with a sense of perplexity regarding the prince's unexpected inquiry. Nevertheless, he respectfully inclined his body and solemnly replied, "Your Highness, there is a matter of utmost importance concerning your marriage, which is to take place on the second day of the next month." Song Jin, maintaining his customary gentleness, rested his right hand on the sandalwood railing, absent-mindedly tapping his index finger twice. It was now the 4th year of Yongrui, in August, the height of summer. At the age of 22, he found himself contemplating the youthful allure of a 10-year-old girl. Sufficient, indeed, he thought, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The corner of Song Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. The timing seemed opportune. If he were to marry Tang Qini, any subsequent act of divorce or separation would be deemed inappropriate. However, should he truly wed her, he could not be blamed for his ruthless decisions. He had reserved his gentleness for the emperor, the ministers, and the common people, but in the shadowy depths of the dungeons, those treacherous officials and traitors met his gaze with nothing but cruelty and coldness. Yet, having worn the mask of gentility for so long, he had unconsciously grown accustomed to it. Heaven had favored him, allowing him to return to this year when she still walked the earth, and that was more than enough. Splendid, truly splendid. Song Jin was firmly convinced that his experiences were neither mere illusions nor dreams. He had endured the agonizing pain of poisoning and felt the heart-wrenching despair when Yi Shuyu departed this world. He had roamed nearly every corner of the Duke Gongqin's residence in the imperial palace, driven by a morbid curiosity to visit the homes of renowned old officials who lingered in his thoughts, thus discerning who was loyal and who was treacherous. Ultimately, the Duke of End, Song Mao, came to mind. The depths of Song Jin's gaze fluctuated, and he tapped the railing once more before slowly articulating, "Zhao Xuanhai." Thereafter, silence enveloped them. He knew Zhao Xuanhai understood his intent. Zhao Xuanhai quickly grasped the situation and ordered the attendants behind him to withdraw, leaving only him and Song Jin. A sense of doubt crept into his mind. It had been a long time since he had seen the prince in such a state. He pondered what might have transpired, becoming increasingly cautious. The foremost and most crucial task was to send Zhao Luozi, clad in a cloak, to the drunken brocade pavilion in Yangzhou's Fengyang County with utmost urgency. Song Jin's voice, typically warm, now carried a deeper timbre, laden with unspoken implications. He paused, then fell silent as the gentle breeze rustled the leaves atop the trees. The only sound in the stillness. Around them, the silence was so profound that Zhao Xuanhai could only hear the frantic beating of his own heart. It had been far too long since he had witnessed the prince's uncharacteristic demeanor, which heightened his concern and vigilance regarding the matter at hand. Finally, Song Jin spoke. Seek a woman known by the stage name Lingyin. Once you find her, ensure she faces no injustice. The final words were imbued with an unmistakable intensity. I will come to find you in this lifetime, Yi. Please wait for me as I resolve these trifles. I shall hasten to seek you and our daughter. Zhao Xuanhai comprehended the weight of Song Jin's last statement, and his heart was profoundly shaken. How could an ordinary courtesan be connected to a prince? Moreover, it seemed she held considerable significance in the prince's heart. Initially, Zhao Xuanhai had regarded this woman with a normal mindset, but now he perceived her as a cherished guest. As tumultuous thoughts surged within Run, Zhao Xuanhai's expression remained serene as he replied in a deep voice, "As you command, Your Highness." Song Jin, lost in contemplation, abruptly tore off the jade pendant from her waist that signified her identity as a member of the Gongqin Wang, casting it toward Zhao Xuanhai. In times of necessity, one need not consider others. Her own well-being was paramount. Zhao Laze, the eldest son of Zhao Xuanhai, though possessing a certain handsome and upright demeanor, was somewhat simple-hearted. He executed tasks with efficiency and was also a skilled horse trainer. The steed, Pifeng, was the swiftest in the entire Gongqin Wang residence, and had it not been for the pressing urgency, Song Jin would never have resorted to its use. I do not wish for any other individuals to be privy to this matter aside from the three of us. Do you understand? He asserted. Of course, should anyone prove to be so foolhardy, let it be known, there is no need for consideration. Chapter 13. Han Yunlin and Zhao Xuanhai bowed respectfully, fully understanding. The second matter is to summon Wei Li to the study, and I, the prince, wish to enter the palace to pay my respects. As soon as the words left his lips, Song Jin made his way to the study that had once been consumed by flames. A group of servants followed closely behind him, traversing the winding corridors, passing through the bamboo groves, and navigating the pavilions and bridges, finally arriving at the study after a leisurely stroll along the shimmering waters of Mingxi Lake. As Song Jin approached the study, the servants expertly dispersed to a refined space 10 miles away, leaving only one to accompany him inside. Qing Lu diligently carried out his tasks, bowing his head as he skillfully ground the ink before quietly exiting the room and standing silently outside. Within a mere incense stick's duration, Wei Li arrived at the study. Though still in his 30s, Wei Li's tall and upright figure exuded an unyielding pride. His dark eyes fixated on Song Jin, conveying a sense of determination, while the coldness and aloofness in his brow lent him an ethereal grace. Wei Li offered a respectful bow, addressing him as Your Highness. Song Jin had always been confident in Wei Li's capabilities and had no intention of making things difficult for him. However, the first encounter in this life left him somewhat dazed. Unconsciously, he sidled onto the sandalwood chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Wei and Wei San were both men of Song Mao. A direct approach was undoubtedly the best resolution. Song Jin's tone remained as calm as ever. Wei Li felt a tightening in his chest, utterly convinced of the truth in Song Jin's words. He hastily clasped his fists, kneeling on one knee, and acknowledged his subordinate's failure, beseeching the prince for punishment. 30 strikes with the military staff, he declared. The punishment was relatively lenient for Wei Li, who could easily withstand it. Ultimately, the prince chose not to impose a severe penalty, which filled Wei Li with guilt and caused his eyes to narrow in anger at himself for having placed the enemy so close to the prince. Song Jin bid Wei Li to rise. In addition, swiftly investigate the governor of Yangzhou's military forces, General Cheng Yihang, and ascertain when he colluded with Song Mao. Gather all evidence and present it promptly. Just as Wei Li was about to bow again, Song Jin interrupted. Those who obstruct this matter shall be dealt with mercilessly. Understood, Your Highness. A hint of surprise crossed Wei Li's face, yet a thrill of excitement surged within him, for he relished the sight of blood. At that moment, The carriage to the palace was also prepared. The sound of the carriage wheels echoed like raindrops striking gleaming white jade. In the golden sunlight, the elegant silhouette of a carriage glided past, enveloped in exquisite silk and adorned with gold and jewels. The windows were draped with pale blue gauze, obscuring the opulence within, making it impossible for onlookers to glimpse the passengers inside. As the carriage steadily passed through stretches of red brick walls, Song Jin sat inside, eyes closed, deep in contemplation. The most pressing matter at hand was his impending marriage to Tang Qini. If time permitted, he would engage with Tang Tung and Tang Qini, leaving no room for mistakes. Yet he was already consumed with impatience, longing to fly to Yangzhou alone, feeling that any moment wasted on Tang Qini was simply not worth it. Thus, a direct approach was the best course of action for him. Moreover, his elder brother has never withheld his trust from him, which serves as a source of great comfort. During the reign of the late emperor, he was bestowed the title of Gong, a clear admonition against harboring any ulterior motives. To him, this was rather amusing. The late emperor himself had usurped the crown prince position from his own biological brother, yet he feared that Song Jin might emulate his actions. In a certain sense, it can be said that once bitten by a snake, one lives in perpetual fear of the well snake. As for the Empress Dowager, Song Jin found himself in a bit of a quandary. He dreaded the notion of his mother invoking filial piety to pressure him. However, if she were to force him into actions he abhorred, not even the Empress Dowager would prevail. Just as Song Jin was lost in thought, a voice filled with mirth interrupted his reverie. "Yuan Shun!" exclaimed a delighted male voice. The carriage came to a gentle halt, and a young man leaped aboard. He was of square jaw, bright-eyed, and his handsome visage radiated charm. His right hand rhythmically tapped an ivory folding fan, while the jade pendant at his waist swayed with his movements, embodying the very essence of a dashing and romantic young gentleman. Han Yunlin, the legitimate son of the Han Duke's household and future heir to the title, was the younger brother of the current empress. Enjoying immense privilege, yet possessing a reputation for being a romantic vagabond. Moreover, following the death of an elder in his family 2 years prior, he had been compelled to observe a 3-year mourning period, leaving him unmarried and unattached, much to the chagrin of his anxious mother, Lady Yu. Song Jin's eyelids twitched, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. What brings this fellow here? However, recalling subsequent events deepened his gaze. Han Yunlin had also been a companion to the late crown prince, maintaining a close relationship with the royal family and exhibiting unwavering loyalty, particularly towards Song Jin. Despite their starkly contrasting temperaments, for reasons unknown, they managed to coexist harmoniously. One was a modest gentleman, restrained and courteous. The other, a charming rogue, often frequenting brothels. Upon entering the carriage, Han Yunlin playfully nudged Song Jin aside, settling comfortably and grinning as he inquired, "What brings the groom to the palace today?" The carriage resumed its journey, stirring up clouds of dust. In response to Han Yunlin's teasing, Song Jin remained unperturbed, asserting that entering the palace was indeed for a purpose. "How unfortunate. It just so happens that Her Majesty the Empress has summoned me to discuss matters. Who would have thought I would encounter Prince Gong on my return?" Han Yunlin slumped languidly, exuding an air of nonchalance that seemed to be woven into his very being, blissfully unaware of his own charm. Song Jin let out a silent sigh. It was highly likely that the Empress had summoned Han Yunlin to showcase portraits of the eligible young ladies yet to be wed, a concern that must weigh heavily on her mind. Yet this fellow appeared utterly unconcerned. Nevertheless, it was understandable, as Han Yunlin's affections had long been pledged to another, leaving him disinterested in the affairs of Shengjing. Though Song Jin and Han Yunlin were of similar age, Song Jin had already secured an engagement, while Han Yunlin remained without any promising prospects. Given Han Yunlin's disposition, despite his noble lineage, it would be challenging for him to wed a lady of equal status. After all, families who cherish their daughters would hesitate to entertain a marriage proposal, particularly to a husband who frequented brothels, as it would tarnish their family's reputation, a reality not all proud, noble women could accept. It is indeed curious that although Han Yunlin is yet to take a wife, his household is devoid of even a single concubine. Were he not infatuated with the pleasure quarters, whispers would undoubtedly circulate, speculating either on some physical anomaly or an inclination towards unconventional affections. At this moment, Song Jin suddenly recalled a certain matter, causing his gaze to lower, shrouded in ambiguity. He began to unconsciously curl his index finger, tapping lightly on the table within the carriage. Han Yunlin, clearly noticing this, raised an eyebrow and turned his attention towards Song Jin. Chapter 14. Request for leave. What has become of the matter concerning the Tang family? Can we ascertain the sender of the letter? Han Yunlin, upon hearing this, gazed intently at Song Jin with bleary eyes and let out a heavy sigh. After an extensive investigation, much evidence suggested that the letter was not authored by Elder Tang, seemingly indicating no connection to him. Song Jin lifted her gaze, her starry eyes glimmering as she looked back, a smile blooming at the corners of her lips as she calmly declared, "Do not pursue him further. Tang Tung is indeed innocent. Instead, investigate Tang Chini and ensure that the letter is retrieved. I require irrefutable proof." With a snap, Han Yunlin closed his ivory fan and sat up straight, a flicker of surprise at Song Jin's demeanor dawning on him as he began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Observing Yuan Shun's composed demeanor, it was evident that he had unearthed some information. How intriguing this had become. What initially appeared to be a matter concerning Elder Tang had unexpectedly shifted to his cherished granddaughter. Song Jin recalled that in her previous life, at this juncture, they were still diligently investigating the letter suspected to have originated from the Tang family, which had been discreetly delivered to Song Mao. They had presumed Tang Tong harbored ulterior motives, only to discover that it was indeed penned by Tang Chini herself. It remained uncertain whether Tang Tung was aware that his seemingly refined and courteous granddaughter had secretly betrothed herself to Song Mao. Such knowledge might surely dishearten him. A single drop of ink can spoil an entire pot of porridge. It was only after her demise that Song Jin learned of Tang Chini's exceptional calligraphy, her left hand mastering grandiose strokes, while her right penned delicate characters that Song Jin was all too familiar with. The carriage came to a gradual halt as Han Yunlin awaited inside. Song Jin gracefully descended from the vehicle. Her eyes met with a lush expanse of verdant trees and vibrant flowers, a clear stream winding through the depths of the foliage, cascading over rocks below. As she ventured further northward, the terrain opened up, flanked by soaring buildings adorned with intricate carvings, all hidden among the treetops. From above, one could gaze down upon the clear brook flowing, stones piercing the clouds, white marble forming a barrier, encircling the pond's edge. Upon re-entering the Qianqing Palace, Song Jin's heart swelled with tumultuous emotions. Yet, when she laid eyes on Emperor Yongrui, Song Wei, her heart was engulfed by sorrow. The typically composed emperor, upon receiving news of his demise, appeared to have slumped, his once straight posture faltering. He had long harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances of Song Jin's death and had discreetly dispatched numerous individuals to investigate. Yet the opposition's skills were formidable, yielding no results. Having lost his brother, Song Wei grew increasingly autocratic and ruthless in the court. Fortunately, his governance was exceptionally capable, preventing the Song dynasty from declining, instead ushering it into greater prosperity. Seated high upon the dragon throne, Song Wei welcomed Song Jin with a smile, instructing the palace attendants to grant her a seat at the base of the throne. After Song Jin completed her formalities, she approached and sat at Song Wei's right side. At that moment, a semblance of sincerity graced Song Jin's smile. "Why has Yuan Shun come to see me today? Shouldn't you be at home preparing for your marriage?" With only the two of them present in the Qianqing Palace, Song Wei jestingly teased. Song Jin composed herself, caressing the tea bowl, and remained silent for a while. Noticing her demeanor, Song Wei's smile faded, and he fixed his gaze upon her, awaiting her words. Finally, Song Jin met Song Wei's eyes, her tone steady. "Your Majesty, Miss Tang's affections do not lie with me, but rather with Song Mao. Your Majesty, I wish to withdraw from the engagement." As the biological brother of Emperor Yongrui, Song Wei had long instructed Song Jin to refer to him as I rather than subject when they were alone. Upon hearing this, Song Wei furrowed his brow momentarily before smoothing it out, a subtle shift that went unnoticed. Song Mao? The name lingered on his tongue, shrouded in ambiguity. Within a month, I shall present undeniable evidence of Song Mao's collusion with Chung Yihong, alongside their correspondence with Miss Tang. After a prolonged silence, Song Wei broke into a broad smile, patting Song Jin's shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent. Yuan Shun has alleviated yet another pressing concern for me. Rest assured, this marriage shall not come to fruition. Though a monarch's words are seldom frivolous, Song Wei felt no need to maintain such decorum with Song Jin. Deep down, he had decisively placed Tang Qini on his blacklist. What a paragon of virtue! What a gentle and dignified lady! How could the princess selected by him and the Empress Dowager so blatantly disregard feminine propriety? Did they truly consider the royal family to be fools? Fortuitously, Yuan Shun had discovered the truth early. Otherwise, it would have caused him considerable distress. And as for Song Mao, he had been observing him for quite some time, and now he was finally beginning to reveal his weaknesses. No emperor would tolerate the existence of a treacherous Prince Pan. Just then, Song Jin spoke. Your Highness, I have 2 requests. Song Wei was taken aback. It had been many years since Yuan Shun had sought anything from him, bringing him a sense of comforting realization that his younger brother had finally matured. He was poised to grant 10 requests, but the subsequent words of Song Jin rendered that thought obsolete. First, I wish to take leave for at least 3 months. Second, I shall choose my own princess. The first request left Song Wei's expression frozen halfway, while the second completely immobilized him. Take leave. When was the last time Yuan Shun requested a leave of absence? Song Wei could scarcely recall. It seemed Yuan Shun had never taken a day off, always dutifully committed, pouring his heart and soul into his responsibilities. Even during the festive reunions of the new year, he attended to affairs as usual. Yet now, he was making his first request for leave, and Song Wei, both emotionally and rationally, could not refuse. Furthermore, it must be due to the matter concerning Tang Qini that Yuan Shun's heart had grown cold, prompting him to insist on choosing his own princess. This request for leave was likely an attempt to distance himself from the Tang family and the bustling city of Shengjing. Song Wei's imagination spiraled into a melodramatic narrative of a pure-hearted man wounded by his fiancée, seeking solace away from home and striving to release himself from this entangled romance. As an emperor, Song Wei typically maintained a stern demeanor in public, embodying the image of a just and upright ruler. However, in the presence of Song Jin, he reverted to a more childlike disposition. It felt as though his heart were bleeding, and he could hardly bring himself to voice his thoughts, thinking, it's merely 2 requests. I shall acquiesce. The usually composed Song Wei appeared to be on the verge of losing his cool, as his ire toward Tang Qini subtly shifted toward Tang Tung. The thought that he would need to endure at least 3 months before finding solace in sleep brought silent tears to his eyes. Observing the forced smile on Song Wei's face, Song Jin felt a mix of sympathy and amusement, yet the thought of Yishuyu swiftly extinguished any mirth. On the once gentle and courteous visage of Song Jin, a subtle and indescribable joy seemed to bloom, as if caressed by the spring breeze. Your Majesty, Brother Xie, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a clarity and warmth akin to the gentle babbling of a brook in early spring, echoing within the heart. Unavoidably, Song Jin's thoughts drifted to a particular matter, causing his gaze to darken. However, upon noticing Song Wei, who was still lost in his own troubled thoughts, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Perhaps it was time to seek the aid of the esteemed Master Daoji to resolve this issue. After engaging in 2 rounds of chess and sharing a pot of tea with Song Wei, Song Jin took his leave and returned to his residence. Chapter 15. The annulling of engagement on that night. During the hour of the ugly, Song Jin was still engaged in classifying the lists of loyal ministers and treacherous ones. Simultaneously, she dispatched numerous individuals to gather evidence and managed to carve out a moment to pen a secret letter, which she entrusted to her covert guards to deliver to Master Daoji. The current Emperor Yongrui, Song Wei, lacked a legitimate heir, as Empress Han Yue had suffered a miscarriage 3 years prior and had not shown signs of pregnancy since. However, based on her timing, it was likely that the Empress had become pregnant again, unbeknownst to her. Song Jin recalled that not long after, around the beginning of September, The empress had been accidentally pushed into the Mingwell Lake during an autumn appreciation banquet by a group of playful concubines, resulting in another miscarriage that gravely affected her health. This incident left the empress heartbroken, ultimately leading to her demise years later due to emotional distress. Reflecting on this, a faint chill flickered in Song Jin's eyes, accompanied by a hint of derision. Truly, they were a group oblivious to their own fates. The following day, in the Golden Lawn Hall, at the very beginning of the Hour of the Rabbit, the man who should have stood at the forefront was conspicuously absent, causing doubt to brew among the attending ministers, with several close aides engaging in hushed discussions. Why is His Highness the Prince of Gong late today? Could something have occurred? Is he unwell? He has never been tardy in all these years. This is indeed a curious matter. Tang Tung, his brows tightly knitted, stood hunched at the front of the hall, feeling a sense of unease he could not articulate. His gaze wandered to the empty dragon seat at the highest point of the Golden Lawn Hall, causing him to lose some of his composure. After about a quarter of an hour, Emperor Yongrui appeared, striding forth amidst the eager gazes of the assembly in their salutations. Accompanied by a retinue of eunuchs and palace maids, Song Wei ascended the steps with deliberate composure, settling onto the dragon throne. He surveyed the sea of dark heads bowed before him and spoke in a deep voice, Song Gongzi. Upon hearing this, eunuch Song stepped forward to the center of the hall, cradling a golden silk fabric made entirely of silkworms. A decree? The hearts of the crowd sank, and they exchanged furtive glances, lowering their heads. The hall fell into a silence so profound that all that could be heard was the sound of their own heartbeats. What kind of decree could this be? This question heightened the tension among the ministers. Just a few years prior, the emperor's authority had not reached its current extent. Back then, the most significant powers within the court were held by the chief minister of the cabinet. However, through the covert maneuvers of both the emperor and the Prince of Gong, the chief minister had been deposed the previous year, and the cabinet was now directly under the emperor's control, consolidating power in his hands to an unprecedented degree. Thus, the emperor wielded the real authority, capable of dictating fates with an iron grip. Eunuch Song unfurled the decree to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, today, Master Dao Ji has calculated the birth dates of His Highness the Prince of Gong and Miss Tang, only to discover an incompatibility. Alas, their fates are too shallow to forge a lasting union. Henceforth, the engagement is annulled, and both shall seek suitable partners, with no further ties between them. This is the decree. This proclamation struck the assembly like a thunderclap, leaving no time for reaction. Particularly, Tang Tung's eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily turned to look at Emperor Yongrui, only to meet Song Wei's gaze, which held a trace of disappointment. At this moment, Tang Tung was predominantly filled with shock and confusion. Reluctantly, he accepted the imperial edict and expressed his gratitude. How could such a situation arise? The Empress Dowager and His Majesty had clearly sought out Er's birth date and fortune, commissioning Master Jin Yuan from the Diyun Temple to ascertain the compatibility of and Prince Gong's birth charts. He vividly recalled the divination's outcome, proclaiming them a match made in heaven, which had delighted both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. However, this information had not been made public, leading society to believe that their birth charts had never been compared. Yet now, the Emperor had used this pretext to annul the engagement between and Prince Gong. It was just a month until the wedding. Preparations in both households were nearly complete, yet such a cancellation had occurred. Although the engagement was dissolved amicably, Er's reputation had suffered irreparably. Moreover, Tang Tung had been unwaveringly loyal to the royal family, devoid of any ulterior motives. So why had he just perceived disappointment in the emperor's gaze? Master Jin Yuan had likely not erred in his divination. It was undoubtedly the will of the emperor that had led to the conclusion of incompatibility between the two birth charts. In such a brief span, the emperor issued this decree. Was it possible that Tang Tung had faltered in his duties, or that something amiss within the Tang family had come to the emperor's attention? Furthermore, Prince Gong had entered the palace yesterday, and today such an incident transpired. It was inconceivable to believe that it bore no relation to Prince Gong. He would stake his life on that conviction. Tang Tung's thoughts whirled chaotically as he mechanically endured a morning court session. Even the news of Prince Gong's 3-month respite had failed to rouse his spirits, and he ultimately returned to his residence under the scornful gazes of others. After all, he had been rather proud due to the engagement, basking in the adulation of those around him for a time. The news of the annulment between Prince Gong and Tang Qini spread like wildfire throughout Shengjing within a single day, igniting a flurry of interest among many unmarried young women whose hearts had previously remained dormant. When the news reached Tang Qini's ears, her complexion paled, and she sat frozen in her wooden chair, her left hand holding the teacup suspended in mid-air, unable to bring it to her lips. The maidservants in the room bowed their heads low, holding their breaths, fearing that any sound might shatter the tense silence. An annulment? How could this be? At 18, having just been betrothed to Prince Gong, who could she possibly marry now? Since her birth, she had been raised under the principles befitting an imperial consort, and the thought of being hastily married off to another was entirely unacceptable. Tang Qini's emotions surged chaotically and in a fit of rage. She hurled the teacup across the room. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered, scattering tea and shards across the floor, some even splashing onto the feet of her maidservants. "Get out! All of you leave!" Tang Qini shouted in fury. Only within her own chamber did she dare to unleash such unchecked wrath. The gentle demeanor she typically embodied had been cast aside, leaving only confusion and anger in its wake. She was at a loss as to how to confront her former friends, and she dreaded the scornful glances they might cast upon her. The pride she had nurtured over the years lay shattered at her feet, obliterated by the announcement of this annulment. Within the confines of the room, the maidservants, yearning for an escape, hastily withdrew, leaving only Siyue, Tang Qini's devoted attendant, in attendance. Siyue, grappling with a heavy heart, was perplexed by the unfolding events and felt compelled to counsel her mistress. She spoke gently, urging, "My lady, do not let anger disrupt your well-being. It is paramount that we first comprehend the situation at hand." Before Tang Qini could respond, another maid entered, announcing that the esteemed elder was awaiting her in the study. Chapter 16. The Lady of Lingyin. In the sweltering August of Shengjing, the sun blazed fiercely. The Gushui River meandered through half of Shengjing, flanked by rows of willows. On a day when the golden sun shone and a gentle breeze stirred, the air would be filled with drifting willow catkins. In the Tang family study, Tang Tung sat upright in his armchair, his expression somber. A hint of improvement appeared only when Tang Qini arrived. Siyu attended to Tang Qini as she settled into the chair below, while the other maidservants served tea. Tang Tung immediately noticed the slight redness in Tang Qini's eyes, and his heart softened. His granddaughter was striking in appearance, dignified in demeanor, and adept in managing household affairs. According to him, there was nothing to criticize about her. She was more than capable of being a princess consort. If it were not for someone from the Tang family disrupting this engagement, how could Qini be in such despair? Finally, Tang Tung spoke. "Qini, you must have heard about this matter." Tang Qini remained silent, gazing at Tang Tung with tear-stained eyes. "Since the engagement has been annulled, consider this matter as though it never existed. I shall have your grandmother and the others help you find a suitable match. You are not at fault. It seems that someone in the household has angered the emperor, leading to this unfortunate turn of events. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall ensure they are duly punished." Upon hearing this, Tang Qini fought back her tears, looking pitiful as she said, "I know that you care for me the most, grandfather. I hope you do not let my troubles affect your health. That would be a great unfilial act on my part." Tang Tung nodded, feeling comforted. His granddaughter was truly considerate, which only made his heart ache more. However, once back in her own room, Tang Qini's anger erupted, though she did not display it before Tang Tung, where she had feigned vulnerability. A suitable match? What could possibly compare to the title of princess consort to the Duke of Gong? Unless one could become the empress, but that was impossible. Even other princess consorts would rank below her, required to pay their respects. Not to mention the sons of officials, no matter how high their rank, they would still be inferior to a princess consort. Even the future wife of Han Yunlin, the heir of the Han Duke's estate, did not command her respect. She had envisioned herself as the esteemed princess consort to the Duke of Gong, But now the annulment of her engagement felt like a slap that jolted her awake. As for Tang Tong's words about someone in the household angering the emperor, it left Tang Qini in deep confusion. Could it be related to her correspondence with Prince Duan? No, that seemed unlikely. After all, it had gone undiscovered for so many years. Since childhood, Tang Qini had admired Prince Duan, Song Mao. Yet the title of princess consort had not swayed her heart. When Song Mao sought her hand in marriage, she had merely used the excuse that such matters were to be decided by her parents, which was indeed true. The Tang family would never consent to her marrying Prince Duan, being staunch loyalists to the emperor. Even though Tang Qini had not wed Song Mao, she had not severed ties with him. Song Mao firmly believed that Tang Qini's inability to marry her was due to the obstacles posed by the Tang family, and had resigned himself to marrying Song Jin instead. Whether or not this was truly a compromise was something only Tang Qini understood all too well. In the scorching heat of August, with the lotus flowers long past their prime, and the chrysanthemums still proudly defying the frost, Yangzhou languished under the relentless summer sun. Zhao Luozi, having dutifully executed Song Jin's orders, rode tirelessly for several days, heading alone toward Fengyang County. At last, he arrived at his destination, though his horse was weary and his own body felt as if it might fall apart. He recalled the last time he had traveled with such fervor was during the campaigns in the northern deserts. Fengyang County remained as bustling and lively as ever. The cacophony of merchants calling out their wares, the sounds of haggling, and the lively chatter filled the air. Within the taverns, young servers darted about with food and drink, occasionally interrupted by laughter and the clinking of cups. Zhao Luozi led his horse through the streets, seeking a tailor shop where he could procure a more suitable attire for his endeavors. When Zhao Luozi finally emerged, passers-by involuntarily paused, their expressions shifting to astonishment. He had donned an exquisite robe of deep sapphire blue, adorned with intricate golden patterns, complemented by a precious flute at his left hip and a jade pendant engraved with green bamboo at his right. His attire radiated an air of nobility. Observing him, one could not help but admire his striking features and upright stature, which exuded an aura of affluence and grace. This young gentleman, now resplendent in his new garments, made his way to the most extravagant district, Lane 3 Street. According to the swiftest inquiries of the day, the Zui Jingu was renowned within Fengyang County as the most illustrious brothel, strategically located in the heart of the bustling thoroughfare. It was clear that without attire of such quality, one might not even dare to approach the entrance of Zui Jingu. As he ventured deeper into Lane 3 Street, the number of women diminished, while affluent young gentlemen, accompanied by their entourage of servants, strode confidently into the thoroughfare, occasionally followed by a few men sneaking away for clandestine affairs. Lane 3 Street boasted 5 brothels, each situated in distinct locations with their own clientele, generally coexisting harmoniously without conflict. Zui Jingu, positioned near the center of the street, was surrounded by a plethora of cosmetic shops, women-as clothing stores, and accessory boutiques, all contributing to the lively atmosphere. Finding a tavern was an effortless task for Zhao Luozi, who approached the nearest establishment and reserved a luxurious room for a week. He entrusted his horse to a young server with instructions for its care before swiftly making his way to Zui Jingu, his intended destination. The strong scent of cosmetics did not deter him. He headed directly for the entrance of the brothel. "Welcome, young master. Here you shall find all manner of women. Fear not, for we shall surely enchant your senses." They called out, "What a handsome young gentleman. Does your formidable matron at home know of your whereabouts?" "Ha ha ha. Fear not, dear sir. We shall make you feel at ease in no time." Upon seeing Zhao Luozi's attire, the women on the first floor of Zui Jingu instinctively understood. Yet another privileged heir had arrived, perhaps another golden treasure. Thus they almost clustered around him. For such a gentleman, strikingly handsome and affluent, was undoubtedly a lavish spender, belonging to the highest echelon of clientele. Given that they were all in the business of entertaining guests, he was certainly preferable to the shorter, portly men. Zhao Luozi, encircled by this throng, took a moment to steady his composure. He then produced 10 taels of silver and casually inquired of one lady about the whereabouts of Miss Lingyin. The woman, momentarily taken aback and somewhat disappointed, feigned a sense of helplessness before revealing that Miss Lingyin resided in the last bedroom on the left side of the third floor. Upon hearing this, the other women, realizing he was merely seeking someone, could not help but feel disheartened and gradually dispersed. Having obtained the information he sought, Zhao Luozi rewarded the lady with 10 taels of silver. Chapter 17. The most extraordinary woman in the 3-story and 4-story sections of the Zui Jinj. The women possessed the privilege to choose whether or not to entertain guests. Among the 7 women on the 3rd floor and the sole courtesan on the 4th, these 8 ladies experience a semblance of freedom. Even the ostensible authority figure of Zui Jinj, Madame Ming, must show them a degree of respect regarding their choices. Given their exceptional beauty and talent, it is only natural for them to harbor a sense of pride, allowing them to reject most suitors they deem unworthy, unless the individual's power surpasses that of the enigmatic master behind Zui Jinj. The people of Yangzhou are well aware that a person of considerable stature supports Zui Jinj, yet the identity of this figure remains shrouded in mystery. This air of uncertainty instills a profound apprehension among the locals. Typical wealthy scions or officials dare not cause a scene within Zui Jinj, for who knows what consequences may await them upon their return home. Legends abound of 2 young scions from prestigious 4th-rank families who, after being rebuffed by the courtesan, attempted to leverage their family influence to coerce her acceptance, only to be met with severe reprimands and punishment upon their return. Since then, any discerning young man would think twice before causing a ruckus at Zui Jinj. Moreover, ascending to the 3rd or 4th floor is not a matter of mere desire. One must first inquire at the reception on the 2nd floor. Only after the attendant has confirmed the visit with the lady in question, and she has granted her consent, may one proceed to the upper levels. At this moment, Zhao Luozi had received the information he sought. Miss Lingyin resided in the innermost chamber of the 3rd floor. He straightened his demeanor, his gaze bright and assured, as he skillfully navigated past the throngs of men and women on the 1st floor towards the staircase. Prior to his arrival in Yangzhou, his father, Zhao Xuanhai, had conveyed the significance of this matter with grave seriousness. The level of concern from the Wang family had reached an almost unimaginable extent. He needed to approach this lady with utmost caution. At the 2nd floor staircase, 4 similarly attired women stood rigidly in a line, their expressions impassive as they faced the occasional passerby with unwavering calm. Zhao Luozi politely requested one of them to make an inquiry. Perhaps it was his genteel demeanor, his silken attire, or his striking features that prompted a warm smile to break across the woman's face. She nodded and ascended the staircase behind her. Upon reaching the innermost chamber of the 3rd floor, known as Su Xiang, she exchanged a few words with Yi Shuyo's personal maid. Shortly thereafter, the maid entered to report, and soon after, Yi Shuyu herself emerged from the chamber, clad in a resplendent red gown with wide sleeves and a white pomegranate skirt, draped in delicate azure silk. She exuded an ethereal grace. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her waist elegantly proportioned, her skin as smooth as satin, and her aura reminiscent of fragrant orchids, captivatingly enchanting. Her long, dark eyebrows framed her luminous eyes, devoid of extravagant adornments, with her tresses elegantly secured by a meticulously crafted plum blossom hairpin, accentuating her natural beauty. With a subtle arch of her brow and a sidelong glance towards the 2nd floor staircase, a playful allure radiated from her as she leaned against the railing, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. A myriad of emotions and countless beauties, yet with whom shall I share them? The woman who came to report could not help but lower her head in silence, standing beside this former courtesan, feeling utterly unworthy. Among the 7 women on the 3rd floor, this young lady was truly extraordinary. It is said that she had not engaged in intimate relations with guests for quite some time, merely hosting literati in her chamber for tea, music, and games. Nevertheless, numerous scholars and gentlemen frequented the 3rd floor of the Zui Jingu to visit Yi Shuyu. To them, Yi Shuyu was akin to a kindred spirit, well-read and forced by life circumstances to reside at the Zui Jingu. Naturally, the silver she earned was modest, for Yi Shuyu was discerning. Only those gentlemen who captured her interest could gain entry into her chambers, and such men were a rarity. Perhaps only 2 or 3 would visit her in a month. Yi Shuyu scrutinized Zhao Luozi from head to toe, her gaze languid and enchanting, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable meaning. Observing Zhao Luozi, a young scholar exuding refinement, standing at the staircase waiting for news, his demeanor sincere and composed, never casting his gaze haphazardly, merely waiting with dignified restraint. How strikingly similar he appeared, particularly with that captivating aura. Suddenly, a thought, long absent, surged into Yi Shuyu's mind, catching her off guard, rendering her momentarily dazed and utterly charming in her oblivion. Though none of the women surrounding her noticed her brief, endearing lapse. In an instant, Yi Shuyu regained her composure, restoring her famously alluring smile, her lips curling slightly as if lost in thought, before she turned and gracefully entered the chamber. The women behind her were bewildered, unable to decipher Yi Shuyu's intent. After a while, her languid voice drifted out, inviting him in. The responding woman, enlightened, took her leave and descended to the second floor. "Young master, Miss Lingyin has consented. I shall escort you upstairs." Zhao Luozi's heart leaped with joy, though his demeanor remained composed as he expressed his gratitude to the guiding lady. The wait had felt interminable, and he had feared Miss Lingyin might refuse. He had even contemplated alternative ways to meet her. The journey was brief, and in mere moments, Zhao Luozi found himself at the door of the chamber. The guiding woman knocked lightly, and without waiting for a response, she smiled and departed, leaving Zhao Luozi alone. With a creak, the sandalwood door, adorned with a motif of plum blossoms and falling snow, swung open from within. The opening figure, Chuanxi, regarded Zhao Luozi, whose demeanor resembled that of Li Jin, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment, thus offering him a rather unsmiling welcome. Yet, recognizing him as a guest of the lady, she maintained a serious expression and stiffly gestured, "Please, young master, enter." Having spent many years alongside Song Jin, Zhao Luozi sensed something amiss. He was perplexed as to what might have displeased the woman who opened the door. Suppressing his curiosity, he offered a slight bow before stepping inside. Before him lay the outer chamber of the ladies' quarters, with another door that presumably led to the bedroom. The floor was adorned with a water blue brocade antique carpet, while a square incense burner exhaled a billowing white smoke, releasing a captivating fragrance, a subtle floral aroma. A small round table, crafted from fragrant nanmu and intricately designed with cloud patterns, was set with a delicately engraved teal tea set, beneath which sat a basin emitting a mist of ice. In the sweltering heat of August, one could hardly endure without ice. Seated in one of the elegant chaise lounges was a lady, her expression a beguiling blend of mirth and intrigue as she gazed at Zhao Luozi, her ruby lips and pearly teeth captivatingly directed towards him. Although Zhao Luozi had accompanied Song Jin for many years and had encountered numerous esteemed young women from high society, the beauty of the enchanting Lingyin before him rendered him momentarily speechless. At merely 20, Zhao Luozi found it challenging to mask his emotions, revealing a fleeting look of genuine admiration as he awkwardly approached the round table. Truly, she was undeniably the most exquisite beauty of Fengyang County. Chapter 18. Graceful as an orchid, talented as a celestial being, Yi Shuyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhao Luozi's hands, which were broad and distinctly knuckled, yet regrettably sun-kissed to a tawny hue rather than a cool white. Though his fingers bore calluses, they were considerably thicker than hers. Yi Shuyu lowered her eyes, a flicker of confusion stirring within her. This young master, Zhao, appeared to be an elegant scholar, yet he could not entirely conceal his resolute vigor. From his hands and his stride, he seemed more akin to a man accustomed to martial pursuits. Yet, what could have brought such a gentleman to her presence? Had he heard something regarding her, or was he acting upon another's request? In that moment, Yi Shuyu grasped the gravity of the situation. It was only when Zhao Luozi gradually took a seat before her that she regained her composure, smiling as she spoke. "Qiu Lu, please serve the tea." At this juncture, the young woman beside Yi Shuyu, adorned in a light purple gown embroidered with white butterflies, respectfully brought forth a cup of warm tea from the spring river. The water used for this tea was collected each morning by Yi Shuyo's servants from the dew resting on the lotus leaves by Lake Fengyang, rendering the brewing of this tea a most refined endeavor. As Zhao Luozi gazed at the delicate steam rising from the cup of spring river tea, he gently scrutinized Yi Shuyo's strikingly beautiful visage, a twinge of bitterness swelling within him. "My lord," he mused, "if only you had assigned me any other task, it would have been far less burdensome than this." He felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, utterly ill at ease, especially when met with Yi Shuyo's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through him, though he maintained a facade of calm. Yi Shuyu observed the tautness of Zhao Luozi's handsome features, pursing her lips, sensing his discomfort in this unfamiliar environment. He likely had seldom ventured into such establishments or interacted with women in this manner. If he felt so out of place, why did he compel himself to seek her out? It was indeed peculiar. Pondering this, Yi Shuyo's enchanting eyes sparkled as she smiled and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you here to seek me?" Zhao Luozi hastily averted his gaze from Yi Shuyo's radiant countenance. Though his heart was heavy, he managed to smile. "I am fortunate to have heard of Miss Ling Yin's renowned beauty as the foremost in Fengyang County. It is said that her grace rivals that of an orchid and her talent surpasses that of celestial beings. Thus, I have come today to ascertain whether the rumors hold true." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu let out a light laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, as she rested her alabaster elbow upon her exquisite face, fixing her gaze upon Zhao Luozi. "If that is the case, then you must also be aware of my rates." Ling Yin, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in Fengyang County, was not only distinguished by her exceptional beauty, but also by her extraordinary talent. During the Grand Beauty Contest held every 5 years in Yangzhou, Yi Shuyu had not intended to participate, as she was with child at the time. This circumstance allowed other women to claim the title of the most beautiful in Yangzhou, relegating Yi Shuyu to the title of the fairest in Fengyang County. Even so, her fees were astonishingly high. In the opulent establishment of Zui Jinggu, the fees are calculated daily, and Yi Shuyo's charges rival those of the current courtesans, reaching an astounding 50 taels per day, a sum equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for nearly 2 years or half a year's salary for a fourth-rank official in the Song dynasty. This is why Zui Jinggu, nestled in the most bustling area, is renowned as a haven of extravagance and indulgence. One must possess not only an abundance of literary talent, but also substantial silver notes to gain her attention. Otherwise, only those who excel in the literary contests held within Zui Jinggu might be graced with her presence, much like the esteemed Li Jin of yore. Zhao Luozi gathered his thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor. Naturally, Song Jin was well aware of the lavishness of Zui Jinggu and provided Zhao Luozi with ample financial backing. He felt as though he could purchase every shop in Fengyang County, thanks to the prince's generous support. This instilled him with newfound confidence, and he quietly nodded to himself. Perhaps it was the absence of financial worries that caused a subtle pride to flicker in Zhao Luozi's eyes. This did not go unnoticed by Yi Shuyu, who discreetly lifted her teacup, savoring a sip of the warm spring tea, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, unseen by others. A young master from a remarkably affluent family. Yet, he bore an air of naivete, despite his attempts to present himself as learned. He still exuded an endearing, almost foolish charm, reminiscent of a child clutching a gold brick as he wandered down her street. When she had glanced down from the 3rd floor, he bore a slight resemblance to Li Jin, but now, in close proximity, he revealed his true self. Yi Shuyu acknowledged that she was not a woman devoid of desires. Rather, she was in dire need of funds. However, she understood the principles of scarcity marketing articulated in ancient texts. Should she welcome all visitors indiscriminately, those so-called literati would perceive her as no different from any ordinary courtesan, and her prices would not remain so elevated. Thus, she was able to sidestep a multitude of undesirable patrons and select only those whom she found appealing, all while charging a premium. In this regard, Yi Shuyu felt quite content. Yet, her daughter had been born prematurely and remained frail, requiring expensive medicinal herbs for nourishment, which hindered her from accumulating the ransom needed for her freedom. At night, she needed to peruse ancient texts, exploring the art of tea brewing and the strategies of chess. For the possibility of being bested in debate or losing to an unknown opponent could tarnish her reputation. The higher one stands, the more severe the fall. Thus, she found little time to embroider and earn some silver. Reflecting on this, Yi Shuyu smiled and asked, "Now that the young master has laid eyes upon me, do you deem me worthy of such a beautiful appellation?" Zhao Luoza replied, "Your grace is as beautiful as the orchid. Indeed, as for your talents surpassing the divine, that remains to be seen." At his words, a glimmer of amusement danced in Yi Shuyu's eyes. The notion of talents surpassing the divine is merely the gossip of others and should not be taken to heart. However, since the young master is here, would you care to engage in a game of chess with me? Zhao Luoza raised an eyebrow, relieved to find an excuse to linger. A game of chess sounded delightful. As long as he continues to be defeated by Miss Lingyin, he can visit her tomorrow and the day after with his indomitable spirit. This would not only serve as a clever means of presenting her with silver, but also prevent her from mingling with other unsavory suitors, which could certainly be deemed as not suffering indignity, as the prince mentioned. In Zhao Luoza's heart, only Song Jin embodies the resplendent and modest gentleman, while the majority of other men are but foul and rotten fish. Moreover, the prince once suffered amnesia for 2 years while residing in Yangzhou, which suggests that Miss Lingyin might have some connection to him. Though such a possibility seems almost implausible, one must consider the what if otherwise. Why would the prince have instructed him to come here? As for the reason behind his delayed arrival after several years, that remains a mystery to him. For the time being, Zhao Luoza places Miss Lingyin in a unique position, distinct from Song Jin's. "Oh, Prince, you must arrive in Yangzhou soon. Otherwise, if Miss Lingyin truly falls for another man, will you seize her away or endure the pain?" Chapter 19. The Chess Game Yangzhou. Fengyang County. The August sky was as azure as ever, the gentle breeze warm, mingled with a hint of heat, causing clusters of willow fluff to drift across Yangzhou. In the afternoon, at the drunken brocade pavilion, on the 3rd floor's private chamber, Zhao Luoza gazed intently at the starkly contrasting black and white chess pieces, lost in contemplation. As time elapsed, beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down from his forehead along his cheeks. Zhao Luoza furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a swallow. He had initially thought that engaging in a game of chess would be a relatively easy task, particularly with the intention of conceding to Miss Lingyin. However, losing to her turned out to be remarkably simple. There was no question of intention here. It was evident that he could not win, a foregone stalemate, from which he could not extricate himself. Though he frequently dealt with horses, he had also played his fair share of chess. He had even sparred multiple times with the prince. Though he had mostly faced defeat, his endurance against the prince had notably increased over time. Thus, when Miss Lingyin suggested a game, he secretly relished the thought, deeming it a mere trifle, as easy as flipping a coin. In hindsight, he realized how foolish he had been to underestimate Miss Lingyin's formidable reputation. She was indeed a paragon of both beauty and intellect. Her chess skills were unparalleled, leaving him astounded. Meanwhile, Yi Shuyu awaited Zhao Luoza's move, and upon witnessing his labored demeanor, she instinctively curved her lips into a smile, pondering the game. Just as Zhao Luoza was deep in thought, a faint sound emanated from the bedroom adjoining the chamber. Yi Shuyu maintained her composure, casting a glance at Zhao Luoza, who was wholly absorbed in the game, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. She then discreetly signaled to Qiulu. Understanding the cue, Qiulu silently retreated into the bedroom, her footsteps light as a whisper. Meanwhile, Chuanxi stared at Zhao Luoza with an expressionless gaze. Ah, yet another fool destined to lose to the young lady. As the hour approached dusk, the chess match finally reached its conclusion. Zhao Luoza indeed lost, yet Yi Shuyu felt her victory was hard-won. This gentleman possessed considerable skill. In the final moves, Yi Shuyu had feared that she might falter, but it was Zhao Luoza's oversight of the impending situation that allowed her to emerge victorious. The thrill of the match was intoxicating, a true delight. The silent maneuvers and hidden threats were indeed exhilarating. In the end, Zhao Luoza accepted his defeat with grace. The stubbornness that had long resided within him was ignited, prompting the indomitable spirit inherent in his equestrian background to surface. Losing to the prince. He could console himself with the thought that the prince was a paragon among men, having labored diligently from a young age. However, losing to a mere woman left him with a sense of reluctance, though he could not deny her extraordinary talent. As a son of the Song dynasty, he possessed the confidence to win, but also the courage to lose. Zhao Luozi looked at her with admiration, slightly bowing in respect. Your skill in chess is truly commendable. I am deeply impressed. May I request a month of your time to refine my chess skills in your company? Of course, during this month, I shall visit only at your convenience. Should you be occupied, there is no need to concern yourself with my presence. Zhao Luozi's words were truly exquisite, setting a time frame of an entire month while only requiring the availability of Yi Shuyu. At this moment, Yi Shuyu genuinely smiled, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness, her face alight with joy, tilting her head in a natural manner, truly embodying the kind-hearted nature of the gentleman. His melodious voice, revered by the wealthy elite of Fengyang County as a celestial melody, was intoxicating to the ears. Even though Zhao Luozi had heard it several times, he could not help but feel a stir of emotions. Turning away from Yi Shuyu's gaze, Zhao Luozi retrieved a substantial sum of 1,600 taels in silver notes from his sleeve and placed them on the chessboard atop the tea table. Chunxi, standing behind him, was momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes fixated on the gleaming silver notes, her admiration for Zhao Luozi skyrocketing. Initially, she had presumed him to be yet another foolish scholar, but he turned out to be a generous, gentle, and handsome young man. To her astonishment, he was not even planning to visit the young lady for the entire month. Yet he had paid for a month's worth of fees, resembling a veritable deity of wealth. With a total of 1,600 taels, even if 70% went to Mama Ming, the young lady would still receive nearly 500 taels. Even after Zhao Luozi departed, Chunxi's gaze remained glued to the table, akin to a starving wolf that had not eaten for days, eyes gleaming with hunger as it focused on the coveted bounty. Yi Shuyu found the scene both amusing and exasperating, helplessly tapping the table in an attempt to redirect Chunxi's thoughts. Once Chunxi regained her composure, she swiftly leaped to Yi Shuyu's side, her tone lively. Miss, that gentleman is truly extraordinarily generous. He seems like a wonderful person. Yi Shuyu replied, You silly girl. Your face was so stiff just now. Yet upon seeing him produce the silver notes, your eyes nearly popped out. Without a hint of embarrassment, Chunxi stuck out her tongue. Silver notes are treasures, the more the merrier, especially since that gentleman seems quite decent. This is the first time I've seen someone capable of producing nearly 2,000 taels in silver notes. As their conversation unfolded, Chulu opened the door to the bedroom, cradling a tiny girl clad in pink who was curled up in her arms. The little girl, appearing about a year old, had rosy cheeks, likely due to the summer heat, her eyes glistening and her mouth slightly agape, lazily nestled in Xiaolu's embrace. Yi Shuyu stood up with a smile, carefully taking the girl from Xiaolu's arms and unable to resist planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Whose little treasure is this? Ah, it is my little Yuner. Singing a soft tune, Yi Shuyu gently patted Yi Yun's back, her eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness as she gazed lovingly at the child. Observing this familiar scene, Chunxi and Xiaolu exchanged glances, one beaming with a foolish grin, while the other maintained a seemingly impassive expression, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Xiaolu inadvertently caught sight of several hundred tael silver notes on the chessboard, her eyes widening slightly as she silently signaled to Chunxi. Yi Shuyu glanced at the two with a hint of amusement, remarking, After all these years, how is it that you still communicate with mere glances? If you have something to say, why not speak it plainly? In her arms, Yi Yun, with her large, innocent eyes, observed the playful banter among the three beloved ones. Bursting into laughter, Chilu's face flushed with warmth as she softly spoke, Mississippi. Spring Creek playfully slapped Autumn Dew on the shoulder with one hand, while with the other she seized a handful of silver notes, her laughter ringing out. Look, Sister Autumn Dew, so many silver notes. They were drawn from the sleeve of that gentleman. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Spring Creek swiftly stuffed the 1,600 taels into her own wide sleeve, mimicking Zhao Luoza's demeanor at that moment, feigning nonchalance. She shook her sleeve and slowly raised her right arm, casually producing over 1,000 taels of silver notes. The imitation was so vivid and lifelike, it was as if Zhao Luoza had returned, causing the others to burst into laughter, covering their faces. In the end, Yi Shuyu clarified, this month would only count the days she received Zhao Luoza, and the other silver notes need not be reported to Mama Ming. As for Spring Creek and Autumn Dew, they were eager to express their agreement, almost wishing to break open their heads in approval. At that moment, the room was filled with warmth. Throughout this month, whenever Yi Shuyu consented to meet Zhao Luoza, the two of them were engrossed in a game of chess. Chapter 20. Empress Dowager Yu in the depths of the prison beneath the grand hall of the Prince Gong's residence in Shengjing on the 20th day of the 8th month. Two individuals were brutally bound with coarse hemp ropes, suspended in the execution chamber. Their bodies were marred with scars, a testament to the merciless lashes and branding they had endured, living in a state of perpetual agony, merely surviving the day. The dungeon, far removed from the sweltering heat of August, was instead chillingly cold and damp. Seated before them on a sandalwood chair shaped like a five-clawed golden dragon was Song Jin, his demeanor serene and gentle. Beside him stood Wei Li and several loyal subordinates. Song Jin leisurely lifted a teacup from the table, taking a habitual sip of Junshan silver needle tea before casting his gaze upon the two captives. His familiar smile and gentle demeanor sent a chill through the bloodied men before him. Wei Yi and Wei San were perplexed as to when they had revealed their true selves. They had been exceedingly cautious, even changing their leader multiple times, always on high alert, fearful of detection by the prince. Yet it seemed that some flaw in their meticulous planning had led to their identities being exposed. Undeniably, the prince had treated them with favor, yet their fate was sealed from the beginning. They were destined to serve the Prince of Duan. As dark guards, they could only have one master, and loyalty was their unyielding code. Setting down the teacup, Song Jin maintained his pleasant demeanor, though a chill lingered in his expression as he toyed with the jade ring on his finger. He spoke, since they are traitors, they shall be dealt with according to the established protocol. However, this time, let their heads be sent to the Wang residence in Yangzhou as a grand gift from this prince. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the subordinates behind him, for these two had long been protectors of the prince, regarded as loyal servants. Their downfall had merely come from a trace of suspicion. Yet, after enduring various tortures, the duo remained steadfast in their denial of treachery, either resolute in their innocence or wrongfully accused. The once unnoticed signs had now led to their unraveling, for the prince's judgment was infallible. Song Jin held a deep-seated disdain for traitors, employing ruthless methods without a hint of mercy. Only Wei Li remained impassive, seemingly already aware of the unfolding events. The two men before him understood the grim fate awaiting traitors, but had not anticipated that the prince had unraveled their connection to the Prince of Duan. The torment and interrogation they had endured over the past few days had become a farcical joke. They had hoped to escape unscathed, only to find themselves doomed. The floor was stained with fresh blood and dried remnants, the instruments of torture smeared with flesh, while the flames of the cauldron of punishment flickered ominously. The former subordinates, now traitors, had harbored ambitions akin to wolves, and the prince was weary of their scheming. With a sudden wave of fatigue, Song Jin masked his weariness and, upon concluding his remarks, rose to exit the dungeon. No sooner had he settled in his study than a messenger named Qing Lu arrived to announce the Empress Dowager's summons. A surge of impatience welled within him, and he waved his hand, entrusting Zhao Xuanhai with the preparations. In the Sinang Palace, a woman clad in a resplendent yellow phoenix robe, adorned with a golden hairpin embellished with pearls, regarded the man before her with a solemn demeanor. Beside her, a maidservant attended to her with diligent care, enhancing the atmosphere of opulence that surrounded the scene. The delicate golden silk undergarment was intricately embroidered with crimson threads, depicting peonies that gracefully cascaded from the hem to her waist, bestowing upon her an air of elegance. Empress Yu gazed at her youngest son, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Having long surpassed the age of 20, he remained without a legitimate wife, let alone an heir. The carefully selected princess consort had been dismissed, and when she inquired about his affections, he fell silent. Did he harbor someone in his heart? If so, which young lady had captured his interest? If not, why the reticence? Despite daily affairs of state, he showed no inclination to engage with concubines. His lack of interest in women left her questioning his well-being and orientation. As her irritation mounted, Empress Yu struck the tea table lightly, causing droplets to spill from the cup. She fixed her gaze upon Song Jin and demanded, "Is there someone you admire? If not, I shall discuss your marriage with the emperor once more." At last, Song Jin lifted his eyelids, responding with tranquility. "There is no need for you or my elder brother to concern yourselves with my marriage. I am well aware of my own heart." At his words, Empress Yu felt a weight settle in her chest, her breath becoming labored. The maidservant hurriedly approached, concerned for her mistress's composure. Having borne only 2 sons in her lifetime, the elder now reigned as emperor, yet his harem bore few children and lacked a legitimate heir. The younger son, Song Jin, had not even secured a princess consort, let alone any offspring. Traditionally, there should be no illegitimate children before the princess consort's arrival. However, as the esteemed Prince Gong, and having reached adulthood, Song Jin was indeed permitted to father illegitimate children, and even the historians dared not oppose this. Empress Yu had sent several young women to the Prince Gong's residence, hoping they might bear him a child or two. Although her son had accepted her efforts, he seldom spent the night with them, preferring the solitude of his study, retreating to their chambers only once a month, which left her utterly exasperated. Song Jin, a young man in the prime of life, was expected to be vibrant and passionate. Yet, he remained unperturbed by the allure of women. In his past life, he had only fathered 4 children, a number that seemed astonishingly low even for an ordinary household. To put this in perspective, Song Mao had nearly 20 surviving descendants, including both legitimate and illegitimate heirs, a figure that far surpassed his own. As her breath steadied, Empress Yu declared solemnly, "I shall grant you 1 final year. Should you still lack a beloved, I will personally select a suitable match for you, and you shall not defy my decree. At the very least, you must have a child or 2. Otherwise, I fear for my own rest." Song Jin lowered his gaze momentarily before donning his customary smile, replying gently, "I understand, mother. Should I come to truly cherish a woman in the future, I hope for your support." Empress Dowager Yu momentarily narrowed her eyes, refraining from responding. Having dedicated her entire life to the imperial court, she recalled the days when the late emperor favored consortly, even contemplating the abolition of the crown prince in favor of establishing the son of consortly, Prince Duan. Although she held the title of empress, she often found herself in the same company as consortly, preoccupied with the machinations of power and striving to secure advantages for her own children. In her relentless pursuit, she regrettably overlooked their upbringing, resulting in a lack of closeness with her 2 sons. Nevertheless, she had a faint understanding of her younger son, suspecting that his words held deeper significance. Empress Dowager Yu remained silent, and Song Jin followed suit. Ultimately, after finishing his cup of tea, he rose to take his leave and returned to his residence. Watching Song Jin's receding figure, Empress Dowager Yu pressed her lips tightly together, shook her head, and let out a deep sigh. Chapter 21. Contradiction. On the 25th of August in Yangzhou, the afternoon breeze was gentle, and the sun shone brightly. Fengyang County remained as bustling as ever. At the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Zui Jingu, a woman stood gracefully, her long neck and slender shoulders accentuated by her willow-shaped brows and high nose, with a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to hold unspoken words. She was none other than the sole woman permitted to reside on the 4th floor of the Zui Jingu, the courtesan known by the stage name Tingwei. Opposite her stood Yishuyu, with Qiu Lu beside her, her fingers slightly curled at her side. Although on the surface Tingwei was recognized as the foremost among the women of Zui Jingu, many harbored a quiet admiration for Yishuyu, also known as Lingying. The rivalry between the top courtesan and the one vying for her position had grown increasingly tense. It was never a harmonious relationship. While it couldn't be described as a life-and-death struggle, daily conflicts were frequent, as these proud women all aspired to claim the coveted title. Had it not been for Yi Shuyu's age and her status as a mother to a daughter, she would have participated in the coveted courtesan competition held every 3 years. The outcome of who would ultimately claim the title of courtesan at Yangzhou remained uncertain. Few were aware of Yi Shuyu's motherhood. Upon realizing her pregnancy, she had nearly exhausted her resources to rent a modest place outside Yangzhou. By the time Ming Mama discovered this, Yi Shuyu was already 5 months along. A direct use of abortifacients could have led to severe complications, rendering Ming Mama's years of investment in Yi Shuyu futile. Thus, Ming Mama reluctantly agreed to Yi Shuyu's temporary relocation. As for Yi Yun, she was publicly claimed to be an orphan adopted by Yi Shuyu, with only a select few, including Tingyue, privy to the truth. In the sweltering heat of August, the demand for ice had surged. Only those women who could contribute a certain amount of silver to Yangzhou each month were entitled to the fixed allocation of ice as decreed by Ming Mama. Naturally, the more silver one offered, the greater their ice allowance. Generally, only a select few from the 3rd and 4th floors could afford ice. Recently, however, the ice supply in Fengyang County had dwindled, causing prices to rise. Even with silver, acquiring ice was becoming increasingly difficult. At this moment, the two most renowned women in Yangzhou, Lingyin and Tingyue, found themselves at an impasse over the ice allocation. Fortunately, the rarity of those who frequented the 3rd and 4th floors meant that few noticed their standoff. Tingyue projected an air of gentleness, her movements reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the wind, evoking an impression of fragility and kindness that could awaken the darker instincts hidden within men. Coupled with her esteemed title as courtesan, she became the object of adoration and pursuit. Consequently, her pride was particularly pronounced, especially regarding her rivalry with Yi Shuyu, whose bids matched her own. This made her harbor an intense disdain for Yi Shuyu. It was the very presence of Yi Shuyu that rendered her title somewhat hollow. How could she not harbor resentment? Were it not for Yi Shuyu's beguiling charm that ensnared the hearts of those so-called literati, leading them to lavish their resources upon her, she would have long since been subjected to a slow and torturous demise. Though tumultuous thoughts swirled within her, Tingyue maintained an almost flawless smile. Observing Yi Shuyu's nonchalant grin, Tingyue spoke in a gentle tone. Recently, young Master Lin has sought my company frequently, yet yesterday he experienced a hint of discomfort in my quarters, likely due to an insufficient supply of ice. Moreover, my sister has entertained young Master Zhao on several occasions, so I presumed extra ice was unnecessary. Thus, I took the liberty of requesting Mama, Ming, to spare some ice for my sister's supply. She has always been kind and should not object. The young Master Lin mentioned by Tingyue is the eldest son of the Lin family, renowned for its wealth in Fengyang County, flirtatious and charming on the surface, yet lacking substance. Particularly enamored by delicate women like Tingyue, a benevolent facade was promptly placed upon her. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu offered a faint smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and remarked, "Such a trivial matter hardly warrants troubling Mama Ming. To make such a fuss would reflect poorly upon my sister." Tingyue's expression faltered slightly. She moved her lips but could not muster a response. A few passing women on the 3rd floor, initially unperturbed, exchanged knowing smiles once they were out of earshot, as if mocking the situation. Then, Yi Shuyu continued, "Sister seems to frequently borrow items from my room, yet has a particular fondness for my possessions." The moment those words escaped her lips, Tingyue could no longer maintain her composure. Her face turned ashen. Just as she was about to retort sharply, Yi Shuyu stepped closer, her cheek brushing against Tingyue's ear, her voice chillingly cool. "Sister ought to pray to remain in such splendid circumstances forever." With that, Yi Shuyu disregarded Tingyue's reaction and, accompanied by Qiulu, turned on her heel and strode into the corridor of the 3rd floor, heading towards the Xuxiang's location. Left behind, Tingyue glared fiercely at Yi Shuyu's retreating figure, muttering venomously to herself, "Wretched girl, that sentiment I return to you. Let us see who ultimately lives most splendidly in the days to come." Within the Xuxiang, Qiulu stood solemnly at the side, her brow furrowed, seemingly unable to swallow her indignation, yet secretly despising Tingyue's shameless behavior. observing the seemingly glamorous and beautiful woman. One could see a heart narrow and intolerant of others, truly repulsive. The women on the third and fourth floors indeed possessed a degree more choice than those on the first and second. Yet ultimately, the power in the drunken brocade pavilion lay with Mama Ming, whose words held absolute weight. Before Yi Shuyu reached the tender age of 17, Mama Ming had favored her most, considering her a potential golden goose. However, in Mama Ming's eyes, Yi Shuyu had betrayed her. She had been bestowed with the finest resources and ample funds for her cultivation, only to clandestinely conceive a child with an impoverished scholar. Thus, Mama Ming harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Yi Shuyu, but due to her exceptional ability to generate profit, she still held some regard for her, though her affections had shifted towards the new courtesan, Tingwei. In days gone by, the reputation of Yi Shuyu stirred the master behind the Zui Jingge. Regrettably, Yi Shuyu was unwilling to serve him, and that proud and powerful man, possessing his own sense of dignity, looked down upon the notion of coercing her. However, his disdain inevitably cast a shadow over Yi Shuyu's existence at Zui Jingge. Consequently, the visible authority of the establishment, Madame Ming, harbored an aversion towards Yi Shuyu, while the master behind the scenes held no affection for her either. This resulted in Yi Shuyu's life at Zui Jingge being far from the glamorous facade it appeared to be. Take, for instance, the recent incident involving the ice blocks. Should it escalate and provoke Madame Ming, it would undoubtedly be Yi Shuyu who suffers the consequences. Thus, Yi Shuyu found herself devoid of choices. Having opted not to serve the master behind the curtain, and having chosen to bear a child, she naturally prepared herself for the worst of outcomes. Chapter 22. Do not let her suffer even the slightest injustice. The incident involving the ice cubes had come to a close, yet as time passed, the majority of patrons at the drunken brocade pavilion became aware of it, albeit refraining from discussing it openly. Such occurrences had become rather commonplace, and thus, a group of women merely regarded it as fodder for idle banter and jest. When Zhao Luozi learned of the matter, he furrowed his brow in concern. The prince had commanded that Miss Lingyin should not endure even the slightest injustice. Yet such an incident had transpired. He felt a deep sense of failure and guilt in regard to the prince's orders. In the innermost elegant chamber on the second floor of the Chuyang Tavern, Zhao Luozi sat in a solitary chair by the window, lost in contemplation. The woman who had just approached him with news was the same one he had previously inquired about Miss Lingyin's whereabouts. Zhao Luozi had generously rewarded her, instructing her to report to him at the tavern as soon as she had any information regarding Miss Lingyin. After a considerable time, Zhao Luozi rose and gently rang the wind chime beside the chamber door. In an instant, a young attendant knocked and entered the room. Zhao Luozi regarded the young man, who bowed his head respectfully, and instructed him to procure 5 kilograms of ice and deliver it to Miss Lingyin's chamber on the 3rd floor of the drunken brocade pavilion. The young attendant hesitated, intending to decline politely, as he was merely a tavern worker, not a servant for this gentleman. Furthermore, ice had recently become difficult to acquire. However, Zhao Luozi casually placed several large banknotes on the table and stated, "Ensure this is done daily, until either the ice is no longer available or my funds are exhausted. For each errand, you shall receive 10 taels as reward." The young attendant, overjoyed at such fortuitous news, felt as though he had struck gold. He eagerly nodded in agreement, promising not to disappoint Zhao Luozi or engage in any form of dishonesty, and then departed. Once alone in the chamber, Zhao Luozi could not help but marvel at the power of wealth. Money could indeed facilitate matters significantly. Yet this was but one consideration. Reflecting on the mention of the woman known as Mother Ming, he deemed it necessary to pay her a visit. A fool oblivious to the consequences of her actions likely had offended someone without realizing it. Yangzhou, August 27th. A gentle breeze swept through the air, and the willows swayed gracefully. In the expansive courtyard near the drunken brocade pavilion, clusters of white magnolias were blooming quietly, filling the atmosphere with their refreshing fragrance. In the afternoon, adorned in fine attire and armed with substantial banknotes, Zhao Luozi successfully met with Mother Ming herself. As their eyes met, both seated in single-back chairs with steaming cups of tea on the table between them. Mother Ming discreetly appraised Zhao Luozi from head to toe, her expression calm and composed, akin to a cunning old fox bearing a slight smile. He was the first gentleman she had encountered in many years capable of presenting 3,000 tales in one go. Even the wealthiest family in Fengyang County, the Lin family, could not amass such a sum in a single year. Yet this gentleman appeared utterly unfazed by the amount he had so carelessly laid forth. However, this young master Zhao appeared to exhibit no peculiarities. It remained a mystery as to why such a wealthy and extravagant gentleman sought her out. At last, Zhao Luozi spoke. "Madam Ming, let us speak plainly. Miss Lingyin is of utmost importance to me, and I cannot bear to see her suffer even the slightest indignity. I hope you will take good care of her." With that, Zhao Luozi produced 500 taels from his voluminous sleeves and presented them to Madam Ming, his demeanor jovial and courteous. Upon hearing his words, Madam Ming stifled a laugh, as though she had heard something amusing. She waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging that Lingyin was indeed an older maiden, and it was quite surprising for her to receive the favor of young Master Zhao. This was a stroke of fortune for Lingyin. However, as the renowned courtesan of the Zhuai Jin Pavilion, I cannot disregard the dignity of Tingwei. With the conversation having reached this point, Zhao Luozi's expression darkened, and he slowly reclaimed the 500 taels. Witnessing this action, Madame Ming's countenance stiffened, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated that young Master Zhao would take back the money, as she had assumed he would return with more notes of 100 taels in his plea. Zhao Luozi was acutely aware of Madame Ming's intentions. It was evident that she would not relent without at least 3,000 taels. Moreover, given her dismissive attitude, even if she were to receive 3,000 taels, she would hardly extend any additional care towards Miss Lingyin. For someone like Madame Ming, who had seen the world, yet remained insatiably greedy, a mere exchange of power would not compel her to heed your words. Zhao Luozi was no fool. Even if the prince bestowed upon him considerable wealth, it was not meant for him to foolishly invest in a bottomless pit. Finally, Zhao Luozi raised his gaze, fixing his eyes on Madame Ming, his tone icy. As for the so-called Tingwei, she was merely the new favorite of Lin Wangdong. Did she truly consider herself significant? Lin Wangdong was the brother of the influential head of the Lin family, the wealthiest in Fengyang County, and he had countless connections with the Lin clan. He was also the governor of Yangzhou, the most powerful figure in the region, and the master behind the Zhuai Jin Pavilion. With the formidable intelligence network of the Song dynasty, Song Jin was well aware of these trivial matters and had naturally informed Zhao Luozi, who was on a mission in Yangzhou. The vast Song dynasty was divided into 8 provinces, namely Yongzhou, Liangzhou, Jingzhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Shuzhou, and Yangzhou. Therefore, as the governor of Yangzhou, one ranked as a third-grade official, he was considered a prominent figure. Yet, in Song Jin's eyes, he was merely a minor character, and she did not invest much thought in Lin Wangdong. However, having been reborn, she discovered that Lin Wangdong was the mysterious master behind the Zhuai Jin Pavilion, which naturally piqued her interest. Upon hearing this, Madame Ming's eyes widened in shock, her hand trembled, and she accidentally knocked over her teacup on the table. With a loud crash, the delicate porcelain shattered, scattering fragments everywhere, with warm tea splashing onto both Madame Ming and Zhao Luozi's garments. The confidante standing nearby hurriedly rushed to wipe up the mess, flustered and nimble, wishing she could block out her ears to avoid hearing anything she should not. Madame Ming regained her composure and gestured for all the maidservants to withdraw, commanding that none approach without her explicit instruction. In this moment, the room was occupied solely by the solemn Madame Ming and the leisurely Zhao Luozi, who was absorbed in his tea. Madame Ming lowered her gaze, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Who exactly is this young Master Zhao? How could he possibly be aware of Lord Lin's true identity? His words indicated a blatant disregard for Lord Lin, which begs the question, does his family hold greater influence than that of the governor of Yangzhou? Or is he merely wielding the authority of another, having discovered the Lord's identity through alternative means? Moreover, what could be his motive for safeguarding Lingyin and welcoming her into his domain? Chapter 23. Standing up for Miss Lingyin after a cup of tea. Mama Ming could no longer contain her anxiety. Who was this young master, and what family did he hail from? Zhao Luozi scoffed. You need not concern yourself with that. Just understand that if another incident like the ice block occurs, your position as the master of the Zhuai Jin Pavilion will come to an end. With that, Zhao Luozi arose, adjusted his ornate attire, and gazed down from his considerable height at Mama Ming, whose face had turned a shade of deep indigo. A smirk graced his lips as he mockingly advised her to take care. With that, he strode out of the courtyard. Mama Ming sat her chair dazed, her heart racing and breath growing heavier, her expression increasingly grim. Having enjoyed the adoration of countless admirers during her years at Zhuai Jin Pavilion, she occupied a high position, wielding power over the fates of many women. Even outside the pavilion, shopkeepers along the alley would treat her with a modicum of respect. She had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be slapped in the face by reality. This young master Zhao undoubtedly had some measure of confidence. Considering his lavish spending and his knowledge of the true masters behind Zhuai Jin Pavilion, she could not afford to underestimate him. That foolish Ting Wei was only adding to her troubles. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Mama Ming's anger surged, and she slammed her palm down on the tea table, sending Zhao Luozi's teacup crashing to the floor in shards. Suddenly, she stood up, her ample form jiggling slightly, and hurriedly made her way to Zhuai Jin Pavilion. On that day, under the bright sun, Yi Shuyu lounged lazily in a concubine chair, while Chulu fanned her with a palm leaf fan. The floor was adorned with a cool, blue-green silk carpet, and Yi Yun sat on the carpet, merrily playing with a rattledrum. Yi Shuyu cast a sidelong glance at the large block of ice placed beside her chair, lost in contemplation. Since yesterday, a man had been running errands to deliver ice to her at Zhuai Jin Pavilion, and it appeared to be of considerable weight. She had initially intended to refuse it, but the man claimed it was a kind gesture from young Master Zhao. If she declined, he would have nothing to report back and would lose his job. Ultimately, perhaps due to his words or the undeniable lack of ice in the inner chamber, where Yunur was nearly sweltering from the heat, her maternal instincts prevailed and she accepted the offering. Unexpectedly, today the same man returned with more ice, stating that this delivery would continue for some time, as instructed by young Master Zhao. The Zhuai Jin Pavilion was already bustling with activity. By the afternoon of the previous day, many women had heard of it through word of mouth, and jealousy simmered beneath the surface. When the man returned with the ice today, it was rumored that Ting Wei had smashed 2 expensive tea sets in her fury. Yi Shuyu averted her gaze, puzzled, and turned over. By now, she had played 4 games of chess with that young master and learned his surname was Zhao. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed a hint of reverence in his eyes. This was perplexing. It was utterly inconceivable. How could a young master, who squandered wealth like dirt, feel a sense of fear toward a woman of her lowly status? Yet if this is not fear, then why the excessive flattery directed toward her? Whether it is the substantial sum of 1,600 taels for the month, or the delivery of sizable ice blocks since yesterday, both indicate an unusual circumstance. Moreover, she deduces that it is highly likely that young Master Zhao has heard of the incident between her and Ting Wei, prompting him to instruct that man to deliver ice to her daily, subtly coming to her aid. But why? What could be the reason behind this? During their game of chess, she had scrutinized young Master Zhao countless times. His gaze was clear, wholly immersed in the game, with no attention to spare, even with a beauty like her seated before him. This clearly suggests that young Master Zhao harbors no intentions towards her. Yet in light of this, his peculiar treatment of her is evidently suspicious. As Ishuyu's thoughts spiraled, Chuanqi stealthily opened the door to the boudoir, entering quietly and gently closing it behind her. Observing this scene, Yishuyu raised an eyebrow, wondering what had transpired with the girl. In the next moment, Chuanqi's round eyes widened, and she dashed towards Yi Shuyu and Qiulu, intentionally circumventing the playful Yun, and leapt before them. Faced with their puzzled expressions, Chuanqi glanced around furtively, suppressing her excitement. Miss, Ting Wei has been scolded to tears by Mama Ming. Upon hearing this, Qiulu halted her fan in surprise, and Yi Shuyu was equally astonished. Chuanqi continued, just now, when I went to fetch pastries for you, I happened upon Mama Ming descending from the 4th floor with a scowl. I quietly inquired about the matter, And it turns out that Mama Ming severely reprimanded Ting Yue for misappropriating her ice blocks. She even made her cry. Why? One of the women responsible for relaying messages on the fourth floor was among Chuanxi's circle of friends. Naturally, Chuanxi felt aggrieved by Ting Yue's deliberate misuse of Yi Shuyu's ice blocks. Hearing that Ting Yue had been scolded was certainly delightful news, and she hurried to share it with Yi Shuyu and the others. Indeed, it was a gratifying turn of events. Seeing Chuanxi so animated and grinning, Yi Shuyu couldn't help but chuckle, though her heart was filled with complexity. Finally, Qilu spoke up in confusion. Such incidents have occurred numerous times. But why would Mama Ming reprimand Miss Ting Yue this time? Moreover, to the extent of making her cry? Chuanxi, oblivious to the underlying issues, waved her hand dismissively. It must be that Mama Ming suddenly had a change of heart. After all these accumulated grievances, she must have been furious enough to scold Ting Yue to tears. After saying this, Chuanxi nodded to herself, exuding confidence as if she firmly believed in her theory. Yi Shuyu found this both amusing and perplexing. She cherished Chuanxi's innocent thoughts, for she was the only one among her maids who was so straightforward and devoted. However, what could be the true nature of this situation? In recent years, such occurrences have been far from rare. Yet Mama Ming had always turned a blind eye, showing clear favoritism towards Ting Yue. Thus, Chuanxi's notion of a sudden change of heart was evidently unfounded. Thus, it is evident that some significant event must have transpired to provoke such a drastic shift in Mother Ming's demeanor. Was it the command of her master lurking in the shadows? That seems implausible, for she has had no further interactions with him. He could not possibly intervene. If it is not the master behind the drunken brocade pavilion who has instigated this transformation in Mother Ming's attitude, then it is highly probable that someone of greater status and authority than that master has intervened on her behalf. Only a power of superior rank could have overshadowed Mother Ming's perceptions, compelling her to defy her master and reprimand Ting Yue. Even upon hearing of Ting Yue's reprimand, Yi Shuyu remained reclined languidly on the noble concubine's chair. However, a subsequent thought compelled her to gradually sit up straight. Chapter 24. I can barely hold on. Can such coincidences truly occur? Just as a man was dispatched by young master Zhao to deliver ice to her daily, another incident unfolded involving Ting Yue, who was sternly reprimanded by Mother Ming due to the ice affair. The timing of these two events is too uncanny. Could it be young Master Zhao? Did he indeed seek out Mother Ming on her behalf? If it is indeed young Master Zhao, what manner of identity does he possess that even Mother Ming would contravene the wishes of her superior? What could possibly motivate him to intercede for her? Does she hold some other value in his eyes? Chuanxi and Qiulu observed Yi Shuyu's grave expression, her countenance shifting like the tides, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. They exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb her. Meanwhile, in Yangzhou, within the Duke's residence, inside the Deming Hall, only Song Mao and a few of his trusted confidants were present, with merely one person remaining to serve tea. Song Mao sat rigidly in the center, upon a four-clawed golden dragon chair, his face dark as thunder, his gaze fixed ominously upon the severed heads that had been roughly discarded on the ground. The loyal subordinates flanking him were equally apprehensive, avoiding his gaze, fearful of provoking his wrath and incurring dire consequences. After a lengthy silence, Song Mao turned his gaze towards his reticent subordinates, erupting in fury, a bunch of useless fools. The men beneath him fell silent, not daring to speak up. Witnessing this, Song Mao, in a fit of rage, pointed randomly at one person, demanding an explanation. The man, terrified, dropped to his knees, his expression tense, stammering, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, the urgent matter at hand is to investigate which route has encountered a problem or if there is a traitor among us." Song Mao gradually steadied his breathing, pressing his forehead and closing his eyes. "Go and investigate without delay. Do I need to request your service?" As soon as he finished speaking, the others exhaled in relief, hastily bowing and retreating, their feet seeming to glide across the floor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song Mao's thoughts raced. He had nurtured a cadre of inept dependents. Were it not for their slight intelligence and the military authority backing them, he would have been compelled to execute them. Such incompetence in trivial matters was an affront to his vision. The two severed heads had nearly torn apart the fragile peace between him and Song Jin, the entanglements of power and profit akin to a famished wolf bearing its fangs. Song Jin and Song Wei, these two were his lifelong adversaries. Had it not been for the absence of a formidable maternal clan, he would not have missed the throne. Since his youth, he had enjoyed the favor of the late emperor, at one point even surpassing the crown prince. Moreover, his diligence and valor in battles alongside the late emperor had earned him numerous accolades. However, due to the lack of a powerful maternal lineage, the position of crown prince slipped from his grasp. How could he accept such a fate? Furthermore, the woman he cherished, Tang Chini, had been promised to Song Jin by the Empress Dowager. Even if she had not been betrothed to Song Jin, the Tang family would never allow her to marry him. Tang Tung was a staunch royalist, and his granddaughter could only wed into the royal family or another loyalist family like his own. He loathed the injustice of fate, whether it be the throne or the affection of Ear. All that he desires is denied by the heavens. In light of this, one cannot blame him for defying fate. Song Mao has never feared the so-called historical records. Be it slander or praise, he remains indifferent. After all accounts will ultimately be penned by the victors. As long as he emerges triumphant, nothing else will matter. Having suffered a setback at the hands of Song Jin, Song Mao strode angrily towards the Suiha Garden. At that moment, within the warm western chamber of Suiha Garden, the golden sun hung high, casting its glow upon the flourishing peonies in the courtyard. Even the gentlest breeze carried with it the faint fragrance of blossoms, a scent that lingered in the air, soothing to the soul. Yangzhou sat cross-legged by the Kong table, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly down her side as she intently studied a scroll of chess strategies. It was a scene that radiated tranquility and serenity. However, the increasingly hurried footsteps soon shattered this peace. The maids outside barely had time to announce his arrival when the stormy-faced Song Mao strode purposefully towards Yangzhou. In response, Yangzhou calmly rose from the Kong table, offering a slight bow to the prince, inviting him to take a seat. Yet before she could fully rise, Song Mao abruptly seized her hand, gripping it with such force that Yangzhou was compelled to face him directly. Noticing the absence of any dissatisfaction or emotional turmoil in her expression, which remained as cool and composed as ever, the flames of anger within Song Mao surged. "What? Princess Duan, have you heard of the two heads that Song Jin sent to me? Are you not overjoyed?" Jiangju remained silent, her gaze steady upon Song Mao, exuding an unwavering calm. Song Mao felt as though his fist had struck a cloud, yielding no response. With a derisive snicker, he forcefully released Jiangju's hand, causing it to strike the edge of the Kong table with a resounding thud. A sharp pain shot through her, igniting goosebumps on her skin and causing her right hand to tremble uncontrollably. Nearby, Yongrui, with her head bowed, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of sorrow. Why must the prince treat their young mistress in such a manner? Could he not show her a modicum of kindness? Ever since the young mistress had married into the Duan Wangfu 2 years ago, it seemed she had never smiled again. Born into a family of high standing, the left minister, she had been cherished and spoiled, accustomed to having her every whim catered to. Yet, who could have foreseen that, through treachery, she would find herself wed to the prince, who not only failed to shower her with love, but instead treated her with disdain and harshness. In light of this, why was she ever maneuvered into this marriage? Now, the young mistress wore a mask of indifference, rarely leaving the confines of Suiha Garden. Content with her simple meals and occasionally reading to pass the time, her former laughter a distant memory. Moreover, she had to endure the prince's occasional jibes and even unintentional blows. When would this torment end? Even in the face of unbearable pain, Jiangju merely altered her expression slightly, her eyes cold, and even a mocking smile graced her lips, her spirit unyielding. Song Mao glared fiercely at Jiangju, slowly curling the corners of his mouth into a smirk. "Princess, it is best for you to accept your fate and abandon your delusions." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and strode away. Jiangju seemed to lose all strength in an instant, collapsing into the chair by the window, staring blankly at the vibrant world outside, where birds chirped and flowers bloomed, and the peonies were in full glory. Yongrui hurriedly sent someone to fetch ice and eggs, hoping to alleviate the swelling in Yangzhou's grotesquely swollen right hand. Yet, Yangzhou remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed vacantly on the scenery outside. So be it, Brother Jean. You have done exceptionally well. And as for accepting fate, she truly could not resign herself to it. Han Yunlin. I feel as though I can barely hold on any longer. Chapter 25. Journey to Yangzhou, Xinjiang. August 29th. The sweltering heat appeared to be drawing to a close, with drifting clouds obscuring the sun, yet a lingering restlessness remained. Within the study of the Prince Gong's residence, Song Jin handed over the final correspondence to Wei Li, took a deep breath, and gradually stood upright, making his way to the railing of the winding corridor outside. The gentle warmth of the sun bathed Song Jin, casting a shadow as he tilted his head, shielding his eyes from the light to gaze at the sky. The azure expanse was pristine, and a soft breeze caressed the air. A faint smile graced Song Jin's lips, his tone markedly different from its usual gentleness, now infused with a radiant joy. Fao Shungai, prepare the horses. We are bound for Yangzhou. Yao Yao, await me for 3 more days. I shall seek you without delay. Merely a quarter of an hour later, several figures raced along the main thoroughfare of Xinjiang, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Clad in masks, they elicited curious whispers among the onlookers. Which noble sons are these? After all, this was the most prosperous and affluent area of the entire Song dynasty, the very heart of its economy and governance, Xinjiang, particularly in the valuable left alley where the elite offspring of officials resided. Owning a residence here signified an esteemed status among the powerful, such as the Prince Gong's estate, the Duke of Han's mansion, the residence of the left Minister Jiang, and the esteemed Tang residence of the head of the outer cabinet. Indeed, it could be said that a stray piece of palace wall could easily crush a young noble of immeasurable worth. Thus, the common folk of Xinjiang were largely law-abiding, engaged in their daily affairs with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently inciting the wrath of any noble son, unaware of how perilous their fate could become. As they reached the city gates of Xinjiang, Song Jin and his companions were halted. Wei Li dismounted and presented the clearance documents for inspection by the gate guards. The guards, upon recognizing the contents, widened their eyes in astonishment, their earlier arrogance vanishing as they bowed respectfully and returned the documents to Wei Li, promptly granting them passage. Wei Li swiftly remounted, and the group surged forth once more, hooves kicking up clouds of dust, some even inhaled by the gate guards. One guard, seemingly choked by the dust, erupted in anger. Who are these people? At this, one of the guards who had just seen the documents swiftly struck him, whispering, Have you lost your mind? That's His Royal Highness, the Prince Gong. While the exchange at the gates continued, Song Jin and his companions galloped onward. Leading the charge, Song Jin urged his steed forward, the sound of hooves echoing as Wei Li, Qing Lu, and the others closely followed, their nerves taut, as if a moment's hesitation would leave them trailing behind. All were lightly equipped, aiming for the swiftest journey to Yangzhou. Song Jin carried only 2 tokens, one signifying his identity as the Prince Gong, the other a token from the Tongtian Baoguan money house. The rest of their belongings were entrusted to Wei Li and Qing Lu. Wei Li felt a profound complexity regarding their expedition to Yangzhou, especially upon witnessing Song Jin's unreserved and beaming countenance, as well as the fervent eagerness emanating from his very being, seemingly yearning to fly to Yangzhou. As for Qing Lu, he was predominantly perplexed, for Song Jin had never before taken him beyond the confines of Xinjiang. Thus, during this expedition, he speculated that perhaps his years of restraint had garnered him a measure of favor from the prince. Yet, it was a trial for his slender frame. Thankfully, he had trained in the manner previously, where the relentless journey would have surely overwhelmed him. In the imperial palace, within the Qinxing Palace, Song Wei was somewhat astonished to hear the report from eunuch Song about the imminent departure of Prince Gong and his companions galloping out of the city gates. Eunuch Song, with a humble demeanor and a delicate voice, replied to the emperor, affirmatively confirming the news. He inquired whether a messenger should be dispatched to follow Prince Gong. With a wave of his hand, Song Wei dismissed the notion, allowing Yuan Shun a rare holiday to unwind. As he reclined back against the dragon throne, Song Wei pondered for a moment. According to the earlier report from Little Song, Yuan Shun and his companions were masked and carried little luggage, clearly embarking on a matter of urgency outside Shengjing. Since it was not an official affair and involved masks, what could it possibly concern? Song Wei felt his curiosity piqued by his beloved younger brother. He was eager to uncover what could provoke such uncharacteristic behavior from his typically mild, courteous, and aloof sibling. He stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it possibly pertain to a woman? He quickly shook his head in disbelief. It was highly improbable. Yuan Shun had always been of a pure heart, devoid of desires. Ultimately, unable to ascertain a reason, Song Wei relinquished his thoughts and resumed his official duties. Especially when faced with a particular correspondence, his deep-set eyes reflected a myriad of shifting emotions. Meanwhile, as the horse's hooves clattered on the ground, Song Jin was acutely aware that his current appearance outside the city might attract unwelcome scrutiny from others. However, for the time being, they could not ascertain his identity and were powerless against him. Even if they were to discover it, what would it matter? He had adhered strictly to royal regulations for many years and was utterly fatigued. Back then, when his elder brother had not yet regained power, he could not afford to provide any leverage to those with ulterior motives within the royal family. Yet now, with the cabinet dissolved and the sovereign finally grasping the reins of governance, amassing military and fiscal power, Song Jin no longer needed to maintain the impeccable facade of an unassailable prince. Thus, in this renewed life, he yearned to act according to his own desires and pursue what he truly sought. His greatest regret in this life was, in 2 days, I shall reach Yangzhou, and in 3 days, I will arrive at Fengyang County. Simultaneously, in Yangzhou, Fengyang County, on a bustling street, the afternoon was alive with noise and commotion. The air was filled with shouts of vendors, haggling patrons, and the joyous laughter of children frolicking in the marketplace. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Authentic beef pies. Come see, just baked beef pies. On the street, 2 women walked side by side, the one behind occasionally stepping forward to point out various shops or snacks to the one ahead. Before them stood a young girl adorned in a delicate white veil, her attire a graceful water blue ensemble. The upper garment featured a short, front-opening jacket with butterfly sleeves, cinched at the waist with a charm pouch symbolizing safety and good fortune, complemented by 4 auspicious jade ornaments. Below, she wore a skirt composed of 10 panels, reminiscent of a traditional horse-face design. Sprinksy was exuberantly engaged in a discussion with Yeshiu regarding the chestnut cakes from a shop across the street, lamenting their unsatisfactory taste and declaring an intention to avoid that establishment in the future. As Yeshiu walked forward, she listened attentively to Sprinksy's complaints. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a peculiar girl, approximately 6 or 7 years old, clad in eccentric attire, the striking red backpack slung over her shoulders, along with 2 symmetrical strings of red bells adorning her waist, and a staff that towered above her, made her a captivating sight. The young girl stood transfixed, her eyes locked onto the noodle shop across the way, seemingly enchanted by the enticing aroma. Perhaps sensing something, she turned around, meeting Yeshiu's gaze. A sudden tremor coursed through Yeshiu's heart, an inexplicable wave of familiarity washing over her. Could it be that she had encountered this girl before? Chapter 26. Alanshan Yishuyo's steps involuntarily slowed as she continued toward the young girl. Alanshan fixed her gaze upon this long-lost acquaintance, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It has been such a long time, Yishuyo. This marked their first encounter in this lifetime. While it may have been Yishuyo's first glimpse of this peculiarly dressed little girl, for Alanshan, it was their second meeting, the first having occurred in a previous existence. It was in front of this very noodle shop that Yishuyo had treated her to a bowl of fragrant Yangshan noodles. In this lifetime, Yishuyo found herself perplexed by the fluttering of her heart at the sight of the young girl. Perhaps it was the striking foreign garb she donned, perhaps her sapphire-like, brilliant eyes, or perhaps it was the unseen hand of destiny guiding them together. Thus, she followed her initial instinct and approached Alanshan, bending slightly and offering a gentle smile, as if illuminating the world around them. "Child, would you like some noodles? Shall I treat you to a bowl?" Surrounding the noodle shop were several tables, and a few steaming bowls of Yangzhou noodles were placed before Alanshan. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she picked up her chopsticks and began to savor the chewy noodles, the rich broth tantalizing her senses as she stuffed her cheeks full. Sitting nearby, Chuanxi watched the girl who had so readily devoured several bowls of noodles meant for her young mistress, unsure of what to say. After all, this child did not appear to be from the Song Kingdom, and being so small and alone, she wondered if perhaps the girl had no family. She murmured, "How could such a little child eat 3 bowls of noodles?" Yi Shuyu smiled quietly, observing Alanshan's flushed face as she indulged in her meal. However, Alanshan caught Chuanxi's murmured comments and could not help but frown, though her mouth was too full for her to respond. "It is only natural. Otherwise, how could I have been granted this opportunity again?" Unfortunately, her words were merely a soft murmur to Chuanxi and Yi Shuyu, eliciting a shared, helpless laughter. Eventually, as Alanshan finished her 3rd bowl, Yi Shuyu decided it was time to leave, for Yin'er was still waiting for her return in the carriage. Just as their figures began to fade into the distance, they heard Alanshan call out from the shop, "Yi Shuyu, remember my name, Alanshan?" The word struck Yi Shuyu with disbelief, and she turned abruptly, gazing intently at the noodle shop. There she saw Alanshan, playfully sticking out her tongue, whimsical and unbothered. As she continued to eat, both Yi Shuyu and Chuanxi stood frozen, stunned into silence, with Chuanxi nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Only she and Qiulu knew Yi Shuyu's original name. Even Mama Ming was unaware. Had she inadvertently revealed it in front of this peculiar girl? Surely not. No, it was absolutely impossible. So how did this strange little girl know? After a moment, Yi Shuyu stood still, slightly bowing in the direction of Alanshan, a radiant smile adorning her face, though concealed by her veil, leaving her expression a mystery to all. Having concluded the formalities, she turned and departed with Chuanxi. The name Yi Shuyu was known only to herself, Chuanxi, Qiulu, and finally, Li Jin. Yet, Qiulu had always been cautious and taciturn, unlikely to divulge anything. As for Chuanxi, despite her usual boisterous demeanor, she too remained tight-lipped in such matters, and Li Jin was even less likely to speak of it. Thus, the fact that this exceptionally young and peculiar child was aware of the name could only indicate one thing. She recognized herself. Or perhaps it suggested that this child was no ordinary being. Regardless, it was prudent to harbor a sense of reverence. During their journey, Chuanxi evidently wished to speak further, but Yi Shuyu gently placed a finger on her lips and shook her head, which prompted Chuanxi to abandon her thoughts, returning to Zuijin Pavilion with a look of confusion. In Yangzhou, on the 1st day of September, at the hour of Chun, the summer heat had not yet dissipated. Though recent days had seen ominous clouds looming over the city, occasionally unleashing brief summer rains. The fine droplets, when striking one's face, brought a refreshing coolness, providing great comfort. Inside the Morning Sun Tavern, after 3 consecutive days of relentless travel, even someone as robust as Wei Li could hardly endure, let alone Qing Lu. Upon their arrival at the tavern, the two hastened to the superior room that Zhao Luoza had reserved, collapsing onto the bed in deep slumber. Although Song Jin also lay upon the bed, utterly exhausted, sleep eluded him. With his hands clasped behind his head, he stared intently at the canopy, lost in contemplation. Was he anxious about returning to his homeland? Song Jin was unsure. However, he felt a profound conflict within. On one hand, he was eager to see Yi Shuyu again after 2 years apart, her visage growing ever clearer in his mind. She was confident and captivating. Her earnest focus while reading etched into his memory, and the 2 years they had spent together became increasingly vivid. Yet, 2 whole years had elapsed. How could he face her now? Should he present himself as the white-clad Li Jin of yore, or as the esteemed Song Jin of the present? Regardless, one undeniable truth lingered. He had abandoned her. He had betrayed her. This scoundrel, this heartless wretch, who had consumed the wisdom of all sacred teachings. How could he possibly make amends for the 2 years lost to her and their child? Would Jia accept him once more? Song Jin was engulfed in confusion and helplessness. On the other hand, he might also fear encountering her. It seemed almost ludicrous that fear could manifest within him, particularly in relation to a mere woman. Were he to share such sentiments with the ministers he had once clashed with in court, they would surely shake their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom such absurdity. What should he do? How could he meet her? Clutching these doubts, Song Jin gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. The relentless travel of the past 3 days had drained him of both energy and spirit. Around the hour of C, after merely a brief rest of 2 quarters, hunger struck, prompting Song Jin to rise and descend to the dining area, unable to tolerate the lingering taste of the food consumed in the private room. At a window-side table, he dined alone on a selection of delicately prepared dishes, yet the food felt like wax in his mouth as his thoughts continued to wander uncontrollably. At that moment, Qiu Lu entered the grand entrance of the restaurant, preparing to order a takeout of the signature dish, emerald crystal dumplings, from Chaoyang restaurant for Yi Shuyu, who had longed for it for quite some time. Just as fate would have it, while Qiu Lu was waiting, she inadvertently turned her gaze towards the window and was instantly captivated by a man seated by it, drawing all her attention. She stood there momentarily stunned, as if in disbelief, blinking rapidly to assure herself that it was neither an illusion nor a figment of her imagination. It was a tangible, real person sitting there, yet hardly moving his chopsticks. That was a face she would never forget in her lifetime. Despite the overwhelming surprise, Qiu Lu quickly regained her composure, discreetly retrieving the packed emerald crystal dumplings. As she finally stepped out of the restaurant, she narrowed her eyes slightly, casting one last glance at Song Jin before turning away. Chapter 27. The beginning. Despite Qiu Lu's attempts to reassure herself that it might merely be a case of mistaken identity, her mind remained restless and her thoughts scattered throughout the journey to the Zue Jin Pavilion. She even found herself unintentionally colliding with others on several occasions. Only upon reaching the door of the Su Xiang did she manage to regain her composure. She firmly patted her cheeks, taking great care not to let anyone, especially the young lady, perceive her unease. No matter how much she urged herself to stay focused, the moment she stood beside Yi Shuyu, her gaze became utterly fixated on the playful expression of Yi Yun on the floor. The young lady's large, peach blossom eyes and elegantly defined nose bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man she had encountered earlier. It was strikingly similar. Could he truly be the once familiar Li Gongzi? Had he indeed returned to fetch the young lady? Yet, after a 2-year absence, what could possibly bring him back to Fengyang County now? At the table, Yi Shuyu gracefully savored the exquisite jade crystal dumplings, while her peripheral vision discreetly monitored Qiu Lu, who appeared unnaturally tense, her eyelids unwavering. After consuming 4 dumplings, Yi Shuyu slowly set her chopsticks down. What could have caused Qiu Lu to feel so out of sorts after just a brief outing? If it were Chuanxi, it would be understandable. But Qiu Lu had always been composed and dignified. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of her. Especially troubling was the way her gaze seemed almost involuntarily fixated on Yuner. What could be the matter? Eventually, as Yi Yun began to nod off while playing on the carpet, Chuanxi carried her into the bedroom to lull her to sleep. It was at this moment that Qiu Lu snapped back to reality, hurriedly averting her gaze, restoring her usual impassive demeanor. At that time, only Yi Shuyu and Qiu Lu remained in the outer chamber. With her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth, Yi Shuyu questioned, "What has been troubling you just now?" At her words, Qiu Lu tensed like a startled bird, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Yi Shuyu's enchanting phoenix-like eyes, which held boundless tenderness. Qiu Lu felt a lump rise in her throat, countless thoughts and emotions trapped, unable to escape. Should she confide in the young lady? How could she possibly articulate it? Should she mention that she had fortuitously encountered a man today? A man who bore an astonishing resemblance to the Li Gongzi who had vanished over 2 years ago? Or should she say, "My lady, he seems to have returned"? But if he had indeed returned, was it not for the young lady? In the end, Qiu Lu's eyes shimmered with unshed words, yet her lips moved without sound. She merely bowed her head, thinking that she simply found the young lady exceedingly charming. Such a clumsy lie would not have convinced anyone. However, Yi Shuyu merely nodded in understanding, her smile unwavering. "I see. So that is how it is." As for Yi Shuyu's true thoughts, only she was privy to them. Since Qiu Lu was unwilling to disclose her concerns, Yi Shuyu would not press the matter. For her, Both Chuanxi and Xiaolu held extraordinary significance. Whether it is the playful Chuanxi or the composed Qiulu, they resemble not mere servants, but rather family members who have always accompanied her. Yi Shuyu once believed that life would continue in such serene ease until the hour of you today, when an undercurrent violently tore apart the veil of her relatively happy existence. In Yangzhou's Fengyang County, on the first day of September, at the hour of you, the streets beyond Lane 3 were rendered desolate by the curfew, devoid of wandering souls. A few wisps of chilly breeze swept through, stirring up the faint dust. However, Lane 3 remained unrestrained by the curfew, vibrant with the glow of countless lanterns. At this moment, the illustrious brothels of the outer city, the 5 great pleasure houses, were just beginning to warm up for the evening's revelries, immersed in a world of opulence and indulgence. If the inner city of Lane 3 was characterized by its vulgar shops and lowly establishments, then the outer city could truly be called a den of extravagance, frequented by the literati and dignitaries of Yangzhou, who squandered their wealth with abandon, indulging in the pleasures of the night. Yet, amidst the frivolities of the wealthy scions of officials, a long-anticipated conflict was about to unfold within the prestigious Zui Jinggu, igniting the festivities of the night. At the stairway entrance of Zui Jinggu's second floor, several women tasked with delivering messages wore expressions of distress, casting anxious glances at one another, their hearts sinking yet unable to reach the depths of despair. Before them stood a man adorned in resplendent garments, radiating an air of confidence, his folding fan flickering continuously in his hand, exuding the essence of a dandy. This man was Lin Hengyu, the eldest son of the wealthiest family in Fengyang County, the Lin family, and the nephew of Lin Wangdong, the governor of Yangzhou. In Fengyang County, and even in Yangzhou, he was a formidable figure, commanding respect that compelled all to treat him with deference, lest they inadvertently provoke Lin Wangdong's ire. At this moment, Lin Hengyu awaited the response of the women delivering messages, as he sought an audience with the one he had long yearned for, the former courtesan of Zui Jinggu, Miss Lingyin. He was well aware that the proud Miss Lingyin would likely refuse to see him. After all, those who had previously garnered her attention were invariably men of vast knowledge and erudition, while he, the notorious scion of Fengyang County, would hardly be deemed worthy of her time. Contemplating this, Lin Hengyu sneered, inciting confusion among the group of similarly privileged youths behind him. Though Lin Hengyu hailed from a merchant background, considered lowly in the hierarchy of society, his connection to a high-ranking official as his uncle allowed him to ascend to a position of prominence among the young elites of Fengyang County. Lin Hengyu had long harbored desires for Lingyin, yet his uncle had previously declared that she was off-limits. This forced him to cast his gaze upon other women, with the newly appointed courtesan Tingyue serving as a suitable alternative. However, to his surprise, just the day before, his uncle had suddenly lifted the restriction on pursuing Lingyin. Whether Lingyin had inadvertently vexed his uncle was beyond his concern. He was eager to dash to Zui Jinggu to experience the pleasures of the former courtesan. He was eager to see how the most enchanting beauty of Fengyang County, whose eyes soared higher than the heavens, would appear in the confines of his bedchamber. Just the thought of it sent waves of heat coursing through him, igniting a fervent impatience. Zhao Luozi could never have anticipated that his intervention on behalf of Miss Lingyin would reach the ears of Mama Ming, ultimately leading to Lin Wangdong lifting the protective veil he had cast over her. Lin Wangdong was indeed curious about the hidden background of this extraordinary young Master Zhao. In Yangzhou, he was akin to a deity. Who could rival him? If this young master, Zhao, truly hailed from a prestigious family in Shengjing, how could he have remained unaware of such news? Thus, a lamb clad in wolf's skin seeking to infiltrate a den of tigers? He was determined to ensure that this young Master Zhao was devoured to the very last bone. Chapter 28. Tonight seems unlikely to end well in the boudoir of the drunken brocade pavilion in Fengyang County, as Yi Shuyu listened to the words of the messenger. Her heart sank deeper with each passing moment, and the smile that usually adorned her face faded into nothingness. Yet, thinking of the two individuals behind her, she could only feign indifference. It was long ago, during her first encounter with Lin Hengyu, when she still held the title of the pavilion's courtesan, the object of admiration for countless men. Despite her profession, she had retained a sense of pride and had rejected the advances of this son of the Lin family. When he returned for a second visit, he attempted to coerce her. After she vehemently refused him, his countenance darkened and his words turned venomous. She had anticipated a third or fourth visit, yet to her surprise, the young master of the Lin family never returned. What filled her with both dread and sorrow was the realization that, even after the incident, Lin Hengyu resumed his life of indulgence without a hint of change. This could only imply one thing. The master behind the drunken brocade pavilion had not intervened. Or perhaps the master had chosen to favor Lin Hengyu. Lin Hengyu was evidently not one to relinquish his pursuits easily. Thus, amidst the prevailing circumstances, it was clear that someone of higher status had intervened to deter him. Yet now, he strode boldly to seek her out once more, unabashed and unafraid. It was evident he was determined to have her. This could only mean that the individual who had once restrained him no longer held sway over him. With no other explanation coming to mind, Yi Shiyu thought to herself that tonight would likely not end well. Turning to face Chuanxi and Qiulu, whose faces were ashen, Yi Shiyu managed to muster a smile that remained unwavering. Chuanxi, please take Yun'er to the back room for now. The back room was their residence. Chuanxi, her mind a whirlwind, recognized her own shortcomings and knew that she ought to heed the commands of her mistress or her elder sister, Qiulu, to avoid missteps. Yet, as her mistress instructed her to take the young miss away, even she, despite her naivety, grasped the gravity of the night's impending events. With tears welling in her eyes, she nodded vigorously and hurried to gather Yun'er's belongings, ultimately placing the sleeping child into a basket for transport. Once Chuanxi and Yun'er departed, Yi Shiyu felt a semblance of relief wash over her. She then exchanged a silent, sorrowful gaze with Qiulu, offering a comforting pat on her hand. Only then did she turn to the messenger who had been waiting patiently, nodding in agreement to receive Lin Hengyu. Meanwhile, amidst the clamor surrounding Lin Hengyu, no one noticed the vicious glare cast upon him from the fourth-floor railing by Tingwei. Her expression twisted with malice as she fixated on Lin Hengyu's radiant visage, occasionally casting glances toward the boudoir. Her countenance was no longer the delicate flower it once was. It resembled that of a ferocious beast, yearning to peel the skin off both the wretched woman and the young master. That shameless wretch, Ling Yin, paraded around with an air of indifference, effortlessly luring away her most lucrative patron. Lin Hengyu was no paragon of virtue either. Did he truly believe she held any genuine affection for a man of his disreputable ilk? If not for his wealth, she would never have deigned to meet him. Yet now, he had the audacity to seek that wretched woman once more. Was he not trampling her dignity into the dust? Unbeknownst to her, as the night unfolds, countless individuals may be secretly mocking her, the courtesan of the drunken brocade pavilion, for being unable to maintain her composure, easily swayed by a trifling wretch. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Tingyue's hands turned pale as she gripped the railing tightly, wishing to rend both Ling Yin and young Master Lin into pieces. The night still held promise, and Lin Hengyu remained unhurried, confident that Ling Yin would not stray too far. When a messenger descended, preparing to escort Lin Hengyu to the third floor, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Hengyu confidently curled his lips into a smirk. Ling Yin possessed a degree of self-awareness, it seemed. Amidst the astonished gazes and flattery from the crowd, Lin Hengyu strode boldly behind the messenger to the third floor. After more than 3 years, when Lin Hengyu once again found himself in the boudoir, locking eyes with Yi Shiyu, whose enchanting gaze sparkled with a hint of playful allure, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. To his surprise, after such a long absence, she had grown even more stunningly captivating, possessing an added layer of maturity. He could only wonder if, in the intimacy of the bedchamber, she would smile as she did now or shed tears of longing. An insatiable desire ignited within him. With deliberate steps, Lin Hengyu approached Yi Shiyu, dismissively waving his sleeve as he seated himself across from her. Even after all this time, his penetrating gaze still made Yi Shiyu feel uncomfortable as he shamelessly appraised her, as if assessing her worth. A flicker of disdain and helplessness crossed her eyes, yet her expression remained unchanged, adorned with a veneer of politeness. "Long time no see, young Master Lin," she greeted. Lin Hengyu's eyes remained fixed on her, unwavering. "Miss Lingyin remains as enchanting as ever. Truly unforgettable." The last two words were drawn out, laced with an ambiguous undertone. "You ist Yank Masterlin. Lingyin is merely a woman of fair appearance who has caught your eye. My sister Tingwei, however, surpasses her." At this, Lin Hengyu let out a derisive laugh, abruptly standing and seizing Yishuyo's wrist. His tone turned icy. "I have savored the taste of Tingwei. Yet, Lingyin remains untested. Who truly surpasses the other will soon be revealed." Caught off guard as she was pulled closer, the instinctive smile faded from Yishuyo's eyes, replaced by a tranquil demeanor. "Qiu, you may leave," she commanded. Upon hearing this, Qiu expression remained impassive, but her lips tightened as she silently withdrew from the boudoir. She understood the necessity of not causing a scene, nor could she contradict her mistress's decision, for it would only worsen matters. Tonight, it seemed, there was no escaping the inevitable. A sense of melancholy surged within Yishuyu. After all, she was merely a lowly courtesan, a servant of pleasure. What pride could she still harbor? Ever since she had been with him, Yishuyu had not entertained any clients. She pondered what she was clinging to. After all, he was just a heartless scholar. Since they were fated to be apart, why persist in the illusion of virtue? Once, she might have held a hint of pride, vehemently refusing and willing to go to extremes. Yet now, she has succumbed to timidity, gripped by fear. What would become of her frail child, Yin-er? If anything were to befall her, she has developed a vulnerability, ultimately compelled to compromise for her daughter's sake. After a prolonged silence, Yishuyu lifted her head, her expression a peculiar blend of mirth and restraint, as she unveiled her flawless, exquisite smile. Suppressing the nausea rising within her, she gently grasped Lin Hengyu's collar, taking measured steps towards the bedroom. As she met his almost lascivious gaze, an unexpected calm washed over her heart. After all, it was merely a matter of intimacy. Why bother with pretenses? Yishuyu offered herself a wry smile, seeking solace in her own thoughts. Chapter 29. The winds of change in Yang County. Every step taken was fraught with difficulty and nausea, relentlessly stirring the once tranquil waters of Yishuyu's heart. Her breaths, though steady and deliberate, were betrayed by the crumpled fabric of her garment, clenched tightly in her hand, and the pale, cold fingers that bore witness to her inner turmoil. She had believed that entertaining clients was a commonplace affair for a woman of her profession. However, it was the lingering shadow of a certain someone that stirred her placid heart, creating ripples of emotion that she could not contain. If there truly exists a next life, she yearned to be a pure and virtuous woman, marrying a husband who held her in esteem, dedicating her life to nurturing a family. Instead, she found herself mired in the muck of this sordid existence, unable to escape, to struggle, or to seek death, forced to accept with a hollow smile all that she despised, finding solace only in the notion that at least the rain offered shelter and hunger was occasionally alleviated by food. Alas, she feared that this life was beyond redemption. As she pondered this, she knew that despite the slow passage of time, moments of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Pushing open the bedroom door, she was met with Lin Hengyu's even broader smile, his steps quickening with an eagerness to claim the former courtesan for himself. The faint aroma of sandalwood greeted her, and the intricately carved window, slightly ajar, revealed the bustling lights below. The bed, crafted from sandalwood, was adorned with playful butterflies and budding plum blossoms. Delicate rose-hued drapes hung above, swaying with the slightest breeze, exuding an enchanting beauty. Beside the window stood a dressing table, its polished bronze mirror reflecting Lin Hengyu's proud and self-satisfied smile, juxtaposed with Yishuyu's seemingly serene countenance, underpinned by an ocean of calm. Lin Hengyu awaited her service, eager for her to assist him in shedding his robes. One by one, the silken layers fell away, whispering gently as they landed upon the rosy carpet, leaving only a thin inner garment. Finally, it was Yishuyu's turn. Lin Hengyu's gaze was both predatory and intense. evoking within her a primal instinct akin to that of prey aware of a lurking beast. Just as her cold, white fingertips grazed the fastenings of her outer garment, an abrupt transformation unfolded. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door was flung open, startling both occupants, their faces betraying instinctive surprise and confusion. Outside, the sound of disciplined footsteps echoed ominously in their hearts. Who could it be? Suddenly, a figure stormed into the room, flanked by dozens of soldiers clad in dark blue uniforms, brandishing sharp weapons, advancing in a disciplined formation. At the forefront stood a man of imposing stature and remarkable presence. He bellowed with authority, bold scion of the Lin family. You oppress the weak and usurp farmland, leading your followers to commit atrocities against the people. Today, the evidence is irrefutable. Seize him and bring him to justice. As his words fell, the soldiers, with malevolent intent, lunged forward, capturing the stunned Lin Hongyu with unyielding force and stuffing a rag into his mouth to silence the curses that threatened to escape. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Hongyu was subdued by several robust guards, who dragged him, still struggling, toward the magistrate's office of Fengyang County, trailed closely by a throng of officials. The man who had just been sternly reprimanding Lin Hongyu now bowed respectfully to Yi Shuyu, apologizing for the disturbance he had caused. Yi Shuyu, still in shock, managed a complex expression and uttered a vague assurance that it was of no consequence. The man then collected Lin Hongyu's scattered garments from the floor before withdrawing. She gazed at the footprints on the ground, confirming that the events that had just transpired were no figment of her imagination. Driven by curiosity, she stepped outside to inquire about the unfolding situation. Standing atop the third-floor railing, she surveyed the scene below, where countless onlookers, both men and women, turned their heads in response to the commotion. As the magistrate's guards passed, everyone instinctively stepped aside, wary of obstructing their path. Clad in dark blue, these guards were under the command of Lord Shi, the magistrate of Fengyang County. What could this mean? How could Magistrate Shi dare to apprehend Lin Hongyu? How could he challenge the Lin family and oppose Lin Wangdong, the inspector of Yangzhou? Such questions swirled in the minds of the gathered crowd. After all, Lin Hongyu was notorious in Fengyang County, yet his powerful family background rendered him untouchable. Even Magistrate Shi had turned a blind eye to his misdeeds, allowing him to wield influence in the county. However, some astute officials had begun to sense a shift in the winds. A transformation was looming over Fengyang County. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyu, confined within the cold, grim confines of his cell, raged and cursed, "Old thief Shi, how dare you imprison me? Release me at once, or your days as magistrate will be numbered." The frigid air of the cell was further disturbed by scurrying rats, inciting a mix of anger and fear within Lin Hongyu. "You lowly wretches, if you do not set me free, you shall rue the day." Outside the cell, dozens of guards stood impassively, their expressions betraying no emotion as they maintained their vigil over Lin Hongyu. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of his cell, the environment surrounding Magistrate Shi was entirely different. At that moment, the magistrate found himself trembling on the cold floor, kneeling before a richly dressed man who sat cross-legged, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Although Shi was in his 40s, adorned in the attire befitting a fourth-rank official, he dared not move, paralyzed by the presence of this younger man, who was not yet past his 30s. Standing nearby, Wei Li, Qing Lu, and Zhao Luozi bowed their heads in quiet anticipation of Song Jin's commands. It was difficult to imagine that the serene, silent figure in the brocade robe had, only moments before, been astounded and enraged upon receiving the news that had just arrived. After a lengthy pause, Song Jin opened his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at the kneeling magistrate. "Keep him detained for now. We shall wait for Lin Wangdong to arrive before proceeding." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Shi nodded vigorously. "As you command, my lord." Song Jin, intent on keeping his identity concealed, instructed Shi not to address him as prince, but simply as my lord. "You may leave now." To the magistrate, these words were as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. He repeatedly rose to bow, responding, "As you command, my lord, I take my leave." "You may also withdraw," he added. Before long, only Song Jin remained in the room, accompanied by a few young attendants who were there to serve him. Song Jin remained motionless in his position. The tea on the table had grown cold, yet he lifted the cup to his lips without noticing. As night deepened, Song Jin sat for 2 full hours, and only at the hour of the pig did he belatedly instruct the attendants to prepare for his nightly ablutions and rest. On the bed, he still had not closed his eyes, fixated on the dangling tassels, lost in silence. Jian, do you blame me? At the moment he heard the news, he could hardly contain the tempestuous emotions within him. The offspring of the Lin family dared to lay hands on his woman. Yet, whether blame or not, they would inevitably meet. Chapter 30. The familiar white jade plum blossom hairpin time rewinds to the twilight of that day. In her hand, Qilu tightly clutched the white jade plum blossom hairpin, wrapped in a handkerchief, which she had seized while Yeshiyu was momentarily distracted. With all her might, she raced towards the Chuyang tavern, undeterred by the peculiar gazes of numerous men along the way. Her breath came in rapid bursts, her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat occasionally fell to the ground. She understood that the young lady did not wish to entertain guests, yet she found herself compelled to act. Left with no choice, Qilu vividly recalled the gentleman she had encountered at the Chaoyang tavern, adorned in luxurious silks, with an exquisite jade pendant dangling from his waist, suggesting he hailed from a prestigious background. However, she was uncertain whether he was indeed the esteemed Li Gongzi. Nevertheless, she felt a compelling urge to seek him out. If he were truly the one, he might be willing to assist the young lady, which would be the most fortuitous outcome. If he were not, then it would simply be fate. Regret lingered in Qilu's heart. Had she possessed the audacity to inquire about Zhao Gongzi's whereabouts earlier, she would not find herself so lost and helpless. In just the span of a tea break, Qilu arrived at the Chuyang tavern, where most patrons were indulging in the pleasures of revelry, rendering the place somewhat tranquil. She still retained a sliver of composure, managing to withhold her tears. She grasped a young attendant at the tavern, urgently inquiring whether a gentleman by the name of Li, specifically Li Jin, was staying there. The attendant, Qing Lu, was momentarily caught off guard by the sight of this tearful maiden, a flush creeping up his neck until her preceding question broke the silence. Just as Qing Lu was about to respond, he realized that he was not a tavern servant and thus lacked knowledge of the guest's identities. However, the young lady's subsequent words left him speechless, widening his eyes in astonishment. How did she know the name of the prince who had arrived in Fengyang County? After all, the surname Song was a national lineage, reserved for royal kin, hence Song Jin adopted the surname Li, allowing them to address him as Li Darren. Seeing the young lady's urgency, Qing Lu wasted no time in nodding. Qilu seemed to exhale a breath of relief, hastily handing her handkerchief to Qing Lu, imploring him to deliver it to Li Gongzi without delay. Meanwhile, in a refined chamber, Song Jin continued to exude his characteristic gentleness, gazing at the moon with depths of ink swirling in his eyes. Qing Lu approached, presenting the pristine white handkerchief, his demeanor calm as he spoke. Darren, a young lady just sought you, and I was instructed to deliver this to you. Upon hearing this, Song Jin turned his attention to the handkerchief. For reasons unknown, it struck him as oddly familiar. The immaculate white fabric bore an embroidered rose-red plum blossom, poised to bloom at one corner, yet had been wrapped, obscuring its full appearance, leading Song Jin to perceive it merely as a hint of crimson amidst the snow. With a gentle expression, he accepted it, gradually unfurling the handkerchief, and before his eyes appeared the white jade plum blossom hairpin. This hairpin of plum blossoms. He could not be mistaken. It was characterized by its long white jade handle, adorned with several blooming plums at the tip, the central blossom radiating the brightest hue. It was indeed the plum blossom hairpin he had seen in his past life, just before Yishuyo's demise. He had personally chosen it on the Lantern Festival, purchased it, and adorned her hair with it. It was Nian Yan's plum blossom hairpin. Upon catching sight of this white jade pin, Song Jin abruptly rose, his heart racing with urgency. Where was the woman? Perhaps Song Jin's reaction was a tad too pronounced, leaving Qing Lu momentarily stunned, but she quickly replied at this moment. She is waiting for you on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Qing Lu observed that the usually gentle and composed prince wore an unmistakable expression of anxiety. as if transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This left Qing Lu, Zhao Luozi, and Wei Li in the elegant chamber, exchanging puzzled glances, their minds racing with conjectures. Perhaps this woman was intricately linked to the prince's visit to Yangzhou. Qing Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had just agreed to meet the woman. Otherwise, if something were to go awry, he would bear the utmost blame. Shortly thereafter, the three descended the stairs. The hurried footsteps first reached Xiao Lu's ears, and she fixed her intense gaze on the staircase, where she soon saw a figure rushing down in a flurry. Turning her head, their eyes met. Xiao Lu recognized him. It was indeed the heartless man who had deceived her mistress. Strangely, she sensed a flicker of disappointment in his expression. Did he believe it was her mistress? Without time for further contemplation, Xiao Lu could only seize the moment. Speaking rapidly yet clearly, "How about it, Master Li? Could you assist my mistress, even if just for the sake of past affections?" She refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts when she noticed Master Li's expression darkened significantly, his ire causing him to strike the nearby tea table with his fist, splintering it into numerous cracks. The resounding crash startled not only the innkeeper and the waiter inside, but also alarmed the three behind Song Jin, who exchanged wide-eyed glances. Rendered speechless, the noise compelled Zhao Luozi to inadvertently glance up at Song Jin, only to hastily bow his head again in realization. In that moment, Xiao Lu caught sight of Zhao Luozi standing behind Song Jin. "Master Zhao." Before she could ponder further, she heard Song Jin methodically issue commands, and the three behind him promptly lowered their heads in assent, swiftly preparing the horses with remarkable efficiency. Within moments, they had disappeared from view. Xiao Lu maintained a composed exterior, yet a flicker of worry danced in her eyes as she watched their gallant figures fade into the distance, lingering in a daze. May the heavens be kind. They must catch up. May the heavens be kind. So, Master Zhao is under Master Li's command. Is that correct? Thus, all the silver notes and the ice blocks over these days were directives from Master Li? Xiao Lu gradually lowered her head, letting out a cold snicker before swiftly restoring her usual emotionless facade. Having vanished for 2 years, her mistress had endured immense suffering. Had it not been for Master Li, her mistress would have long since exited the Zui Jin Pavilion, and none of this would have transpired. All of this was due to his doing. The district magistrate of Shi County could not fathom that the pinnacle of power from Shengjing would venture into Fengyang County. What was most alarming was the absolute secrecy surrounding this visit. Otherwise, he would not have been so taken aback, filled with trepidation and anxiety. As a magistrate, ranked in the 4th tier, he had no opportunity to ascend to the capital to pay his respects to the emperor. The sole occasion he had encountered the esteemed Prince Gong was during his mission to Yangzhou, where they merely exchanged nods from a distance, allowing him only a fleeting glimpse of the noble figure's profile. Yet now, this exalted prince, revered by thousands, had deigned to visit his magistrate's residence. What terrified him most was the prince's ashen complexion and piercing gaze. Song Jin, he spoke with an icy countenance and a voice laced with disdain. "If you do not hasten to retrieve that wretched creature, your life may very well be forfeit." Cold sweat trickled down the district magistrate's back as he nodded repeatedly, retreating to carry out the orders. Confronted with such a figure, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, utterly at the mercy of another. Under the dominion of imperial power and the consciousness of class, life or death could be decided with a mere word. All the ministers in the court, when faced with an emperor wielding genuine authority, were rendered utterly impotent. Chapter 31. I have come to see you. The tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet those with discerning eyes grasped the underlying truths. The commotion stirred by the guards was not only known to the patrons of the 4th floor of the Zui Jinggu, but it also reached the ears of the men and women gathered outside, as well as the inhabitants of the other 4 renowned brothels. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the affair had become the talk of Sand Street. For the principal involved was a notorious bully from Fengyang County, and the incident had taken place in the formidable Zui Jinggu. The currents of intrigue flowed beneath the surface, leaving many hesitant to delve deeper. Madame Ming, upon hearing her maid recount the events, appeared momentarily dazed, lost in contemplation. though the night concealed her expression. What had possessed Shi Qingming to dare seize the young master? Shi Qingming was, in truth, the given name of the county magistrate. Without an exceedingly influential patron backing him, how could Shi Qingming have the audacity to confront the young master? Moreover, Shi Qingming was unaware of the powerful figures behind Zui Jinggu, yet he still acted. One could only surmise that the individual standing behind Shi Qingming must possess a status so compelling that it drove him to reckless action. Who could it be? With a sigh, Madame Ming gazed up at the moon, her eyes heavy with thought. It seemed that a remarkable and imposing figure had emerged in Fengyang County. Someone whose very presence instilled fear and reverence. Perhaps he was even connected to Lingyin. Finally, Madame Ming lowered her gaze and gestured for a trusted confidant to approach, issuing a few directives. By the time of the dog hour, Zui Jinggu remained vibrant and illuminated, with cups clinking and laughter echoing throughout. Although a few patrons had been startled into leaving by the earlier commotion, they were but a minority. Within the private chamber, Chuanqi received the news and returned with Yi Yun. Thankfully, the young Yi Yun, merely a child, remained blissfully asleep throughout their tumultuous journey. Qiu Lu stood impassively beside Yi Shuyu, as if nothing had transpired, even carefully avoiding placing the white jade hairpin back into the bottom of the pearwood cabinet. Yi Shuyu played with her cascading tresses, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering like autumn waters, filled with a tender allure. Her skin was fair and delicate, almost as if it could yield moisture, clad simply in a robe that exuded a captivating and gentle charm, reminiscent of a natural beauty. Her enchanting gaze held a glimmer of moisture, veiled by a thin mist, concealing all her thoughts. Through these events, Yi Shuyu could almost ascertain that someone was clandestinely protecting her. It was even highly likely that this person's influence surpassed that of the enigmatic figure behind Zui Jinggu. Who could it be, and for what purpose? With a composed demeanor, Yi Shuyu lifted her gaze, narrowing her eyes as she observed Qiu Lu. She recalled that upon the girl's return, a few stray strands of hair had clung to her cheeks, perhaps due to Qiu Lu's lack of tidiness. It is highly likely that the young lady hurriedly exited the Zui Jin pavilion, yet she clearly wished to conceal her departure from others. In such circumstances, for Qiu Lu to have rushed out suggests that she might be seeking someone who could assist her, and by extension, help Yi Shuyu herself. Contemplating this, Yi Shuyu gradually rose to her feet, a smile gracing her lips as she gently tucked away Qiu Lu's disheveled hair. Pray tell, what has transpired? Could it be that in the brief span of a mere incense stick, you have engaged in quite the escapade, Qiu Lu? While Yi Shuyu was arranging Qiu Lu's hair, the latter remained perplexed by her mistress's sudden demeanor. However, upon hearing those words, Qiu Lu's countenance subtly shifted. Yet, she remained silent, even as Chun Shi, standing nearby, sensed an unusual tension. This was not the usual demeanor of Sister Qiu Lu. At last, Qiu Lu, her expression troubled, spoke hesitantly, Miss. Never mind, if you do not wish to speak, it matters not. Yi Shuyu's voice was filled with warmth and sincerity as she responded with a smile. Qiu Lu averted her gaze, fearful that a mere glance into Yi Shuyu's captivating eyes might weaken her resolve, compelling her to divulge everything. Miss, I truly do not know how to begin. If it is merely to evoke sorrow, then what purpose does it serve to know? In the depths of the night, not only was Song Jin burdened with heavy thoughts, unable to find rest, but Yi Shuyu also tossed and turned, sleep eluding her. Little did she anticipate that the one who would come to her aid would be someone she believed she might never encounter again. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the month of September still bore a trace of summer's warmth, yet the air began to cool. Golden osmanthus, red osmanthus, and other blooms commenced to blossom along the flower paths surrounding Fengyang County, their fragrant essence wafting gently through the air with the light caress of the breeze. Within the county magistrate's residence, Song Jin had already gathered his hair high and secured it with a cerulean silk ribbon, clad in a blue-green cloud brocade. The cuffs of his sleeves adorned with golden threads depicting upright green bamboo, and a matching horse-faced jacket. His waist was encircled by a delicate embroidery of falling plum blossoms, from which hung a jade pendant with crimson segments, alongside a green pouch. He stood in the courtyard, sunlight illuminating his jade-like visage, reminiscent of an ethereal beauty from the heavens gracing the mortal realm. Behind him, Qing Lu maintained a composed demeanor, bowing his head slightly. Yet a multitude of questions surged within him. The prince had been acting unusually this morning. In truth, one could say he had been uncharacteristically different since the previous night. His once tyrannical and frigid demeanor now instilling a sense of fear among them. Having served Song Jin for many years, Qing Lu was well aware that his master was indifferent to attire, typically leaving arrangements to them without specific demands. However, this morning was strikingly different. From his crown to his cloud-topped boots, from ribbons to jade pendants, every detail had been meticulously prepared at the prince's behest, taking a considerable amount of time to perfect. It puzzled Qing Lu as to why the prince's ornate garments were not fashioned from the finest silk satin, but rather from the cotton and silk commonly worn by official sons. Moreover, despite standing under the golden sun for a considerable time, the prince had yet to make a move. Qing Lu pondered. Perhaps this was related to the young woman from the previous night who had narrowly escaped misfortune. Not long after, Song Jin regained all his thoughts, taking a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was clear and bright, yet beneath it lay a gentle depth. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of days gone by. Following the events of yesterday, Song Jin suddenly grasped certain truths. If he were Li Jin, clad in white garments, even if he achieved success in the imperial examinations, he would be unable to protect Yi Shuyu. If he were Song Jin, wielding great power, the court officials and historians would not permit him to take a woman of the brothel into his embrace. However, he was no longer the Song Jin of years past. In his previous life, he had endured enough. In this life, no one could stand in his way. 8 years of his past life and 2 years of this life had taught Song Jin patience was no longer an option. I have come to see you, Dandan, he thought. Ultimately, I have wronged you. If you cannot forgive me, it matters not. I simply hope you will grant me a chance to make amends for you and your mother. With a decisive wave of his hand and a resolute gaze, he strode purposefully out of the governor's residence, heading towards the Zue Jin Pavilion. Chapter 32. The first encounter in this lifetime as they journeyed. Their footsteps were steady yet somewhat hurried, a gentleman exuding an aura of refinement, his demeanor as gentle as jade, with the delicate willow-like figure closely trailing behind. Passers-by frequently turned their heads, seemingly affirming an ancient adage, "The gentleman is as radiant as jade." Upon arriving at the Zue Jin Pavilion, Song Jin made his way directly to the staircase leading to the second floor, slightly out of breath. Observing the expression of confusion on the face of the messenger, he could not help but flush with embarrassment, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Once he steadied his breath and took a deep inhalation, his heart began to race, warmth creeping up his neck and onto his cheeks. With a familiar smile, warm and approachable, his eyes curved gently, his voice imbued with a subtle softness, he requested, "I seek an audience with Miss Lingyin. Might you kindly convey my message?" Upon hearing this, the messenger smiled and nodded before ascending to the third floor. After a few steps, she reached the private chamber and lightly knocked on the door. Mindful of Ling Yin's heightened reputation since the previous night, necessitating a more cautious approach. When Qiulu conveyed the message to Yi Shuyu, she lazily lifted her gaze, her beauty captivating, her red lips parting slightly as she replied, "I'm afraid I cannot meet." The messenger appeared somewhat regretful. However, recalling Song Jin's handsome and gentle visage coupled with his courteous demeanor prompted her to speak further. "He is indeed a remarkably handsome young man." A sudden pang of realization struck Qiulu. Could it be him? Before she could ponder further, Yi Shuyu leisurely rose to her feet, tilting her head to glance at the messenger, and with a light laugh remarked, "If Ji has spoken favorably of him, then I shall go take a look." Ji referred to the messenger who had come to deliver the news. With a few steps, Yi Shuyu exited the chamber, leaning against the corridor railing, a smile gracing her lips as her enchanting eyes eagerly peered down at the staircase's entrance on the second floor. Yet that single glance caused her smile to falter. Her gaze fixated on the strikingly handsome young man with a gentle smile at the foot of the staircase, rendering her momentarily spellbound. her fingertips growing cold. Memories of the past surged forth, breaking free from all restraints, flooding her heart, and an unspoken sorrow seemed to seep from her icy fingertips, gradually piercing through to her very core. "Have you come?" She pondered, 2 years having passed since their last meeting. Yet she realized that the initial fervor in her heart for him had waned, leaving only a lingering, silent sorrow. At that moment, Song Jin turned his body, lifting his gaze to meet Yi Shuyo's on the third floor. Their eyes locked, and in that instant time seemed to stand still. Yi Shuyu did not shy away, maintaining her unwavering gaze upon Song Jin, her eyes resembling a tranquil pool, undisturbed by any ripples. Song Jin found himself entranced by her eyes, akin to phoenix eyes steeped in the essence of heavenly springs for millennia. "It has been so long, truly so long," Dian Dian, he murmured. However, the expression in Yi Shuyu's eyes tightened his heart, an unsettling emotion beginning to swell within him. He would have preferred her gaze to be filled with anger, endless annoyance, blame, or reproach, rather than this calm, tranquil demeanor that made him feel as if he were a stranger to her. In their shared gaze, neither party averted their eyes. Yi Shuyu wore an expression of serenity, while Song Jin's features were marred by guilt, the distant sounds of revelry surrounding them failing to penetrate their intense moment. Despite the mere distance of a few meters, it seemed as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. The unannounced departure over the past 2 years had erected a colossal barrier that nearly obliterated all remnants of their friendship. The once vibrant exchanges of laughter and heartfelt confessions had been thoroughly eroded by time, leaving behind only shards of sorrow and desolation. The initial trepidation and excitement that accompanied her arrival were swiftly quelled by the serene gaze of Yi Shuyu. In Song Jin's eyes, an inexplicable veil of melancholy took hold. Her lips parted several times, yet no sound emerged. Under the placid scrutiny of Yi Shuyu, Song Jin clasped her hands together and bowed deeply, embodying utmost gentleness. This was the first instance in her life where she had adopted such a posture before a woman, bending in a gesture almost akin to humility. Behind her, Qing Lu momentarily lost control, her eyes widening in astonishment, unable to conceal her instinctive shock. And she could only bow her head in deference to Song Jin, who dared not gaze forward. How could the prince lower himself before a woman of ill repute? Having served the prince for many years, she had witnessed him bow only to 3 individuals: the reigning emperor, the empress dowager, and the esteemed tutor who had imparted wisdom to him for years. Yet now, another figure had compelled the prince to adopt such a seemingly humble stance, and that figure was a mere courtesan of the lowest station. The events of the previous night must have been instigated by this extraordinary woman. Qing Lu swallowed hard, realizing that this woman was far from ordinary. She suddenly recalled that the prince had been missing for 2 years. Lingering in Yangzhou, was this where the events of those years had transpired? The only ones aware of Song Jin's disappearance and her prolonged stay in Yangzhou were the left minister Jiang Zhongming, a few trusted confidants, and the emperor and empress dowager. Even the prominent ministers like Tang Tung and Han Qi remained oblivious. After witnessing Song Jin's actions, Yi Shuyu's expression remained unchanged, devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion, as she promptly turned and retreated into the chamber, leaving behind the vivid crimson silhouette of Song Jin and her expression of confusion and guilt. Her voice was a mere whisper, fading into silence. Ji, upon hearing this, nodded helplessly and withdrew to convey the message to Song Jin. Song Jin attempted a bitter smile, but found herself unable to summon even a semblance of joy. She left the Zue Jin pavilion with a heavy heart, stumbling with each step. Along the way, she collided with several passers-by, lost in her thoughts and unable to offer apologies, while Qing Lu hurriedly offered her regrets on Song Jin's behalf. It became apparent that, compared to any other emotion, it was the profound sense of apathy that weighed heaviest upon her. Song Jin realized she was at a loss, feeling an insurmountable guilt towards Yi Shuyu in every gesture and movement. She involuntarily recalled the moment of Yi Shuyu's passing in her previous life, The scene where they had reunited after years of searching in Shengjing without a trace. There had been a blend of helplessness and uncontainable joy in Yishuyu's gaze. To still harbor such sentiments after 8 years was remarkable. How much more poignant would it be after the 2 years that had just passed? In contemplating the ebb and flow of time, Songjin, a figure of considerable stature for nearly 50 years, had never encountered anyone who regarded her with such indifference and coldness. He ought to have felt a mix of poignant anger and disdain at the offense. Yet alas, such emotions were swiftly swept away by a torrent of guilt that surged like a roaring flood. Songjin did not stray far. She settled at a small wooden table outside the tea house opposite the Zue Jingu, where Qing Lu hurriedly summoned the waiter for the finest tea. A pot of steaming by Luo Chun was promptly delivered, and Songjin, with a somewhat stiff demeanor, slowly lifted the cup to her lips. Unable to resist glancing towards the intricately carved window on the 3rd floor of the Zue Jingu, the one belonging to the private chamber, which also served as the window to her own bedroom. Thus, she remained seated from the early hours of the morning until the dusk of the late afternoon, having partaken only in 2 pots of tea without touching any food, occasionally raising her gaze to the tightly shut carved window. Qing Lu, with heartfelt concern, offered her advice once, only to be silenced by Songjin's wordless glance, leaving her to quietly stand behind Songjin, offering no further comment. Chapter 33. What if she wishes to see me once more? Turning back to the embroidered chamber, Yishuyu's expression remained serene, her gaze distant as she silently resumed her seat at the heated table, once again picking up the game manual. Behind her, Chunxi kept her lips tightly sealed, too afraid to utter a word, her eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the floor, a simmering anger within her. Had it not been for Sister Qiulu's intervention, she might have rushed downstairs to confront that ungrateful scoundrel. Bah, a mere impoverished scholar who studied the classics. He deceived her lady and now dares to return, shamelessly embracing the gentlemanly virtues of keeping one's word, as if they were his own. How despicable! Upon encountering Songjin, Qiulu's emotions were rather intricate. He might have returned to fetch the lady. Would she be pleased? Yet, the undeniable truth remained that he had vanished without a trace for 2 years, subjecting both the lady and the little lady to hardship within this drunken brocade pavilion. Even if he had returned now, it could not erase the fact that he was a man who had forsaken his promises. Yishuyu's silence at the heated table made Qiulu feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Ultimately unable to bear the weight of her guilt for concealing the truth from the lady, she knelt heavily upon the ground. With a loud thud, it jolted everyone's attention back to the present. Yishuyu sensed a flicker of understanding in her heart, but remained silent, her gaze calm as she awaited Qiulu to speak. The sequence of events unfolded clearly and succinctly in just a few sentences from Qiulu. Thus, it was possible that young Master Zhao was indeed in league with him. Upon receiving Qiulu's affirmative response, she then requested that Yishuyu punish her for her transgressions of secrecy, to which Yishuyu bore her no ill will. With a gentle sigh, she smiled faintly, her every expression radiating charm, suggesting that she should not act so recklessly in the future. It was not until Yi Yun in the bedroom awakened, and Chunxi brought her to Yishuyu, that she regained her composure. Yi Yun's cheeks were rosy, her brows arched like crescent moons, long lashes framing her peach blossom eyes, her little mouth constantly stretching into a smile at Yishuyu, melting her heart. "Ah, mother." A soft, tender voice, still carrying the scent of milk, with her chubby little hands gripping Yishuyu, prompted an irresistible urge to plant a fierce kiss upon her. Gazing into Yi Yun's slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, Yishuyu couldn't help but think of him, the father of Yun'er, her former lover. In her life, she had committed 2 significant acts that an ordinary woman of good standing would never dare. Firstly, engaging in secret dealings with a man, and secondly, bearing a child. Yet, would she lament these choices? Not in the least. As for betrayal, she merely considered it a misjudgment of character. She loved fiercely. Yet his feelings for her had begun to wane. But was she still waiting for him? Yishuyu found herself uncertain. The child was hers as well. As a woman of the world, she might never have children in this lifetime. The stirring of life within her during those 10 months, the child's movements, deeply touched her. a soul struggling in the mire. At that time, she thought perhaps when he returned, the child would be born, and they would live together, their lives not so sorrowful. Little did she anticipate that he would never return. Yet, in just over 2 years, he had amassed a fortune beyond measure, even daring to confront the Lin family openly. Standing against the masters behind the drunken brocade pavilion. Once, he was a destitute scholar clad in white, while she was an elusive courtesan, sought after like a rare gem. Now, he is transformed into a mysterious gentleman of high standing, while she has been relegated to the lowest status among the women of pleasure. Yi Shuyu remained silent, her thoughts swirling, her heart weighed down by an unshakable chill. In the span of a mere incense stick, a woman, eager to curry favor, approached her, announcing that the gentleman who had just been spurned was seated at the tea house opposite the Zue Jin pavilion, lingering quietly over his tea. It was evident to all that this Lingyin girl was the true jewel of the Zue Jin pavilion, and she sought to gain favor. Ever since she learned that Song Jin was outside that tea house, Yi Shuyu had not dared to open the intricately carved window again. Perhaps she wished to avoid seeing him. Perhaps her heart was in turmoil, not wanting to lose her composure over him. Or perhaps it was the resentment she concealed deep within. For several consecutive days, Song Jin meticulously dressed to seek an audience with Yi Shuyu, yet she consistently refused to meet him. Undeterred, he remained at the tea house from dawn until dusk, neglecting to partake in meals. Gradually, Song Jin shed his lavish attire, opting instead for simple blue garments that mirrored the bamboo shadow. His silk ribbons replaced by humble fabric ties, devoid of jade ornaments, save for a lotus pouch as decoration. Zhao Luoza and others dared not speak, while Qing Lu maintained a stoic demeanor, though her heart ached. If previously, the prince's attire resembled that of an ordinary official's son, today he appeared as nothing more than a commoner. If there was anything remarkable, Qing Lu mused, it was perhaps his handsome, jade-like visage. In their 2 years together, Song Jin had been merely a farmeress son, unable to afford silks and luxurious fabrics, always donning the simple garments provided by the Li couple. Yet now, as he donned his former attire, he elicited disdain from the women of the Zue Jin pavilion. How dare such a man venture to the 3rd floor? Rejection was inevitable. Song Jin pressed his lips together, feeling no anger. Each flicker of resentment was doused by the serene gaze of her from a past life, leaving him only to glance towards the direction of the pavilion. That pride whispered to him to avoid the scorn of others. Yet he could not help but comfort himself. What if, just once more, she wished to see him? Fengyang County, the 7th day of September. The air began to cool. Gentle breezes sweeping through every street and alley, carrying the fragrances of everlasting flowers and locust blossoms, with petals dancing softly to the ground. As the hour of shun approached, Song Jin remained quietly seated on the wooden bench outside the tea house, occasionally lifting his teacup to sip, his heart as tranquil as still water. The cacophony of street vendors, the clinking of teacups, and the sycophantic chatter of waitstaff failed to disturb his serene composure, as if he were oblivious to the world outside. Meanwhile, within the boudoir, Yi Shuyu sat before a bronze mirror, meticulously painting her brows, shaping them like distant mountains, and applying a touch of red to her lips. Chuanxi and Shilu had gone out to procure goods, while Yi Yun remained soundly asleep on the bed. Yi Shuyu slowly rose to her feet and took a few steps to the intricately carved window, her gaze serene yet shrouded in an unfathomable inkiness. With an air of casualness, she gently pushed the window open just a crack. Leaning slightly to the side, she lowered her head, her eyes resting upon the shadowy figure outside the tea house, a flicker of light dancing in her gaze as she observed Song Jin for a brief moment. He remained seated, engrossed in his tea, never lifting his eyes. After 6 consecutive days of seeking an audience, Yi Shuyu found herself perplexed by the depths of her own feelings, suspecting that resentment might prevail. As she remained lost in her thoughts, Song Jin unexpectedly glanced up towards the 3rd floor, causing Yi Shuyu to instinctively retreat a few steps, her heart pounding like thunder. Whether in frustration or the embarrassment of being discovered, she could not tell. Song Jin, having indeed noticed her, could not help but let a genuine smile grace his lips, softening his features with sincerity. Chapter 34. An inescapable fate the sorrowful captivity the following day. Lin Hongyu had been imprisoned in a cell for several days. From his initial outbursts of profanity to his current pleas for mercy, he bore little resemblance to the esteemed heir of the Lin family, the wealthiest in Fengyang County. Upon receiving the news, the Lin family was almost thrown into chaos. After all, he was their cherished grandson, their golden child. Yet, he had fallen into the clutches of Shi Qingming, who presented irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing that left the Lin family no choice but to send a letter to Lin Wangdong. At first, Lin Wangdong remained unconcerned, believing that Shi Qingming would release his nephew within 3 days. If not, he thought he could leverage his status to persuade Shi Qingming to spare Lin Hongyu. However, after 5 or 6 days, not only did Shi Qingming ignore his correspondence, but he also continued to detain Lin Hongyu. Unable to remain passive, Lin Wangdong's initial doubts burgeoned into a towering tree of concern. How dare Shi Qingming act with such audacity? Ultimately, he humbled himself and traveled to Fengyang County by carriage, his expression darkening as he headed straight for the governor's office. If Lin Wangdong had approached Shi Qingming with an air of arrogance, exuding the confidence of a long-standing official, his demeanor shifted drastically upon encountering Song Jin. His face paled, and he fell to his knees, the sound of his descent echoing painfully. Lin Wangdong trembled uncontrollably, the reckless words he had spoken earlier now haunting him like a death sentence. How could he have imagined that the esteemed Prince Gong, who stood at the forefront of the Golden Lawn Hall, would appear in Fengyang County? He, a mere low-ranking official at the back of the hall, had no right to utter such defiance. "Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Long live the prince." Song Jin remained silent, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Though he appeared as a courteous and approachable gentleman, he was, in truth, a cold executioner, capable of sealing Lin Wangdong's fate with a mere word. Without Song Jin's decree, Lin Wangdong was unable to rise, his body quaking as he remained prostrate on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Despite the weather beginning to turn cool, beads of sweat dripped from Lin Wangdong's forehead onto the ground, his garments clinging to him uncomfortably. The tension coursing through him painted his neck crimson, creeping up to his cheeks. He swallowed several times, his mind racing as he pondered how he might escape this calamity. Hongyu, Lin Hongyu, the very source of his troubles. This foolhardy youth had dared to entangle himself with someone far beyond his reckoning. This wayward child would bring ruin upon the Lin family and upon him. No wonder Shi Qingming had the audacity to ignore his letters. He had evidently allied himself with the formidable Prince Gong. Although Prince Gong is usually gentle and courteous in public, those in the court are well aware that his amiability is merely superficial. It is precisely this fade that instills deep apprehension in figures such as Elder Tang. "Your Highness, the Lin family's wretched offspring has committed unspeakable acts. Yet due to my preoccupation with official duties, I have neglected my role in discipline, which is also my failing. I implore your Highness to show mercy. I shall endeavor to educate him properly and not disappoint your expectations." Lin Wangdong's voice trembled, yet each word was pronounced with clarity and urgency, revealing his profound disappointment in Lin Hongyu. At last, Song Jin raised her gaze, her eyes settling on Lin Wangdong below, and she let out a soft laugh as she approached him. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, "I will take care of that wretched offspring. As for how to deal with him, I have my own plans." After a brief pause, she continued, "Furthermore, regarding the matter in Yangzhou, I trust that Prefect Lin will maintain confidentiality. Should word reach others in the court, I cannot guarantee the safety of your head." Upon hearing this, Lin Wangdong's pupils dilated in shock, and he repeatedly bowed, "I shall obey. I shall obey." Who could have imagined that the illustrious prefect of Yangzhou, a formidable figure in that region, would find himself in such a pitiful position, pleading with an unremarkable gentleman? Even after returning to his carriage, Lin Wangdong realized that the cold sweat on his body had yet to dry. The fear born from such a vast disparity in status was a sensation he would never experience again. This is a society where power reigns supreme, and the strength of Prince Gong, a paragon of nobility, is invaluable. Among all the royal kin, There exists only one prince who possesses absolute authority and a benevolent heart, Prince Gong. No one knew what Lin Wangdong did upon returning to the Lin residence that led to a drastic change. Ensuring that the Lin family would no longer cause disturbances at the magistrate's office, behaving with newfound caution and restraint, fearful of being caught in any wrongdoing. The Lin family seemed to have begun abandoning Lin Hengyu, opting instead to nurture their second son, with all members of the household refraining from discussing Lin Hengyu altogether. Meanwhile, Yi Shuyu observed as Song Jin was informed by what appeared to be a servant and departed from the tea house, leaving only a silhouette barely taller than 8 spans. It was not until Song Jin's figure vanished completely that Yi Shuyu feigned indifference, casually playing with the stray strands of hair that had fallen. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the spot outside the tea house where she often sat, her thoughts wandering. Was she leaving for something important? Autumn Liu, with her keen insight, understood all too well and sighed inwardly. Perhaps young Master Li represents an inescapable tribulation in the young lady's life, a tragic fate. Whether she was the once proud young lady of the past or the wounded soul of the present, it seems that deep within her heart, she still clings to thoughts of young Master Li. If it were definitively revealed that he had wronged her, she might finally find closure. Yet the most tormenting aspect is that in Shengjing, not a trace of young Master Li can be found. It is as if he has evaporated into thin air, leaving the young lady in a state of unresolved anguish. Ever since the incident involving Lin Hengyu, Miss Ling Yin has ascended to a position of great reverence within the Zue Jinj. Previously, Tingyue could still share the spotlight with Ling Yin, but following that event, compounded by the subtle messages relayed by Mama Ming, Ling Yin has firmly overshadowed Tingyue. Ostensibly, it remains Mama Ming who presides over the affairs of the entire establishment, yet privately, she dares not lay a finger on Yi Shuyu. Through years of navigating the complexities of this world, Mama Ming has ultimately come to realize the precariousness of the situation. It appears that Ling Yin is beyond reproach, and even the mistress herself is untouchable. Chapter 35. For several hours, the rain fell relentlessly. In Yangzhou, Fengyang County, on the 10th day of September, just past noon, the sky was shrouded in a somber gloom. Dark clouds pressed heavily against the heavens, evoking a sense of impending doom, banishing the usual clarity and brightness. The fierce wind howled intermittently, stirring up scattered petals that danced through the streets of Fengyang County. Passers-by instinctively tightened their clothing and quickened their steps, anxious that the next moment, a deluge would descend upon the land. Qing Lu, with a hint of trepidation, discreetly shook her calves, standing respectfully behind Song Jin. Unmoved, Song Jin remained composed, casting a few glances at the overcast sky before lowering his gaze to sip from his teacup. Observing his demeanor, Qing Lu dared not utter a word but could not suppress the urge to steal glances at him, her expression betraying her unease and sorrow. For several consecutive days, the prince had risen early, dressed meticulously, and sought an audience with Miss Ling Yin at the 3rd floor of the drunken brocade pavilion, only to be rebuffed. He then sat in this tea house, lingering until dusk, neglecting even his midday meal, fearing the toll it would take on his health. If the emperor or others inquired, her life would be forfeit. My lord, it appears rain is imminent today, Qing Lu ventured cautiously. Shall we not return and wait for the weather to improve? At her words, Song Jin remained still, his placid gaze tightening her heart, prompting her to look down in silence. In just the span of a tea ceremony, even the normally bustling 3rd Street had grown desolate, with only a few souls scurrying about. Suddenly, thunder rolled in from the horizon like a battalion of war chariots, and with a patter, the rain began to fall, huge droplets cascading from the sky, striking the ground steadily, landing upon wildflowers in the corners, on the beams of the drunken brocade pavilion, and on every surface of 3rd Street, including Song Jin's hair and his garments. The tea house staff, initially intending to tidy up the tables and utensils, found themselves laughing at a silver note Qing Lu had produced, abandoning their plans. Drop by drop, the sky wept, mingling with a cool breeze, naturally falling upon Song Jin's teacup, the table, and every part of his being. The rain soaked Song Jin's silky black hair, dampened the bamboo cloth robe he had donned that morning in anticipation of meeting Yishuyu, and even drenched his otherwise ordinary cloth shoes. It did not dampen his unwavering resolve. He yearned to see her, to behold her once more, despite the harshness of his surroundings. Song Jin's countenance remained as gentle as jade, with raindrops gliding down beside his eyes. Occasionally, he would wipe his already damp sleeves, striving to open his eyes wider, to gaze upon the intricately carved windows of the dreams that awaited him. He pondered whether the rain on the day of their first encounter had mirrored today's, first sparse, then torrential. The rain persisted for a considerable time, showing no signs of abating even as the hour of Shun approached, rather intensifying its relentless downpour. Rain often seeped into Qing Lu's eyes, forcing him to squint. He beheld his noble and elegant prince, as resplendent as jade, sitting motionless on the damp wooden chair for a full 3 hours. The cool rain had already soaked Song Jin to the bone. A slight breeze sent goosebumps prickling across his skin, chilling him to the core. Within the confines of the inner chamber, Yishuyu sat languidly at the Kong table, cradling an ancient tome purchased from a study. Her gaze, ostensibly fixed on the pages, remained transfixed on one leaf for over a quarter of an hour without turning. Her thoughts had long drifted far from the captivating text. Since the first drop of rain, her mind had been adrift, particularly as a pot of tea lay before her. Qiu Lu remarked, "Miss, he is still below, has not departed." At these words, Chuanxi snorted coldly, remaining silent, then turned to tease Yiyun, entirely disregarding the indifferent scholar. Instead, she felt an inexplicable delight knowing he had endured hours in the rain. Yishuyu's smile remained unchanged, yet she discreetly pressed her lips together, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the intricately carved window, her emotions a tumultuous sea within her mind. Why must it be so? Had it not been 2 years already? Why return? Given his considerable power, he must have been a suitor for many virtuous and wealthy young ladies. Why seek out a courtesan like her? Observing her mistress's eyes continually glancing toward the carved window, Qiu Lu sighed inwardly, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as she approached and opened the window, explaining, "It is rare for rain. Let us allow some air in. The doctor often advises us to ventilate for the young Mrs. Health." Chuanxi wholeheartedly agreed. The bedroom felt stifling, and a little fresh air would certainly bring comfort to the young lady. As for Yishuyu, she was well aware of Qiu Lu's intentions. A flicker of tension and curiosity illuminated her eyes, which sparkled more enticingly than peach blossoms. She feigned indifference, casting furtive glances at the solitary figure below amidst the rain and mist, her body gradually shifting toward the window, her delicate, pale hands seemingly losing control as they rested on the sill. Her eyes, filled with hope and starlight, sparkled alluringly, as if frozen in place, her breath softening as she gazed at the man below. Yishuyu felt her heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a budding maiden experiencing her first love. After days of rejection, she had assumed he would be too humiliated to return, yet unexpectedly, he merely offered a bittersweet smile and returned the next day, brimming with joy. "You, wait for me to carry you into the door in a grand sedan chair." The sudden recollection of his once tender words and her 2 years of anticipation, disappointment, and ultimate despair washed over her. She knew he would not return. A wave of bitterness and heartache surged within her, spreading through her bones and limbs like wildfire. Why return? Just when I had convinced myself you would never come back. You did. But what does it matter? Li Jing, do you still wish to marry me as you once did? Can you truly marry me? Can you even accept me? A young master of impeccable reputation, a man of striking appearance and considerable influence, would he truly take a courtesan as his own? Yishuyu was oblivious to such matters. She wished to remain unaware, for perhaps the answers would shatter her heart into countless pieces. As Yishuyu descended into her own reverie, Song Jin, disregarding the rain, lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of the intricately carved window that he had longed for, the one through which the person he had dreamt of was gazing at him. Filled with joy, Song Jin hastily wiped away the raindrops from his eyes, only to find that her eyes were brimming with sorrow, a profound sorrow that was ineffable and indescribable. This gaze extinguished the exuberance in Song Jin's heart. dousing it with a chilling wave of despair. Chapter 36. I have returned to retrieve you in that fleeting glance. It seemed to evoke memories within Song Jin of her past life, particularly the moment of her death, as she coughed up blood. Have you come to take me? She pondered. Suddenly, she could hardly fathom that in her previous existence, she had awaited him for nearly 9 years, only to encounter a desolate heart that felt utterly extinguished. In that moment of fleeting illumination, upon seeing him, what emotions compelled her to utter such words? At this juncture, Song Jin was unaware whether the moisture she wiped from her tear-streaked cheeks was rainwater. If it were indeed rain, why did it taste briny as it trickled into her mouth? Gigi, please do not look at him like that. He was afraid, terrified that he might defy all propriety and sacred teachings, unable to restrain himself from rushing up to the 3rd floor of Yangzhou to embrace her, to soothe the pain he had once inflicted upon her. Gigi, I once spoke of your beautiful eyes, which were adorned with the brilliance of countless stars. Yet now, the allure of your captivating phoenix eyes dims solely when they gaze upon me, filled with indifference and detachment. But I know that you are still waiting for me, still anticipating my return to take you away. In an instant, it felt as though all things radiated with brilliance, and Song Jin suddenly comprehended something profound. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied Song Jin's mind at that moment. He averted his gaze from Yi Shuyu and silently rose to his feet. The rain intensified, and the dark clouds loomed over the city, as if the heavens could no longer bear witness to the scene. Zue Jinggu began to illuminate its lamps, casting a warm glow, yet outside, the 2 drenched men stood out starkly against the backdrop of the downpour. Song Jin's steps remained steady, undeterred by the torrential rain, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane, imbued with an inexplicable clarity. He approached a location beneath the eaves, where Yi Shuyu could easily discern his presence. He undertook an act he believed was utterly unbefitting of a prince, one he had just awakened to in his heart's desire. At that moment, he was not the esteemed Prince Gong, nor the powerful lord of the Song dynasty. Instead, he was merely a heartbroken scholar, burdened by the memories of a once beloved and seeking her forgiveness. Under the puzzled gazes of Yi Shuyu and Qing Lu, Song Jin once again wiped away the rainwater that flowed at the corners of his eyes with his jade-like hands. However, his soaked sleeves could not cleanse the remnants. Ultimately, he raised his gaze, yearning to catch a glimpse of the woman above him. Unexpectedly, Qing Lu appeared with a clean handkerchief, hurriedly placing it in Song Jin's palm before quietly retreating. A light chuckle escaped Song Jin as he quickly wiped the rainwater surrounding his eyes. Amidst the rhythmic patter of raindrops, he could also hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Thump, 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 each beat resonating through his very being. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Yi Shuyu's serene gaze, which mirrored the tenderness of yesteryears. He parted his lips several times, yet the sound of the rain drowned out his voice. What had he attempted to convey? Song Jin took a deep breath. His cheeks, which should have felt cold, were unexpectedly flushed, extending to his neck, reminiscent of a naive youth enamored by his beloved. At last, Song Jin's voice resonated, clear as jade and as refreshing as a spring, embodying a sense of reckless abandon. I have returned to fetch you, he declared, his tone slightly subdued yet more robust than before. I said, I have returned to fetch you. He paused, amplifying his voice, yearning for the lady above to hear him clearly. Pray tell, miss, do you hear me? Song Jin had never envisioned himself in such a moment, his heart pounding violently as if it might leap from his chest. He had never contemplated that he would, in a public gathering, openly express his affections for a woman, completely defying the teachings of restraint and decorum. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that unrestrainedly voicing his feelings could bring such joy. A lump formed in his throat as he recalled the unanswered sentiments from her previous life. I have returned to fetch you. Miss, do you hear me? These words seemed to pierce through the heavy rain and mist, resonating so clearly that even the pattering of raindrops could not muffle the gentle, spring-like quality of his voice, reaching Yi Shuyu's ears. Everything around her fell into silence. The sounds of rain, the astonished exclamations from the women below, the surprise of Chunxi and others, even the laughter of Yi Yun, all faded into oblivion. In her mind, Only that melodious voice echoed, imbued with boundless joy and remorse. Her gaze was fixated on the despondent young man below, drenched like a drenched chicken, his eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. Her breathing slowed, yet her heartbeat quickened with each thrum. Unconsciously, Yi Shuyu leaned out of the window. Her eyes sparkled with an unknowable smile, a genuine expression of joy and a deep longing for the long-lost past. Her beloved seemed to have returned. Clad in the azure robes she meticulously wove for him, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable, sincere light. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, the astonished looks from her servant, and the curious stares of the revelers still indulging in the Zue Jin Pavilion, he stood in the rain, calling out to her. She understood well that he refrained from uttering her name, Lingyin, out of consideration for her reputation. Now, countless intricately carved windows of the Zue Jin Pavilion swung open, as many women sought to glimpse the bold suitor daring to profess his love. Who could have known to whom he spoke? After more than 2 years, her gentle and courteous young man seemed to have returned. Tears brimmed in Yi Shuyu's enchanting eyes, her eyelids tinged with a burning hue, while the rain tousled her once neatly arranged hair, strands clinging to her face. She suppressed the bittersweet ache within her. Her pride forbade her from weeping. Yet her gaze never wavered from Song Jin. Every expression of hers exuded charm, captivating in every gesture. Upon witnessing this, Qiulu and Chuanxi bowed their heads in silent awe. They understood that the young lady would never wish for them to witness her current state of vulnerability and confusion. Perhaps even Yi Shuyu herself was unaware that the door to her heart, once firmly closed, had now opened a small crack. So, you truly have returned to fetch me. I once believed that you would never come back, yet I ponder why your arrival is so tardy. I had long relinquished hope, with only Yun'er sustaining me as I struggled through the quagmire of this tumultuous world. For 365 days, Yi Shuyu waited for over 2 years and 3 months, enduring more than 800 days and nights. She even sought the whereabouts of Song Jin and Sheng Jing for over 500 days and nights. But with each fruitless inquiry and every wave of disappointment, despair ultimately engulfed her. In mere moments, Yi Shuyu managed to steady her heartbeat and breathing, closing the intricately carved window. Were it not for the swelling around her eyes, Chuanxi and the others might have doubted their own perceptions. Song Jin, disheartened, withdrew his gaze as the rain and mist intensified. He lifted his head, only to be met by the relentless downpour, forcing his eyes shut, and he could only faintly discern her silhouette emerging, oblivious to her thoughts. Chapter 37. How to enter the prince's mansion. Whether it was the torrential rain pelting down upon Song Jin, rendering him somewhat unsteady, or the prolonged exposure to the elements that weakened his constitution, or perhaps the embarrassment and awkwardness of the situation he found himself in, Song Jin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His steps faltered, prompting the pale-faced Qing Lu to hurriedly come to his aid. Qing Lu felt a pang of distress. Although the prince had previously instructed him to take his leave, how could he, a mere servant, stand idly beneath the eaves, sheltered from the rain while his master remained exposed? The prince, too, eschewed an umbrella, even engaging in actions that Qing Lu had once thought unimaginable. The fear that gripped him made him question his own senses, wondering if the prince had lost his sanity in the downpour. Would he, upon regaining his composure, discover that Qing Lu had overheard something scandalous and decide to silence him? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qing Lu perceived a bleakness ahead. Moreover, the prince was genuinely infatuated with a woman from the 3rd floor of the drunken brocade pavilion. How absurd! How utterly ludicrous! Such a shocking revelation. Should he dare to share this, none would believe him. Even a robust constitution could not withstand over 3 hours of rain. Ultimately, Song Jin and Qing Lu were rescued and returned by the late arriving Zhao Luoza and others. After enduring a fever for about a day, Song Jin began to show signs of improvement, while Qing Lu languished with a high fever and dizziness for 3 days before he started to recover. As Zhao Luoza observed Song Jin resting with his eyes closed, memories of the previous day struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him almost incredulous, his eyes wide with disbelief. The prince, typically so well-dressed, had stood outside the drunken brocade pavilion like a drenched chicken, his expression devoid of composure. Soaked to the skin, Zhao Luozi could only speculate how long the prince had remained in the rain, a thought too daunting to entertain. Having arrived first to carry out his task, he gleaned more than his companions regarding the situation. It was the young Lady Ling Yin who had orchestrated the current predicament. Though Zhao Luozi held a deep admiration for Ling Yin from their previous chess matches, the notion of allowing her into the prince's mansion was preposterous. No matter the circumstances, her identity as a courtesan could not be overlooked. How could she possibly enter the royal residence? Surely, the officials watching the prince, as well as the emperor and the empress dowager, would never permit such a thing. The events that transpired amidst the rain quickly became the subject of gossip within the drunken brocade pavilion, circulating among the men and women who frequented its halls. The tale of the scholarly gentleman and the courtesan unfolded in the most renowned alley of Fengyang County, within the foremost establishment frequented by wealthy scions and debauched youths. Within merely 2 days, the story spread throughout the entire county, becoming a popular topic among storytellers in tea houses and taverns. As the narrative gained traction, coupled with Song Jin's persistent requests for an audience with Ling Yin, speculation among the patrons of the drunken brocade pavilion ran rampant, with most pointing fingers at Ling Yin. After all, this gentleman had consistently sought her out, leaving no room for doubt. The words spoken by Song Jin, "I have returned to fetch you," ignited the curiosity of the crowd. Unfortunately, most were unaware of the past shared between Ling Yin and that young gentleman. For 2 consecutive days, Song Jin did not make an appearance at the drunken brocade pavilion, instead recovering at the governor's residence, firmly confined to bed by Wei Li's resolute stance. During this time, Shi Qingming ordered countless premium medicinal herbs to be delivered and summoned several renowned physicians from Fengyang County to attend to Song Jin, fearing that any misstep could jeopardize not only his reputation but also his very life. In the imperial city of Shengjing, on September 11th, Song Wei sat upright on the dragon throne in the imperial study, staring intently at a letter on his desk for quite some time. His expression fluctuated, a tempest of emotions brewing within, yet his demeanor remained composed. The letter appeared somewhat crumpled, indicating it had been perused multiple times. As time passed, Song Wei grew increasingly restless and tossed the letter into an unseen corner to alleviate his mounting agitation. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Song Wei to straighten his posture once more. Entering was eunuch Song, his face aglow with joy, eager to kneel in greeting, but was interrupted by Song Wei. "What news?" "Your Majesty," eunuch Song exclaimed, "the Empress has joyful news. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for soon to be blessed with a dragon's son." The weight on Song Wei's heart finally lifted, and he could not contain the smile spreading across his face, laughing heartily. "Excellent. Bestow rewards. Announce that the salaries of all the palaces will be doubled this month." He then rose swiftly, striding towards the Empress's cunning palace, his steps light, accompanied by a throng of eunuchs and maidservants. Empress Han, Song Wei's first wife, had endured much hardship alongside him during his days as crown prince, often overshadowed by the previous emperor's favoritism towards the concubine's son. Despite years of marriage, they had yet to bear a legitimate son, a source of deep sorrow for them both. Now, at 25, Song Wei had become a remarkable ruler, leading the Song dynasty into an era of prosperity, with a treasury brimming with riches. Empress Han, just a year younger than Song Wei, had borne him 2 daughters, the eldest princess, 7, and the third princess, 5, both in their playful years. Although Song Wei had several sons, they were all illegitimate. He naturally yearned for a legitimate heir. Yet if this pregnancy resulted in another princess, he would feel disappointment, but also understand that such matters cannot be forced. The words of Dao Ji, the national master, in his letter proved true. The imperial star was indeed dimming, descending from a cunning palace, situated to the north of the imperial city, was once again filled with joy at the prospect of the empress's pregnancy after 5 long years. The atmosphere was vibrant, with maidservants standing taller, exuding pride and diligence in their tasks. In other palaces, however, the clatter of broken teacups and vases increased. In the eastern warm chamber of Cunning Palace, Empress Han reclined contentedly on a dark golden soft couch, her delicate hands resting on her still flat abdomen, her eyes brimming with happiness and affection. As the mother of the nation, Empress Han held a supreme position above all, yet the absence of a legitimate son for Emperor Yongrui weighed heavily on her heart, instilling a sense of guilt towards the emperor who had always respected her. Seated nearby, the third princess was utterly bewildered, munching on the chestnut cake before her like a curious squirrel. Nevertheless, she sensed her mother's profound joy today. But what could be the reason for such delight? It was the prospect that Ning Ning would soon have a little sister or brother. Empress Han gently caressed the third princess's head, her voice imbued with tenderness, while the innocent gaze of the young girl was filled with confusion. Ning Ning was the childhood name given by Emperor Yongrui himself. The third princess pondered, wondering whether it would be a sister or a brother. A glimmer of uncertainty danced in her eyes, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she eagerly inquired, "Will mother still love Ning Ning?" Before Empress Han could respond, Song Wei, who had just entered, chuckled, inadvertently pressing the surprised Empress Han, who was about to rise in respect, back onto the couch. Chapter 38. Years of unresolved feelings. Song Wei playfully pinched the soft little face of the third princess, smiling. "In just a little while, we shall know whether it is a little sister or a little brother. As for Ning Ning, she will always be the cherished darling of her imperial parents, and she will undoubtedly continue to be doted upon." Regarding the two daughters born to his esteemed wife, Song Wei regarded them as precious jewels. By royal decree, they were legitimate princesses and thus deserved more attention than their illegitimate counterparts. In terms of marital affection, they were both born of Empress Han. How could he not hold them dear? Song Wei had always held his wife in high esteem, never failing to honor her in public. Although his official duties kept him busy, he made it a point to spend the nights of the 1st and 15th of each month at Kuaning Palace. While their relationship may not be characterized by intense passion, it was marked by mutual respect and had never soured. Satisfied with the answer, the third princess squinted her eyes in delight and resumed her enjoyment of the chestnut cake. Only then did Song Wei shift his gaze to the face of Empress Han, who sat beside him, her voice laced with an undeniable cheerfulness. "You have worked hard these past few months. As long as the child is healthy, whether it be a princess or a prince, let fate decide." Empress Han, whose birth name was Han Yu, hailed from the Han family, and her brother was none other than the renowned Han Yunlin, known for his frequent visits to the glamorous realms. After exchanging a few more words with her, Song Wei noticed that while Han Yu maintained a composed smile, she had scarcely absorbed his words. It was only after Song Wei departed from the East Warm Pavilion that Han Yu came back to her senses. It seemed an eternity since she had last heard Emperor Yongrui call her by that name. The last time he had referred to her as was on the day of Ning Ning's full moon celebration, when, emboldened by drink, he had called her that for the entire night instead of addressing her as Empress. In Yangzhou, Fengyang County, on the 12th of September, coincidentally, due to an illness, Song Jin had not visited the drunken brocade pavilion in recent days, instead resting in a private room at the county magistrate's residence, allowing her to come across the letter instructing Wei Li and Zhao Luo Zhe to utilize the hidden forces of Yangzhou for their inquiries. At that moment, Song Jin sat in a single-back chair, her habitual smile long vanished, clutching a densely written letter in her left hand, while her right index finger unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the table. In the room, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Silence reigned. A few attendants, unaware of the change in atmosphere, remained quietly standing. However, those who had accompanied Song Jin for many years, including Wei Li and Zhao Luo Zhe, understood the gravity of the situation, their breaths quieting as they stood at attention behind her. Since Song Jin's arrival in Fengyang County, she had dispatched them to investigate thoroughly. Given her insistence on the accuracy and detail of the findings, considerable time had elapsed before they could present their findings, which comprised over 7 pages. It was through the covert operatives stationed in Yangzhou that Wei Li and Zhao Luo Zhe had begun to grasp the intricacies of the matter. Yet, they dared not comment on their lord's actions, choosing instead to follow orders. The mere first letter held Song Jin's attention for the duration of an incense stick's burning, during which she did not touch her tea nor divert her gaze. Song Jin's gaze burned intensely, as if it could pierce through the letter before him, particularly fixated on the words detailing Miss Ling Yin's perilous labor, which nearly led to catastrophic hemorrhaging. Furthermore, the mention of a false claim of an adopted daughter bearing the surname Wan, alongside the poignant description of the fetus suffering from the mother's excessive worries and lack of sufficient nourishment, rendering it frail and weak, demanded meticulous care. Otherwise, it risked the tragedy of untimely demise. These phrases struck him with profound resonance. Each character, each sentence composed of familiar strokes from the past, felt like a sharp blade thrust deep into Song Jin's heart, blindingly painful and causing tears to well in his eyes. During her pregnancy, she had to toil late into the night, embroidering until the hour of the dog, laboring for many consecutive days to produce a single piece of work, merely to exchange it for silver to procure nourishing medicine. The sight was jarring, a vivid tableau of anguish. Song Jin felt as though his throat was constricted. He attempted to speak several times, yet his lips moved without sound. In a daze, he recalled his life within the Wang residence, draped in fine garments, surrounded by sumptuous feasts, attended to by many, where a mere command was met with immediate obedience. Meanwhile, she had been pregnant, hiding in a modest courtyard to shield herself from prying eyes, her spirit waning, laboring each night to ensure a better future for their child. How deeply ironic, he mused. A bitter irony that pierced his chest with fresh pain, reviving a cough that had previously subsided, now erupting in relentless fits. Cough, cough, cough. A heart-wrenching lament, filled with regret for past decisions. His persistent coughing alarmed Wei Li and the others, who rushed forward to assist him, only to be halted by a gesture of his hand, leaving them to stand in silence, hesitant to speak. So be it. This life was destined to be for you. Dandan, the words I have returned to fetch you not only indirectly responded to Yi Shuyo's final question in a previous life, but also conveyed what he yearned to express most in this life. He understood that she might have been waiting for that very phrase, lingering on his past words, unable to let go for years. Such a foolish girl, Song Jin thought. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Li. Upon hearing his name, Wei Li stepped forward, concern etched on his face, his hands clasped in a respectful greeting. Every establishment that had previously offered her any form of assistance, the fabric shop, the herbal medicine hall, had been meticulously noted by this young master. In due course, he would deliver the list to Shi Qingming, ensuring that they could trade outside the county without the burden of official taxes. Do you understand? Wei Li's voice rang out, firm and resonant. Yes, my lord, I comprehend. With that, Song Jin shifted his gaze back to the letter in his left hand, once more lost in contemplation. He pondered the kindness he had overlooked in the past, realizing that even a small act of goodwill could have offered her some comfort. Thus, he resolved to repay each act of kindness she had received. A mere trifle of official tax would not concern him. However, it must be paid to adhere to regulations. Therefore, Song Jin planned to use the funds from the Wang residence to settle these dues. As for those who had fallen into misfortune, they would not be overlooked, especially within the confines of the Zue Jin Pavilion. The former renown of Yi Shuyu was exceedingly illustrious, and, consequently, the number of envious individuals multiplied exponentially. In her downfall, those who relished in her misfortune added further scorn to her plight. Lost in thought, Song Jin suddenly burst into laughter, her voice cascading like jade over spring, so enchanting that it could easily soften the hearts of outsiders. As for Wei Li, who had yet to depart, he involuntarily trembled, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. He understood that this unique laughter emerged only when the prince harbored thoughts of tormenting one to death. There is no rush. Time is ample, Song Jin mused. Beneath her consistently gentle exterior, akin to jade, lay a fierce and ruthless disposition towards those she loathed. A coldness born from the royal family's bloodshed that paved a path to supremacy. Chapter 39. Does he know he has a daughter? If only your heart mirrored mine. Never to betray the longing that dwells within. As Song Jin's health began to improve, he resumed his previous attire of simple bamboo fabric. Alas, even in this humble garb. He could not conceal the extraordinary aura that surrounded him. Unlike the placid demeanor of 2 years prior, marked by amnesia, he now exuded an enigmatic and remarkably distinct quality. Born into royal lineage, he had faced the disdain of the late emperor, been sent on numerous missions outside the capital, and absorbed the teachings of esteemed scholars over the years. His youthful awkwardness in Yangzhou during his memory loss, the ruthless decisiveness he displayed upon regaining his memories for the new emperor, and his eventual gentle decorum. All these elements converge to create Song Jin's unparalleled presence. Should any single aspect be absent, the essence of his being would undoubtedly transform. Thus, even in silent repose at the tea house, many passers-by would pause to gaze at him, instinctively feeling an unapproachable pressure that deterred them from intruding. Although Yi Shuyo's attitude remained consistently dismissive, the frequency of the window's opening had increased slightly, with it being opened at least once a day. At times, Song Jin would notice this and gaze up expectantly, yearning for the one he incessantly thought of to appear. Yet more often than not, before he could fully register the moment, the window would close again. With Qing Lu yet to fully recover, Zhao Luozi trailed behind Song Jin, attending to his needs, ready to be replaced once Qing Lu regained his strength. Zhao Luozi observed that in recent days, everything he witnessed seemed to shatter his previous understanding. Was this truly the same prince he had known? Had he somehow transformed into a lovesick youth, replacing the decisive and refined man he once was? Unwilling to meet the gaze of the prince, Zhao Luozi kept his eyes lowered, fearing that the complexity of his emotions might provoke a reaction. Especially today, he had seen the prince fixated on the window, lost in thought for an extended period. As a simple man, he fancied himself possessing a touch of literary charm. However, he believed that when one encounters a beloved woman, honesty and openness should prevail rather than waiting in such a manner as the prince did. When indeed, would he embrace his beloved? No. A courtesan could never cross the crimson threshold of the Prince Gong's residence, not even through a side door. Yi Shuyu sat by the window, resting her left elbow on the desk, her head gently leaning against her hand. Upon the desk lay tokens she had seldom touched, letters, wise verses, and a white jade plum blossom hairpin, all long hidden beneath the pearwood wardrobe. A soft light enveloped Yi Shuyu, casting a golden sheen upon her, her skin radiant, with a few stray strands of hair adding to her allure. Her rose-colored lips bore the familiar semblance of a smile, seemingly indifferent to the world outside, having only glanced fleetingly at the objects on the shore. In her slightly upturned Danfeng eyes, a veil of mist obscured her emotions, and then she turned to glance at Zhao Luozi outside the window, silently shifting her gaze away. Xuanqi was momentarily entranced, repeatedly marveling at how the young lady resembled a celestial being. Had she been a man, what place would there be for young Master Li? Standing quietly by, Qiu Lu could discern Spring Creek's thoughts with a mere glance. With an expressionless face, she tugged at her dress twice, attempting to redirect Spring Creek's unwavering gaze. At that moment, a little over a year old, Yi Yun was wobbling her way toward Yi Shuyu, swaying left and right, her large eyes wide open. "Grandma, mommy hug," she called out in her soft, endearing voice. Yi Shuyu quickly averted her gaze, crouched down, and opened her arms wide, her eyes brimming with affection as she watched her most cherished treasure approach. Though she was already over a year old, she still resembled a child of 8 or 9 months. As Yi Shuyu lifted Yi Yun, she weighed her in her arms, finding her weight quite manageable. Gazing at the child, whose peach blossom eyes mirrored his own, Yi Shuyu suddenly felt a twinge of curiosity. Did he know that she had given birth to a daughter? Was he aware of his daughter's existence? Given his extraordinary background, could he uncover this truth? Shaking her head with a self-deprecating smile, she dismissed the thought. Perhaps he had long been ensnared by another, leaving no room for concern for her and their daughter. Yet, human nature is inherently complex. The more one wishes to avoid contemplation, the more one finds oneself ensnared by it. If he were to discover that Yun'er was his child, would he treat her kindly? As Yi Shuyu, a mere courtesan with limited means, she felt a profound sense of failure for not being able to provide Yun'er with a better life. Not even the gift of good health. Inside the chamber, Her beloved was deep in thought, while outside, her beloved was consumed by longing. Days passed in unchanging monotony, preparations, refusals, tea drinking, and departing only at the witching hour, until the 19th day of September. In Yangzhou, Fengyang County, on the 19th of September, the weather was slightly cool, yet the sun hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant blue hue across the expanse, a rare and splendid day. However, today, Song Jin did not visit the Zue Jin Pavilion, for he knew she would not be there, rendering the trip unnecessary. At the northernmost part of Fengyang County, near the neighboring Liang County, stood a temple frequented by the locals, Taiguan Temple. It was said to possess remarkable spiritual efficacy. Thus, families often came to offer prayers for favorable weather and prosperity. Taiguan Temple, with its generous offerings of incense money, underwent regular renovations, becoming increasingly grand each year. The red brick structure housed several golden statues of benevolent deities, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld them. Outside the temple, a short walk revealed 5 ancient willow trees, seemingly 1,000 years old, their drooping branches adorned with a surprising splash of red. Devotees had written their wishes on red paper, granted by the master, and hung them from the willow leaves, believing this would enhance their efficacy. Each ancient tree appeared to be enveloped in a sea of red, harmoniously blending with the natural green of the willows, creating a striking contrast. Turning right along the ancient trees led to a winding stone path, flanked by locust flowers. A gentle breeze would send a flurry of locust petals and their sweet fragrance into the air, creating an exquisite atmosphere. Conversely, turning left along the ancient trees also revealed a stone path, albeit a slightly steeper one, which deterred the majority of worshippers from taking that route. Seated in a refined chamber within the Taiguan Temple, Song Jin was immersed in tranquility, his eyes gently closed. The small door stood wide open, allowing the gentle breeze to caress him, enhancing the beauty of the moment. Song Jin had never subscribed to the notion of deities or spirits. However, having undergone a profound transformation, he could not help but harbor a newfound reverence for the unknown. At that moment, Master Jinhong was invited into the chamber by Wei Li, prompting Song Jin to slowly open his eyes. Master Jinhong, positioned before Song Jin, stroked his curled beard, his age lending a sagacity to his features akin to that of Maitreya Buddha. After a prolonged silence, Song Jin spoke, "Master, you must discern the inquiries that dwell within my heart." In response, Master Jinhong broke into a broad smile, turning to face Song Jin, his deep, dark eyes seemingly delving into the very depths of Song Jin's soul. Why not witness for yourself what your heart seeks to know? Chapter 40. Journey to Taiguan Temple on the 19th of September. Once more, Yi Shuyu had requested leave from Mama Ming the previous day. In previous years, Mama Ming would always wear a haughty demeanor, making it difficult for her to gain approval for her outings. However, this year, her attitude was markedly different. She not only refrained from collecting the customary 200 taels of silver, but also inquired kindly if Yi Shuyu required additional days off. She even hesitated to suggest that Yi Shuyu should not wear a veil on this occasion. This revelation left not only Chuanxi in stunned silence, but also Yi Shuyu momentarily taken aback, before she nodded in acquiescence. Once they exited Mama Ming's courtyard, Chuanxi could not help but murmur a few words, realizing that Mama Ming still held some influence. Despite her innocent naivety, Chuanxi could not fathom the underlying implications of the situation, but through persistent coaxing, she managed to extract a few words from Chulu. One of those revelations was that the atmosphere of trepidation surrounding the events at Zue Jingo was likely instigated by young Master Li. This information weighed heavily on Chuanxi's mind, prompting her to refrain from openly rolling her eyes at Song Jin, while simultaneously diminishing her opinion of Zhao Luoza, for she was well aware of the idiom regarding collusion. Yi Shuyu pressed her lips together, a torrent of complex emotions surging within her. What she had struggled for over the years, he could accomplish effortlessly. Indeed, what lay between them was not merely the 2 years of patient waiting, but also the stark contrast of their social standings. On the 19th of September in the 4th year of Yongrui, at the hour of the rabbit, a humble carriage departed from the rear gate of Zue Jingo. having picked up 2 ladies, and began its journey northward towards Fengyang County. Fortunately, Taiguang Temple was renowned, and a road leading to it had been established a few years prior, making it common for families to travel by carriage along the smooth path. Today was a rather bustling day in Fengyang County, with throngs of pilgrims flocking to Taiguang Temple. It is said that on the 19th days of February, June, and September, wishes made on these dates are most likely to be granted. Among the many carriages, the one Yishuyu occupied was rather unremarkable. It bore no magnificent horses or ornate decorations, thus dissuading any undue thoughts from passers-by. After about an hour, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Chuanxi, unable to endure the prolonged sitting, eagerly leaped from the carriage, her skirts in hand. She felt fortunate that it was her turn to accompany the young lady this time, having missed the opportunity in June when Shilu had come. This refreshing breeze, a gift from nature, was a welcome relief compared to the oppressive heat of June. Yi Shuyu slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. The golden sunlight illuminated her fair and delicate face, leaving her momentarily dazed. This seemed to be the first time in many years that she had ventured out without the veil from Zue Jingge. In that instant, she felt like an ordinary young lady, rather than a worldly woman adorned with a lavender-patterned veil. Returning to Taiguang Temple after 3 months, Yishio's mindset had undergone a profound transformation, and the sounds of rolling wheels surrounding her could not anchor her wandering thoughts. Standing for quite some time, Yishiyu was finally pulled back to reality by Chuanxi, who tugged at the hem of her skirt. A fleeting glance revealed that the small path outside the Taiguan Temple was crowded with people, all waiting for their family members to gather before proceeding. Among the throng were elegantly adorned ladies of high status, dignified wives of officials, charming young maidens, and tall, handsome young men, accompanied by their servants and couples strolling together, creating a lively scene. However, most eyes were drawn to a particular woman, who, despite being clad in a delicate yellow silk garment that appeared modest, exuded an undeniable allure, prompting silent admiration. What a captivating beauty, a paragon of grace that had seemingly graced Fengyang County. The young women were inevitably stirred by feelings of jealousy and envy, while the young men hardly dared to gaze directly at the enchanting maiden. The carriage that had previously transported Yi Shuyu gradually departed, but would return at its customary hour to fetch them. The coachman, a simple and honest farmer, had driven Yi Shuyu and her companions numerous times without ever looking down upon her because of her status. Walking side by side, Yi Shuyu and Chuanxi made their way along the pebble-strewn path, with the blossoms from the locust trees cascading around them. Occasionally, a few swallows would dart by, delighting Chuanxi, who nearly skipped at her joy. Perhaps it was the absence of the veils of the Zue Jin Pavilion, the enchanting beauty of nature, or Chuanxi's innocent laughter that brightened the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Shuyu also found herself genuinely smiling, her face blooming like a peach blossom, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, unknowingly captivating the hearts of the young men who beheld her. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, the 2 women followed the flow of the crowd into the main hall of the Taiguan Temple. There, a grand golden statue of the Buddha radiated benevolence, with several golden cushions laid out before it. Each visitor would kneel for a moment, expressing their heartfelt wishes. Inside the hall, a number of young monks were quietly chanting scriptures, their rhythmic strikes on wooden fish creating an orderly ambience where no one dared to disrupt. The main hall was naturally teeming with people early in the morning, but as time passed, many impatient visitors departed for the side halls. Numerous renowned masters had gathered throngs of admirers, who beseeched them for blessed red paper strips on which they could inscribe their wishes and hang them on the ancient willow tree. Among the masters, the most illustrious was Master Jinhong, known not only for his fame, but also for his peculiar temperament. He would only meet with those deemed fated. Anyone else, regardless of their status, would be turned away without exception, and none dared to express their displeasure, fearing the wrath of the Buddha behind Master Jinhong. At that moment, Yi Shuyu had been standing in the main hall for over a quarter of an hour, her legs growing weary and numb. Perhaps accustomed to such situations, she maintained her composure, seemingly unperturbed, while Chuanxi occasionally squatted down to massage her legs, concerned not to tire her lady. Yi Shuyu stood with a devout expression, her hands clasped in prayer, while Chuanxi, unable to remain still, took a seat beside her, swinging her legs and her lively eyes darting about. She could not comprehend why the young lady visited this temple thrice each year, offering her heartfelt and sincere prayers before the resplendent golden Buddha. Contemplating the radiant gold, Chuanxi silently turned her head, fixating on the statue, her gaze revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Was this statue truly crafted from gold? If she were to inadvertently chip off a piece and sell it, would it truly be of no consequence? At last, it was Yi Shuyu's turn to kneel upon the golden cushion, as many had already ventured to the side hall. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the recitation of scriptures seemed to dispel the confusion within Yi Shuyu, and as she reopened her eyes, her gaze was filled with clarity. Buddha, Chapter 41. The young lady is a fortunate soul within a refined chamber of the side hall at Taiguan Temple. The small door stood ajar, allowing the gentle breeze to usher in the fragrant blossoms of the locust tree. Fortunately, a circular railing surrounded the entrance. Otherwise, this place would be teeming with people. Song Jin sat quietly beside a tea table, savoring the unique tea of Taiguan Temple, crafted from sun-dried locust flowers infused with wild chrysanthemums. The aroma was particularly enchanting, with a slight astringency upon the first sip, yet a delicate sweetness lingered in the aftertaste. As Song Jin relished the new tea in the inner chamber, a mere screen separated him from Master Zhenhong, who sat cross-legged at his writing desk, while a youthful novice monk dutifully delivered sheets of paper inscribed with the character stop. To obtain a red slip from Master Zhenhong, one must adhere to his requirements, writing the character and presenting it for the master's review. Only with a nod from the master could one gain entry to receive the coveted red slip. Although this process seemed rather straightforward, only a select few managed to acquire such a slip from Master Zhenhong. Unperturbed by the master's repeated refusals, Song Jin found himself enlightened. Reflecting on the master's earlier words, the character reveals the person. With just a single character, one could glimpse the essence of an individual. An impatient person, even if they admonish themselves to write slowly, would inevitably hasten their final stroke. Conversely, a composed individual would exhibit a deliberate grace in each stroke, the rhythm of their writing unmistakably clear. Lost in thought, he chuckled at himself and shook his head in resignation, lifting his teacup for another sip. When he heard Master Zhenhong's hearty, mirthful voice welcoming an old acquaintance, Song Jin raised an eyebrow. According to the correspondence he had received, Yin Yin was indeed expected to arrive today, likely departing at the hour of the hare. Thus, he had come ahead of her, riding swiftly on horseback to reach Taiguan Temple. Yin Yin would certainly seek an audience with Master Zhenhong. Yet, during his inquiries, the master was regrettably absent from Fengyang County, and due to time constraints, he remained unaware of what transpired between them. By the hour of the hare, local devotees began to flock to the temple, and the stream of people seeking an audience with Master Zhenhong was unceasing, yet none had thus far received the master's consent. To his astonishment, a familiar figure capable of eliciting a smile from the esteemed and discerning Master Zhenhong appeared, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary qualities. Without further contemplation, Song Jin raised his teacup, but before he could bring it to his lips, he was enchanted by the sound of a feminine voice, imbued with a unique cadence, like pearls cascading onto a plate, crisp and melodious, reaching his ears. "Master, it has been a long time. Are you well?" He was momentarily taken aback, his heart stuttering, and he instinctively held his breath. This voice was unmistakable. Master Zhenhong was also momentarily stunned. Previously, the young lady had been veiled, leading him to believe there was something amiss with her visage, unfit for public view. However, upon seeing her today, it was evident that her beauty was indeed a double-edged sword, capable of attracting undue attention. Yi Shuyu's face radiated a gentle smile, so common yet, on her exquisite features. It rendered one spellbound. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Master Zhenhong, Yi Shuyu smiled warmly, respectfully bowing to him before continuing. "This young lady has come today to express her gratitude. I thank the master for his past kindness and the protection of the Buddha." Upon hearing this, Master Zhenhong felt a mixture of surprise and joy for her. Stroking his curled beard, he nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "This is well. Since the young lady's sincerity is evident, what need is there for gratitude?" Despite Master Jinhong's words, Yi Shuyu remained unfazed, her respect for him only deepening. "Are you still seeking 2 red prayer slips, young lady?" After receiving the slips, Yi Shuyu, accompanied by Chuanxi, bid farewell to the master. Just as she was about to take her leave, Master Jinhong hurriedly inquired, "Has the young lady encountered any peculiar happenings of late?" Yi Shuyu, taken aback, pondered for a moment before, for reasons unknown, recalling the girl in strange attire named Alanshan. Yet, feeling uncertain, she shook her head and replied, "Not at all." "Why do you ask, master?" At this, the light in Master Jinhong's eyes seemed to dim for a moment. He smiled silently, refraining from answering her question, and instead remarked, "The young lady is indeed a person of fortune." Both were left in confusion, yet a monk nearby ushered them out to a more tranquil chamber. Master Jinhong gazed at Yishuyu's retreating figure, noticing a faint red glow surrounding her, invisible to others. Ba, this young lady must have encountered a celestial being, for she radiates a brilliance unknown to ordinary folk. As Yishuyu departed, Songjin hastily stood up, calming her breath before hurriedly bowing to Master Jinhong and silently following after them, careful not to disturb their moment. Master Jinhong murmured to himself, "The purple and red aura indeed signifies one favored by the immortals." The path wound towards the ancient willow tree, and many worshippers were present. Yishuyu fell into contemplation, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Master Jinhong's words. "A fortunate person, am I?" She looked up at the resplendent sun illuminating the azure sky, a gentle breeze caressing her. She mused that if all those she cherished were safe and healthy, then indeed, she could be considered a fortunate soul. Chuanxi, in contrast, though not comprehending Master Jinhong's intent, was elated to hear him declare that her young lady was fortunate, which only added to her joy. The two emerged from Master Jinhong's chamber, traversed a few narrow paths, and headed towards the uniquely stony pathway leading directly to the ancient willow tree. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept by, causing the numerous red prayer slips hanging from the willow's branches to flutter, astonishing many onlookers who marveled at the sight. A sea of red, breathtakingly beautiful. These slips bore the deepest desires of those who had hung them, filled with aspirations for a bright future, perhaps a harmonious marriage, a flourishing family, or a successful career, or maybe even a prosperous dynasty standing tall. Yi Shuyu and Chuanxi arrived at a table situated in front of the grove of ancient willows, choosing a corner to avoid being jostled by others, thus preventing any mistakes on their prayer slips. With the ink and brush at hand, Yi Shuyu carefully inscribed each character, her body tense with the fear of making an error. Chuanxi stood behind her, resembling a fierce bear, glaring at the young gentleman who unabashedly scrutinized Yi Shuyu, some of whom, feeling a pang of shame, averted their gaze. Even though Chuanxi had visited the young lady several times, she remained oblivious to the contents inscribed on the 2 red slips of paper. Moreover, she often cast aside such trivial matters, rendering her even less informed. Autumn Dew, too, would never inquire about such things from Yishuyu. Thus only Yishuyu herself was privy to the secrets contained within. With a graceful stroke of her pen, she secured the papers and threaded them onto a crimson ribbon before making her way to the northernmost part of the ancient willow tree. After some deliberation, she delicately rose on her toes and gently hung the 2 red slips. At a distance behind them, Songjin suddenly found herself consumed by curiosity, yearning to uncover what exactly was penned by Jian. Chapter 42. The discovery of Jian behind Songjin, Qing Lu had begun to feel an unsettling numbness. Ever since their arrival in Yangzhou, Fengyang County, the prince had seemed far from normal. Were it not for his years of dedicated service in Shenyang and accompanying the prince here, he might have doubted that the prince had been replaced. Clad in simple, unadorned attire, he could barely console himself with the notion that the prince wished to conceal his identity. Yet, why was he now trailing a woman of exceptional beauty? Indeed, trailing. Should that maiden in the delicate yellow gown merely glance back, though the prince's gentle smile remained unchanged. His body would swiftly pivot to feign interest in the wildflowers at his side, pretending to be utterly unconcerned. Fortunately, the presence of numerous incense patrons nearby might obscure the maiden's view. As long as she continued forward, the prince would not falter in his pursuit. Only on the first day, when Song Jin sought an audience with Yi Shuyu at the Drunken Brocade Pavilion, had she emerged from the curtain room. However, as a servant, Qing Lu was forbidden from raising his gaze. Thus he remained unaware that the woman he followed was indeed the one Song Jin had been seeking. Yet today, Song Jin did not venture to the Drunken Brocade Pavilion, but instead made an unusual visit to the Taiguan Temple, quietly trailing a woman. Qing Lu sensed he was beginning to grasp the situation. Song Jin's eyes were fixated solely on Yi Shuyu ahead, occasionally obstructed by the throngs of people, compelling him to turn his head frequently, oblivious to the numerous young women who cast furtive glances in his direction. From a slightly elevated position, one could clearly see the incense patrons gather below. Among them stood a few girls, around the ages of 15 or 16, engaged in lively conversation that elicited suppressed laughter. One, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, spoke with a hint of indignation. "I am not exaggerating. Why don't you take a look over there?" She shyly pointed from behind another girl toward a certain spot below. "There's a young gentleman in green attire. Do you see him?" The other girls, their laughter subsiding, exchanged glances filled with a sense of pride. They were eager to ascertain whether this so-called extraordinary gentleman, as described by their sister Qingyu, truly lived up to the lofty praise. One girl clad in a smoky blue gown, upon hearing this remark, was momentarily transported in thought to a certain young man. That morning, while flying kites in her garden, a sudden gust had severed her string, causing her kite to drift into the neighboring estate, which happened to be the best-maintained garden in her vicinity. Yet her father had sternly warned her, "Remember, do not disturb the noble person in the adjacent garden. The consequences would be dire. Do not forget, my dear." After much deliberation, Shi Songqi resolved to retrieve her kite herself, believing that her respectful demeanor would prevent any harsh reprimand from the nobleman. And indeed, the reality proved to be just as she hoped. Song Jin, having donned his attire, set off towards the Drunken Brocade Pavilion. A fleeting glance at a recently fallen item prompted him to instruct Zhao Luoza to take it away. However, at the moment he was about to exit the garden, he caught sight of the daughter of Shi Qingming, who appeared momentarily stunned. Pressed for time, Song Jin merely acknowledged her with a smile and a nod before continuing on his way. This marked the first occasion for Shi Songqi to realize that such an exceptionally handsome young man truly existed in the world. The verses praising male beauty in ancient texts seemed remarkably fitting when applied to him. Yet at that moment, Shi Songqi couldn't help but think that this young man might not be as extraordinary as her sister Qingyue had described. Turning in the direction indicated by Qingyue's finger, she quickly spotted the young man in green, who also stood frozen in place. Was he a noble from the side garden? Had he also come to the Taiguan Temple? Finally, as Yi Shuyu and her companions began to fade from view, Song Jin slowly approached the spot where Yi Shuyu had just hung her red prayer slip. Unfortunately, from a distance, he could not discern the exact position and could only approximate. Surrounding him were numerous pilgrims also hanging red slips, and for some reason, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hesitantly, he raised his hand to halt a fluttering red slip for a brief glance. Upon recognizing it was not Danden's handwriting, he let it go. A look of indecision crossed his face. To pry into the affairs of others was not the conduct of a gentleman. Yet what had Danden inscribed on her prayer slip? What was her wish? Could he possibly employ his influence to assist her, even in the slightest? From Qingliu's peripheral vision, she observed her lord, raising and lowering his hand repeatedly, evidently in a state of inner turmoil, caught in a tug-of-war between his desires and his inherent sense of propriety. Before long, a flush crept across Song Jin's face. He could not recall when he had turned crimson. In a hurried manner, like a thief, he raised his hand to stop a swaying red slip, glancing at it only to find it was not Danden's. The ink on the slip seemed to burn his eyes and hands, prompting him to release it abruptly while murmuring, "Do not blame. Do not blame," he resumed, stopping the unexamined red slips, each time failing to find the one penned by the person he held dear. In the shadows, Wei Li had yet to acclimate to the series of behaviors exhibited by the prince since his arrival in Fengyang County. Observing Song Jin, who resembled a lovesick youth. He was a far cry from the sharp, confrontational figure he had known in court. Though somewhat complex in his feelings, he felt a sense of joy for the prince. At this moment, the prince appeared more human, rather than the perpetually gentle-faced royal he had always been. If that young lady were indeed fortunate enough to enter the prince's residence, it was likely she would not be granted the status of a concubine, but rather that of a maid. Song Jin's heart raced for nearly a quarter of an hour, until Qing Lu reminded him that the young ladies must have reached the halfway point of the stone path, bringing him back to his senses. Raising his gaze to the myriad of red slips dancing in the wind, he felt a sense of release. Perhaps it was destiny's design. Yet he secretly lamented not having discovered Dandan's prayer slip. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a cloud of dust, causing most of the devotees present to shield their eyes and turn aside from the fierce breeze. So too did Song Jin, and only when the wind began to subside did he dare to open his eyes once more. In that moment, a long strip of red paper fluttered gently before him. It turned out to be two pieces of red paper tied together vertically with a crimson string, both of which bore a slight fold at their lower left corners. Initially, Song Jin had noticed this and assumed such folded red paper must have been manipulated by a child, thus paying it little mind. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in his heart. He had found it. He had found the red paper belonging to Dandan. Chapter 43. What was written on the red paper? The elegant strokes of the slender script flowed like water, each character imbued with a melodic rhythm, and habitually, a dot was added at the lower right corner. Song Jin's breath became lighter as she slowly extended her hand, gently pulling the long-sought red paper closer, scrutinizing it with utmost care. It was indeed hers, without a doubt. It belonged to her. Song Jin felt a moment of disorientation, pondering when she had last seen such handwriting. In her current life, spanning over 2 years, and in her past life of nearly 9 years, a rough calculation brought her to nearly a decade. It turned out she could still recognize her script, reminiscent of countless letters exchanged in bygone days, the very characters she had caressed under candlelight on innumerable occasions, and the handwriting that had once filled her heart with joy upon first sight. Lost in reverie, Song Jin's gaze lingered on the ink, as if she could still catch a whiff of the fragrance of hair that had fallen as she wrote, along with the fervent sincerity that had accompanied each stroke. A few days prior, Wei Li had presented an investigation of her experiences over the past 2 years, noting at the end of the second page that Dandan visited the Taiguan Temple for 3 days each year to pay her respects. Initially, Song Jin felt puzzled. Dandan was not a believer in Buddhism. However, she dared not dwell on the reasons, knowing it would only deepen her guilt towards her. The red paper was written on both sides. Song Jin read slowly, meticulously scanning each character on the front, unconsciously voicing the words aloud. Year after year, may one grow tall and healthy. With each passing spring, may the grass flourish. This was a prayer for health and longevity inscribed on the red paper. Flipping it over revealed the names Yi Yun, Chun Shi, and Xiu Lu, each name holding within it a multitude of tenderness and hope. As Song Jin gazed upon these names, she pressed her lips together, a sense of sorrow and helplessness creeping into her heart. Dun Dun? Why is your name not among them? Suddenly recalling the events of her past life, she remembered that during Chun Shi's murmurs, she had learned that Xiu Lu had been forcibly abducted and subsequently succumbed to a dreadful illness, departing this world far too soon. And then she too had left, leaving only Chun Shi and Yun Er behind. Song Jin tugged at her lips, repeatedly reading the 3 names. An inexplicable sense of regret and bitterness gradually spreading from the corners of her eyes to every inch of her being, every bone in her body. After all, it had been so long. How could she expect her to treat him as she once did? Just as Song Jin's gaze began to shift downward, the crease at the lower left corner of the red paper inadvertently obscured the content below. It seemed necessary to first smooth out the crease above, she thought. With a calm demeanor, she nonchalantly flipped the crease outward. In that instant, a single character unexpectedly collided with Song Jin's gentle gaze. Jin. It seemed she had not immediately recognized the character, her eyes betraying her confusion. Although it was a familiar character, she widened her eyes, focusing intently on it from top to bottom. Realization dawned upon her, and she blinked in disbelief, ensuring she had not misread. So, she truly had inscribed his name? Even after his abrupt departure for 2 long years, she had still penned his name? From the depths of despair to the heights of joy, Song Jin found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. It seemed that when a particular sentiment reached a certain pinnacle, one could observe an unsettling serenity etched upon one's visage. It was not until a child, in playful exuberance, collided with him that Qing Lu, caught off guard, witnessed his master return to reality, muttering a seemingly inconsequential remark. His gaze fell once again upon the crimson paper in his hand, and slowly, a smile began to blossom upon his lips, radiating warmth and tenderness. Particularly evident in his eyes, which sparkled with profound affection. In that moment, Qing Lu felt a sudden tremor in his heart. After all these years, it appeared to be the first time he had seen the prince exhibit such genuine delight, a joy so profound that it eclipsed his usual faint smile, revealing a true, heartfelt grin. Standing tall and handsome, with an impressive stature, the prince's smile made Qing Lu acutely aware that everything around them seemed to exist solely to accentuate his noble visage. After managing to calm the tumult of joy within, Song Jin couldn't help but refocus his attention on the creases of the crimson paper below. Filled with anticipation, he cautiously unfolded the lower left corner. Blank, utterly devoid of words. A sudden chuckle escaped him, as if he were bemused by his own actions. Steadying his heart, he directed his gaze once more to the crimson paper. If only your heart mirrored mine, I shall not disappoint the yearning. It was strikingly forthright, so transparent that Song Jin instantly grasped its significance, and his heart raced inexplicably, causing his left hand, which clutched the paper, to tighten, his fingertips turning pale. With a composed demeanor, he lowered his gaze, his usually gentle eyes now darkened with an inscrutable depth, concealing the myriad emotions within. He scrutinized the lines of poetry, seemingly intent on etching them into his memory for eternity, before turning the paper over. May one not become a lovesick fool. In this world, there exists no place for longing. Song Jin felt a sudden hitch in his breath. Those 2 brief lines pierced his heart. He had presumed that the reverse side of the crimson paper would bear no mention of him, yet every word resonated with his essence. He pondered the emotions that must have inspired her to craft such sorrowful verses. Longing. After a lengthy pause, Song Jin released his grip, allowing the unrestrained crimson paper to dance in the wind. Today, the southern breeze blew, sending most of the papers fluttering towards the north. Leaf Shu's paper happened to be positioned at the very north, thus carried forth to the forefront, closest to the northernmost point. Song Jin wore a gentle smile, lowering his gaze, concealing his thoughts with a hand, his eyes soft as they followed the direction of her floating paper. Therefore, the nearer to the north. Did it signify proximity to Shengjing? Alas, now that I have reached a profound realization in this lifetime, I shall ensure without a doubt that you shall not suffer again. Observing Song Jin's inclination to pursue the young lady, Qing Lu candidly remarked that the girl had turned onto the right stone path upon her departure. Trusting his words, Song Jin felt no doubt. Indeed, the right stone path, with its scenic allure, was far more appealing than the left, which was fraught with rugged difficulties. Thus, they hastened their footsteps and turned left, confident that it would not be long before they caught up with her. The locust blossoms lining the path seemed to have not yet entirely fallen, with just a gentle caress from a breeze. The entire trail was suffused with the sweet fragrance of locust flowers. As they traversed the right-hand stone path, Chunshi gazed up at the blooming locust trees, filled with delight yet puzzled, and boldly inquired, "Miss, why do we take this path today?" Without pausing in her stride, Yeshu Yu, who walked beside Chunshi, wore a bright and candid smile as she replied, "Since we have not brought our veils, let us stroll along this renowned stone path. Besides, you will surely find joy in it, will you not?" However, at that moment, a flicker passed through Yeshu Yu's eyes, and an enigmatic smile subtly graced her lips. Chapter 44. Wild for her Shengjing, September 19th, the Korean duke's residence, Tinjuan, within the East Warm Pavilion's inner chamber. A man clad in a light blue satin robe reclined lazily by the window, occasionally tossing cherries, elegantly arranged upon a jade plate, into his mouth, a look of pure contentment adorning his face. Within the chamber stood 6 young attendants serving Han Yunlin. Madam Yu forbade the attendants from conveying messages. Upon entering, she witnessed her beloved son tossing a cherry into the air, mouth agape, savoring the moment with sheer delight. Madame Yu felt an immediate surge of anger, but restrained her expression, forcing her face to remain composed, her tone as gentle as possible. Tomorrow at noon, at the second floor of Choi Ting Pavilion in the South Garden, there's a most exquisite private room to meet Miss Zhou. Upon hearing this, Han Yunlin finally cast a glance at Madame Yu, his tone languid and indifferent. I shall not go. This statement acted as a spark, igniting all the pent-up fury within Madame Yu, causing her to momentarily disregard her title as the Duchess of the Duke and reprimand him sharply. Your parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words cannot be disregarded. With that, she stormed out of the East Warm Pavilion. Unfazed, Han Yunlin continued to toss cherries into his mouth, crossing his left leg over his right, indulging in comfort. At that moment, a light-footed attendant entered, bowed slightly to Han Yunlin, and leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. After a moment, Han Yunlin's expression shifted subtly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his voice laced with curiosity. Are you suggesting that Prince Gong is very likely in Yangzhou, within Fengyang County? The attendant nodded and added, Indeed, Your Highness. There have been some unusual occurrences in Yangzhou lately, seemingly caused by a young man of approximately tender age. Oh, is this young man exceptionally handsome? The attendant seemed momentarily taken aback by Han Yunlin's inquiry, but quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, Your Highness, investigations confirm this. Han Yunlin replied sincerely, a charming, yet unaware demeanor enveloping him. He slowly sat upright, beckoning the attendant with a graceful gesture, his voice rich with magnetism as he whispered a few instructions to him. The content of their exchange left the attendant wide-eyed, hesitating to speak. Yet Han Yunlin's cool gaze silenced him, and he silently departed to carry out the tasks assigned. The thought of soon leaving Shengjing and the prospect of meeting the young lady the following day filled Han Yunlin with an indescribable joy, prompting him to hum a tune unconsciously. Fengyang County, you say? Yuan Shun, why have you suddenly taken leave to this place? Earlier, Han Yunlin had subtly inquired about Song Jin's 3-month leave during a tea gathering, but alas, Song Jin remained silent, merely consuming bowl after bowl of tea. In light of this, Han Yunlin discreetly shifted the conversation, although the matter lingered in his thoughts. Yuan Shun's demeanor had been rather peculiar, quite unlike his usual self. Fengyang County, Taiguan Temple, September 19th. The journey to the exterior of Taiguan Temple was not short, and the once slightly crowded stone path was unwittingly made narrow by the presence of a few individuals who instinctively cleared away wherever Yi Shuyu and her companions tread. Those around them instinctively stepped back, fearing to encroach upon the path of this young lady. This was Spring Creek's inaugural journey along this route, and she had anticipated a smooth passage to the gates of the Taiguan Temple, where a carriage awaited to return them to the Zui Jingge, just as in days of yore. However, a hand suddenly reached out to obstruct their way. What hand it was? In Spring Creek's words, it resembled a plump pig's hoof, with fingers so thick that the ring adorning it seemed unlikely to be removed. Following the fingers, Yi Shuyo's gaze traveled from his attire to the several young scions behind him. Her smile remained intact, yet her eyes grew somber. The man who dared to impede Yi Shuyu and her companions was of decent stature, yet his body was a mass of flesh, rotund as a small hill. His face a canvas of excess that rendered his already small eyes mere slits. Yet, through that narrow opening, Yi Shuyu discerned the most loathsome expression, one of lecherous desire that swept over her visage and continued downward, betraying a hint of satisfaction. He pretended to bow and salute Yi Shuyu, and in that moment, she fancied she heard the sound of fabric tearing. Yi Shuyo's demeanor remained composed as she cast a glance at his awkward bow, feeling a mix of amusement and disdain. His hands were improperly positioned, with the right hand outward when it should have been the left. It was evident he rarely performed such gestures, suggesting he hailed from a family of some standing. His voice was oily and coarse, proclaiming, "This young master finds the lady exceedingly beautiful and is smitten at first sight. Pray, what is your name, and where do you reside? I shall send someone to propose at once." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd felt a profound disdain, yet, mindful of his status as the son of the deputy director of the Salt Transport Office in Fengyang County, a figure beneath the county magistrate, they dared not express their scorn overtly. In just a few words, he revealed his lack of formal education and knowledge, as well as his lascivious and rapacious nature, embodying the essence of a debauched scion. The entourage of young men behind him joined in the raucous merriment, cheering for this lofty young master to claim the beauty as his own. Onlookers feigned indifference, absorbed in their own affairs, yet their peripheral vision remained fixated on the scene, lamenting the plight of the lady, whose beauty was wasted upon such a man. Witnessing this display of arrogance, Spring Creek felt a surge of panic. This was the first time such an incident had occurred during her numerous visits to Taiguan Temple. The veil. The young lady had previously donned a veil, concealing her visage from prying eyes. But now, in this thronging narrow stone path, she had not worn one. What to do? These three words lingered in Spring Creek's mind. In mere moments, Yi Shuyu spoke with a faint smile. "This young lady is already a woman. I thank you for your kind intentions, but I must take my leave." Gao Cheng was unwilling to let her depart, and his attendants promptly blocked her intended escape route. As Gao Cheng squinted and spoke once more, several official ladies observing the scene from a short distance away, one of whom wore a gentle and composed smile, regarded her nephew's intention to take another lady as a mere commonplace occurrence, thus paying little heed to the unfolding drama. However, it was a striking tableau. Yi Shuyu and her companions found themselves encircled by a group of ill-intentioned men, their path irrevocably obstructed. The rotund man before her brazenly reached out, attempting to seize Yi Shuyu's fair, porcelain-like hand. In that fleeting moment, Qing Lu caught sight of the prince beside him, who, in a frenzy, surged towards the young woman with such swiftness that Qing Lu was left momentarily stunned, unable to react. Chapter 45. The Strike. Song Jin pondered. If he were truly merely Li Jin, could he safeguard Dan Dan? No, he certainly could not. Was it her fault for possessing a beauty that could rival the heavens, drawing the covetous gazes of countless affluent young men? Such is the tragedy. Heaven bestowed upon Yi Shuyu a visage that few could match, yet also condemned her to the lowest echelons of society. How splendid, how utterly delightful. Song Jin found himself, for the first time, grateful to the heavens for granting him the title of Prince Gong, an identity that afforded him the power to protect Dan Dan unconditionally. Gao Cheng could hardly contain the fluttering sensations within him. The woman before him surpassed all the beauties in his own courtyard, exuding allure and an air of nobility. Truly, a goddess among mortals. He secretly rubbed his clammy palms together, his heart racing as he reached out to grasp Yi Shuyu's delicate hand, which hung gracefully at her side. However, before his fingers could brush the fabric of her sleeve, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced his chest. Gao Cheng, momentarily dazed, found himself propelled backward, more than 3 feet away, witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, accompanied by a chorus of gasps. It was only when he crashed heavily onto the gravel path, his chest marked by deep imprints and the sting of pain still radiating from his back, that he regained his senses. He even mused whether, had he been leaner, he might have soared even further. This abrupt turn of events startled the onlookers, who began to murmur animatedly, their eyes involuntarily drawn to the scene. This was the visage of a lowly commoner. How dare he? Could it be that he knew this fair maiden, prompting such a furious outburst in her honor? Not to mention, this young man was truly striking, a perfect match of talent and beauty. The young men of noble birth, who had finally come to their senses, hurried to assist Gao Cheng, though their gazes remained fixed on the dashing youth who had delivered the kick. They were rendered speechless, not just by his coldly handsome features, but by his humble attire, clothes so ordinary they seemed unworthy of even polishing their shoes. How could a mere commoner possess such audacity? Was he courting death? Standing not far off, Qian Shi, Witnessing her nephew being sent sprawling by a commoner felt her heart shatter with rage and indignation, lifting her skirts to advance. Little did she expect, as the group of noble young men helped Gao Cheng to his feet, he violently shoved aside the attendants surrounding him, his trembling hand pointing accusatorily at Song Jin. At that moment, Song Jin, wearing a faint smile, yet with eyes like ice, closed the distance quickly. In mere blinks, he stood before Gao Cheng. Suddenly, the sunlight was eclipsed, and before Gao Cheng could comprehend, Song Jin stood in front of him. In Qian Shi's incredulous gaze, she beheld the young man's silhouette, his defined fingers gripping Gao Cheng's collar, and without hesitation, he struck down upon Gao Cheng's plump face. Song Jin was at a loss as to how to express the tempest of violent emotions that churned within him. All he knew was that the person he held dear had been subjected to humiliation and injustice. He dared not contemplate what might have transpired had he not been present. With each furious blow, he struck with relentless fervor, causing many onlookers to retreat in fear of being caught in the fray. While the monks and masters hurrying along the path had yet to intervene, it was only when Qing Lu quietly and calmly reminded him, "Sir, the young lady is watching," that Song Jin regained his senses. A sudden chill gripped his heart, prompting him to release his hold on the battered Gao Cheng, whose face was a canvas of bruises and blood. His right hand, which had delivered the blows, slowly fell to his side, trembling uncontrollably within the confines of his sleeve. He felt an overwhelming loss of courage and could not bring himself to meet the gaze of Yishuyu, fearing that if he saw fear, estrangement, or trepidation in her eyes, it would deepen his sense of melancholy and despair. It was this hesitation that prevented him from witnessing the tenderness that filled Yishuyu's eyes at that moment. Her lips pressed tightly together to suppress an unspoken joy. A cluster of attendants cleared a path for the Qian family, allowing her to maneuver closer to Gao Cheng's position. Qian's body trembled as she momentarily disregarded the lowly commoner who had struck her son, focusing instead on assessing the damage to his face, bruised and swollen. A sight too ghastly to behold, with his mouth askew and only faint, incomprehensible cries escaping him. In the eyes of the gathered crowd, her son was reduced to a pitiful state, and as the son of the deputy Sol commissioner, how could he continue to maintain his standing in Yangzhou and Fengyang? Rarely did she have the opportunity to return to her family home in Fengyang during the pleasant September weather to unwind with her daughter. Everyone in Yangzhou knew she had married well. In the politically charged atmosphere of Shenyang, where power and influence were abundant, she, though merely the wife of a low-ranking official, commanded respect. Even the governor of Yangzhou, Lin Wangdong, had to accord her some deference, for while both her husband and he held third-rank positions, her husband was a court official, thus his status slightly eclipsed Lin's. Cher, whom she had watched grow, was now in such a deplorable state before her eyes. It was impossible for her not to feel a surge of indignation. As onlookers noted Qian's flushed cheeks in anger, one dispatched a servant to summon a doctor, while they turned to glare at the audacious commoner, questioning whether he indeed possessed a face destined for longevity. The words lowly commoner lingered unspoken in Qian's throat, caught in a tumult of emotions. Whether this man would live long was unknown to her. He appeared no different from any ordinary person, save for an exceptional handsomeness. His almond-shaped eyes glinted with coldness, and his thin lips curved into a semblance of a mocking smile, exuding an otherworldly aura as he met her gaze with indifference. Qian was momentarily rendered speechless, a sense of confusion washing over her, as if she had encountered this commoner before. Where could that be? In but a fleeting moment, as memories unfurl within the recesses of her mind, the visage of this lowly individual begins to merge with that of another person etched in her heart. At a previous imperial banquet, her husband, distinguished by his remarkable achievements, had the rare fortune to partake, and even more fortunate to receive a toast from a notable figure. She stood dutifully by her husband's side, her demeanor one of utmost respect, occasionally daring to steal glances at this esteemed individual. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing chill that enveloped the gathering. Yet, for Qian, a shiver of dread crept up her arms, causing the hairs to stand on end, as an unspoken terror began to rise from her very core, gradually suffusing her entire being. Gao Cheng, supported by others, remained oblivious to his aunt's abrupt half-spoken thoughts, only to turn and observe that her previously flushed face, marred by anger, had inexplicably drained of color, leaving her pallid and ghostly. Her eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, and her mouth quivered uncontrollably, her body trembling ever so slightly. The ladies of the court, standing beside Qian, furrowed their brows, sensing an unsettling shift. What could possibly be amiss with Qian? Chapter 46. What is your true identity? At that moment, Mrs. Qian was oblivious to the countless bewildered and astonished gazes surrounding her. Overcome with weakness, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly dazed, and even the several maids who rushed to her side could not assist her. She recalled a conversation with her husband a few days prior, where he casually mentioned that His Highness, the Prince Gong, had taken leave from the emperor and had seemingly not been seen in Shengjing lately, nor had he entered the palace to pay his respects. He had chuckled, suggesting that the prince might even have left Shengjing altogether. However, now, as she gazed upon the man before her, clad in simple blue attire, Mrs. Qian's heart plummeted. The expression of shock and disbelief on her face did not escape the notice of many, and though her lips moved, she could not utter a sound. Yi Shuyu discreetly observed Mrs. Qian, noting her transformation from arrogance to evident fear. This prompted her gaze to rest upon Song Jin, who stood before her. It appeared that this lady was acquainted with him, perhaps even feared him. Li Jin, what manner of identity do you possess? The disparity between us seems insurmountable. Yi Shuyu lowered her eyes, pursing her lips in contemplation. Observing this, Song Jin furrowed his brow, and before he could speak, one of the official ladies standing beside Mrs. Qian, in a sycophantic tone, suggested, Mrs. Qian, perhaps we should have this lowly person taken away? At first, Mrs. Qian did not comprehend the remark, but after a moment, the words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, directing her sharp voice at the lady who had spoken. Silence, fool. Ignoring the lady's unsightly expression, she hastily grabbed the still cursing Gao Cheng, pulling him with all her might, and with a loud thud, knelt before him. The sound was crisp and resonant, causing Chuanxi to wince at the apparent pain. Just as Mrs. Qian was about to plead for mercy, Song Jin stepped forward, his gaze icy and his voice smooth, like jade or flowing water. Such a grand gesture, I cannot accept. Since the lady has shown a willingness to admit her fault, it suffices to deliver the young master to the magistrate's office. Only then might the young master find repentance, which would greatly benefit the family's illustrious future, would it not? Am I correct in my assessment? He extended his hand as if to assist them. Upon hearing this, Gao Cheng was incensed and attempted to rise, but to his astonishment, Mrs. Qian clutched him fiercely, exerting all her strength to keep him kneeling, even pressing his head down to the ground. Mrs. Qian's heart ached, overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear and helplessness. She began to grasp the implications of the prince's self-identification. Cheng'er had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. What had be done now? Ultimately, Mrs. Qian's face turned pale, as if all her pride had evaporated. For the sake of her natal family and her husband's family, she bowed deeply, acknowledging, the young master speaks wisely. I shall promptly send him to the magistrate's office. I beg your pardon, young lady. Cheng'er, if sacrificing you could ensure the prosperity of both families remains unaffected, then I have no choice. At this moment, she came to realize that His Highness, the Prince Gong, was in such a furious state due to this woman. Consequently, she felt compelled to show utmost respect towards her, lest she provoke His Highness's displeasure towards her two families, jeopardizing the efforts made over the past decade. The masters who had hurriedly arrived later, upon witnessing the throngs of people gathered, swiftly dispatched monks to disperse the crowd, fearing that the influx of pilgrims would be obstructed. Once the farce concluded, coupled with the monks' kind reminders, it was not long before many began to depart, though discussions of the peculiar incident lingered in the air. After all, the expression on the Qian family's face had been unmistakably one of dread, even terror. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, numerous affluent ladies and wives of officials sensed something amiss, yet remained oblivious to the underlying issues. Meanwhile, Qian, with a dazed expression, instructed her subordinates to prepare another carriage for the incredulous Gao Cheng, tears welling in her eyes. She pondered whether the current predicament would have arisen had she intervened earlier to prevent Cheng from undertaking such actions. Fengyang County housed 4 official offices, with the one in question being the largest, notorious for housing the highest number of death row inmates. Who could have anticipated that the recent arrivals would consist of the county's most affluent and reckless scions? Notable among them were the eldest son of the wealthy Lin family and the son of the deputy salt transport officer, soon to be admitted. In the shadows, Wei Li had just returned and, having overheard Zhao Luo's exaggerated and embellished recounting of events, gleaned a rough understanding of the situation's cause and effect. Thus, he cast a complex gaze towards Yishuyu. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Song Jin found himself frozen in place, as if ensnared by the cold. The person he had longed for stood right behind him, yet he felt at a loss on how to face her or explain his presence there. To confess it was due to his investigation seemed the most foolish of approaches, for he feared that such honesty would render it even more difficult to elicit a response from Jinjian. Yishuyu regarded the man before her, who remained immobile, and couldn't help but chuckle, a softness glimmering in her eyes unbeknownst to herself. She stood there, not moving an inch, feeling an overwhelming joy that was beyond words. However, it wasn't long before Chunshi could no longer remain still, gently tugging at Yishuyu's sleeve. "Miss, should we not take our leave?" After speaking, she cast a glance at Song Jin's retreating figure, sighing, were it not for this kind-hearted young man as assistance, today might not have concluded so smoothly. That lady, too, proved to be a person capable of recognizing her mistakes, swiftly sending that scoundrel to the official office, quite commendable indeed. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of familiarity with the young man's silhouette. His swift actions had been like lightning, and she had not even caught a glimpse of his features. Surely, he must possess an admirable appearance. Upon hearing this, Yishuyu's eyes flickered momentarily, and she shot a teasing glance at Song Jin, her voice soft yet clear. "Thank you, young sir, for your assistance. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now." Regardless of Song Jin's expression, Chunshi led Yishuyu past both Song Jin and Qinglu. As they passed by Song Jin, Chunshi, with a smile on her face, wished to catch a glimpse of this benevolent gentleman who had assisted the young lady. However, the moment she beheld his countenance, her smile vanished instantaneously. She abruptly turned and grasped Yishuyu's hand, urging her to move forward. After finally having the opportunity to meet, how could Song Jin easily let go? Naturally, he hurriedly pursued them, yet hesitated to speak, trailing behind Yishuyu and her companion. It was not until they reached the end of the cobblestone path that Yishuyu paused, standing there awaiting the carriage that would soon arrive to fetch them. Throughout this time, Song Jin remained silent, merely following in their wake. At last, Yishuyu turned to gaze at Song Jin, her voice melodious and light, imbued with an enigmatic quality. Young Masterly. Chapter 47. At last. The hook is set. Although they embarked on their journey to the Taiguan temple early in the morning, the time consumed along the way, coupled with the lengthy stone path they traversed and the wait to pay their respects on the golden mat, meant that by the time they arrived at the temple, it was already nearing the hour of the snake. Yishuyu and her companions hastily partook of the humble fare provided by the monks in a refined chamber of the side hall. After seeking an audience with Master Zhenghong and hanging red paper at the ancient willow tree, they finally found themselves at the entrance of the Taiguan temple, where the afternoon was waning. The brightness of the day had dimmed from the midday sun, giving way to the encroaching twilight. One by one, carriages filled with visitors who had come earlier began to return to their respective residences, and the flow of people gradually thinned. Standing at the entrance, 2 men and 2 women went largely unnoticed, perhaps preoccupied with the thought of returning home. Facing one another, one of the men lowered his brow slightly, his tall stature allowing him to catch sight of the woman across from him, who wore an unwilling expression while casting glances at her lord. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had taken on a rosy hue, and an unspoken tension seemed to simmer silently, as if a mere opportunity could ignite a spark among them. Yet, as he observed the woman's reluctance, a sentiment that marred the atmosphere, Qingliu's expression remained impassive, while his mind began to churn with thoughts. Diverting his gaze slightly, he noticed the lady pursued by the prince surveying him with an ambiguous smile, entirely unperturbed by their presence. A delightful yet awkward ambience surrounded the prince. Qing Lu sighed inwardly. A courtesan, is she? Such a status? Alas, what is it that has captured the prince's heart so profoundly? With this thought, Qing Liu's eyes discreetly shifted to his left, where Zhao Luozi and Wei Li were covertly guarding the prince. He subtly raised his hand, gesturing towards Chuanqi. After a few attempts, Wei Li, perplexed, struggled to comprehend Qing Liu's intent, finding it hard to believe that Qing Lu would propose such a thing. As for Zhao Luozi, he truly did not grasp the meaning. Glancing at Chuanqi before turning to Wei Li with a puzzled expression, inquiring what Qing Lu wished for them to do. Wei Li ignored Zhao Luozi. After exchanging a few unintentional glances with Qing Lu, he confirmed the message and felt a mix of emotions, but still quietly relayed a few words to Zhao Luozi. Unexpectedly, Zhao Luozi appeared bewildered, pointing at the nearby Chuanqi, then at himself, even mimicking a gesture of cutting his throat. Observing this, Wei Li nodded. With no other choice, Zhao Luozi swiftly adjusted his demeanor and quietly quickened his pace to depart. Young Master Li. It was in this lifetime that Song Jin first heard her voice, melodious and ethereal, laced with an unspoken allure. It seemed to weave its way through the air and into Song Jin's heart, almost ensnaring his very soul. Soft and tender, Song Jin discovered that throughout the years of his past life, and in the few years of his current existence, he had heard the voices of numerous young ladies at palace banquets. Among them were the voices of his royal brother's consorts, those who sang during the festivities, and several who had inadvertently dropped their handkerchiefs, for whom he had kindly picked them up and received their grateful words. Yet, none of these voices stirred even the slightest ripple in the lake of his heart. He felt somewhat dazed as he slowly raised his gaze to meet the bright, beautiful eyes of Yishuyu. With an unperturbed smile, she asked, "Mr. Li, have you come to pay your respects to the Buddha today as well?" Song Jin had anticipated a look of resentment in her eyes, but instead, he was met with a cascade of faint starlight, reminiscent of the gentle smile she had bestowed upon him 2 years prior, albeit lacking a hint of affection. As he prepared to nod in a composed manner, his heart steady and unflustered, he was abruptly interrupted by a burst of laughter from a distance that grew increasingly louder. Turning their attention towards the source, they saw Zhao Luozi approaching them with an expression of delight. He too was clad in resplendent silk, though his outfit bore slight creases, suggesting he had hastily changed. Zhao Luozi moved swiftly, reaching them in mere moments, and with a slight bow to Yishuyu, he greeted, "It has been a while, Miss Lingyin." Then, with a somewhat tense demeanor, he turned to face Song Jin, slightly positioning himself away from Yishuyu, his lips twisting into a strained smile that almost resembled a cry. "So, Li Jin, you and Miss Lingyin are old acquaintances," he exclaimed. "Just moments ago, we were together in the main hall praying, yet you managed to slip out first." Confused, Song Jin observed the unmistakable fear flickering in Zhao Luozi's eyes, causing his own gaze to waver. "I merely stepped outside for some fresh air. The crowd inside was quite stifling," he replied, seamlessly entering the conversation. Seeing that Song Jin maintained his composure and showed no signs of anger, Zhao Luozi felt a measure of relief wash over him, though anxiety still gripped him. The recent assignments had become increasingly peculiar. He was fortunate that the prince treated his subordinates well, sparing him from reprimand for his audacity. However, he still owed the prince an apology. Yishuyu, overhearing their exchange, particularly Zhao Luozi's somewhat awkward tone, was momentarily amused. What were these two up to? Chuanqi shared her confusion, sensing that their analysis did not align with what she had discussed with Sister Qilu. Were these two perhaps old schoolmates? With the prince's affairs proceeding smoothly, Zhao Luozi took a bold step, turning to Yishuyu and the others with a jesting tone. "Once we exit this gate, if we walk a short distance to the left, we shall find a pear garden where a performance is about to commence." He continued, "It features the renowned king's dominance over the concubine. Why don't we go take a look?" At this suggestion, Chuanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze fixated on Zhao Luozi. Yet, glancing back at the man who had so callously abandoned the lady, she hesitated, reluctant to leave her alone. Thus, Spring Creek found herself torn between the desire to attend the performance and the responsibility to protect the young lady from the man who had previously harmed her. The yearning to witness the play was overwhelming, yet how could she abandon the young lady? Although Zhao Luoza's gaze was fixed upon Yishuyu, he could not help but glance at Spring Creek, as if he were preparing to reel in a fish. The moment seemed to pass swiftly, and to ensure success, Zhao Luoza added one final remark. With the stakes laid bare, he was confident that this substantial catch would not escape his grasp. As these words fell, Spring Creek straightened her posture, contemplating that if she were to step away for just a moment, he would likely not act against the young lady, especially since he had just fiercely defended her against that scoundrel. This indicated that he still held the young lady in regard. Having observed the entire exchange, Yishuyu realized, if she did not comprehend Zhao Gongzi's intentions now, she might as well abandon her position at the drunken brocade pavilion. At this moment, Song Jin tensed, her expression unchanged, yet her ears had turned crimson. As Zhao Luoza walked, he cast a glance at the lively Spring Creek beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finally, he had ensnared his prize, this hefty fish. Truly, it was a remarkable feat. Chapter 48, Embrace. Yishuyu found it challenging to articulate her thoughts and feelings, particularly when she witnessed the tall figure of him swiftly dart past her, only to deliver a powerful kick that sent the burly man, as sturdy as a mountain, flying. Over 2 years had elapsed, and he was no longer the slender youth she once knew. Instead, he had grown increasingly robust. The ability to propel that man 3 feet away was clearly no mere stroke of luck. Furthermore, the punch that followed, delivered by his fair, elongated hand with distinctly defined knuckles, bore an unexpected strength. The blow not only struck the man, but also resonated within her heart. Standing behind Song Jin, Yishuyu observed him unleash his punches for her sake, each strike fierce and relentless, causing her beautiful eyes to flicker with varying emotions as she curled her lips into a smile. It was both anticipated and surprising. After Yishuyu, with a cheerful demeanor, expressed her lack of interest in such theatrics to Zhao Luoza, she requested him to take Chuanxi to see the performance. With her words, Zhao Luoza's face brightened, and he assured her that he would ensure nothing would harm Miss Chuanxi as he eagerly led her away. As she watched their departing figures, Qing Lu nodded to himself with a hint of satisfaction, silently hoping that the prince would seize this opportunity. Otherwise, it was uncertain when he might see Miss Lingyin again. Suddenly, Qing Lu spoke calmly. "My lord, I feel somewhat unwell. May I take my leave for a brief period?" Hearing Qing Lu's perfectly normal tone, Song Jin realized that while he initially believed Zhao Luoza had come to his rescue and coincidentally mentioned the opera, it turned out he was merely escorting Chuanxi away. Now, he understood the intricacies of the situation entirely. Yet, rather than harboring resentment towards their impulsive actions, he felt an inexplicable joy that was difficult to articulate. A wave of unidentifiable embarrassment washed over Song Jin, climbing up to his neck and cheeks, making his already warm ears feel even more intolerable. Yishuyu's gaze had not strayed from Song Jin's face, and his sudden reaction reminded her of the time she accidentally brushed against his hand, evoking a similar sense of panic followed by an overwhelming shyness. She seemed to glimpse the lover from her past. Her expression softened slightly, observing the flustered man before her. She waved her hand casually, signaling the young servant to withdraw. A sudden evening breeze swept through, and the red twilight gently enveloped Yishuyu, as if draping her in a brilliant crimson wedding gown, her bright eyes and dazzling smile captivating, stirring the depths of his heart. Song Jin felt a tightening in his throat, a certain thought silently blossoming within him. At that moment, the temple visitors had largely dispersed, leaving seemingly just the two of them in the vastness. Even Wei Li, who had been lurking in the shadows, had vanished. Yishuyu slightly lifted her smile and formally bowed to Song Jin, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Li, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I shudder to think what fate might have befallen me." As the words fell, the smile at the corners of Song Jin's lips dimmed slightly, her tone taking on a more somber quality. Her gaze, radiant and unwavering, fixated on Yi Shuyo's face, which was brimming with joy. There was no need for gratitude. To me, dear girl, you shall never have to express thanks. In this lifetime, anyone may extend their gratitude to me, but you above all are exempt. Were it not for your generous offer of more than half of your redemption silver to fund my journey to Shengjing, I would not stand before you today. Perhaps taken aback by such candidness, Yi Shuyu paused momentarily, yet quickly regained her composure. Her eyes drifted toward Song Jin's right hand, concealed within her sleeve. "Let the young lady see your hand," she urged gently. At her words, Song Jin, puzzled by Yi Shuyo's intent, complied and extended her hand. The blue and purple bruises, slightly swollen, were remnants of a moment of anger directed at Gao Cheng. Yet, Song Jin felt little pain. As Yi Shuyu retrieved her handkerchief and tenderly wrapped it around the injured hand, a profound ache welled up in her heart, hidden behind her gaze. Song Jin swallowed hard, inexplicably sensing an unbearable pang of discomfort. Silence enveloped them, neither daring to break it, as an unspoken atmosphere gradually spread, hinting at emotions long suppressed, poised to erupt. After a pause, Yi Shuyo's voice emerged, calm yet laced with deep nostalgia and subtle anticipation, as she softly inquired, "Pray tell, did Masterly achieve success in the examinations back then?" The petals of the locust flowers fell gently, her delicate question mingling with the faint fragrance of blossoms. And her expectant gaze illuminated the vastness of the starry night, leaving only him in her sight. With each beat, Song Jin's heart raced uncontrollably, as if the deepest thoughts buried within him had been stirred by her gentle inquiry. He recognized that they were nearly alone, unnoticed by anyone, oblivious to his impolite and reckless behavior. It was a longing etched into his very bones, an unexpressed guilt. Yielding to his innermost desires, he reached out to her, drawing her into an embrace amidst her bewildered gaze. Song Jin pondered the last time he had held her. Even in a past life, he had become a mere specter, unable to touch her. Her petite and delicate form barely reached his shoulder, her fragrant hair lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Yi Shuyu offered no resistance, nor did she utter a sound, allowing him to envelop her in his arms as her jade-like hands, restrained within her sleeves, strained against the urge to encircle his waist. The grip around her waist tightened, as if he wished to meld her into his very being, his rapid breaths warm against her earlobe. The thin fabric of her clothing failed to shield her from the ardent heat of his palm, which felt as though it might sear her. In this moment, whose frantic heartbeat startled him, Yi Shuyu remained silent. Yet how could she not allow herself to once more bask in the fervent warmth of his embrace? The heat, almost palpable through their delicate attire, permeated every inch of her being. Though the autumn air was crisp and clear, Yi Shuyu felt as though the lingering heat of summer had left a more indelible mark upon her heart, an everlasting imprint. At last, Song Jin spoke, his voice resonant and deep. "I have not achieved success. It is I who have let the young lady down." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu was taken aback. How could this be? Having spent nearly 2 years in his company, she was well aware of his genuine talent. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was exceptionally learned. As the ancients say, success is inextricably linked to both ability and fortune. Could it be that he lacked the latter? Consequently, upon hearing his words, the fervor in Yi Shuyo's heart diminished slightly, replaced by an inexplicable bitterness. She wished to inquire whether his sense of failure referred to the fact that he had only sought her out after more than 2 years. Yet, her inherent pride prevented her from uttering such a humble question, leaving her in silence. However, shortly thereafter, Song Jin leaned closer and whispered something in her ear, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. Chapter 49. Return to Shengjing with me in the early hours of the evening. The stage of the Pear Garden was fervently depicting a poignant and tragic love story, eliciting applause and admiration from the audience seated behind. As the performance approached its climax, tears flowed freely from many spectators. Despite the brilliance of the show, Zhao Lao's vacant gaze remained unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Sitting in the front row, he stared blankly at Xuanxi, who was devouring plate after plate of pastries and tea, her eyes never straying from the stage. What a hidden depth this girl possesses. Though she appeared so slender, her appetite was remarkable. Observing her relish each pastry, Zhao Luozi could not resist sampling one himself, only to find it excessively sweet, an indulgence he did not favor. How taxing this must be for him. In such a brief span of time, he had managed to orchestrate the covert protection of the prince by discreetly dispatching several guards to nearby households, compensating the townsfolk to attend the performance. After all, hastily arranging for the performers would likely result in an audience devoid of support. If the ruse were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Luozi marveled once more at the allure of wealth. He wondered how smoothly affairs were proceeding with the prince. Meanwhile, Qing Lu took this opportunity to rest his eyes, occasionally opening them to scan the distance for any sign of Zhao Luozi and his companions. Should he spot them, it would signal that the time had come for him to rise. However, seated in a secluded patch of grass along a narrow path, he could not discern any movement from the prince or the young lady. Aside from silently praying, he felt powerless to assist. The thought of future obstacles posed by the emperor filled him with hope that the prince would triumph over each one. As for Wei Li, he had quietly mounted his steed and galloped away, lost in contemplation long before Qing Liu's departure. Having witnessed the prince's demeanor towards this lady, it was clear that the noble prince need not alter his ways, yet the servants were compelled to re-evaluate their attitudes towards her. Each day, their respect deepened, instilling a cautious reverence that deterred any thought of disrespect. 2 years and 3 months of separation had not only transformed Song Jin, but also altered Yishuyu. Song Jin shed the naivete and brightness of her amnesiac days, reverting to the hidden ruthlessness and coldness beneath her seemingly gentle exterior, forever masked by an unchanging faade. Yishuyu, bearing the title of the courtesan of the drunken brocade pavilion, had endured the subtle biases and neglect from Mother Ming, while others sought to trample upon the remnants of her former glory to assuage their own insecurities, resulting in a harsh smoothing of her once sharp edges. Strangers to one another now, the emotional shifts were unpredictable. What sentiments would he harbor for her upon his return after 2 years? The untainted affection of the past, now interwoven with complexities. What lay concealed within her heart remained unanswered. What stirred her turbulent emotions was not merely the slightly hurried breaths that brushed against her ear, but something far deeper. Before her stood a man whose voice, resolute and unwavering, whispered a heartfelt promise. "I have returned for you, Yaoer. Come back to Xinjiang with me." Song Jin refrained from uttering her intimate name, Nian Nian, which had rolled through her mind countless times. Such closeness, he thought, could await the day of their wedding, when he could call her without hesitation. "Come back to Xinjiang with me. There, no one shall dare to mistreat you. I will provide the best life possible for you and our child, freeing you from the need to feign civility towards those you despise or to toil day and night for the sake of the child. I shall protect you. All storms of life shall be shielded by me." Song Jin paused and resolutely reiterated, "Let us return to Xinjiang together." These 3 phrases echoed within Yishuyu's heart, stirring a profound longing and bittersweet emotion, igniting her heart and reddening her eyes. Xinjiang, the place she had gazed towards countless times, the destination she had yearned to reach. Yishuyu understood all too well that he, at that time, had become enigmatic, rendering those behind the Zhuejin pavilion unable to torment her further. A tall and noble young man, possessing extraordinary grace and immense power. Had he truly not taken a wife in these 2 years? Had his affection for her truly remained unchanged during this time? Yishuyu fell silent, offering no response to Song Jin's words. Yet she could feel the rapid beating of his heart. Was he anxious? Anxious about her response? Contemplating this, Yishuyu began to push away from Song Jin's embrace. In the midst of his puzzled and disheartened gaze, their eyes locked, and she spoke. "Li Jin, do you feel more guilt towards me than anything else? If so, you need not go to such lengths." Yishuyu's wisdom had always been quietly held within, and how could she fail to perceive the guilt that manifested in Song Jin's every action? Yet, she knew that such guilt was fleeting and would dissipate in a few years. What then would become of her and the child? Under the watchful eyes of the matriarch, The means by which women in the inner chambers exercised their power were no less ruthless than those of the officials who interrogated in the Ministry of Justice. Her child would need to live in constant trepidation, fearing even the slightest misstep could result in punishment or, worse, an untimely demise due to frailty. How could this not cause her immense heartache? Born of humble origins, she feared she could not even aspire to be an ordinary concubine. Either she would be relegated to the status of an external mistress or be confined to the role of a secondary wife within the household. How then would others regard her child? Moreover, Yi Shuyu despised such favoritism born of guilt, feeling instead a profound sense of desolation. Had the world transformed so drastically? Was it merely the lingering guilt of his long absence that had brought about this shift? At her inquiry, Song Jin's heart momentarily faltered, as her exquisite, dark eyes seemed to pierce through to his very soul. He managed a bitter smile. She remained as perceptive as ever. Yet, he found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. Was his affection for Nian born of guilt or genuine love? Was it guilt that preceded love, or love that came first? He understood that this was the very question she wished to pose. Song Jin gazed at Yi Shuyo's steadfast and resolute eyes, the faint blush around her eyelids evoking a deep sense of hesitation within him. Ultimately, he found himself on the verge of speaking, yet no sound emerged. He had never deceived her, save for that one occasion when he abandoned her. In this moment, her eyes were filled with an urgent desire for his response. Yet he could not bring himself to provide an answer that did not resonate with his true thoughts merely to placate her. Her earnestness and determination rendered him unable to respond to her inquiry with casual indifference. Song Jin felt a profound sense of confusion, his mind enveloped in a void. Observing this, the starlight concealed within Yi Shuyo's gaze gradually dimmed, the curve of her lips remaining unchanged, though her heart grew a touch colder. Chapter 50, Waiting for You, and waiting a little longer as the hour approached. The performance at the theater concluded, leaving Chuanxi with a lingering sense of desire for more. However, her thoughts quickly turned to her young mistress, prompting her to dash over with great urgency. Zhao Luozi, taken aback, feared that if his master was still engaged in conversation with the Lady Lingyin, the girl's abrupt entrance would ruin everything. A frown creased his face as he voiced his discomfort. My legs feel somewhat stiff from sitting for too long. Might the young lady spare me a moment? Perhaps Zhao Luozi's voice was too loud, causing Chuanxi to pause momentarily, turning back with a look of dissatisfaction as she beheld his pained expression. Noting his slight stoop, she felt a pang of compassion, deciding to wait for him. After all, who knew? Perhaps in the future, he would remember her kindness and invite her to see a show and enjoy some pastries. In response to Song Jin's demeanor, Yi Shuyu felt a chill seep into her heart, instinctively retreating a few steps to widen the gap between them. The warmth of their recent embrace seemed to evaporate in that instant. Finally regaining his composure, Song Jin spoke in a deep, rich tone, unwavering as he met Yi Shuyu's beautiful gaze. May I ask for some time, Yua? Once I have thoroughly contemplated this matter, I will return to clarify my thoughts to you personally. Perhaps it was the unsettling evening breeze or the steadfastness of his gaze, or perhaps the tender gestures he had shown her in recent days that nourished her heart like gentle spring rain. Almost involuntarily, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, I will wait for you. Waiting and waiting a little longer filled her with anticipation. Yet this time, she hoped it would not be as prolonged as before. She yearned for a definitive answer, one that would allow her to completely let go of her affections, to release the only man she had ever truly cared for, to move on from Li Jin. At that moment, Zhao Luozi's booming voice echoed from a distance, as if ensuring that everyone heard him. Today's performance was truly captivating, full of life and emotion. His words were punctuated by Chuanxi's bright voice, though the details were lost to Yi Shuyu. Upon hearing Zhao Luozi's voice, Song Jin instinctively stepped back, lifting her gaze to see Yi Shuyu's ambiguous smile, which sent her heart racing anew. As night began to fall, Song Jin swallowed hard, grateful for the dim light that shielded her from Yi Shuyu's notice. An unfamiliar desire stirred within her, and feeling embarrassed by her own impure thoughts, she silently scolded herself for her shamelessness, feeling it contrary to her principles. In a matter of moments, Zhao, Luoza, and Chunxi arrived, and unbeknownst to them, Qinglu had also joined. Chunxi leaped before Yishuyu, scrutinizing her closely. Good. It seems the young lady has not suffered. It appeared that this Master Li was indeed a gentleman. As for Qinglu, he cast a glance at Yishuyu, this unchanged expression, and then at his own master, whose face was flushed and feigning indifference. Expressionless Qinglu mused. It appears that the prince may very well be utterly captivated by this Miss Ling Yin. Initially incredulous, he has now come to accept this reality with surprising calm. The time has come, yet for reasons unknown, there is still no sign of Yishuyu's carriage in the distance, causing her to furrow her brow in silence. At that moment, the sound of rolling wheels echoed from afar, accompanied by the occasional whinny of horses, but interspersed with the distinct sound of different hoofbeats. Yishuyu presumed it to be the carriage sent to fetch them. However, as it drew nearer, she realized it was not theirs. This opulent carriage, understated yet lavish, was crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, adorned with intricately engraved wheels, and embellished with flowers made entirely of gilded leaves, indicating its considerable worth. The horses that pulled it appeared vigorous, clearly well cared for, yet the common folk would hardly discern its true value. Yishuyu noticed that this carriage was significantly larger than the one intended to collect her earlier. Most notably, riding in front of this carriage was Wei Li, mounted upon a fine steed, a faint smile gracing his features. In the face of the varied expressions among the onlookers, Wei Li dismounted gracefully and approached Song Jin. Bowing respectfully, "My lord, the sky darkens. It is time to depart." Song Jin, still perplexed by Wei Li's intentions, inquired, "A carriage? From where does it come? What scheme are they concocting?" Shaking her head, she cast a glance at Yishuyu, suggesting they should wait until the young lady boarded her carriage before leaving. Following Song Jin's words, Wei Li's gaze shifted to Yishuyu. After bowing gently to her, he spoke with an unflustered demeanor. "While traveling through a certain area, I observed a carriage that seemed to have encountered a malfunction. The driver has yet to repair it. Incidentally, I learned that the driver's surname is Tian." Upon hearing this, Yishuyu fixed her clear gaze upon Wei Li's face, a slight smile gracing her lips as she lowered her eyes. "What misfortune? It appears the carriage meant to collect me is indeed in disarray." Uncertain of how to address this situation, she realized she was no longer the person she had been 2 years prior. To do nothing and allow Song Jin to come to her own conclusions would likely lead to heartache. Yet, she could not acquiesce so easily. She had devoted over 5 years of her life to Li Jin, and even now, her thoughts lingered on him. To cast him aside without a fight was simply unfathomable. Should she strive for a resolution, even if it ended in heartbreak, at least she would have no regrets. She did not wish to reflect upon this matter in her later years with feelings of regret and sorrow. Yishuyu was not a demure lady. She was not skilled in the art of modesty. Yet, for the sake of Yongrui, what harm was there in setting aside her pride and dignity? Moreover, given that his subordinates had gone to such lengths, why not seize the opportunity? Each action was intricately connected, and how could Song Jin fail to see through this? Had they truly grown so audacious? Such presumptuousness suggested that they did not regard him with the respect he deserved. Excellent, truly splendid. This month, preparations are underway for a doubling of salaries. Song Jin did not dare to meet Yishuyu's gaze, fearing to catch a glimpse of her teasing smile. He bowed his head in a gesture of respect and proposed, if the young lady would not find it disagreeable, perhaps she might grace my humble carriage with her presence. As anticipated, Yishuyu's brows arched with amusement, her voice enchanting and captivating. "Then it shall trouble you, my lord." The wheels rolled on as Yishuyu and her companions settled within the carriage, while Song Jin and the others rode gallantly outside. The spring stream inside the carriage had already nestled against one side, fast asleep. Yishuyu gently parted the curtain, and there before her, she beheld Song Jin's upright silhouette. Remembering his graceful mount, it was evident that he must have ridden often over the past 2 years. She blinked, a smile gracing her lips, and lowered the curtain once more. Long before she casually glanced back while hanging the red paper, she had recognized him at a mere glance. Despite the throngs of people, she had seen him unmistakably. It was uncertain whether he had learned of her visit to the Taiguan temple through Ji or through his own inquiries. While it was expected, it nonetheless filled her with an unspoken joy. Yishuyu slowly caressed her exquisite visage, recalling that she had ventured toward the bustling right stone path with a heart full of hope and daring. She pondered what would transpire should she encounter unwelcome advances. What would he do? Naturally, she had also considered the possibility of his inaction, yet her heart remained steadfastly hopeful for his appearance. What took her aback, however, was the ferocity with which he acted, rekindling the embers of her affection once more. Chapter 51. The Unexpected Kiss. As twilight gradually descended, Zhao Luozi and his companions stopped by a lantern shop to procure a few lamps, ensuring a more convenient return to the Zue Jin Pavilion. The evening breeze swept by several times, yet could not quell the fervent heat pulsating within Song Jin's heart. He found himself repeatedly pondering the question posed by Jiejia. What truly resided in his thoughts regarding her inquiry? His mind wandered, drifting once more to his previous life. After regaining his memories, he had contemplated going to Yangzhou to fetch her, but the deeply entrenched notions within him confined him to Shengjing. How could a woman from the land of fireworks ever grace his royal residence? Should he bring her into his manor? Those ambitious members of the imperial family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create turmoil. He could not afford to burden his elder brother further. What would the common people think of him, the esteemed Prince Gong? Such myriad beliefs and thoughts buried Song Jin's brief existence within Shengjing, entombed in a place devoid of her presence. In secret, he could be ruthless and brutal, yet outwardly, Song Jin maintained a demeanor as gentle as jade, presenting himself as a modest gentleman to win hearts. After wielding significant power for over a decade, he wore a mask before the world, and the essence of gentleness seemed to become his reality. When fatigue finally settled upon him, he remained uncertain to the point that in death, he even felt a semblance of release. Upon returning to Shengjing, he had reached the age of maturity, while his peers had largely entered into matrimony, many already with children. Yet, he was indifferent to marital matters. Whenever his mother broached the subject, his immediate thought was of her, far away in Yangzhou. Ultimately, in a bid to forget her, he immersed himself in state affairs, allowing the ceaseless political matters to occupy his mind. 2 years passed in this manner, and both his mother and elder brother grew restless. His mother even resorted to filial piety as a means to pressure him. Song Jin mused that perhaps marriage would hasten his forgetfulness, and thus he relented. Following royal custom, he took a primary consort and 2 secondary consorts. Perhaps due to a lack of offspring, his mother insisted he also accept 6 additional concubines. Each woman within his household possessed her own unique qualities: innocent, dignified, aloof, and naturally alluring. However, he held little enthusiasm for intimate matters. He regarded Tang Chini with great respect, spending the 1st and 15th of each month in her courtyard for their routine encounters, departing promptly thereafter for his study, never lingering. Generally, he spent most of his time in his study. Their encounters occurred roughly 5 times a month, seldom exceeding that number. As for the women beyond his primary consort, he treated them perfunctorily, merely as a means to relieve his desires. What of his youthful vigor? In harsher terms, they were merely tools for producing heirs to appease his mother and to satiate his desires. Song Jin had never bestowed upon them an ounce of affection. Was this cruelty? He had once questioned himself, yet found no answer. Even children of his own blood, in his eyes, were little more than a means to provide assurance to the world. To his elder brother, and to his mother, nothing more. Only the adopted son under Tang Chini's name garnered a few more glances from him. Day after day, the burdens of duty weighed heavily upon the passage of time, and amidst the myriad complexities, the name Yishuyu was firmly buried within Song Jin's heart. He had never uttered it, yet he had begun to forget her very existence. Perhaps it was his nature to be cold and detached, Song Jin mused. As night descended, a thick haze seemed to envelop Song Jin's profound and somber gaze, leaving no one to fathom the thoughts that lurked within his heart. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the carriage gradually traversed the bustling sand street, ablaze with lights and filled with raucous voices. a cacophony of entertainment that the night brought forth for the revelers. Dismounting, Song Jin and his companions led their steeds across the street, mindful that an accidental collision with a passerby, while mounted, could lead to dire consequences. Many onlookers instinctively stepped aside upon sighting the carriage. For the gentlemen who could grace Sand Street were well aware of its worth. It was not merely the fear of financial liability that prompted their caution, but rather the dread of incurring the wrath of the noble figures within. The prospect of inviting calamity upon their families from those they could not afford to offend was far more daunting. As they approached the Zue Jingu, Wei unexpectedly produced several masks from his belongings, and the group donned them, rendering their identities unrecognizable, even amidst the curious glances they attracted. After a short while, the carriage arrived at the entrance of Zue Jingu, where the familiar clamor and excitement greeted them. The vehicle came to a halt, yet those inside remained still. Perplexed, Song Jin moved closer, gently lifting the curtain to discover Yi Shuyu resting against the side, her breathing steady, as if she had been asleep for quite some time. Beside her, Chunxi looked on helplessly, uncertain whether to rouse her mistress. It turned out that Chunxi had dozed off first, only to awaken and find her mistress had also succumbed to slumber. Standing quietly beside them, Wei discreetly revealed a hidden corner of the carriage, producing a crimson-embroidered cloak, which he handed to Song Jin. Amused, Song Jin couldn't help but smile. Wei was indeed thoroughly prepared. Recognizing Song Jin's intent, Chunxi ultimately disembarked the carriage. With utmost gentleness, Song Jin draped the cloak over Yi Shuyu, especially covering her face completely, fearful of exposing her to prying eyes. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, slightly adjusting her position to ensure her comfort, his movements increasingly tender as he ascended the third floor of Zue Jingu with resolute steps and a clear gaze. Gigi was taken aback, pondering the identity of this masked gentleman and the reason for his embrace of the enchanting Lingyin. Yet, she dutifully stepped aside, allowing Song Jin to proceed to the third floor. Meanwhile, Qiu Lu, who opened the door within the private chamber, was visibly surprised by the scene, her thoughts drifting to the corner of the young lady's bedroom, still covered with a thick cloth, which should remain undiscovered. Qiu Lu, discerning the identity of the gentleman, watched as Song Jin carried Yi Shuyu into the inner chamber. She assisted in drawing back the curtains of the bed, facilitating Song Jin in laying her gently upon the bed. As he lowered himself, a faint fragrance of plum blossoms wafted into his senses, causing his hands to falter momentarily, his heart racing and mind in disarray. Yi Shuyu appeared to be startled, struggling momentarily, and unexpectedly, as she turned her head, her ruby lips brushed against Song Jin's. The former remained oblivious, while the latter found herself utterly flustered by this unforeseen kiss, which sent ripples through her heart. Song Jin could even perceive the warmth she had just exhaled near his lips, mingled with her delicate fragrance, causing his cheeks to flush and his composure to falter. He felt an undeniable stir within him. Song Jin believed he was on the verge of madness, once again driven to the brink by this woman. Hastily, he set Yi Shuyu down, covered her with a silk quilt, and fled in a hurry, even colliding with the bedroom door. Unbeknownst to him, the one who should have been sleeping had a heart that raced like thunder. He did not see the satisfied smile that curled at the corners of her lips, as she lay there, feigning slumber. Chapter 52. Uncontrollable desires. Yi Shuyu had dispatched someone to Shengjing in search of Li Jin, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to gather even the faintest hint of his whereabouts. She even contemplated the worst scenario. If she were to learn that he had already married and had children, she might find a way to resign herself to despair. However, after such an extensive search with no news, how could she convince herself to let go? After a considerable time, once Chilu had helped Yi Shuyu refresh her appearance and change into a new outfit, the lights in the boudoir were extinguished. Exhausted from a day of turmoil, Yi Shuyu could no longer resist the weight of her eyelids, even as the revelry continued downstairs. In the final moments before succumbing to slumber, she recalled the words she had uttered while kneeling on the golden cushion in the main hall. Buddha, thank you for your compassion. The believer has had one wish granted. He is safe and healthy, and indeed has returned. Meanwhile, Song Jin was consumed with a desire to mount his steed and return to the governor's residence immediately, a certain warmth flushing his face. At 22, a young man in the bloom of youth, especially when faced with the object of his affections, it would be unnatural to remain unaffected. He was abruptly reminded of that fateful night, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Only later did the moonlight gently penetrate the gauzy window, illuminating her tear-stained visage, the sweat trickling down her forehead, her fingers weakly clutching the edge of the blanket, and the way her delicate teeth bit down, stifling any sound. The more helpless she appeared, the more it ignited the deepest, darkest desires within him. Song Jin could faintly recall that when he beheld her in that state, he nearly lost control, only to then intensify his fervor and pace. He wished for her to weep for him, passionately, earnestly, to let her tears flow for his ears alone. That night was the eve of their parting, steeped in the reluctance that lingered between them. He indulged, and she permitted it. It was the only moment of reckless abandon in Song Jin's life, as he kissed her tear-streaked lips, exploring every inch of her delicate form. He claimed her thrice, and it was only in the final embrace that she finally cried out, her voice a haunting melody, sweet and hoarse, softening his heart, especially when she called him Jinlang. Thereafter, she succumbed to a deep slumber, her face marked with tear stains, her eyes rimmed with crimson, curling into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, he believed that their happiness would persist indefinitely. Fortunately, adorned with a mask, no one could discern the emotions etched upon Song Jin's face as he turned and galloped towards the governor's residence. Perhaps Wei Li and Zhao Luoza missed the subtle shift in Song Jin's demeanor, but Qing Lu, who had served him closely for many years, immediately understood and swiftly followed him back to the governor's residence. However, as Song Jin lay in the bath, feigning slumber, a young woman clad in scant attire, which accentuated her figure, was ushered in by Qing Lu. At merely 16 or 17, she possessed a voluptuous form, her curves alluring, with a pair of doe-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking an irresistible sense of compassion. Qing Lu silently reproached herself for having overlooked such a matter. Though the prince professes to be detached from worldly desires, nearly a month has passed without the company of a woman. Even a sage might be driven to distraction. Fortunately, within the governor's residence, there are still women of pleasing countenance. Song Jin initially believed it was Qing Lu who entered, but instead, a pair of delicate hands gently caressed his temples, easing the fatigue of the day. He remained unmoved, fully aware of Qing Lu's intentions, and refrained from voicing any objections, as he had typically been the one to orchestrate such encounters. Yet, he found himself somewhat dazed, realizing that a month had indeed slipped by. Slowly, Song Jin opened his eyes and drew the woman before him. Her garments clung to her form in a way that left little to the imagination, arousing curiosity and impatience, while her almond-shaped eyes gazed at him with a blend of shyness and trepidation. "Young master, tonight I have come to attend to you." Her words stumbled forth, revealing her unmasked nervousness and embarrassment. As a normal man, Song Jin could not help but feel a stirring within him, the flames of desire ignited, intensifying with each passing moment. At that moment, he reached out with his right hand, brushing his fingers against the delicate curve of her jaw, his gaze intense, only to inadvertently catch sight of his own slightly swollen hand. The image of her tenderly bandaging his injury lingered in his mind, dousing his ardor like a bucket of cold water. Suddenly, Song Jin lost interest. "Leave." The woman, startled and bewildered, could not comprehend why the man who had just shown her kindness now commanded her departure. Had she erred in some way? Weary, Song Jin rubbed his lower eyelids and reiterated in a low voice, "Leave." With no hesitation, the woman, tears brimming in her eyes, hurriedly retreated. Feeling a sense of vexation, Song Jin rose from the bath, dried himself off, donned his garments, and proceeded to the study arranged for him by Shi Qingming. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Gao Cheng, a corpulent figure resembling a small hill, bound and gagged, struggling in sheer terror as he attempted to move his restrained limbs. Shi Qingming, upon seeing Song Jin, presented him with a document detailing Gao Cheng's actions over the years in Fengyang County, his demeanor marked by utmost respect. Sure, Qingming harbored his own frustrations within his domain. The powerful offspring of eunuchs were nearly untouchable, forcing him to turn a blind eye to their misdeeds. This governor was indeed a pitiable figure. Moments earlier, when Qianshi had delivered Gao Cheng, he was taken aback. Though he had been forewarned, the sight still startled him. Qianshi's pallor was striking, her spirit seemingly absent, fearful of disturbing the esteemed lord. Sure, Qingming pondered whether she had encountered the Prince of Gong in Shengjing, hence her extreme caution. Bored, Song Jin leafed through the pages, occasionally noting a detail or two. In but a brief span, he raised a gentle smile, his voice melodious, surprised to discover that young Master Gao had been living so comfortably. According to the laws of the Song dynasty, it was unlikely that Gao Cheng would see the light of day in the coming days. Fortunately, out of compassion, I shall spare you from death. Yet the consequences of your actions remain unavoidable. Song Jin paid no attention to the terrified expression on Gao Cheng's face as he recalled the incriminating evidence written in the document. There were as many as 50 or 60 individuals in the courtyard, including young women who were betrothed but not yet married, as well as those who had already become wives, yet had been captured by him. How many ordinary lives had he disrupted? A death sentence would be far too lenient. A fate worse than death would be far more fitting, wouldn't it? With a smile, Song Jin handed Gao Cheng over to Wei Li. Wei Li, elated at receiving this task, felt an exhilarating thrill surge within him. Under the cover of darkness, they took Gao Cheng to the magistrate's office adjacent to the county governor's residence. Upon being thrust into the darkest cell of the prison, Gao Cheng had swallowed his saliva countless times, but when he beheld a vaguely human-shaped figure within the cell, he was utterly paralyzed with terror. Was that even a human? Bloodied and mangled, it was barely discernible as a person. Wei Li, with a hint of kindness, reminded him, "Oh, didn't you recognize it? It's Lin Hengyu, your old nemesis." Following this revelation, Wei Li's eerie laughter echoed within the grim confines of the prison. Chapter 53. Will he let go? The air had already turned chilly, and within the confines of the cell, it was even more frigid. Gao Cheng's gaze was almost vacant as he stared at the humanoid figure within, uncertain whether he was already deceased. Even witnessing it firsthand, Gao Cheng found it hard to believe. How could the person he had been competing with just a handful of days ago now be reduced to this state? He recalled feeling a secret thrill upon hearing that Lin Hengyu had been imprisoned by that old scoundrel Shi Qingming. But now, the tables had turned, and it was his own fate that hung in the balance. Wei Li furrowed his brow, silently observing Gao Cheng slumped on the cold floor of the cell, a pool of pale yellow liquid seeping from him, accompanied by an indescribable stench. Alas, to be reduced to such a state. What would become of him thereafter? Gao Cheng, paralyzed by fear, was unceremoniously thrown into the cell adjacent to Lin Hengyu, the two cells sharing a wooden post that allowed them to see each other's every move. The guard stationed there remained silent, their perception of Wei Li having been firmly established through their interactions over the past few days, brutal, bloodthirsty. Wei Li said nothing, stepping forward to scrutinize Lin Hengyu. Good. There was still the faint rise and fall of breath. He was not yet dead. Perhaps the souls of those who had perished at Lin Hengyu's hands could find some measure of solace in the afterlife. Yet, there was little flesh left on his body. It was time to return him according to the old customs. Even if a divine being were to intervene, it was unlikely he could be saved, merely prolonging his suffering for a month at most. Meanwhile, in a far corner of Fengyang County, a Lianshan, bored and begging, found that few tossed even a copper coin in her tattered bowl resting on the ground. Suddenly, she sneezed repeatedly, touching her nose with a whimsical expression, mumbling to herself, "Could it be that someone is thinking of me?" In the late hours of the night, within the study of the county magistrate's residence, Song Jin lifted his teacup for a sip, casting glances at the three men kneeling before him, remaining silent. Qing Lu's face was expressionless. Zhao Luoza appeared anxious, and Wei Li exuded complete submission. Song Jin inquired, whose idea was this? Qing Lu spoke first. "My lord, the first two matters were minor ideas of ours. Please punish us accordingly." Wei Li, unwilling to be outdone, added, "My lord, the final issue regarding the carriage was also a minor suggestion. We ask for your punishment." In this tense atmosphere, Zhao Luoza took on a heroic demeanor, pleading, "Please punish us, my lord." Song Jin could not help but chuckle, casting a glance at Qing Lu, confirming his expectations. As for Wei Li, Song Jin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, for this was not typical of his usual conduct. "Very well." Song Jin stood and exited the room, his pace unwavering, declaring, "Acting on your own accord, each shall receive 10 military canes. This month, your salaries will be doubled." With that, Song Jin departed, leaving Zhao Luoza elated, while Qing Lu and Wei Li exchanged subtle frowns. "Your Highness, it seems that your feelings for Miss Lingyin have transcended mere affection." Meanwhile, in Shengjing at night, Han Yunlin discreetly departed from the residence of the Korean Duke with a few trusted confidants. Several swift steeds awaited him in an inconspicuous corner. He mounted effortlessly, the hooves of his horse light and unhurried, lending an air of tranquility that was anything but conspicuous. The night concealed his rebellious smirk and the wild glint in his eyes. The group made their way to the city gate of Shengjing, where soldiers, having arrived secretly, opened the gate that should have remained closed. Once outside the city, they no longer restrained their speed, galloping swiftly towards Yangzhou's Fengyang County. Han Yunlin felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, unburdened at last. He recalled that the information he had meticulously gathered over the past days had been submitted to Emperor Yongrui just a quarter of an hour prior, relieving him of a heavy load. He had not anticipated that Tang Ge-Lao's granddaughter, Tang Qini, would indeed be betrothed to Song Mao, nor that the general had betrayed his majesty. Once the dust settled, the name Yangzhou suddenly crossed his mind, and Han Yunlin's expression shifted from its usual languor to one of unprecedented clarity and resolve. The following day, at the break of dawn in the He Shuyuan's Dongyao Pavilion, Song Jin awoke with a start, his breathing rapid, the dampness of his undergarments unmistakable, and the scent of chestnut blossoms lingering in the air. He threw aside the silken quilt and scowled at the wet undergarments, then averted his gaze, furrowing his brow as he leaned back against the bed. He vividly recalled the image of Jiayi from his dreams, weeping to please him, not the slightly naive visage of yesteryears, but rather a more mature and alluring countenance that captivated the soul. He lingered in thought, remembering every inch of her delicate, porcelain skin that he had caressed and kissed. A natural beauty who lay on his bed, exuding a charm that nearly brought her to tears. She had once mentioned that her stage name, Lingyin, was bestowed by Ming Mama due to her angelic voice. Song Yuanshin, you truly have lost your senses. What on earth are you thinking? After years devoid of such dreams, Song Jin remained a novice in matters of passion. He mused that it must have been the kiss from the previous night that had nearly caused him to lose control once more. Yet he could not suppress the thought of what it might be like to truly kiss her lips one day. As he pondered, his face flushed with warmth. He hastily shook the bell hanging beside the bed to dispel his lascivious thoughts. Soon after, Qing Lu entered with a group of attendants, efficiently attending to the disarray on the bed and preparing Song Jin's attire for the day. Qing Lu maintained her usual impassive demeanor, but upon noticing the slight darkness clouding the prince's expression, she sighed inwardly. The woman from last night was undoubtedly of admirable beauty. It bewildered her why she had provoked the prince's ire. Was he not suffering in silence? If the esteemed body of the prince were to be harmed, the emperor and empress dowager would surely subject him to 1,000 tortures, even to the extent of disturbing his ancestral grave. Moreover, the prince had yet to father any offspring. What would become of this situation? Wait, offspring? Qing Lu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It seemed that the maiden Ling Yin had indeed given birth to a girl, whose biological father was likely the prince. Today, Song Jin did not visit the Zue Jin Pavilion as was his custom. Instead, he sat by the window of the Xinhuan Pavilion, lost in contemplation. During this time, he also entrusted Zhao Luoza with certain tasks. Perhaps once he comprehended the nature of his feelings for Jian, he would personally convey his sentiments to her. Song Jin mused. He needed to act swiftly, ensuring she would not be left waiting for too long. Yet, his thoughts began to wander. If these feelings were merely born from guilt rather than genuine affection, Would he be able to let go? He lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting an inextricable depth of darkness. Chapter 54. An inevitable outcome on the first day returning from the Taiguan temple. Song Jin merely sat within the warm eastern chamber, scarcely touching his tea. Qing Lu, with lowered brow, stood silently beside him. What could be troubling the prince? Had something transpired with Miss Lingyin last night? It was baffling that he had not even visited the Zue Jin Pavilion. One could not discern whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. For an entire morning, he sat cross-legged at the Kong table, his gaze fixed serenely on the open window. Outside lay a small garden crafted by Shi Qingming specifically for the prince, resplendent with a myriad of flowers, their fragrances wafting delicately, invigorating the spirit. Ordinarily, the prince might have enjoyed a couple of pots of tea, yet today he had barely finished 2 cups. It seemed as if all his thoughts had drifted far away, leaving behind only an empty shell to sit in silence. As the hour approached noon, Song Jin turned to Qing Lu, perplexity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Do you comprehend what it feels like to be enamored?" At the mere mention of heart's delight, a fleeting image of tear-filled, beautiful eyes flashed through Qing Lu's mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged. "My lord, I am but a simpleton. I do not grasp the essence of such feelings." Qing Lu felt a twinge of complexity. Though younger than the prince, he had yet to share intimate moments with any woman. How could he speak of heart's delight? To express such sentiments toward the man? Song Jin seemed not to anticipate a satisfactory answer from Qing Lu, merely nodding calmly before once again gazing out the window in silence. Once clad in white, he had been sincere, recklessly captivated by Jian, regardless of her being a courtesan. His heart had always yearned solely for her. Thus, Song Jin was acutely aware that his past feelings were heart's delight, pure affection devoid of reservations, an unrestrained passion. Now, amidst power and wealth, he was beset by the guilt born of his past experiences, a remorse that compelled him to seek redemption. Was it guilt that kindled his later kindness towards her? Or had the love he harbored all along given rise to this guilt? The remorse Jian felt stemmed from his 2-year absence without a word. Yet unbeknownst to her, he had witnessed her unwavering loyalty from the perspective of a wandering spirit, an overwhelming guilt that penetrated his very soul and marrow. Song Jin prided himself on being well-read and knowledgeable, capable of answering any query under the heavens. Yet faced with the question left by Yi Shuyu, he could not provide a definitive response. That evening, as dusk fell, only Song Jin remained in the study, having sent Qing Lu to rest. Confronted by a pile of yellowed letters and notes on the desk, he found himself devoid of courage to open them. These seemingly aged correspondences had been collected by Zhao Luoza early that morning from the Li couple, who were simple folk and dared not dispose of Song Jin's belongings, keeping them intact. Uncertain how long he had stared at the letters, he gradually steeled himself to unveil the sealed memories of past affection and joy within the solitude of his study. The letters, yellowed and fragile, demanded a gentle touch, for he did not wish to witness the love of yesteryears crumble beneath his hands. The white jade, plum blossom hairpin from last night. I hold it in great fondness. On the Lantern Festival next year, I hope to celebrate it once again with you. Tears welled up in Song Jin's eyes, and her heart raced. It turned out that her self-designation was not little woman, but I. Her candid joy and aspiration for the future had always been openly expressed to him, whether it was the past version of herself or the present. Encountering this bold and straightforward language once more filled her with a blush and an indescribable exhilaration that blossomed within her heart. As the new year approaches, I wish for you to achieve great success and remain safe and healthy. Did you not make any wishes for yourself in the past? That year's new year, this year's red paper. Alas, after arriving in Xinjiang, I regained my memories, naturally did not participate in the palace examination, and did not return to meet you. The garments I made for you the other day, have you tried them on? Do they fit well? How wonderful it would be if I could wear once more the clothes you crafted with your own hands. One letter after another. Song Jin read each one with great care. For him, it had been over a decade, and he had nearly forgotten. In the end, Song Jin silently organized all the letters and notes, placing them in a corner of the desk, while putting the letters from her investigation of Jiayi's affairs over the past 2 years atop them. With an unperturbed expression, she hastily tidied up and went to sleep. The following day was hardly different from the first. However, Qing Lu sensed a subtle change, a vague aura that, compared to the previous day's stillness, was evidently more animated. As if contemplating something, Song Jin's gaze was heavy, her finger absent-mindedly tapping on the Kong table, her lips curving slightly. Let go. No, he cannot. Yet, he still wished for Jiai to willingly return to Shengjing with him. What of the despicable villain? What of the gentle gentleman? He had long since grown weary of such roles in his past life, and in this life, he refused to be bound once more. The domineering nature, engraved in his bones from years of high status and power, was not something Song Jin would relinquish easily. In this life, why not indulge? Those royal relatives, if he was willing to show them favor, they should gratefully accept it. If not, they should not blame him for turning his blade against their descendants. Jiai, he was determined to have. Qing Lu had thought the prince would maintain this demeanor for quite some time, until the third day at noon. A young servant came to report that several men from the magistrate's office had arrived, with the leading man insisting on delivering a message to Song Jin, even stating that delays would incur punishment. Alarmed, the servant hurriedly ran towards He Shu Yuan, taking an entire tea's time to arrive. The servant, with a fearful expression, tremulously stated that the man said just 2 words, and you would meet him. Song Jin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Shunin. Only then did Song Jin regain his composure, instructing the servant to let the visitor in while also directing Shi Qingming to prepare a courtyard. Why had Shunin come? The name Chunin, bestowed by Han Qi for Han Yunlin, derives from the ancient saying, "Heaven gave birth to me, I am Chunin," which implies elegance and nobility. Yet, who would have thought that Han Yunlin was the complete opposite? As Han Yunlin tidied himself up and took a moment to rest, the evening hour approached. Shi Qingming, unfamiliar with Han Yunlin's identity, was nonetheless attentive upon witnessing Song Jin personally issue instructions, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Particularly, upon observing the man laughing heartily while playfully patting the shoulder of the Prince Gong, a profound sense of respect welled up within him. This was likely another eminent figure hailing from Shengjing. It was astonishing that within his modest governor's residence, 2 illustrious personages had taken up residence. Based on various rumors surrounding Prince Gong and the age of this man, Shi Qingming had surmised his identity. He was most likely the esteemed young Master Han. Chapter 55. Why not soother? Although the Huqing courtyard arranged for Han Yunlin pales in comparison to Song Jin's Eshiyuan, it is still quite commendable. After several days of toil, Han Yunlin chose to rest, while his devoted servant, Yin Yi, dared not slacken his efforts. After a brief moment of respite, he ventured out from the governor's residence to the bustling tea houses and storytelling venues in search of the latest happenings in Fengyang County. With the aid of silver notes and his charming demeanor, Yin Yi quickly gathered a cacophony of extraordinary tales. For instance, there were whispers about how the governor had dared to apprehend young Master Lin, and accounts of a destitute scholar boldly professing his affections to a courtesan amidst the rain. The more Yin Yi listened, the more incredulous he became. As he pieced together the events of the past month, his initial sense of unease transformed into an overwhelming curiosity. His eyes wide and his mouth agape as he hurried back to the Huqing courtyard to relay these stories to Han Yunlin. Upon Han Yunlin's awakening, Yin Yi recounted the tales with clarity, albeit with a hint of embellishment. Han Yunlin's previously languid expression gradually brightened, his bleary eyes widening with interest. After hearing Yin Yi's words, he let out a chuckle, asking, "Are you certain that all these incidents were caused by a single man?" During the commotion at the Taiguan temple, it was evident that some had recognized Yi Shuyo's identity. Moreover, with Song Jin's persistent request for an audience being rebuffed, how could they not recognize her? Everyone had their say, and with the former courtesan Ling Yin's reputation, nearly all of Fengyang County had become aware of the matter. Yin Yi replied, "There is a 70 to 80% chance it is true." At this, Han Yunlin burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most unbelievable statement. Though a twinge of doubt lingered in his heart, he could not bring himself to fully believe it. Who could that possibly be? It is none other than Song Yuanshin. He is the Prince Gong, known for his ascetic nature, almost devoid of any interest in women. I have known Yuanshin for over a decade. He could never be that kind of person. Unconvinced, Han Yunlin rested for a while longer before preparing himself to visit Heshiun. As night fell, the sky over Fengyang County in September was adorned with countless twinkling stars, and gazing upward felt as if one might be engulfed by the vast sea of stars at any moment. Occasionally, small insects flitted about the quaint garden of Heshiun, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of flowers, a generous gift from nature. Outside Heshiun, a tea table and single-back chairs were set up, with freshly brewed Junshan silver needle tea on the table and dozens of jars of wine nearby. Two gentlemen sat across from each other, engaging in lively conversation without any servants attending. Several palace lanterns illuminated the area, dispelling darkness and enhancing the elegant atmosphere. Song Jin raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You certainly know how to indulge." Han Yunlin stood to fetch 2 jars of wine, promptly filling the prepared cups, ensuring Song Jin's was filled as well. He moved with purpose, eager to relax after a rare escape from Shengjing. Seated again, he swirled his cup before taking a sip. The spicy flavor hit his palate, causing him to comfortably squint his eyes. Although the wine was not as exquisite as before, it was still palatable. Noticing Song Jin silently staring at her cup, he sensed her mood was less than cheerful. Han Yunlin laughed as he rose to pat Song Jin's shoulder a few times. Suddenly recalling something, he brightened and exclaimed, "I heard that some days ago, a poor scholar boldly confessed his love to a woman of high standing at the Zue Jin Pavilion in the rain. What a spirited young man. Yuan Shun, it seems we have long surpassed those years." With a helpless expression, Han Yunlin spoke while pouring wine into his mouth, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Song Jin lifted her eyelids to glance at Han Yunlin, scrutinizing him for a moment before confirming that he truly did not realize that the poor scholar he spoke of was, in fact, himself. Yet, recalling the troubling question that had plagued her for days, Song Jin lowered her gaze, falling silent. Noticing the man across from him remained taciturn, Han Yunlin feigned surprise, his tone almost mocking. How could a mere poor scholar capture the heart of a lady? In fact, there's even a rumor that this poor scholar is you, Yuan Shun. After saying this, Han Yunlin burst into laughter, though his mirth gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence as he was met with Song Jin's nearly icy, tranquil gaze, rendering him speechless, his previous joviality frozen in place. Han Yunlin felt as though he were being pierced by the man's eyes 1,000 times over, swallowing hard. He awkwardly remarked, "Just a joke, merely a jest." Initially, he had paid little heed to what Yin Yi had told him. However, upon reflection, numerous doubts arose, and he sought to probe Yuan Shun through jest, yet the latter's expression darkened, revealing a subtle change in his demeanor, an indication that Han Yunlin could not overlook. It truly was Yuan Shun. In mere moments, Han Yunlin recounted what Yin Yi had just conveyed to him, and the more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. He gazed at Song Jin, his typically aloof friend, who remained silent. After a long pause, Han Yunlin smiled and inquired, "Why haven't you brought her into the Wangfu yet?" Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Song Jin remained speechless, lifting her wine cup to down the spiciness in one go. This was her first drink of the night. Her voice was somewhat hoarse as she murmured, "She, perhaps, does not wish to." Lost in thought, melancholic and despondent, Han Yunlin realized it had been a long time since he had seen Yuan Shun in such a state. He vaguely recalled the last time he had witnessed this expression was when Yuan Shun had just been found. He had once believed that Yuan Shun would adhere to propriety, marry concubines, and lead a life of domestic bliss, always appearing gentle and courteous, never allowing himself to become emotionally invested in any woman forever. So solitary. Observing Song Jin's almost fragile and bewildered demeanor, Han Yunlin found himself at a loss for words, yet there was a hint of warmth amidst the chill. Had the once pure celestial being descended to the mortal realm for love? Were the women of the Zue Jin Pavilion mere courtesans? Suddenly, Han Yunlin recalled that when Yuan Shun had lost his memory years ago, he had lingered in Fengyang County. Thus, he had developed feelings back then, hadn't he? Contemplating this, Han Yunlin's smile waned, and he candidly said to Song Jin, "Go on, charm a lady." Song Jin seemed to have heard something utterly unbelievable. Charm her. He, a prince exalted above thousands, sought to woo her? Faced with Song Jin's expression of astonishment and disbelief, he smiled and nodded affirmatively, not merely as the esteemed Prince Gong, but as a suitor enamored by a lady, wishing to welcome her into his abode. Han Yunlin's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes upon Song Jin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. If he truly cherished her, then what harm was there in trying to win her over? If not, there was certainly no need. Yuan Shan found it exceedingly difficult to encounter a woman whom he sincerely admired. Alas, he should not regret in the future. Han Yunlin, while persuading, consumed cup after cup of wine, the latter remark slipping away, perhaps meant for no one in particular. He languidly tilted his head back, pouring half a jar of wine into his mouth, yet unbeknownst to anyone, a single tear trickled down his cheek. The indomitable Han Yunlin, inebriated to such a state, found the visage of the one he longed for growing ever clearer, unwittingly attempting to forget somewhat. Chapter 56. Have you fallen in love with that woman? As Han Yunlin prepared to uncork the second jar of wine, Song Jin could no longer remain seated. Frowning, she rose and snatched the jar from his hands. Observing this, Han Yunlin's face was etched with grievance, yet his intoxicated gaze remained clear. Yuan Shan, you know I do not succumb to drunkenness. If I do not indulge a few more times, I will soon have to return to Shengjing. The two stood in a standoff for quite some time, but ultimately, Song Jin relented. Deep down, she understood that Chun An's heart had long departed with her. Yangzhou. She was the unattainable dream of Chun An, a woman he could never possess in his lifetime, even if he was the heir of the Han family. How could he dare aspire to the princess of the royal family? Years ago, when he lost his memory and lingered in Yangzhou, it was Chun An who confronted Song Mao in Shengjing alongside the emperor. Just as it seemed he had thoroughly subdued Song Mao politically, he unexpectedly set his sights on Jiangzhu, the daughter of left minister Jiang Zhongming. During the Lantern Festival, a time of vibrant festivities when men and women alike ventured out to revel, Chun An, on his way to meet Jiangzhu, happened upon an exquisitely crafted rabbit lantern, causing him to be delayed by a single incense stick's worth of time. Upon arriving at their designated meeting place, he discovered that just moments before, a woman had inadvertently fallen into the lake, and it was none other than Prince Duan, Song Mao, who heroically leaped into the water to rescue her. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiangzhu, drenched to the bone, was saved by Song Mao, their soaked garments binding them together in fate. Song Mao's heartfelt declaration in the Golden Luan Hall, coupled with his willingness to take responsibility for the incident, led him to propose to Jiangzhu, compelling Emperor Yongrui to acquiesce for both emotional and logical reasons. Consequently, Jiang Zhongming, the left minister, was elevated to a first-rank position, and his daughter, distinguished by both beauty and talent, was deemed worthy of becoming the princess of Duan. In the span of a single incense stick, such an event unfolded. This became the lifelong anguish of Chun An, an unforgivable sorrow. From that moment on, Chun An began to frequent brothels, indulging in frivolity, often returning home late at night. Song Jin was not the heir of the Han family. In the grand dynasty of Song, only the current sovereign could rival him for a woman's affection, and no one else possessed such capability. Yet, how could the emperor contend with his own brother over a lady? Thus, within the entire Song dynasty, none could challenge Song Jin. Regret? Song Jin only understood that he wished for Jin Yin to willingly return with him to the royal residence, to genuinely smile and call him Jin Lang, and to share in the splendor of this world. Yes, willingly, indeed willingly. Song Jin seemed to grasp some of the confusions he had previously failed to comprehend, and suddenly, a sense of clarity washed over him, accompanied by a gentle smile. He had once believed that love was the cruelest of emotions, rendering Chun An forever unable to smile, binding him in a haze of despair. However, when it came to his own experience, it felt different. Perhaps love was also the sweetest of all things. To coax her, to soothe Jinyan, recalling the affection and anticipation in Yishuyo's gaze, an overwhelming warmth surged within Song Jin, causing his brows to arch and his lips to curve into a smile. The lantern beside them cast a gentle glow upon Song Jin's features, illuminating the heartfelt softness in his expression. Although Han Yunlin was engaged in drinking, his gaze remained fixed upon Song Jin, and at the sight of his countenance, even his hand holding the cup faltered slightly. So, he had truly become so deeply affected? The joy radiating from Song Jin made Han Yunlin's lips curve upwards involuntarily. It seemed that it was not a matter of your ascetic nature, but rather that you had yet to encounter this extraordinary woman. Had you? Suddenly, a wave of curiosity washed over him. What manner of woman could ensnare this celestial being? Oblivious to earthly desires? Han Yunlin mused. She must be unaware of your true identity, I presume. In an instant, the smile faded from Song Jin's face, replaced by silence as he filled his cup with wine and raised it to his lips, finally meeting Han Yunlin's gaze. I do not know how to explain myself to her, he confessed, for I fear it may only provoke her ire. The unspoken words lingered in the air. Han Yunlin felt a surge of unfamiliarity. Was this humble man before him truly the one he had always known? The ripples he had stirred in Fengyang County over the past month were all for this courtesan. Even the recent altercation at Taiguan Temple had been instigated by her. Was this truly just a matter of heartfelt concern? Lost in thought, Han Yunlin failed to notice that Song Jin had regained his composure, his eyes brewing with unspoken intentions. After a long pause, Song Jin directed his gaze back at Han Yunlin, who was still lost in his reverie. He bit his lip, seemingly perplexed, and inquired, if one were to wrong a woman, would they find themselves growing fond of her during the ensuing attempts at atonement? Upon hearing this, Han Yunlin's expression remained unchanged as he downed several more sips of wine, his eyes rolling thoughtfully as he pondered this question. He lifted the wine jar once more. Taking a few gulps, the fiery liquor sent a tingling sensation through his scalp. Turning to regard Song Jin, he replied, it is certainly possible. However, it may take quite a long time as one gradually begins to feel a stirring of emotions and becomes ensnared in the process. Would it not? Often, when faced with troubling matters, Song Jin would seek Han Yunlin's counsel. While Han Yunlin exuded an air of unreliability, his demeanor remained steadfast in the face of any inquiry, never betraying surprise or disbelief, viewing such questions from an outsider's perspective, which offered an oddly comforting sensation. As the conversation waned, Song Jin fell silent, not uttering a word until Han Yunlin was about to retire for the night. As the hour of the dog approached, most had already succumbed to slumber, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility, with only the sound of chirping insects and the gentle whisper of the breeze. Yet, in the small garden of the Book Academy, the two figures remained. Having consumed 5 jars of wine, Han Yunlin felt content, his complexion slightly flushed, yet he was far from inebriated. Rising, he approached the silent Song Jin and patted his shoulder, the scent of alcohol causing Song Jin to frown slightly as he returned to the moment. Han Yunlin broke into a mischievous grin, leaning closer to Song Jin, whispering lazily, Yuan Shun, have you fallen in love with that woman? Having spoken, he disregarded Song Jin's reaction and departed from the Shu Yuan with hearty laughter. Song Jin appeared to be perplexed by Han Yunlin's words, remaining frozen in the single-backed chair, her expression still mirroring the frown that had accompanied Han Yunlin's approach, tinged with the haze of intoxication. What had Chun just articulated? Love? What constitutes love? Absurd. Such utterly ludicrous sentiments. Yet, the visage of Yi Shuyu, with her enigmatic smile, and her serene, elegant demeanor while engrossed in a book lingered incessantly in her mind. In the garden, individuals were ensnared in deep contemplation, while those within the drunken brocade pavilion tossed and turned restlessly. Chapter 57. How could one not love? The following day dawned clear and serene, with a sky unblemished by clouds. In the study, Song Jin bent slightly at the waist, his right hand tirelessly inscribing the character on sheets of rice paper laid out before him. Scattered across the floor were numerous sheets, all bearing the same character. Despite having written for nearly a quarter of an hour, Song Jin found himself unable to calm his restless heart. As he continued, his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Though his hand did not cease its motion, he eventually realized that the character he had been writing had inexplicably transformed into At a mere glance, this character seemed to pierce his vision, and in a fit of anxiety, he crumpled the paper into a ball and discarded it on the floor. He struggled to regain his composure, for in the past, 3 sheets of paper would have sufficed to restore his tranquility, yet today, even several sheets proved utterly futile. Song Jin pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze, his obsidian-like eyes clouded with ink, obscuring any trace of emotion. Yuan Shun, have you fallen in love with that woman? The words of Han Yunlin echoed incessantly in his mind, reverberating through the night, depriving him of sleep. Was there a distinction between love and affection? Perhaps Song Jin understood the answer all too well, yet he remained unwilling to accept it, persistently questioning himself. At that moment, Qing Lu knocked gently. Instantly, Song Jin reined in his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. Come in. Qing Lu entered, unfazed by the disarray on the floor, and after a slight bow, reported, My lord, there is news from Qing Yuan. It seems that the young master has come down with a fever this morning. Song Jin could only scoff, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips that he could not conceal. After consuming 5 jars of wine the previous night and returning to Qing Yuan in the chilly night air without a cloak, it was almost expected that he would fall ill. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Shi Qingming nearly fainted from shock. If anything serious happened to young Master Han while under his watch, he might as well resign from his position as governor. He hurriedly dispatched a group to summon every reputable physician in Fengyang County to Qing Yuan, hoping they could swiftly attend to Han Yunlin's ailment. Han Yunlin had no intention of causing such a commotion, but the near tearful expression of Shi Qingming compelled him to acquiesce. In a flurry, over 40 physicians were brought to the governor's residence that very day. Fortunately, the diagnosis revealed it was merely a common cold, allowing Shi Qingming to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not send the physicians away immediately. Instead, he insisted they remain until Han Yunlin was deemed fit to return, fearing that unforeseen complications might arise in the interim. Song Jin did visit Qing Yuan once, but he was met with Han Yunlin's warning that he would be unwell if he caught whatever ailment Han had, prompting him to reluctantly retreat to his study. The entire afternoon was spent in the study, where Song Jin perused several letters penned by Yi Shuyu from days gone by, while contemplating the inquiries posed by Han Yunlin the previous night. Yet, as nightfall descended, Han Yunlin exuberantly arrived at the study once more, instructing servants to prepare tables, chairs, and jars of wine in the small garden, just as they had the night before. Song Jin was rendered speechless, astonished at how quickly Han Yunlin had recovered. Despite the desire for wine, one must not fear a relapse on the morrow. Han Yunlin remained unfazed. A mere fever was hardly worth concerning oneself. Such rare and joyous days ought to be celebrated with merriment. Upon hearing this, Song Jin inquired about the doctors. Han Yunlin nonchalantly waved his hand, assuring him that they would be sent back at dawn. Song Jin fell silent, and under Han Yunlin's slightly astonished gaze, he filled his cup from the wine jar. After consuming 3 or 4 cups, he seemed to grow impatient and, akin to Han Yunlin the previous night, lifted the jar to his lips. The intense spice and stimulation brought a wave of refreshment and exhilaration to Song Jin. Han Yunlin smirked, realizing that the last question posed had evidently caused Yuan Shun to lose his composure. For Han Yunlin, he preferred to witness his friend embracing a touch of the worldly rather than perpetually donning a mask of gentility, steeped in solitude. Undeniably, the status of a courtesan is lowly, yet what could be said of her effect on Yuan Shun, who cared for her to such an extent that he dared not ponder deeply? Therefore, what harm could there be in a courtesan? As long as she treated Yuan Shun sincerely, it posed no significant issue. Just as, if she were to part from Song Mao, he would still wish to marry her, dreaming of such a union. Purity held little significance for Han Yunlin. Song Jin appeared resolute, his brows furrowed and voice husky. Who could discern whether affection or guilt came first? This question was uttered so softly that, were it not for the surrounding stillness, punctuated only by the chirping of insects, Han Yunlin mused he might have missed it entirely. Recalling how Ri had ventured to Alley 3 to inquire earnestly about these peculiar occurrences, upon returning, he had elaborated on several previously unmentioned details. It was this very question that unleashed Han Yunlin's laughter, a genuine outburst of joy rather than mockery. Stemming from the delight of his friend's inquiry, Han Yunlin took several hearty gulps of wine, rising to approach Song Jin, tilting his head to gaze intently at him. Yuan Shun, do you not already possess an answer within your heart? Yet, a hint of uncertainty lingered. With a smile, Han Yunlin lifted the wine jar, taking a small sip that made him feel as though he were floating. He then leaned closer to Song Jin's ear, suggesting that if guilt preceded love, how could Yuan Shun have broken his vows and acted so fervently for her? The one embroiled in the situation may be clouded, while the observer sees clearly. The tumultuous events of the past month, combined with Song Jin's inquiry from the previous night, illuminated Han Yunlin's understanding of his friend's contemplation. For a prince, esteemed above all, to acknowledge his feelings for a courtesan from the outset would naturally be fraught with difficulty. However, Han Yunlin glanced at Song Jin's hand, trembling slightly upon the wine cup, and offered a gentle smile, choosing silence. Very well, let him ponder alone. Han Yunlin subtly indicated that he was departing, lazily grasping a jar of wine as he made his way toward Huqing Courtyard. As I meandered along, my steps languid and leisurely, I indulged in a few sips of wine, Yangzhou, and at that moment, Song Jin, having taken several gulps of the drink, felt a warmth gradually fermenting within his chest. His complexion flushed slightly, and his breathing became somewhat labored, exuding a faint aroma of alcohol, yet his eyes remained remarkably clear. Yuan Shun, have you fallen for that lady? Han Yunlin's inquiry seemed to resonate with clarity in my ears. Song Jin slowly placed his hand upon his heated, rising chest. At that moment, the answer to this question could not be more lucid. Love. Of course it is love. How could it be otherwise? Perhaps it was the rain that day, and the instant she turned back in her crimson attire, a fleeting glance, an unexpected flutter of the heart, destined from the very beginning to be irretrievable. Chapter 58. The child's fever in this world. The most challenging sentiment to articulate and the hardest to acknowledge is none other than love. Yet, in a previous life, my affection was marked by timidity, avoidance, and a reluctance to admit its existence. However, at this moment, Song Jin's heart has never been as clear and resolute as it is now. The fog that once enveloped his spirit seems to dissipate as the golden sun illuminates the hidden corners of his heart. In this lifetime, he shall not repeat past mistakes. His desire has always been solely for Yishuyu. It is merely the hour of Shun, and the entire street is alive with a cacophony of lights and voices. In this slightly dimmed little garden, the glow of the lanterns casts a warm light upon Song Jin's gentle visage, revealing the affection shimmering in his eyes. He yearns to see her, now more than ever. He longs to convey his feelings directly to her, to invite her into the royal residence, and to hear her call him Jinlang once more. With fervor, Song Jin swiftly raises his wine cup and drains it in one gulp. He promptly rises and strides toward the stables, mounting a spirited steed and commanding it forthwith, charging out of the magistrate's residence and heading towards the Zhuijin pavilion. The commotion draws the attention of the magistrate's household, illuminating numerous lanterns to investigate the source of the disturbance. The refreshing breeze invigorates Song Jin's determination as he rides until he reaches the bustling heart of the street. There, he halts his horse and, with swift strides, makes his way to the Zhuijin pavilion. Without casting a glance aside, he heads toward the staircase, and upon reaching the second floor, he is greeted by the exuberant Ziz, who exclaims with delight at his arrival. Eagerly, Ziz ushers Song Jin up to the third floor without waiting for him to speak, murmuring anxiously that they might be late. A flicker of confusion passes through Song Jin's eyes, but he follows closely behind. Ziz does not even knock, but pushes open the door, propelling Song Jin inside with seamless urgency. Furrowing his brow at the empty outer chamber, he strides towards the inner room, only to find it devoid of occupants as well. He glances toward the bedroom door, where he senses some movement, though the sounds remain indistinct. Attempting to calm his racing heart, he stands outside the door and knocks gently, announcing, "It is I have come to see you." Before he can finish his sentence, hurried footsteps echo from within, and the door swings open. Song Jin anticipates encountering Yishuyou's familiar yet enigmatic smile. or perhaps the cold gaze of Chuanxi, or the impassive expression of Qilu. To his surprise, he finds a face he knows all too well, albeit tinged with paleness. Her phoenix eyes brim with unshed tears, and her eyelids are slightly swollen from distress as she bites her lip tightly. A pang of concern grips Song Jin-'s heart as he prepares to inquire, but his gaze falls upon her arms, where a flushed child sleeps fitfully, furrowing his brow. Seemingly about a year old. Stunned, Song Jin realizes this is the first time he has laid eyes on this child, his child. Yi Shuyu, upon seeing the man she has longed for, is overwhelmed with hope and joy. Her voice is hoarse and laced with tears. She has been feverish for an entire day. Despite taking 2 doses of medicine that afternoon, her condition has yet to improve. Yi Shuyu paused, her gaze lowered. It seemed that all the esteemed physicians in Fengyang County had been taken away today, leaving her unaware of your whereabouts. Earlier, Qilu had encountered Song Jin at the Chiyang Tavern, but thereafter, Song Jin had taken residence in the county governor's mansion, which is why they could not find her there. Listening to Yi Shuyu's voice, filled with helplessness and sorrow, Song Jin felt her own heart shatter in response. More so in her frustration at not having arranged for anyone to relay messages, leaving her in such a state of confusion. As for the physicians, indeed, they were all at the county governor's mansion to attend to Han Yunlin's illness. Taking a deep breath, Song Jin turned to the worried Qilu and requested a thick cloak. Once Qilu handed it over, Song Jin swiftly draped it over Yi Shuyu, insisting they head to the governor's mansion. The two hurried downstairs, surrounded by countless curious gazes. Yet none dared to approach them due to the reputation of the Zhuai Jinjing Pavilion. With a child cradled in Yi Shuyu's arms, Song Jin lifted them both onto a horse before mounting herself, galloping away rapidly. The crowd was dense, and while Song Jin had previously been cautious not to harm anyone, thinking of Yi Shuyu's tears compelled her to shout for them to make way, drawing forth a chorus of curses from the bystanders. Yi Shuyu sat behind Song Jin. The child between them emitted soft whimpers, and the jolting of the horse made Yi Shuyu grip Song Jin's garment tightly. Fortunately, the cloak was thick enough to mitigate the chill. The distance between the Zhuai Jinjing Pavilion and the governor's mansion was not great. A ride would only take the time to brew a cup of tea. At this hour, it was still early, and many lights illuminated the mansion's courtyards. The guards outside the governor's mansion, upon seeing the distinguished figures approaching on horseback, hurriedly granted them passage. As Song Jin passed, she paused briefly to glare at one of the attendants, commanding him to summon all the physicians from the Huqing courtyard to the Shuyuan without delay. The attendant, flustered, nodded and rushed off to comply. Once they reached the front of the governor's mansion, the horse could advance no further as they had arrived at the courtyard's edge. Song Jin dismounted, and Yi Shuyu followed suit, being carefully caught by her. An attendant smoothly led the horse away to the stables. That night, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a hint of cold. Song Jin hesitated for a moment, moving with such speed that it was almost unnoticeable. He removed his outer garment, instinctively taking the child from Yi Shuyu's arms, wrapping the garment around the little one to keep her warm, allowing her small face to rest against his shoulder, while also adjusting Yi Shuyu's cloak to provide her with more warmth. Yi Shuyu watched Song Jin carry out these actions in a daze, sensing that he performed them with perfect ease, fulfilling his role as a husband by caring for them both. For some reason, a pang of sadness stirred within her. For years, she had solely tended to Yun'er, who was born prematurely. During those early days, she hardly slept, fearing that she might awaken to find her child had ceased to breathe. Yet now, gazing at Song Jin, Yi Shuyu felt that her perseverance over these years had been for this very moment. Song Jin cradled Yi Yun in his left arm, while his right hand clasped the icy jade hand of Yi Shuyu. With a slight furrow of his brow, he hurriedly made his way to the He Shuyuan. Meanwhile, the situation concerning Song Jin reached Shi Qingming's ears, prompting him to swiftly rise and change his attire before heading to the He Shuyuan as well. Upon arriving at the West Warm Pavilion of He Shuyuan, the ever-respectful Shi Qingming bowed deeply to Song Jin, addressing him with reverence, "My lord." The room was brightly lit, with over 40 physicians surrounding a child, engaged in a cacophony of discussion. Eventually, A physician who appeared to be their leader was pushed forward. This individual, possessing keen insight, approached Song Jin and, bending slightly, spoke in a grave tone, "My lord, this is merely a common fever. However, given the child's tender age, we, the elders, suggest administering a medicinal bath for approximately 1 tea session, followed by the prescribed remedy 1 to 2 times, after which the child shall recover completely." Chapter 59 stayed behind before long. Both Chuanxi and Qiulu were summoned into the governor's residence by Song Jin. The arrival of Han Yunlin was marked by unabashed curiosity, though he dared not voice his inquiries upon encountering Song Jin's grim countenance. Stealing a glance at the woman beside him, he was momentarily captivated, inwardly exclaiming, "What a breathtaking beauty!" Such allure could hardly overshadow Yuan Shun's handsome visage. He cast a few glances at the child lying on the bed and suddenly widened his eyes, alternating his gaze between the child and Song Jin several times, a smile threatening to break into tears as he took a few steps back from the Shinao pavilion. Feeling quite helpless, without a doubt, this must be Yuan Shun's child. The resemblance was astonishingly pronounced. To think he had initially pursued that woman, only to find her already with child. As he made his way home, the smile on Han Yunlin's face remained unwavering, even prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. The lights in the Shinao pavilion flickered throughout the night, and by the late hours, Yiyun's temperature had nearly normalized, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber, occasionally smacking her little lips and kicking her legs, sleeping soundly. Yi Shuyu, with her heart finally easing slightly, could not conceal her pallor. Ever since the early morning when she discovered Yin'er had a fever, she had been anxiously tending to her, tirelessly seeking out physicians without rest. At that time, only 5 esteemed physicians remained in the Shinao pavilion, occasionally checking the child's forehead and monitoring her condition. It was on this very night that Song Jin finally beheld the child born to him by Dan Dan, a tiny being that felt warm nestled in his arms. Each time the child stirred, calling for her mother, she looked at him with evident curiosity and unfamiliarity, yet without fear. This was also the first night Song Jin held his child. In his previous life, he had scarcely touched or even seen his child, let alone held her. A complex array of emotions surged within him. As Song Jin slowly shifted his gaze to his side, he noticed a faint smile on Yi Shuyo's pale face, alongside the visible signs of fatigue. He took her hand gently, seeing her puzzled expression, and warmly suggested, "Let us return and rest for the night. With these physicians present, there is no need for worry. Besides, only with proper rest can we have the energy to play with our child tomorrow, right?" Qiulu nodded vigorously in agreement with Song Jin, having long wished to voice her thoughts but hesitated, fearing the lady would decline. Meanwhile, Chuanxi had unknowingly fallen asleep on the Kong table. Yi Shuyu glanced at the child and then at Song Jin and Qiulu, slowly nodding in acquiescence. Joy surged within Song Jin, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Qinglu, who immediately understood. Then, Song Jin firmly grasped Yi Shuyo's hand, enveloping her slender fingers within his broad and warm palm. This warmth seemed to seep into her heart. She lowered her gaze, fixated on the point where their hands intertwined, her steps naturally following Song Jin's lead. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, the only sounds being their steady breaths and the distinct rhythm of their footsteps. Song Jin led Yi Shuyu through 5 or 6 winding paths until they arrived at the Dongwon Pavilion. Although the bedroom was somewhat dim, a warm ambience enveloped them upon entering, thanks to a small brazier that had been lit beforehand. In the obscurity, Song Jin could see relatively well, while Yi Shuyu could only discern silhouettes, gripping his hand tightly to quell her fear of the dark. Song Jin, well aware of her trepidation, pressed his lips together, steeling his resolve, and once again lifted Yi Shuyu into his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from her as she clutched at his clothing. He deftly navigated around obstacles, making his way directly to the bed, where he gently set her down before drawing aside the layers of gauzy curtains and guiding her inside. He then lit a candle nearby, knowing that Yi Shuyu had a particular aversion to darkness. With a gentle touch, he removed several hairpins that secured her hairstyle, an action so tender that even he was unaware of its delicacy. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing freely, with a few strands falling gracefully before her. The weariness from the day lent Yi Shuyu a fragile beauty, her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes fixed on Song Jin, utterly still. She observed as he lit the candle, removed her hairpins, and awkwardly arranged the brocade bedding. Once he deemed everything in order, Song Jin said, "You should rest. The candle will provide ample light throughout the night, so there is no need for concern." His eyes shimmered with a myriad of unspoken affection. "I shall take my leave now." Noticing Yishuyu's silence as she gazed at him, Song Jin remained quiet and turned toward the door. However, just a few steps away, he was suddenly met with the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, followed by darkness as the candle was extinguished. Yishuyu had rushed to him, wrapping her arms around his slender waist and leaning against his back. In the stillness of the Dongwon pavilion, there was no whisper of a breeze or the chorus of insects. Only the quickening beats of their hearts and the deepening cadence of Song Jin's breaths filled the air. The night often ignites the most fervent desires hidden deep within one's soul, bestowing a courage absent in the light of day. Yishuyu's voice always carried an alluring quality, at least to Song Jin, it undoubtedly did. "Stay." These three simple words momentarily rendered Song Jin entranced, tightening his throat and warming his cheeks. In the vigor of youth, standing before the one he cherished and hearing such a declaration, it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. He yearned for her, dreamed of her incessantly. Yet today, a brief silence caused Yishuyu's heart to sink, her bold words nearly exhausting her courage. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets. Given the chance, she would utter them again. 2 years prior, he had already stirred her heart, and upon his return 2 years later, he had only intensified her feelings, rekindling her boundless affection for all he had done for her. From his actions, she felt his affection as always. How could this not stir her heart? Suddenly, Song Jin turned and lifted the barefoot Yishuyu, her steps steady. She leaned against him, her warm breath brushing against his chest. He gently laid her upon the bed, and then positioned himself beside her. The two faced each other in the darkness. Yishuyu could not discern the expression of the man across from her. Her hand, resting on the bed, curled slightly, and all she could hear was the rhythm of her own heartbeat intertwined with his breath. In the next moment, she felt his heated breath drawing near, the warmth enveloping her face, causing her breath to catch in surprise. With a careful tenderness and profound reverence, a searing touch pressed against her lips. Chapter 60. Confession of Identity. It was a night when only 2 souls occupied the bedroom, one of whom was his beloved. She lay within, while he reclined on the outer side. Perhaps it was the allure of physical desire or the yearning to draw closer to her. Or perhaps it was the instinct to comfort. Song Jin succumbed to his cravings, drawing near enough to inhale the faint fragrance of plum blossoms that lingered upon her. He gently pressed his lips against her delicate, rosy mouth. A wave of tingling pleasure surged from the base of his spine, gradually enveloping his entire being, while a fervent urge occupied his mind. The scant distance between them prompted Song Jin to furrow his brow, extending his arms to envelop her tightly, guiding her delicate hand to rest upon his waist, creating an intimate closeness. The flames of desire within him intensified, and he could no longer restrain himself from ravaging and caressing her lips, longing to consume her wholly. Yishuyu offered no resistance. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet her fingers, resting on his waist, instinctively tightened around his garment. Song Jin tenderly danced upon her lips, the world around them silent, the passage of time suspended, filled with his adoration and her gentleness. Then, he gently pried open her lips, his fervent tongue slipping in her mouth, greedily, fervently drawing in the essence that belonged to Yishuyu, exploring every moist corner before finally entwining with hers. In the warmth of his embrace and the heat of his touch, Yishuyu sensed him exploring every inch of her mouth, causing her cheeks to flush with shame as she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist, yearning for even closer proximity. Especially the reaction emanating from him painted her ears and neck with a rosy hue. It was only when Yishuyu's face burned crimson and her breath became ragged that Song Jin slowly withdrew from her lips. In the stillness of the night, he softly pressed a kiss to her slightly flushed, glistening eyes filled with affection. Song Jin refrained from proceeding further, instead holding her close, occasionally caressing her silken hair. Yi Shuyu felt perplexed, yet as a woman, she deemed it inappropriate to inquire into such intimate matters. After a long silence, when she thought he might remain silent for the rest of the night, he finally spoke. In the quiet of the night, only his husky voice could be heard. Song Jin's gaze was heavy, no longer wishing to conceal the truth from her. I once told you that I lost my memory, but I was fortunate enough to be taken in by a family with the surname Li. With merely a fragment of memory, I adopted the surname Li. Thus I was called Li Jin. He paused, gently shifting her head from his embrace so that their eyes could meet, allowing her to discern at least his silhouette, signifying his sincerity before he continued. However, upon returning to Xinjiang, I was reclaimed by acquaintances and brought back to my residence. After undergoing treatment, I regained my memories. His voice was steady, yet concealed a hint of trepidation. Yi Shuyu bit her lip, gazing into his eyes, seemingly glimpsing the warmth that always resided in his gaze. So, does the power he possesses derive from the family behind him? Which prestigious family in Xinjiang could that be? Song Jin's voice softened as he took Yi Shuyu's fair, delicate hand in his own, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Yi Shuyu felt as if she might melt within his tenderness, her heart trembling with emotion. Jian. This marked the first occasion on which Song Jin uttered Yi Shuyu's given name, a moment unprecedented in both their past and present lives. The sound sent a wave of softness through Yi Shuyu, as if she were immersed in a pot of honey. I am of the Song clan, called Song Jin. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu found herself momentarily bewildered, her mind a blank canvas. The words were crystal clear, each syllable comprehensible. Yet she struggled to grasp the significance of this brief declaration. Song, of the Song clan? The imperial lineage, perhaps? Song Jin. The name resonated deeply within her, reminiscent of echoes from a long-forgotten past, often whispered within the halls of the Zue Jin Pavilion. A prince of unparalleled virtue, modest in desires, and gentle in demeanor, he was deemed a great fortune for the Song nation and the Grand Song dynasty. This was the consensus of the scholars and poets of your regarding this esteemed prince. Prince Gong Song Jin. He had only recently returned from recuperation at the Hot Springs Villa, and within a mere 2 months, he had commanded 70% of the emperor's cavalry, even being betrothed to the esteemed daughter of the Tang family, though it appeared that their union had been amicably dissolved due to astrological incompatibility. So, this is Prince Gong Song Jin, the emperor's beloved brother, is it not? Observing Yi Shuyu's continued silence, Song Jin felt a flicker of anxiety and tenderly kissed her delicate hand in reassurance. Within moments, Yi Shuyu composed herself, her tone serene and unruffled as she inquired, "What your earlier response?" Song Jin paused, then leaned closer to her ear, smiling as he replied, "Naturally, my feelings run deep. Yet, it is I who have wronged you." He had anticipated that an apology would be a daunting endeavor, yet to his surprise, it seemed to weigh lightly upon her. Yi Shuyu did not acknowledge his words, but instead asked, "When did you learn of my child?" Song Jin averted his gaze, revealing that he had discovered this upon arriving in Fengyang County. He could not confess to her the truth of his previous life. Thus he reluctantly spun a falsehood. He added, "You and your daughter have endured much in these 2 years." At his words, Yi Shuyu fell silent, retreating into his embrace, her body trembling slightly, unintentionally dampening Song Jin's attire. Her sobs were nearly inaudible, an expression of unspoken sorrow. It was not a release of anguished wails, nor a heart-wrenching inquiry. Rather, it was a quiet weeping, soft and delicate. It was uncertain whether she wept for the prolonged weight of these past 2 years, for the hardships endured by the mother and child, or for the joy that his response had evoked within her. Feeling an ache in his heart, Song Jin held her tighter, wishing to merge her essence with his own, showering her with tender kisses upon her flowing ebony hair. Jian, do not weep any longer. It is all my fault. I have wronged you both. Trust me once more." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Yi Shuyu finally regained her composure, her voice slightly husky and enticingly sweet. "Let us return to Xinjiang. Let's go back to Xinjiang." Song Jin gently kissed away the tears from the corner of her eye, his fingertips caressing her face in silence. That night, the two simply held each other as they drifted into slumber. After Yishuyu had subtly released her emotions, coupled with a day filled with fatigue, she soon succumbed to a deep sleep. Sensing her steady breathing, Songjin lightly brushed his lips against her forehead. I have vowed that in this lifetime, I shall do everything in my power to prevent you from experiencing sorrow and disappointment again. Meanwhile, Qing Lu instructed a few young servants to escort the already slumbering Chun Shi back to her room within the Hishu courtyard. Xiao Lu followed closely behind, while Qing Lu trailed after her, having recently recognized her as the young woman who had asked him to deliver a handkerchief to the prince at the Chuyang Tavern. There was a subtle difference now. In the West Warm Pavilion, she had maintained an expressionless demeanor, whereas her previously tearful eyes stood in stark contrast to her current state. As arrangements for the room were made, Qing Lu, who had been addressing the young lady with honorifics, prompted Xiao Lu to directly introduce herself, stating, "I am Xiao Lu." From that point onward, Qing Lu referred to her as Miss Xiao Lu. Restlessly tossing and turning on the bed, Xiao Lu furrowed her brow. She had witnessed the magistrate Shi Jun bowing and saluting young Master Li. Pondering whether such a noble status would grant the young lady a more comfortable existence or subject her to greater constraints. After all, the young lady had seemingly made up her mind about Li Jin. Chapter 61. Free from the mire the following day at the hour of the rabbit. In the Eastern Warm Pavilion, Song Jin found himself oblivious to how long he had been gazing at the woman nestled in his arms. It seemed as though he wished to reclaim all the moments he had missed over the past 2 years. Her delicate visage, with a refined nose and petal-like lips, framed by strands of hair that fell gently across her face, lay turned towards him, resting upon his arm and cocooned in his embrace. A profound sense of fulfillment flooded his heart at that moment. About the duration of a single incense stick later, Qing Lu entered to report that the child was entirely unharmed, still blissfully asleep. Concerning this child, Song Jin found himself uncertain of his feelings. She was his flesh and blood, his offspring, and undeniably, he regarded her with a certain weight of importance. Yet in his previous life, this child had been so understanding that it had caused him a twinge of sorrow. Her face, so reminiscent of Yin Yin, made him hesitant to meet her gaze, burdened with guilt towards her. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that this child held a distinct place in his heart, for she was born of Yin Yin, and thus evoked within him an added layer of tenderness and affection. Before long, Yishuyu began to awaken, realizing she was cradled in his arms. Upon lifting her gaze, her eyes met those filled with unmasked delight. Although a hint of shyness lingered, she concealed any semblance of discomfort, merely shifting her position, undeterred. Had he seen enough? Or was the fragility of the previous night, the silent tears? How is Yun'er? Song Jin felt his face flush at the question, feigning a cough before recalling her subsequent remark, assuring her that she was indeed fine. Yishuyu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Yet, she felt a tinge of bewilderment. Ever since she learned of his true identity the previous night, disbelief still clung to her. The reality seemed surreal, especially as the esteemed Prince Gong blushed, awkwardly ringing the bell by the bed. Or she to call him, His Highness, Prince Gong, or simply Your Highness? Perhaps the term used by others, sir? Yet, observing his demeanor, devoid of princely airs, he seemed still to be her youthful companion, her beloved, the father of her child. As a few young servants and maidens entered, they promptly attended to the arrangements of hair ornaments, washing, and dressing. Once both were ready, they proceeded together to the Western Warm Pavilion. Along the way, Song Jin walked ahead, while Yishuyu lagged a few paces behind, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. It was a customary decorum that women must follow their husbands, not walk alongside them. Though accustomed to this arrangement in his past life, it now stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Song Jin, an inexplicable oddity. His steps were steady, yet his head turned instinctively to glance back, only to find her dutifully trailing behind him, her expression obscured, yet her every gesture emanated an unfamiliar reverence and awe. The journey felt devoid of flavor, Song Jin mused. Inside the Western Warm Pavilion, Yi Yun had awakened at some point, sitting atop the embroidered quilt, playing with the thick threads of the fabric. and occasionally glancing at the handsome man who was soothing her. Han Yunlin was somewhat perplexed as to why this little child preferred to play with the utterly tedious strands of silk. Was he not handsome enough? Child, do you cherish your father? When did your father develop feelings for your mother? Such questions he asked repeatedly of the infant on the bed. Were it not for the striking resemblance the child bore to Yuan Shun, he would never have believed that Yuan Shun could have an extramarital affair. Of course, he did not expect the tiny tot to respond. He merely sought amusement, perhaps feeling that calling her child was somewhat inappropriate. Han Yunlin turned to the stoic Qiulu, standing nearby, and inquired what the child's name was. Despite perceiving Han Yunlin's frivolity, his unruly demeanor, extravagant attire, and distinctive aura clearly indicated he was no ordinary scion of a bureaucratic family. Yet his behavior in front of young Masterly last night revealed a deep camaraderie between them. Reflecting on this, Chulu lowered her gaze and replied, "Esteemed sir, the young lady's surname is Yi, with the given name Yun." Han Yunlin responded, "Is it not Yun as in rhythm?" "Indeed, esteemed sir," Chulu confirmed. With a few languid steps, Han Yunlin mused, "Among the fragrances, there lies a rhythm, as pure as one unaware of the cold." Splendid, splendid. But why the surname Yi? Should it not be Song? Ah, it was previously mentioned that this woman was unaware of his identity. That explains it. When Song Jin and her entourage entered, they witnessed Han Yunlin repeatedly calling the child Yun, much to their amusement. Song Jin, with a smile devoid of sincerity, approached and firmly pulled him aside, revealing Han Yunlin's extremely aggrieved countenance. Yi Yun was not shy. However, upon seeing Yi Shuyu, she became exceedingly excited, reaching out for a hug, prompting Yi Shuyu to affectionately kiss her rosy cheek. The previous day, when the child had a fever and good doctors were nowhere to be found, she was nearly driven to madness, contemplating the direst of outcomes, fully aware that she would follow Yun should anything happen. Fortunately, he arrived in time to save her. At this moment, Han Yunlin was drawn to a corner by Song Jin, and the two engaged in a discussion of unknown matters, one bearing a smile while the other was lost in thought. For several consecutive days, Yi Shuyu and her companions resided within the governor's mansion, having moved to Heminyuan, which was quite close to Song Jin's Yishuyuan. However, a letter was sent to Lin Wangdong, and within 2 days, Yi Shuyu's contract of servitude was respectfully delivered to the governor's mansion by Mama Ming. Meanwhile, the belongings in the Suxiang were organized by Chuanxi and Qiulu and transported to the governor's mansion by cart. Simultaneously, Shi Qingming was instructed to amend Yi Shuyu's documents to reflect her status as a respectable citizen. In a mere few days, Yi Shuyu had completely liberated herself from the clutches of the Zue Jin Pavilion, a swift resolution that surpassed everyone's expectations. It was Yi Shuyu's silent expression when reclaiming her contract, the unmasked joy of Chuanxi and Qiulu, and the palpable anxiety of Tingwei within the Zue Jin Pavilion that marked this remarkable turn of events. The former courtesan Lingyin of the drunken brocade pavilion has faded into the annals of the past, vanishing without a trace, leaving no one to discern who might have redeemed her or to where she might now journey. Yet, many speculate that it was the man who visited her daily. Alas, such musings remain mere rumors. Meanwhile, the Lin family, the wealthiest clan in Fengyang County, has hung pure white mourning banners. For their eldest son has succumbed to a malady that no remedy could alleviate, departing this world at the tender age of 24. On that day, upon hearing the news, Song Jin gently inquired of Wei Li what of him. Wei Li responded, "Reporting to you, my lord, he clings to but a breath." At this, Song Jin nodded with satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet a chill lingered in his eyes. Today was a rare, auspicious day. Perhaps it would be wise to grant him mercy and return him to his estate. After attending to a multitude of matters, Song Jin rose and gazed towards the north. Silent, "Jianjian, I shall lead you all back to Shangjing." Chapter 62, Obedience to Initial Thoughts, Fengyang County, October 1st. At this moment, the sweltering heat of summer had completely dissipated, giving way to a sky of crystalline blue. The gentle breeze of early autumn brought a refreshing comfort, and an array of fresh fruits began to grace Fengyang County. In the study, Song Jin's gaze was fixed, somewhat detached, upon the confidential report in her left hand, while her right hand intermittently tapped against the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Beneath her tranquil exterior, her eyes flickered with a myriad of emotions, yet the incessant, irritating sounds nearby continued to intrude. Lifting her gaze, Song Jin cast a glance at the man seated to her lower left, languidly reclining in his chair with legs crossed, seemingly devoid of any energy. He carelessly tossed cherry after cherry into his mouth, each bite accompanied by an audible crunch, entirely oblivious to Song Jin's presence. Song Jin sighed. After all, Chunin had always embodied this languorous demeanor. At least he could still muster a smile now, but upon returning to Shengjing, he would inevitably be constrained once more. For reasons unknown, Song Jin found herself reminiscing about Chun and in her previous life. In that lifetime, Song Mao faced defeat. Yet the emperor, in his benevolence, chose to imprison him within the dungeons rather than execute him. However, as the consort and offspring of Song Mao, his kin and followers were not spared from execution, and neither was Yangzhou, the princess of Duke Yuan. Yet, how could the left minister Jiang Zhongming bear witness to the downfall of his beloved daughter? Therefore, he sacrificed his lifetime of service to the court and the people, beseeching the emperor for a favor, requesting that Jiangzhou be relegated to a life of guardianship over the imperial tombs, never to return to the capital, while he himself sought a peaceful death in his homeland. The emperor acquiesced. Thus, at the tender age of 27, Princess Jiangzhou was confined to the imperial mausoleum, living a life of simplicity and solitude. Song Jin had previously been unaware of Chun An's affections for Jiangzhou, believing him to regard her merely as a sister, as he had indeed treated her as such. Yet, as a specter, she drifted into Chun An's garden and witnessed him consuming numerous jars of peach blossom wine each night, never once losing control or calling out anyone's name, exhibiting remarkable composure. Subsequently, under pressure from the Yu clan, Chun An was compelled to take 2 women as concubines. He gazed at the crimson mark left by Yu on his neck, and ultimately relented, much to her delight. He appeared calm, yet the semblance of a smile had long vanished from his countenance. Each night, he would spend time with one of the 2 women. How could you not be overjoyed? Within a mere month, one of the women was confirmed to be with child, and the entire Duke of Korea's household was awash with uncontainable joy. It was also the first time Song Jin witnessed a genuine smile from Chunin. She knew it was a heartfelt expression. In that moment, she too felt a sincere happiness for him. After all, Chunin was nearing his 30s without a single heir, which had fueled incessant gossip within Shengjing. In the days that followed, Song Jin observed Chun An tirelessly attending to state affairs in the study, initially believing that he had matured in anticipation of fatherhood. However, on the 3rd day, she saw him dressed as usual, yet he rode a fine steed to the temple and, in a flash, renounced worldly life. Song Jin's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as she heard him express to the master, "I harbor no resentment, and I still hope that in the next life, the Buddha will show mercy." Within the master's teachings, Song Jin distinctly caught the latter part of that statement. In the next life, may I, with her, lift our cups in mutual respect. Yet, she pondered whether Ju heir would still be willing. It was then that Song Jin realized that over the years, Chun An's heart had long been entwined with Jiangzhou. However, in this life, she lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips, remaining silent. Should she let Chun An remain unattainable? No, some things must change in this life. Fixing her gaze once more on Han Yunlin, she casually remarked, "It has been 3 years. The Wanshou festival is approaching, and the Song couple should be returning to the capital, I presume." Upon hearing this, Han Yunlin, miscalculating the trajectory of a cherry he threw, accidentally struck his own nose, letting out a surprised exclamation. The cherry rolled to the ground. Yet Han Yunlin's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Indeed, they should be back." Observing this, Song Jin merely smiled and chose to remain silent. At noon, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. The garden arranged for Song Jin by Shi Qingming was the largest and boasted the most diverse array of flora, with several exquisitely crafted pavilions scattered throughout. Consequently, After Yi Yun's first visit, she fell deeply in love with this garden and often asked Yi Shuyu to accompany her here. At that moment, Yi Yun was bustling around the flowers near the Yunlan pavilion on her little legs, excitedly chasing the delicate blooms that were on the verge of blossoming, attracting numerous butterflies and insects, which thrilled her to no end. Yi Yun's laughter was almost ceaseless as she flitted between the pinkish-blue butterflies and the pale green ones, fully engrossed in her playful pursuits. Though her steps were still somewhat unsteady and she would occasionally stumble, she would quickly rise again, giggling and running as if she felt no pain at all. Yi Shuyu never sent anyone to help Yi Yun up. She preferred her child to learn resilience at all times. Having considered the worst outcomes, she had to balance her tenderness with discipline from a young age. 6 maidservants trailed behind Yi Yun, all handpicked by Shi Qingming, demonstrating utmost care. Meanwhile, Yi Shuyu sat within the Yunlan pavilion, occasionally lifting a teacup from the stone table to sip while observing Yi Yun's rosy, cheerful face in the distance, a smile unconsciously blooming in her eyes. The surrounding maidservants, witnessing the ethereal beauty of this woman smiling softly, could not help but feel that the garden's blossoming flowers paled in comparison to her enchanting smile. There was no sharp contention akin to that in the Zue Jin pavilion, no veiled mockery from Ming Mama, nor the excessive flattery from the men. There was no need for feigned politeness, nor was there a need to confine Yun'er to a tiny corner. It was an indescribable sense of ease and contentment. Yet, Yi Shuyu remained unaware of when such a tranquil existence might come to an end. She knew he would surely return to Shengjing. In the midst of a flurry of thoughts, Song Jin found himself unaware of the moment when he had silently approached, standing a short distance away, observing Yi Shuyu and Yun'er. One was smiling, the other mirroring that joy. One exuded innocent naivety, while the other radiated contentment and delight. Was this truly sufficient? Dandan. A silent smile crept upon Song Jin's lips as he made his way toward Yi Shuyu. Within mere moments, he stood before her, noting her slight surprise as she rose and performed a modest bow of respect. Song Jin furrowed his brow discreetly. The surrounding maidens and young attendants bowed in acknowledgement, a gesture he deemed entirely normal. Yet, as time trickled by, it was only Dandan who offered him a salute, leaving him with an unusual sense of discomfort. Gazing at Yi Shuyu as she inclined her head and began to kneel in reverence, Song Jin was suddenly reminded of a recent conversation with Han Yunlin, where he had pondered the question, why not adhere to your initial instincts? Consequently, just as Yi Shuyu was halfway through her gesture, still not fully descended, Song Jin swiftly grasped her wrist, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 63. Your favor in the serene setting of the Shuyuan and Yunlanting. A group of servants bowed their heads in deference, while the 2 masters within the pavilion stood frozen. One was crouched midway, halted by the firm grip of the man before her, while the other, with a piercing gaze, halted her gesture of respect. Yi Shuyu was perplexed. Could something have transpired? Had she perhaps erred in her actions? Biting her lip, her eyelashes fluttered as she gradually tilted her head to gaze at Song Jin. Yet she revealed no trace of vulnerability, maintaining her usual gentle smile. Unbeknownst to Yi Shuyu, Song Jin was unaware of her thoughts. His lips moved, yet he could not articulate a sound. Stealthily inhaling, his voice, as melodious as jade and flowing water, declared that there was no need for formalities. As he spoke, he gently assisted her to rise, adding that henceforth she need not bow to him. At these words, Yi Shuyu's heart fluttered unexpectedly, her eyes flashing with surprise. This was a breach of decorum. Decorum? Song Jin mused. He had been bound by such constraints in his past life to the point of exhaustion. In this life, if he were to indulge a little, what of it? Moreover, she was Niani, and what harm was there in disregarding this minor custom? His affection for her was, after all, a matter of course. With a light chuckle, he spoke with an unapologetic dominance and confidence, asserting that he, himself, was the very essence of decorum. Niani, you need not bow to me. He had initially intended to call her by her given name after their marriage, but several times, in moments of unguarded familiarity, he had inadvertently uttered the name that often danced in his thoughts, the pronunciation becoming second nature. Only upon realizing his slip did he hastily revert to calling her Yuer. Yet in that instance, he noticed Yi Shuyu regarding him with a teasing smile, her tone languid, inquiring why he referred to her as Yuer. Flustered, Song Jin found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not confess that their closeness made him fear her ridicule. Surprisingly, Yi Shuyu seemed to understand instantly, her lips curving upward as she purred, "I rather like it, very much, when you call me by that name." At that moment, it felt as though thunder had struck. He sensed a jolt as her playful gaze left him bashful and retreating. Nevertheless, thereafter, he addressed her as Niani, their bond growing ever more intimate and joyous, which she cherished. Upon hearing Song Jin insist that she refrain from bowing, repeating it thrice, Yi Shuyu found herself unable to resist the urge to smile, not wishing to refuse him. Since he had granted her a unique privilege, there was no need for her to slight his wishes or defy his command. She could only accept his request with resignation. Just then, Yi Yun approached, weaving past Song Jin to reach Yi Shuyu, swaying playfully as she did so, and glancing up at Song Jin with wide eyes. Although she had seen him several times in recent days, he still seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her. Did he feel a sense of loss? Song Jin pondered. He did not yet experience such sentiments, but the sight of the child's smile undeniably lifted his spirits. At that moment, a young servant arrived, announcing that lunch was ready. Thus, Song Jin led the trio at the forefront, followed closely by a throng of servants. He walked ahead, with Yi Shuyu holding Yi Yun's hand just a few steps behind him. An unsettling feeling stirred within him. Suddenly, he recalled the night when Yun'er had a fever, when he had held Niani's delicate hand, so fair and tender, soft as jade. A feather seemed to tickle his heart, stirring sensations of warmth and sweetness within him. Song Jin's footsteps began to slow, and those behind him followed suit. At last, Song Jin came to a halt, turning to gaze at Yi Shuyu and Yi Yun. Yi Yun's cheeks were flushed, her breath slightly labored, likely a result of striving to keep pace with Song Jin while resisting being carried by Yi Shuyu. Yi Shuyu, slightly bending down, allowed Yi Yun's small hand to grasp her own. Song Jin remained silent, crouching down with a gentle smile on his face, arms outstretched as he addressed Yi Yun. "Come, let father hold you." The simplicity of the words, the bond of blood and kinship, resonated deeply. This was the first time in this lifetime that Song Jin referred to himself in such a manner. Although it was initially difficult to articulate, he discovered that repeating the phrase in his mind made it easier to express aloud. The term father astonished not only the throng of servants behind him, but also Qing Lu by his side, as well as Chun Shi and Qiu Lu, who stood behind Yi Shuyu, and most notably, Yi Shuyu herself. In that instant, Yi Shuyu felt her breath momentarily stilled, her gaze lowered, and she instinctively bit her lip. During these past days, he had never allowed Yun'er to call him father. She even harbored the belief that he thought Yun'er was not his child, which explained his indifference to her address. The sleepless nights, filled with worry, seemed to dissipate in that very moment. At this juncture, Song Jin's awkwardness, caution, and tenderness were unmistakable, tinged with a hint of anticipation. The surroundings fell into silence, with the servants bowing their heads, Chun Shi and Qiu Lu holding their breaths, and Qing Lu's heart racing, while Yi Shuyu's own breathing grew lighter. All awaited the response from the one-year-old child. Ian hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear towards the kind man before her, retreating slightly behind Yi Shuyu. Yet, upon seeing the expression of disappointment on his face, she gradually withdrew her hand. Perhaps it was the sight of Song Jin's disheartenment, or perhaps the warmth he had previously exhibited, or even the tender words Yi Shuyu had mentioned at night that spurred her on. Just as everyone assumed Song Jin would not embrace Yi Yun, she took a few wobbly steps towards him, her little lips pouting as she called out in her sweet, childish voice, "Yun'er is tired. Carry me. Father, carry me." It is difficult to convey the emotions that flooded Song Jin at that moment. A sense of relief washed over him, akin to being immersed in a jar of honey. So this is how it feels when Yun'er calls him father? The corners of Song Jin's lips turned upwards, and with a touch of awkwardness, he lifted Yi Yun into his arms, testing her weight briefly. She felt just as delightful as before, seemingly thriving under his care. With his left hand still cradling Yi Yun, he discreetly glanced at Yi Shuyu, whose expression was a blend of amusement and intrigue. Unsure of how to proceed, he thought it inappropriate to reach for the young lady's hand in broad daylight. At that moment, a refreshing autumn breeze swept over them, and Yi Yun leaned against Song Jin, blissfully unaware, prompting him to gently close his eyes. Unexpectedly, his right palm was enveloped by a hand as warm as jade, slightly smaller than his own, the tender sensation reaching deep into his heart. It was the hand of Lian Lian. In an instant, he tightened his grip, determined to prevent her from harboring any intention of escaping. Is it truly possible to find such joy merely in being with her? Is this what Han Yunlin refers to as love? It is remarkably captivating. As the wind subsides, the two share a silent gaze, each adorned with a gentle smile, one radiantly beautiful, the other blushing and restrained. After their meal, Song Jin turned to Yi Shuyu and said, "We shall depart for Shengjing the day after tomorrow. Is that agreeable?" Yi Shuyu replied with a smile, "Of course. What constitutes a gentleman? It is the bestowal of ample respect coupled with a subtle warmth. Perhaps, indeed, it is possible to trust him once more," Yi Shuyu contemplated. Chapter 64. It seems that Miss Yi holds a special place in the heart of Song Jin. During her final 2 days in Fengyang County, Song Jin managed to compile a list of unruly young scions engaged in misdeeds and presented it to Shi Qingming. As the head of the county, Shi Qingming is indeed not entirely just and incorruptible, yet he cannot be wholly blamed. The disputes over interests involved not only jeopardize his hard-earned career, but also implicate his family members. Every individual harbors emotions and personal interests, acting on behalf of themselves, their loved ones, and their kin. Thus, it is unreasonable to expect every official of the Song dynasty to exhibit absolute fairness and integrity. However, as long as these officials, who once contended against corruption, strive to protect the common people to the best of their ability, while safeguarding their families, it suffices. Some innocent women were abducted by Lin Hongyu and his cohorts, an act that Shi Qingming could not prevent. Nevertheless, he endeavored to provide financial compensation to their families. Ultimately, there exists a blend of public and private interests. Although Shi Qingming remains the magistrate of Fengyang County, he shall not advance further in his career. This decision was made by Song Jin after careful consideration of the pros and cons. As for Han Yunlin, he is often immersed in revelry, frequenting the 5 prominent brothels of the 3 streets, and even attempted to coax Song Jin into joining him. However, ever since being deterred by Song Jin's icy gaze, he has not dared to mention it again. Both Song Jin and Han Yunlin arrived in Fengyang County with minimal belongings to sort. Yet, Song Jin assumed that Dan Dan and the others would have numerous items to bring along, only to discover that their possessions were pitifully few. Almost all of Dan Dan's adornments and garments were left at the magistrate's residence, later taken by Chiu Lu and the others. Yi Shuyu had also buried everything related to the drunken brocade pavilion here, taking not a fraction of it to Shengjing. They barely had a few wooden boxes and the child's necessities. One afternoon, Shi Qingming had arranged for a swing to be made, and upon seeing it, Yi Yun was overjoyed, her courage soaring. The small child sat firmly on the swing, her chubby hands gripping the ropes tightly. Chuanxi gently pushed her, surrounded by several maids, all apprehensive about her falling. Yi Yun's laughter grew louder, drawing smiles from the maids and servants in the garden, not to mention Yi Shuyu, who sat in the Yunlan pavilion. She smiled softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. For years, Yi Yun had been confined to the small space of the embroidery chamber, stumbling through her days, which weighed heavily on Yi Shuyu's heart. Now, the sound of laughter alleviated some of her past sorrows and feelings of inadequacy as a mother. Meanwhile, by the archway outside the small garden stood a youthful maiden, listening intently to the innocent laughter of the child, discreetly standing on tiptoes to catch a glimpse of the source of the sound. Shi Songqi was perplexed as to why someone had recently taken residence in her courtyard, seemingly connected to the noblewoman next door. This individual appeared to have brought along a child, presumably a small one. A nearby maid cast furtive glances around, anxious that their mistress might be seen in such an unrefined manner. "Miss, shall we return and fly kites?" Shi Songqi appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings. Casting a fleeting glance at the colorful kite in Yingying's hand, her eyes suddenly sparkling with intrigue. Just as Yi Shuyu was savoring the delicate tea on the stone table, a vibrant object floated in their direction, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young girl and her maid trailing behind. Upon closer inspection, Yi Shuyu realized it was indeed a kite, which had evidently been retrieved. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, presumably from chasing after the kite, yet as she drew nearer to Yi Shuyu, her gaze unveiled an unreserved admiration. Her steps faltered momentarily. Yian also halted, her eyes fixated on the kite held by Yi Shuyu's maid, her excitement almost palpable. Shi Songqi felt somewhat self-conscious as she was invited by Yi Shuyu to the Yunlan pavilion, where the maid poured her a cup of tea. In recent days, Shi Songqi had stood outside the archway multiple times, but had never mustered the courage to enter. Today, a mere kite had emboldened her to step into the small garden, only to find herself in the presence of such a celestial beauty. She had once considered herself among the most beautiful women of Fengyang County, yet now felt a twinge of inferiority. Yi Yun, with a childlike innocence, inquired whether she could play with the lovely kite. Shi Songqi glanced down at Yi Yun, her face reddening as she acquiesced, allowing the girl to indulge in her request. Yi Shuyu, with a smile that radiated warmth, expressed her gratitude to Miss Shi. The girl, adorned in fine silks and satins at the Shi County Magistrate's residence, was most likely the magistrate's daughter, a young lady of considerable standing, spirited and curious. Undoubtedly a cherished daughter raised in privilege, one of the elite in Fengyang County. Yet, the reason for her visit today remained a mystery. Sipping her tea while awaiting the hesitant girl across from her to speak, Shi Songqi, who had returned home early from Taiguan Temple, was unaware of the subsequent events that unfolded. After a brief moment, unable to contain herself, she disregarded the subtle signals from Yingying and asked, "How should I address you?" Yi Shuyu replied, "You may call me Miss Yi." Noticing the girl's curious gaze lingering on her, Shi Songqi leaned in closer, her voice a mere whisper. "Miss Yi, might it be that you are admired?" Her cheeks flushed, embodying the youthful innocence and boldness to broach matters of affection. Beyond the two of them, only the recently arrived Qiulu and Yingying could hear her. How could a girl of merely 15 or 16 conceal the adoration glimmering in her eyes? Her inquiry was refreshingly candid. Fearing Yi Shuyu might not comprehend, Shi Songqi elaborated, "The esteemed one refers to that exceedingly handsome man in the Shuyuan." Upon uttering this, her face turned crimson, her words stumbling, almost shyly averting her gaze from Yi Shuyu. Yi Shuyu's hand, poised to sip her tea, hesitated imperceptibly, yet no one noticed. Internally, she grasped the implication. The girl's question had momentarily rendered her speechless, stirring a tempest of emotions within her, leading her to sigh softly and lower her gaze. In truth, she herself was uncertain of the answer. That night, he bestowed upon her a response that stirred her heart profoundly. Yet, she dared not place her faith in it too deeply, fearing the greater disappointment that the future might hold, which would plunge her into sorrow and despair. Yi Shuyu's expression remained unchanged as she gently lifted her smile, her voice soft yet laced with an innate charm. "I am uncertain as to why Miss Shi wishes to know of this matter," she mused. This rhetorical query prompted Shi Songqi to shift closer to Yi Shuyu, whispering conspiratorially, "The other day, I witnessed something intriguing." Yi Shuyu, puzzled, awaited her next words. "I observed that a noble was quietly watching you, smiling radiantly, clearly taken with you." Miss Yi, Chapter 65. Will you protect us, mother and daughter? Faced with a charming young lady who bore no malice, Yi Shuyu found it difficult to harbor any dislike. Although it seemed that she held a fondness for Song Jin, it appeared to stem more from admiration and a slight affection rather than romantic feelings. It seems she is quite enamored with Miss Yi. Though the girl's voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated clearly in Yi Shuyu's ears, igniting a warmth that she could sense without touching. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her delicate fingers curled subtly into her palm, yet her expression remained composed and unruffled. When discussing matters of affection between men and women, Shi Songqi's face flushed with a charming hue, yet she continued to share her thoughts with Yi Shuyu. By the time she regained her composure, The afternoon had slipped away. As she departed, she hurriedly gifted a kite to Yi Yun and swiftly returned to her own courtyard. Watching Shi Songqi's retreating figure, Yi Shuyu felt a fleeting pang of envy. Did she ever possess such innocent exuberance? She mused, likely not. That evening, at the hour of you, in the study, Song Jin's eyes flickered with shifting emotions as he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk. Finally, he uttered a few instructions to Wei Li, concluding with a reminder to do his utmost. Finding the best outcome would be ideal. Wei Li's expression hardened, and after acknowledging him with a bow, he departed. No sooner had Wei Li left than there was another knock at the door. Still preoccupied with the letter delivered by his shadow guard, Song Jin did not lift his gaze, his tone calm, yet imbued with habitual warmth. "Who is it?" "It is I," came a soft voice, the final note elongated, captivating in its allure. Song Jin felt his heart skip a beat. He hastily pressed the letter to one corner of the desk and rushed to open the door. Yi Shuyu stood before him, adorned in a green embroidered long-sleeve garment, complemented by a bright red cloak embroidered with cloud patterns, accentuating her slender waist and enchanting features. In her hands, she held a steaming bowl of chicken soup, its aroma wafting invitingly. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jin ushered her into the study, mindful of the chilly wind outside that could cause her to catch a chill. He closed the door and placed the soup on the square table, inviting Yi Shuyu to sit in the chair beside it, executing each motion fluidly. This amused Yi Shuyu. In the tranquil study, the sound of Yi Shuyu's melodious voice, akin to a golden aureole, brought a sense of discomfort to Song Jin. His gaze was drawn to her involuntarily. Her features were as captivating as the moon and flowers, her skin fair and smooth, her long hair cascading down, and her enchanting eyes sparkling, truly a beauty among mortals. The vibrant red attire accentuated her fair complexion even more. Yet, within the royal residence, only the primary consort was permitted to don such crimson garments. Before Song Jin could ponder further, Yi Shuyu's words drew him back to the present. "You should drink the soup while it is still warm. Let it cool, and all my efforts will be in vain." Until now, on the bed in the Sinan pavilion of the Heshuan, Song Jin had yet to fully comprehend the events that had unfolded. Not long ago, he had blushed deeply while drinking the chicken soup that Yinzhan had brought him. Accompanying her back to the garden, they had arrived at his Heshuan first. While Yinzhan's Himyuan lingered behind, he had intended to escort her back to Himyuan first, but upon seeing her alone in the dark courtyard, urging him to return and rest, he impulsively blurted out, "Stay." Faced with her bewilderment and alarm, he could only breathe unevenly, silently taking her delicate hand as they entered the Sinan pavilion together. The dim night concealed not only the surroundings, but also Yinzhan's unabashed, exuberant smile. Now, Song Jin discreetly shifted his gaze to the side, where she lay with her back to him, uncertain if she had fallen asleep. The thought of setting off for Shengjing the following morning brought him relief. Grateful that she was willing to accompany him. Observing the short distance between them on the bed, Song Jin steeled his resolve and subtly shifted closer to Yinzhan, fearful of being detected. However, before he could move much, Yinzhan suddenly turned to face him. The pavilion was illuminated only by a single palace lantern, yet Song Jin still could not discern her expression in the dim light. Countless questions remained buried deep within her heart. In light of Song Jin's status, she could not dare to question anything, not even the commands of the Prince of Gong, forced to comply unconditionally with his authority. This night was their last, and thereafter, in Shengjing, they could not enjoy the same freedom and laughter as they did here. Song Jin assumed Yinzhan had noticed his movement. He bit his lip, a wave of awkwardness washing over him. At last, Yinzhan spoke, "Jin Lang, will you protect us, mother and daughter?" Her words reflected both uncertainty for the future and endless worry. It was neither Li Jin, nor Song Jin, nor Yuan Shun, but a name uniquely reserved for Song Jin by Yinzhan, Jin Lang. This was the first time since arriving at the governor's mansion that she had called him that, transporting Song Jin back to the purest moments of their past and the truest love. Just that one utterance softened his heart unbearably. He swallowed hard and gently pulled Yinzhan into his embrace. Lowering his gaze to meet her bewildered eyes, he uncontrollably pressed a kiss to her lips. to which she offered no resistance. "I will," he declared firmly. "And if anyone dares to insult you even a fraction, simply tell me, and I shall handle the consequences." The first statement was resolute, leaving no room for debate, while the latter carried a gentle undertone, laced with ferocity. Upon hearing this, Yinzhan chuckled softly in his arms and replied with a tender, "I understand." Her voice, rarely so soft and gentle, made Song Jin hold her closer in his warm embrace. His once sharp gaze now focused solely on those who would dare to harm them. Yet, Yinzhan, nestled in his arms, wore an expression that was calm, even cold. Her teeth clenched tightly, choosing silence. Was there affection? Indeed, there was. Was there manipulation? Naturally, there was a measure of that as well. She merely wished to secure a little more for her daughter, hoping that, at least in the future, she could navigate the trials of being a princess with less burden, and alleviate her own fatigue as well. Loving someone silently, constantly thinking of them, can be quite exhausting without any reciprocation, Yishuyu pondered. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Song Jin's words, she could not restrain the sudden quickening of her heartbeat and the unspoken joy that surged within her. That night, the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. In Yishuyu's dreams, she was enveloped by the transformation Song Jin had undergone over the past month, a tenderness and favoritism that warmed her heart. The following morning, after bidding farewell to a multitude of people, for carriages and several fine steeds gradually set forth from the governor's residence, heading towards the northern city of Shengjing. As they passed through the gates of Fengyang County, a sudden gust of wind lifted the wooden curtain of Yishuyu's carriage, and with an inadvertent glance, she caught sight of the child, the Lanshan, who had been enjoying Yangzhou noodles that day. The child wore a gentle smile, seemingly content. But in an instant, the carriage moved on, and Yishuyu could no longer see a Lanshan. Chapter 66. Return to Xinjing after approximately 6 days of travel and well-timed rest. We finally arrived at the gates of Shengjing. A few understated yet lavish carriages glided smoothly along the broad and level Jingguan Avenue, successfully entering the city. On the 10th day of October, a cool breeze swept through Shengjing, refreshing the atmosphere and caressing every street and building. Countless lavender flowers adorned both sides of the extensive official roads, filling the air with their enchanting fragrance. Inside the second carriage, Yishuyu gently drew back the wooden curtains, gazing at the sea of purple flowers that flowed past her window. It was her first realization that lavender could be so breathtakingly beautiful, not merely a pattern on the veil of the Zue Jin Pavilion, but a symbol of prosperity. Towering archways and neatly arranged structures define the skyline. The bustling streets and vibrant markets echoed with the sounds of life, a cacophony of voices and laughter. Tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and banks, all were either grand and opulent or delicately charming, as elegantly attired men and women adorned in sumptuous silks and fine garments passed by, their servants trailing behind with smiles of obsequiousness. Indeed, this was the most prosperous place in the great Song dynasty, the city of heaven, the epicenter of power, Shengjing. As the carriage ventured further into the bustling Jindang Street, the throngs of citizens, wealthy youths, and noble daughters became increasingly frequent. Most would graciously step back to allow the carriage to pass smoothly. In the last carriage, Chuanxi peered out with wide-eyed curiosity, her hands gripping the wooden window frame tightly, her excitement barely contained. Had it not been for Chulu's firm grasp on her garment, Chuanxi might have leapt from the carriage in her exuberance. Before long, the carriage turned towards the opulent Guidang Street. Lavishly decorated inns, tea houses, and bookshops sprang up, along with tailors and jewelers, creating a dizzying display of wealth and indulgence. Yishuyu stole a few glances before lowering her gaze in silence, letting down the curtain. Shengjing bore no comparison to Yangzhou. Its prosperity and opulence, its depth and strength, were on an entirely different level. Finally, after approximately a quarter of an hour, we arrived at the most prestigious center of power in Shengjing, Zhuxiang Street. In the Great Song Dynasty, the left was esteemed above all. In stark contrast to the earlier bustling markets, this area exuded a quiet, understated tranquility. Few ordinary citizens resided here. Most passers-by were clad in modest cotton garments, their diverse cloud-patterned colors signifying the various servants of noble households. The carriage glided past the vermilion gates of grand residences, their glazed tiled roofs and imposing plaques inscribed with elegant characters, all embodying the grandeur and heritage of these estates. It was here that Yi Shuyu experienced, for the very first time, the true meaning of esteemed families and royal connections, houses of wealth and influence, where poetry and scholarship flourished. In the carriage, Chuanxi felt a sudden wave of boredom and turned to Qiulu, muttering, "Why is this place so eerily quiet? Could it possibly be some remote and desolate region?" Qiulu squinted slightly, casting a glance at the passing mansions outside the window. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. "I fear it is quite the opposite." Chuanxi, bewildered, dismissed the thought from her mind. Time passed, and the carriage gradually came to a halt in front of a grand estate. As Chuanxi lifted her gaze, she beheld a courtyard paved with stone bricks, steps adorned with jade-like tiles, and the crimson main gate wide open. Several attendants stood orderly on either side of the estate, their expressions solemn. Unfortunately, the four characters on the plaque were beyond Chuanxi's comprehension, as she was illiterate. She eagerly pulled Qiulu closer, pointing at the characters on the wooden window, urging her to read them aloud. Upon a single glance, Qiulu instinctively swallowed hard, her countenance shifting subtly, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. The Duke of Korea. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon a dashing young man patting the shoulder of Master Li, flanked by several attendants, as he confidently accepted the greetings of the servants and entered the estate. Chuanxi vaguely heard the phrase, "May His Highness the Crown Prince be at ease." No one could misunderstand the meaning of those words. The two within the carriage exchanged silent glances, while Chuanxi's wide-eyed expression appeared somewhat comical, causing Qiulu's racing heart to settle slightly. Observing this scene, Yi Shuyu discreetly lowered the curtain. Though it was anticipated, she still felt a sense of shock. Moments later, after the burning of an incense stick, the carriage came to a stop once more. Everyone understood that they had finally arrived. The lead carriage's occupant, Songjin, exited with a gentle demeanor, the sun shining brightly, almost blinding as he stepped down from the carriage using the low stool recently placed by a servant. Dozens of guards stood at attention outside the estate, aligned symmetrically, their bodies erect, gazing forward at their master. At the center of the grand entrance stood Zhao Xuanhai, the chief steward of the Duke's estate, clad in a dark red robe. Beside him was Xu, the chief stewardess, a woman of about 40 years adorned in a deep green sleeve shirt. Behind Zhao Xuanhai stood 10 other stewards responsible for managing the estate, both men and women, overseeing everything from tea and porcelain bowls to hosting banquets, each fulfilling their respective duties with precision and order. As the carriages came to a stop, the prepared maidservants approached their assigned carriages with steady steps, ready to lift the curtains for their masters and arrange the low stools for disembarking. Ordinarily, only the chief steward had the privilege to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. Yet today, a decree had commanded all chief stewards to personally come forth for the reception. This was certainly unusual. As Yi Shuyu and the others emerged from the carriage, they were met with a striking sight. The plaque bore the powerful four characters, Duke of Korea. The expansive estate, understated yet opulent, exuded a greater air of solemnity and respect compared to the Duke of Korea's residence. A grand procession of dozens donned garments befitting their status, signifying the hierarchical power distribution within the Duke's household. Upon witnessing Songjin's descent, they all knelt in the most authentic royal manner, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live 1,000 years." The voice resonated powerfully, reverberating throughout the surrounding estates, its sound akin to a whisper of the wind. Even with the knowledge of Songjin's identity, experiencing it firsthand through sight and sound was an entirely different realm. Under the direct gaze of the golden sun, the crowd witnessed the scene with acute clarity, stunned to the point of losing their color. In Shengjing, and indeed throughout the Song dynasty, a man of significant authority, favored by the divine will, approached Yi Shuyu's carriage under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He gazed upwards, his face breaking into a gentle smile, and slowly extended his long, pale hand, distinguished by prominent knuckles, embodying utmost warmth and profound respect. Chapter 67. Spreading through Shengjing, Song Jin paid no heed to the multitude still kneeling on the ground, nor to their discreet glances directed towards him. Instead, he aimed to make his intentions unmistakably clear. Today's entrance into the Wangfu marked Song Jin's first display of authority on behalf of Yishuyu. He not only commanded them to respectfully welcome him, but also acted in accordance with his status in relation to Dandian. The sunlight illuminated Song Jin's visage, as if bestowing upon him a golden aura, radiating brilliance and charm. The hand he extended seemed to emanate a warmth that was both inviting and heartening. Yishuyu's gaze lingered upon Song Jin's hand, her breath slowing to a near halt, as if half of it had vanished. How could she be oblivious to Song Jin's meaning? How could she fail to grasp the significance of that outstretched hand and the profound implications it carried? The understanding was so profound that it bordered on incredulity. After a prolonged moment, Yishuyu broke into a confident and vibrant smile, with her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with an inexplicable meaning. Under the scrutiny of numerous watchful eyes, she placed her delicate hand into the palm of Song Jin. He personally assisted her in dismounting from the carriage. This scene stirred a tempest of emotions within the onlookers, shattering their previous perceptions and obliterating the shores of reason without leaving a trace. Even Zhao Xuanhai could not suppress the subtle alteration of his expression, secretly alarmed. Yet, in the next moment, a small figure emerged from the carriage, clad in a light purple embroidered skirt, tied with matching ribbons adorned with bells, and two tiny hair loops atop her head. She appeared particularly endearing and charming. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Yi Yun felt a tinge of fear. She called out to Yishuyu, "Mother, hold me." Early afternoon, within the imperial study of the palace, Song Wei stared intently at the report submitted by Han Yunlin concerning General Piao Qi, Chung Yihan. The more he read, the more expressionless he became, while the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, rendering the ever-cautious eunuch Song hesitant to breathe. The study was enveloped in a deathly silence. At that moment, a eunuch entered, cautiously whispering something into eunuch Song's ear before departing with light steps. Song Wei inadvertently caught a glimpse of eunuch Song's astonished expression, akin to one struck by lightning. Just as Song Wei turned his head, eunuch Song quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance. With a raised brow, Song Wei inquired, "What is it?" Precisely? He was met with eunuch Song's hesitant demeanor, which incited Song Wei's ire. "Reporting to your majesty, it is said that His Highness, the Prince of Gong, has returned to Shengjing." Song Wei replied, "So it is merely Yuan Shun's return. Why the need for such a display?" Eunuch Song felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his voice wavering slightly. "It is said that His Highness the Prince of Gong has brought back a woman." After eunuch Song finished speaking, he awaited a response from the emperor, but the silence stretched on, and he dared not raise his gaze to seek clarification. Finally, Song Wei broke the silence, his tone ambiguous. "Is it truly the Prince of Gong? Is it indeed a woman?" The esteemed Master Song was momentarily at a loss for words when he overheard the remark, "Isn't that a man disguised as a woman?" A wave of amusement surged within him, prompting him to swiftly add that the lady in question was accompanied by a girl of approximately 1 year old, rumored to bear a striking resemblance to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Gong. Upon hearing this, Song Wei was utterly taken aback. After maintaining an unchanging expression for over a decade, his countenance transformed dramatically, akin to one who had encountered ghosts. He stiffly gestured for Master Song to withdraw, and soon the others in the imperial study followed suit, closing the door behind them, leaving only Song Wei alone. A woman? Could she truly be a woman? Which household did she belong to? The news had evidently reached the imperial study, having undergone rigorous verification. How could it be that Yuan Shun had been away for over a month, and the child had grown so much? No, that couldn't be right. Had Yuan Shun finally fathered child? A girl? Regardless, as long as she was Yuan Shun's offspring, it was all that mattered. The brief exchange from Master Song conveyed enough information to leave Song Wei's mind a blank for several hours, compelling him to forego his usual timely review of the memorials, marking yet another day of diligent labor. However, within the brief span of an incense stick burned in front of the Prince of Gong's residence, The events that transpired took flight like wings, spreading across every corner of Shengjing. The shock led to countless tea cups being shattered and handkerchiefs being torn by young maidens yet to be wed, transforming into the most fervent gossip of the 6 streets and 3 markets. Particularly, a stir erupted within the Tang household. The catalyst behind this whirlwind of rumors was merely a casual remark from Song Jin. Yet in just 3 days, the news had permeated every alley and thoroughfare of Shengjing. Not only had the ascetic prince of Gong returned with a lady, but he had also personally assisted her from the carriage, while a small child called her mother. The discourse was tumultuous, fueled by speculation. During this time, the emperor and empress dowager summoned Song Jin, but he declined with a mere mention of ill health, unable to voice anything further, leaving him with a heavy heart. Regarding the return of Jian Jian to Shengjing, Song Jin had never intended to conceal the matter. Rather, he aimed to proclaim it with great fanfare. With so many eyes upon him in Shengjing, even attempts at concealment would ultimately lead to whispers. Therefore, why not make a grand display, to demonstrate to those purportedly powerful and noble that the woman he, the Prince of Gong, cherished in his palm, would not be subjected to their disdain or contempt. On the 9th day of October, at the Prince of Gong's residence, Zhanxing Garden was situated adjacent to Song Jin's Zhuqing Garden. It was a garden personally named by Song Jin and ranked among the most exquisite within the Prince of Gong's estate. Zhanxing Garden encompassed 3 elegant rooms, 2 warm pavilions, and 2 sleeping quarters, all adorned with flowers of the most subtle and enchanting beauty throughout the seasons. A small pond teemed with fish, and a petite plum grove was also established. Following the stone path through the grove, one would find a yellow stone hill, several small pavilions and swings, all constructed with meticulous care and charm, showcasing Song Jin's earnest dedication. At this moment, by the enchanting Mingwell Lake, Yi Yun was eagerly gazing at the koi fish that surfaced one by one, drawn by the feed. The fish opened and closed their mouths, swaying their tails, and their vibrant colors shimmered under the golden rays of the sun. Surrounding her were 8 attentive maids, who were carefully supporting Yi Yun. As for Chuanxi and Qiulu, they had previously been taken away by the matrons sent by Song Jin to learn the royal etiquette and to become acquainted with the individuals who operated within the palace. Yi Shuyu, having returned a few days earlier, had requested Wang Mama to elaborate on the intricacies, and she had grasped the nuances quite well, even receiving corrections on her posture during greetings to render them more formal and impeccable. Upon hearing Wang Mama's calm and steady voice mention, "There are 3 concubines in the prince's rear courtyard, all bestowed by the Empress Dowager." Her eyelashes involuntarily fluttered slightly. Wang Mama, having spent over 30 years in the palace, possessed a depth of character and skill that was not to be underestimated. She certainly noticed Yi Shuyu's subtle shift, but chose to pretend not to see it. Until the following day, just past noon, the visit of 2 concubines shattered the tranquility that had enveloped these past few days. Chapter 68. The concubine in his backyard on October 11th. The weather was delightful, with a clear blue sky. In the west warm pavilion of Zhanxing Garden, Yi Shuyu sat quietly at the Kong table, her interest piqued by the military treatise in her hands. She turned the pages with an air of enjoyment, fully absorbed in its captivating content. Nearby, a bookshelf was filled with various books delivered by Song Jin, intended to alleviate her boredom. The table was adorned with 3 platters of delicacies, 2 of fresh fruits, and a pot of fragrant tea. Over 10 attendants served within the pavilion, while approximately dozens of maids bustled outside, all wearing expressions of utmost respect. Though their true thoughts remained concealed, at the very least, the stern reminders from the head steward had instilled in them the understanding that this mistress was not to be trifled with. Before long, a maid approached to report that concubine Zhou and concubine Shui had come to visit. Yi Shuyu's expression remained impassive, and she graciously invited them in. The 2 women wore similar attire, one in soft lavender, the other in tender yellow, both appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Their round faces and cherry-red lips were playful and charming, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain. With dignified grace, they entered, their gazes falling upon Yi Shuyu, adorned with a white jade plum blossom hairpin and a few red leaves artfully arranged in her hair. wore a pure white robe embroidered with black and white ink plums. In the sunlight streaming through the window, she radiated a dazzling brilliance, particularly her bright, captivating phoenix eyes that seemed to gaze at them with a hint of allure. Her lips curving into a smile that was both inviting and enigmatic. From a moment the two entered the west warm pavilion and greeted her through the beaded curtain. Yi Shuyu discerned their intentions with clarity, suppressing a sigh as she subtly curved her lips. Before she could formally invite them to sit, concubine Zhou spoke with a cheerful tone, remarking on how the prince had kept their sister hidden for so long before bringing her into the palace. She suggested that their sister might be unaware of the palace's customs, thus she need not pay her respects this time. Although Yi Shuyu had been personally brought into the palace by Song Jin, customs dictated that she had not undergone any formal marriage, not even that of a concubine, making her status lower than even that of a common chambermaid. Therefore, according to both imperial and palace protocols, it was expected that she would still show deference to them, despite concubine Zhou's attempts to appear amiable. The malice in her tone and the jealousy in her eyes were nearly impossible to mask. Having spent nearly 9 days in the palace, Yi Shuyu had become quite familiar with the customs yet. Soon, she rose slightly, bowing to them with grace, mimicking concubine Zhou's tone as she expressed, "I am but a foolish sister who must apologize to my 2 esteemed sisters for my ignorance, and I shall also discuss my shortcomings with the prince tonight." Her words, laden with hidden malice, were delivered in her naturally melodious voice, extending the syllables in an enchanting manner that captivated the 2 women, causing their eyes to widen slightly, while concubine Zhou's expression turned increasingly strained. Not only is there this enchanting visage, but it is also accompanied by a voice that has so beguiled the prince, leading him astray and bringing an unknown woman into the royal residence. Aside from reporting to the prince, what else can they do? Yet, the prince remains indifferent to their quarters, leaving them helpless to swallow their grievances in silence. Thus, when Yi Shuyu formally invited them to take a seat for tea, they refrained from speaking, though Aunt Zhou's countenance was far from pleasant. She intended to assert her dominance, but instead, her efforts backfired. With a look of disdain, Aunt Zhou watched as a maid poured tea for her, her round face contorting in visible disgust at the moment the tea touched her lips. Almost involuntarily, she exclaimed, "What kind of tea is this? It tastes dreadful." The bitterness lingered, devoid of any sweetness, a pure expression of her bewilderment mixed with deep contempt. Indeed, the tea was quite ordinary, yet Yi Shuyu had grown accustomed to it and was reluctant to change. This brought a momentary smile to her face, revealing her somewhat naive nature. Her sister was merely an ordinary girl, so there was no fine tea to serve her elder sister. Anyone attending to Yi Shuyu referred to her as Miss, as per the directive of His Highness, the Prince of Gong. Hearing Yi Shuyu's words, Aunt Zhou felt a pang of frustration, lamenting the failure to capitalize on such beauty and charm. With just a slight allure towards the prince, wouldn't it be sufficient? Why be so foolish? This thought ignited Aunt Zhou's irritation, prompting her to instruct a nearby maid serving tea to fetch some better tea from her quarters. She wished to avoid serving such inferior tea, which could tarnish the reputation of the Prince of Gong's residence, leading to rumors that only second-rate tea was found in the esteemed quarters. Once this was said, Yi Shuyu smiled in agreement, expressing her appreciation for Aunt Zhou's kindness, which caused Aunt Zhou's face to flush, rendering her momentarily speechless. Throughout this exchange, Xueandi remained largely silent, merely offering polite smiles, occasionally revealing a composed and dignified demeanor, reminiscent of a refined lady. During their casual conversation, Aunt Zhou inquired why the prince had only now brought Yi Shuyu into the residence, to which she deftly deflected with a vague excuse about an ailment. After approximately 15 minutes of idle chatter, their conversation came to a close, coinciding with the arrival of an individual at the Western Warm Pavilion. "This humble servant pays her respects to your highness," they intoned in unison. However, when Yi Shuyu slightly bent her knees, she was halted by Song Jin. This scene startled not only the several maids surrounding them, but also left Aunt Zhou feeling somewhat unsettled, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Meanwhile, Xueani discreetly cast a few more glances at Song Jin, silently curling her lips in a smirk. though the gathering was merely an ordinary tea-drinking affair. Song Jin felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety and guilt. Truth be told, if it were not for Lien being present during their greetings, he would hardly recognize them if he encountered them alone. Upon entering, I observed that they seemed to be engaged in lively conversation, leading me to believe that they had not given G any trouble otherwise. On the surface, Song Jin maintained her usual gentle demeanor, though she had tactfully sent Aunt Zhou and Aunt Shui away. Consequently, Aunt Shui gracefully took her leave from Yshyu and Song Jin, gently pulling the somewhat dazed Aunt Zhou along with her as they departed. After a considerable time on the road, Aunt Zhou managed to calm herself somewhat, yet she could not resist glancing back at the location of ZNX in Yuan. However, she quickly restored her facade of innocence and pride, ensuring that no outsider perceived her moment of weakness. The prince, after all, does not belong to you, Zhou Jiyu. One might say that the prince has never truly taken notice of any woman in the inner courtyard, has he? She even felt that the prince would be unaware of her surname. Chapter 69. Position. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the Chuyang Tavern in Fengyang County of Yangzhou, Mama Ming scrutinized the list of women handed to her by Shi Qingming, which was marked with circles and annotations. This list comprised those who had once aided Ling Yinxue in her time of need, as well as those who had turned against her. Through the intricately carved window, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the county city gate, her thoughts drifting back to the scene of several carriages passing through it. This also reminded her of the first time she encountered Ling Yin over a decade ago. She vividly recalled how Ling Yin knelt upon the ground, and with a firm grip, she lifted the girl's chin. In that fleeting moment, she knew this girl would one day become the emblem of the drunken brocade pavilion, perhaps even rise to become the most celebrated courtesan in all the land. Initially, Mama Ming's pride as a noblewoman was gradually worn down over 2 months of relentless training, ensuring that Ling Yin fully grasped her current identity as a courtesan. She devoted her utmost time, energy, and resources to nurture Ling Yin, harboring her own affections for the girl. Eventually, as anticipated, Ling Yin blossomed into a captivating beauty, adept in poetry and literature, and possessing a grace that won her the crown of the 5 great brothels. Mama Ming had always believed that, amidst the heartless and fickle men common in the brothel, Ling Yin would never lose herself for the sake of a mere man. Thus, she had consistently placed her trust in Ling Yin, seldom inquiring into her personal matters. However, to her dismay, she later discovered that Ling Yin had been secretly involved with a young scholar, while already pregnant. How could this not bring her sorrow and disappointment? And he was but a destitute student. She understood well that promises held little value, especially when uttered by a man. In an attempt to console herself, she pondered if this impoverished scholar possessed any unique qualities that might have captured Ling Yin's heart. Alas, it appeared he did not. Miracles do not occur, regardless of one's hopes and desires. She watched as Ling Yin descended from her pedestal, laboring day and night in earnest study, forsaking her clients, solely focused on that girl. Deep within her heart, a mixture of frustration and disappointment towards Ling Yin welled up, nearly silencing her usual reprimands. Even as she witnessed other women reveling in Ling Yin's misfortune, she wished for Ling Yin to comprehend that she had single-handedly destroyed the reputation that had been carefully crafted for her, and in doing so, had also ruined herself. For a woman of the world, nothing is more perilous than falling in love. Unexpectedly, over 2 years later, that very destitute scholar returned. He even came back to take Ling Yin away from the drunken brocade pavilion. The power he now wielded sent shivers down her spine. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. As she watched Yishuyo's carriage leave Fengyang County, she pondered what fate awaited them and what life lay ahead. Perhaps this young gentleman could indeed protect her. Perhaps Ling Yin's judgment had not been in vain. Ah, love, truly, it is the most merciless force in this world. At this moment, Ming's mother suddenly felt as if she had seen the dashing gentleman she encountered at the age of 17, though 3 decades had passed since then, and he had never returned to escort her. So be it. Her fate with Ling Yin had reached its conclusion, whether it be a blessing or a curse. She would leave it to fate. In the imperial palace of Shengjing, within the study, a man clad in dark blue attire knelt on the cold floor, remaining motionless for what felt like an eternity, even as he bent his body in submission. The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Eunuch Song felt as though his breath had ceased. Standing beside the emperor, he was overwhelmed by a chilling sensation, beads of virtual sweat threatening to slip down his brow. After a long pause, Song Wei's eyes revealed no discernible emotion, resembling a tranquil deep pond. Before he finally spoke, "You may withdraw." Only then did the kneeling man stiffly rise and bow before taking his leave. On the tea table beside the writing desk, a candle flickered defiantly, swaying slightly. With an expression devoid of emotion, Song Wei presented the recently delivered confidential report to the flame. Within mere moments, the papers were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. He couldn't help but ponder the troubling information contained within those reports, pressing his forehead in frustration, unable to even process the piles of memorials that cluttered the desk. The mention of the drunken brocade pavilion. A courtesan? How could Yuan Shun possibly bring such a woman back to the Wang residence? What's more, he seemed to care deeply rather than displaying indifference. He had even gone to the extent of personally assisting her from the carriage. What kind of status did he intend to bestow upon this woman? And what of that child? Could he truly belong to Yuan Shen? In Song Wei's eyes, how could a woman of such lowly status and dubious reputation enter his younger brother's courtyard? At most, she could occupy the position of a concubine, and only if the child were indeed Yuan Shen's. Knowing his own younger brother, Song Wei understood his character to some extent. Once he had set his mind on something, no one could dissuade him, not he, nor the court officials, nor even their mother. Thus, it left him at a loss as to how to proceed. As night fell at the hour of the rooster, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only a few stars twinkling in the vast sky. And a luminous full moon hung high above. Yet, the study within the residence of the Duke of Gong was exceptionally bright, illuminated by several palace lanterns that made it shine even more brilliantly against the darkness. At that moment, only Song Jin and Zhao Xuanhai occupied the study, with Qing Lu standing outside the door. Zhao Xuanhai hesitated before ultimately conveying the conversation that had transpired that day at the Zhanqing Garden to Song Jin. He particularly mentioned the matter concerning Yi Shuyo's status, unable to refute Aunt Zhou's words. Song Jin's expression remained indifferent as his right hand unconsciously tapped on the desk. Again and again, he had merely brought Janning into the Wang residence without any formal wedding ceremony. The servants within the residence referred to her as Mississippi. However, all the maids and attendants treated Janning as of utmost importance, and everything concerning Yunner's meals and attire was prepared according to the standards of a princess. Yet, regardless of the treatment, there remained no definitive status assigned to her. The status of Jia. Song Jin fell into deep contemplation, her gaze resembling a pool of dark ink, obscuring the meaning within, and she remained lost in thought for an extended period. Zhao Xuanhai hesitated several times before slightly bowing in reverence. "Your Highness, forgive this old servant for speaking frankly. With the longevity festival approaching, if Miss Yi holds no official status, she cannot accompany you to the palace banquet. I fear even the emperor would not permit you to bring an unmarried woman to such an event. Regardless of her standing, it would be prudent to first allow Miss Yi into your courtyard, and then take her along with the young princess to the palace." Upon hearing this, a subtle ripple crossed Song Jin's otherwise serene countenance, yet the depths of her thoughts remained inscrutable. "How many days remain until the longevity festival?" Zhao Xuanhai replied. "To answer, Your Highness, approximately 1 month. 1 month? Within this span, the only matrimonial matters that could be arranged would be. Those pieces of evidence have yet to be fully gathered, leaving the mouths of those eager to speak unsilenced. My elder brother would never relent, nor would my mother. This signifies that Jia must endure some hardship for the time being. Yet this is merely the first step, the journey ahead. Jia, what I owe you shall not diminish by even a fraction." Chapter 70. Be mine, concubine. On October 15th, autumn had fully arrived, and the inhabitants of Shengjing began to shed their summer garments in favor of autumn attire. The golden sun shone high, offering only a faint warmth, which was overshadowed by the chilling sensation of a brisk autumn breeze. In the imperial study, only the two brothers, Song Jin and Song Wei, remained. Even the tea attendants had vacated. Had there been others present, they would surely have sensed the palpable tension and frigid atmosphere enveloping the room. Song Wei's countenance was a stark display of his profound gloom, his eyes betraying a sense of frustration akin to a mentor disappointed by a wayward pupil. Opposite him, Song Jin remained as composed and serene as ever, the gentle curve of his lips unchanged, yet a subtle shift in his aura was unmistakable. Silence prevailed, an undercurrent of pent-up emotions poised to erupt at any moment. Out of the blue, Song Wei felt a pang of confusion. He had never experienced such a standoff with Yuan Shan, nor such discomfort or discord. Yet today, it was all instigated by a woman. The more he pondered, the more his expression soured, and he found himself powerless to influence Yuan Shan's choices. Perhaps he was reluctant to pressure his younger brother, and he certainly bore no desire to cast blame upon him. After a lengthy pause, as Song Wei simmered in his indignation, Song Jin let out a soft sigh. In his enchanting eyes, a sense of relief was evident, and his lips, seemingly born to smile, revealed a warmth that was almost imperceptible. Brother, Yuan Shan has lived a life bound by convention. If he cannot even welcome his beloved into his household, what value do power and authority hold? As an emperor, even with his closest kin, Song Wei did not wish for Yuan Shan to defy him. Yet, rather than confronting him with obstinacy, Yuan Shan sought his brother's approval with an air of wearied wisdom, as if he had seen through the very fabric of existence. Those preceding words dissipated Song Wei's anger entirely, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The latter statement quelled the words he had nearly voiced, retreating back into the depths of his mind. She bore you your first child. A concubine is the utmost concession I can grant. Otherwise, I shall not even permit a mere maidservant. In the Zhanshin garden, within the warm western pavilion, after coaxing Yi Yun to sleep, Yi Shuyu leisurely perched herself at the Kong table by the window, perusing a game manual, unaware of Song Jin's arrival behind her. The maidservants remained silent, as did Chuanxi and Xiaolu. When the tea bowl finally ran dry, a sleeve of rosy hue was expected to extend and refill it. Yet Yi Shuyu's peripheral vision caught sight of a verdant sleeve reaching from behind. With a hint of curiosity, she turned around to behold the serene and refined gentleman. Even upon being discovered, he remained unperturbed, pouring her a cup of tea while simultaneously filling another for himself, albeit with a somewhat clumsy demeanor. Yi Shuyu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gently inquired, "What brings you here today with such leisure?" Her tone unmistakably conveyed her dissatisfaction and sense of grievance. In a tone reminiscent of playful coaxing, it stirred something deep within Song Jin, especially when faced with Yi Shuyu's enigmatic smile, causing her to lose control of her wayward thoughts. In a fleeting moment, her senses returned. Under Yi Shuyu's puzzled gaze, Song Jin grasped her delicate hand, moving her lips slightly yet failing to utter a sound. Observing this, Yi Shuyu covered Song Jin's hand with her own, sitting at the low table, gazing up at her with bright, sparkling eyes. After much contemplation, Song Jin ventured, "Yin, I wish to take you as my." The remainder of her words faltered, caught within her throat. For reasons unknown, she hesitated to voice them to her. The words she managed to utter, however, were crystal clear to Yi Shuyu, rendering her momentarily rigid, her eyelashes fluttering as her fingertips curled inward. Take? What role would that entail? As a concubine? Under Yi Shuyu's almost expectant gaze, Song Jin felt as though she had swallowed a shard of glass. As my concubine. With those words, silence enveloped the surroundings, thick and oppressive, with no one daring to utter a sound. Upon finally grasping Song Jin's statement, Yi Shuyu felt the tension in her heart ease somewhat, yet it rolled over her like thorns. A concubine? Well, I should be content. After all, it is not merely as a concubine. Being a concubine is indeed quite good. Yet, inexplicably, her heart fell hollow. Suddenly, Yi Shuyu, with lightning speed, wrapped her arms around Song Jin, resting her cheek against his chest, completely disregarding the way the man she embraced stiffened in surprise. This scene startled the surrounding maids. causing them to lower their heads even more, lest they witness anything inappropriate. Your voice is sweet and captivating. I am truly delighted. Yet, I am aware of the burdens borne by the prince for my sake. Yishuyu understood all too well that given her status, she was merely a concubine. But to her surprise, she would be a concubine of somewhat higher standing, which was better than she had anticipated. Her elevated status could afford Yi Yun a better life. And even in the future, when living under the princess's authority, it likely would not be too dire. She presumed he must have contended with some opposition, and for that, she was already quite pleased. Song Jin remained silent, gently caressing Yishuyu's fair, delicate face, his gaze a mixture of emotions, and his touch grew slightly firmer. This caused a slight discomfort to Yishuyu, prompting her to look up at Song Jin with her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet in the next moment, she felt him lean slightly, planting a soft kiss upon her forehead, a gesture both restrained and respectful, daring not to overstep. The warmth of his gaze left Yishuyu's heart in disarray, unable to tame her tumultuous emotions. His voice, smooth as water, reached her ears. "Grant me a little more time." The brevity of his words hinted at a deeper sentiment left unspoken. Yishuyu's eyelashes fluttered, too afraid to dwell on the unvoiced thoughts, lest her hopes lead to greater disappointment. "From tomorrow onwards, preparations for our wedding will commence. I shall personally escort you into the royal residence." Yishuyu softly responded with a nasal tone, "All right." Subsequently, Song Jinling instructed Qinglu to bring in the date paste cake. Facing Yishuyu's sparkling eyes filled with surprise, he felt a tinge of shyness. "Aren't you quite fond of date paste cakes? The ones from the tea cake shop on Guidong Street are renowned." As he spoke, he delicately unfolded the date paste cake wrapped in paper before her, nudging it gently towards her position, and even picked up a piece to offer her. His gaze shimmered with affection, reflecting countless tenderness, while his gentle peach blossom eyes mirrored only her. It seemed as if his eyes and heart held only her within. "Would you like a try?" came his voice, almost coaxing her. These words were akin to a gentle breeze, sweeping away the unwarranted sense of helplessness and disappointment evoked by the earlier torment. Ultimately, she sincerely smiled as she accepted the date paste cake he had offered. Love springs forth unbeknownst, profound and unwavering. Chapter 71. Is my body so contaminated? Ideally, Yishuyu should have wed within her own estate. However, with both of her parents deceased, the location of her marriage became a pressing concern. Yet, Song Jin had meticulously arranged the plans, alleviating any worries regarding this matter. That night, within the serene chambers of the Zhanxing courtyard's second floor, the room was adorned with an air of freshness and cleanliness. The exquisite carvings and paintings on the beams were a testament to fine craftsmanship. Soft gauzy curtains draped elegantly, while the floor was covered with a plush, thick carpet adorned with floral and avian motifs. Just 3 feet away from the fragrant Nama bed, a delicate incense burner emitted wisps of fragrant smoke, illuminated by a solitary palace lantern, casting a gentle glow that straddled the line between brightness and darkness. The curtains beside the bed had been drawn aside, revealing 2 figures seated within. The woman, with her flowing dark hair cascading down, leaned against the shoulder of the man beside her. The man, with his right arm wrapped around her, slightly bent to allow for her greater comfort. Yishuyu inquired, "What brings you here tonight? You never lingered before." In this intimate moment shared solely between them, a sense of liberty blossomed, unencumbered by societal constraints. At this juncture, they appeared merely as an ordinary couple, rather than a powerful prince and his soon-to-be concubine. Just Song Jin and just Yishuyu. Song Jin fell into a brief silence before succinctly conveying his heartfelt intentions, devoid of any concealment, sharing with her the most genuine of narratives. Yet, as he spoke certain words, he instinctively took Yishuyu's delicate hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon her warm palm. Despite their past intimacy, his tenderness each time made her heart flutter anew. Recently, she increasingly felt as though she was cradled in his hands, enveloped in an unspoken affection and care. "Jin," Song Jin said, "this token shall now be yours." As he spoke, he retrieved a token from his sleeve, one that represented his status as the Prince of Gong. Song Jin possessed 3 such tokens. Yishuyo's eyes flickered, hesitant to accept, but Song Jin firmly placed it in her palm. If in the future, you and Yin find life in the royal residence unbearable and wish to leave. His voice, warm and melodious, obscured any discernible emotion. Then use this token to exchange for your opportunity to depart. Pausing, he drew Yishuyu closer, ensuring she felt no inclination to retreat. Promises are often the most futile of gestures. Thus, I wish to provide you with tangible assurances, something that grants you peace of mind. Beside Song Jin lay a small wooden box, which he had brought in earlier. He lifted it onto his lap and opened it before Yishuyo's gaze. Despite the dim lighting, the contracts and silver notes within the box were clearly discernible to her. He meticulously laid out a stack of property deeds, farmland documents, and silver notes, explaining to Yishuyu that although the properties were now in her name, the surrounding soldiers were under the protection of the royal house, ensuring that no one would dare to cause trouble. She and her daughter could reside there in complete tranquility, listening to Song Jin's gentle and calm voice. Each word he spoke sent tremors through her heart, leaving her unaware of when her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He is a prince. Why must he extend himself in such a manner? Why does he treat her and her mother so differently? Should she not now believe that she holds a special place in his heart? Should she not trust him once more? Is that not so? Song Jin, oblivious to the weight of her thoughts, shared what he considered to be of utmost importance with her. After a brief pause, when she did not respond, he turned in confusion only to find her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. This startled Song Jin, who hurriedly stuffed the deeds into a wooden box and attempted to console Yishuyu. From the incredulity of hearing the word console to now adeptly soothing the woman beside him, he had come a long way. Yet, this dense fellow knew not the sweet words of romance. All he could do was utter, "Do not cry," repeatedly while gently wiping away her fallen tears, his eyes reflecting palpable tenderness and concern. Despite knowing that Song Jin was akin to a pot of honey laced with poison, Yishuyu found herself unable to extricate her heart from him, becoming increasingly ensnared. Especially after his return, the visible affection he bestowed upon her and her mother was undeniable. How could she not be deeply moved? Yishuyu clasped Song Jin's hand, which was wiping her tears, her voice slightly hoarse. "Will you allow me to use this token? Will you, Song Jin? Will there come a day when we part with regrets?" Song Jin's Adam's apple bobbed as clarity and resolve shone in his gaze. "No, absolutely not. This token exists merely to foster a measure of trust in Dan and to provide her with a sense of security." Yet, he vowed that he would never allow her the opportunity to use this token. Promises are often futile. He preferred to demonstrate his intentions through his actions. Upon hearing this, Yishuyo's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly leaned closer to Song Jin's ear, her arms encircling his neck, pressing against his broad chest, her tone trembling with confusion and reckless abandon. "Jin Lang, why do you persistently refrain from touching me, yet seek the company of those concubines?" She knew he had held back on several occasions, yet he still refrained from making contact. She feared that he might care too much. On that fateful night long ago, he had remained silent, leaving her unaware of his true feelings. By posing such a question, Yishuyu had almost cast aside all semblance of a proper young lady, her heart pounding with embarrassment, bordering on unbearable. Such questions were not ones a respectable young woman would typically dare to ask. Perhaps it was the tenderness of the evening or the burgeoning feelings between them that compelled Yishuyu to utter these words with reckless abandon. Yet, she was uncertain about her follow-up question, or perhaps she simply did not wish to comprehend it. She merely sought to gauge Song Jin's reaction. Yishuyu paused. "Do you find my body unclean?" Her voice softened, the final words barely escaping her lips, summoned by the greatest courage she had ever mustered. It is an inescapable sorrow, born of the inferiority that arises from the brothel. The enchanting voice that once captivated Song Jin's soul now brings her profound anguish on this night. She hurriedly and gently cradles Yishuyu, pulling her into an embrace, revealing the tension and grievance in her voice, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Where did you hear that? Since my return, I have not touched them, nor any woman other than you." The return that Song Jin refers to is the day she came back, not merely her arrival in Fengyang County. Such words, whether in her past life or this one, had never crossed her lips until tonight, when she uttered this disgraceful sentiment to appease her. Yet, Song Jinshin feels no regret. Only a heart full of shyness and a face flushed with warmth. As for the second question, posed by Dandan, Chapter 72, personally welcoming you inside in a previous life, he found it unbearable to accept that the woman he adored bore the identity of a courtesan, allowing the shackles of his heart to bury this affection entirely. However, in this lifetime, what significance does purity hold compared to her? Regarding the term impure, Song Jin had pondered its meaning since his return. Throughout one's existence, the individuals one encounters are predestined by fate. Even after Yishuyu took on the role of a courtesan, the joy of meeting her filled Song Jin's heart as their paths intersected rather than completely diverging. Yet, she could not dictate her destiny, struggling to rise from the mire while retaining the innate kindness that humanity should possess. Accepting clients was not her desire. It was an unavoidable circumstance, a consequence of her countless wounds. Particularly after falling in love with him 2 years prior, Yishuyu had never taken on another client. Regardless of how arduous her past had been, wishing to preserve her body for Song Jin. As for her former life, it seemed that Yishuyu had reached a point of desperation, forced into her profession by the frailty of her child or her own callousness. Therefore, how could Song Jin possibly disdain her? How could he cast blame upon her? If engaging with other men could be deemed impure, then what of Song Jin, a prince? Was he not also intimate with other women? Was his body not tainted as well? Thus, Song Jin felt as if his heart shattered at her question. Overwhelmed with compassion as he tightly embraced the woman in his arms. There was no disdain, only heartache, dear. His voice was gentle, unhurried and unflustered, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. My only response is to feel for you. How could I ever resent you? Moreover, if that is the case, then I too am impure. Am I not? Disregarding Yishuyu's trembling form, he drew close to her ear, his warm breath enveloping her. Not impure, whether it be Lingyin or Yishuyu. In my eyes, the woman I cherish is solely you, pure and unblemished. To welcome you into my home is my greatest fortune across 3 lifetimes. To encounter someone we admire in life is a rarity, and for her to reciprocate that admiration is even more so. Therefore, in approximately a month's time, he would welcome her into the royal residence, as he, Song Jin, has been blessed. Yet, this future holds more than mere welcoming. It encompasses marriage. He, Song Jin, would personally take Yishuyu as his wife. Before the world, Yishuyu could exude confidence and charisma, but when faced with a man who made her heart flutter, she could not suppress the deepest insecurities within her. She longed to offer him her pure body. She yearned to be an ordinary woman, marrying the man she adored, dedicating her life to supporting him and raising children. Alas, she was not a woman of noble birth, and her beloved held an extraordinary status. Yet, she never anticipated her beloved would utter such words, words that left her heart racing. He claimed to be impure as well. How could this revelation not astonish her? There were no ornate embellishments, only the most sincere words spoken. Yishuyu believed that perhaps in this lifetime, she would never again experience the same ardor for another man as she did for Song Jin. Song Jin said, Dandan, I too am a normal man, and how could I not feel something for the one I cherish? Yet, I do not wish to impose upon you, after our marriage. You shall see whether I dare to approach you. Perhaps there was a desire to comfort Yishuyu within his words, but this was also the genuine sentiment harbored deep within his heart, causing him to blush and stammer. Since being with Dandan, he found himself increasingly able to articulate his thoughts, even if it seemed to tarnish his decorum. Yet he felt no aversion to it. Rather, it brought him a peculiar delight. Even after more than 2 years had passed, her youthful spirit remained unchanged, with his gaze upon her still as fervent as it had been 2 years prior. Did he still harbor a tenderness for her in his heart? Jinlang, what shall we do? My own heart races for you. Yet, she did not wish for him to suffer in silence. She could sense that on several occasions, he had been holding back, striving to respect her while sacrificing his own feelings. Contemplating this, Yishuyu's lovely eyes glimmered with a faint blush, and she silently smiled as her hands slowly moved towards Song Jin. Beneath the shifting lights, her enchanting voice, reminiscent of a siren, whispered in his ear, Jin Lang, allow Dandan to assist you. In the Song dynasty, a concubine remained merely a concubine, and marriage was a straightforward affair, devoid of the traditional matchmaking rituals, fanfare, and the groom arriving on horseback to greet the bride. Even within the royal family, the same rules applied. On the 5th day of the 11th month, in the afternoon, in Shangjing, the autumn breeze was brisk, urging many pedestrians to quicken their pace. Yet today, numerous onlookers halted to witness this wedding, simply because the bride was to enter the residence of the Prince Gong. The woman previously arranged by the empress, though also a concubine, was merely sent to Song Jin's courtyard without any semblance of a wedding ceremony. There was no grand procession of bridal adornments, only a red carpet stretching from the Prince Gong's residence to the Guizhong Street, embroidered with plum blossom patterns. The bright crimson bridal sedan chair, small yet exquisite, was steadily carried by 4 guards as they entered through the side gate of the Prince Gong's estate. Concubines were not permitted to enter through the main gate. Only the future princess could do so. However, the frame of the side gate was already painted red and adorned with joyful floral decorations, including the character for joy, handwritten by Song Jin himself. Although I cannot presently grant you the honor of a primary wife, I will provide you with all that I can. Today, the atmosphere within the royal residence was jubilant, with the wages of all the maids and servants doubled this month, and they were to receive many generous gifts. Inevitably, this led to a favorable impression of the soon-to-be concubine Yi, as well as increased attention toward her. For such festivity and exuberance had never before accompanied a concubine's entrance, let alone the doubling of wages. Along the way, on either side of the flower sedan, stood 2 women clad in festive garments, their faces beaming with kindness as they tossed copper coins into the street, regardless of the quantity, in the spirit of celebration. Particularly those coins from the residence of the Prince of Gong. Numerous children, filled with exuberance, frolicked about in pursuit of the scattered coins. Departing from Guidong Street, the procession continued to the side entrance of the Prince of Gong's estate, accompanied by a tall, masked man astride a magnificent steed, closely following the flower sedan. The passers-by regarded this spectacle with indifference, assuming the man to be merely a servant dispatched by the royal household to escort the procession. Yet, little did they know that this imposing figure was none other than the very prince they often spoke of in hushed tones. How could they fathom that this prince had chosen to accompany a mere concubine through several streets? Song Jin, perched upon his horse, gazed tenderly at the flower sedan before him, a rare smile gracing his lips, an expression of joy that he could scarcely contain. I once declared that I would personally welcome you into the palace. Yet, under such circumstances, I hope you, dear Yanjin, will be understanding. Yanjin, my wife, my lady, my beloved. Chapter 73. Her wedding. There were no guests filling the seats, no clinking of cups, no raucous cheers, no bowing of couples, no resplendent red wedding gown, no grand entrance into the main hall. This was the wedding of a concubine. The bridal sedan was carried to the entrance of Zhanxing Garden before it finally came to a halt. The crimson curtain was lifted, and a hand, delicate as jade, slowly emerged from the sedan, resting beneath the light red veil adorned with mandarin ducks. Yi Shuyu gently placed her hand over the broad and warm palm that awaited her. She allowed this person to guide her to the upper chamber of Zhanxing Garden. She knew it was him, even though he was dressed in festive attire. It was evident that the garments were of coarse craftsmanship, akin to those worn by servants. Yet, she still recognized him. It was not only because he personally welcomed her inside, but also because she understood he would not permit anyone else to touch her, even in accordance with etiquette. Following Song Jin's footsteps, Yi Shuyu walked with unwavering grace and poise. Each step she took was like a blossoming lotus, captivating in its elegance. The path that once seemed short now felt interminably long. This was, after all, the first time in her life that Yi Shuyu donned a wedding dress, albeit a pale red one. Nevertheless, tears welled in her eyes, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening droplets, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, seemingly reluctant to fall from her fair skin. Mother, today your daughter is getting married. She is marrying the one her heart desires. Your daughter is truly content. Father, at this moment, do you see your daughter in her wedding gown? Father, if you had not fallen prey to greed and the schemes of others back then, could our family still be seated together at the dinner table? Brother Asu, I wonder what a radiant and youthful young man you would be at 19. Would you still be able to personally escort me on my wedding day? After a cup of tea, they finally reached the upper chamber. As they crossed the threshold, two matrons of honor took Yishuyu from Songjin's hands and guided her to the bed. The entire chamber was festively adorned, the vibrant red hue dominating, save for the wedding gown worn by the bride sitting beside the bed. Particularly, the meticulously dressed Yi-yun stood to one side, her youthful face bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Shuyo's beaming smile, though her lips were pressed tight, fearful that she might burst into laughter at any moment. Aunt Shio had said today was the most festive occasion, and also when Mother looked the most beautiful. She wanted to take a good look at her mother soon. Standing beside Yi-yun, Chuanxi and Chulu exchanged glances involuntarily, both breaking into genuine smiles, joyful for their young mistress who had endured much hardship. Chuanxi's laughter was innocent and free-spirited, while Chiolu's was shy and reserved. They had both been chosen by the young Yishuyu as her personal maids in the Zue Jean Pavilion, having served her faithfully for 11 years since they were selected a year after her arrival at the age of 8. At times, they felt less like servants and more like elder sisters, embracing them with warmth and affection. The eloquent words of the matrons flowed like pearls, seamlessly conveying the festive expressions of etiquette and heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. The concluding phrases, wishing for the couple's early offspring, peace, and enduring happiness, elicited light laughter and applause from the surrounding maids and attendants. This was not only permitted, but also encouraged by Songjin, for a lack of response would render the atmosphere rather dull, a scenario she wished to avoid. As for the unveiling of the bride, that would have to wait until Songjin's return, marking the moment when the couple would be alone together. Particularly aware of the absence of her mother, who appeared different from her usual self, Yi-yun pouted in dissatisfaction, convinced that her father deliberately wished to keep her from seeing her mother. Fortunately, with a few comforting words, Chuanxi managed to cheer Yi-yun up, leading her to indulge in pastries and forget her grievances. With a deep gaze, Songjin feigned nonchalance as she stole glances at the poised woman seated beside the bed, her throat involuntarily tightening as she forced herself to look away. Once everyone had departed, only Yishuyu and Chiolu remained in the chamber. Chiolu quietly slipped away to the Sinan pavilion, retrieving the already prepared date paste cake and placing it upon the round table in the chamber. While arranging the delicacies, she informed Yishuyu that the prince had instructed her in the morning to ensure that the young lady did not go hungry. Although it was not as early as the hour of the tiger when the wedding of the primary consort commenced, preparations had begun at the hour of the snake and had continued for several hours now, leaving the young lady likely quite famished. Upon hearing this, the beauty beneath the faintly rosy veil sparkled with bright eyes, akin to a star-studded sky, her lips curving upward in an irresistible smile. Just as Songjin stepped out, she raised her gaze and encountered a man clad in a jade satin robe, who regarded her with an expression of calm indifference, though it was uncertain how long he had stood at the entrance of the chamber. With his hands hidden behind his back and lips pressed together, he observed as Songjin approached him. Maintaining her composure, Songjin smiled and inquired, "Royal brother, when did you arrive? Why did you not inform me?" In response, Song Wei let out a cold snort, remaining silent, though the complexity in his gaze when he looked at Songjin was unmistakable. The two proceeded towards the Xianming Hall, accompanied by eunuch Song and Qing Lu, along with a few other attendants. The hall was adorned in vibrant red, featuring only a single round table draped in a crimson carpet, replete with exquisite peach blossom wine. Han Yunlin, trailing behind, was rendered speechless by the sight of the emperor and the prince, unable to hide his displeasure. How is it that Yuan Shun had only noticed the emperor and not him, despite standing not far off? It was only when he approached to join the festivities that he serendipitously encountered the emperor, who had also chosen to don plain attire for a private visit. After failing to locate the groom within the Prince Gong's residence, he inquired with Zhao Xuanhai, only to discover that Yuan Shun was indeed the one following closely behind the bridal sedan. He and the emperor proceeded to Guidong Street, witnessing Yuan Shun protectively escorting the woman, even personally guiding her to the second-floor chamber. Although he was already aware of Yuan Shun's deep affection for her, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. He found himself hesitant to turn and gauge the emperor's expression. The three of them raised their cups in a toast, reminiscent of days gone by. Song Wei also instructed Han Yunlin not to address him as Your Majesty anymore, but simply as Sir. Neither party yielded to the other, both indulging in the sweet nectar of peach blossom wine. This night, there were no distinctions between sovereign and subject. They were merely brothers sharing a drink. After just a few cups of the delightful brew, Song Jin's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, his ears burning with warmth that reached the very core of his heart. Song Wei and Song Jin, as brothers born of the same parents, were strikingly similar in demeanor. In contrast, Han Yunlin, though slightly affected by the wine, retained a clarity in his eyes. At this moment, Song Jin raised a glass toward Song Wei, his voice laced with unmasked tenderness, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for allowing me to marry her." Faced with Song Jin's demeanor, Song Wei felt a sense of helplessness, retorting with feigned sternness, "I cannot concern myself with the memorials from the historians." Upon hearing this, Song Jin chuckled softly, a gentle sound tinged with chill. Do they truly believe they cannot endure the status of a concubine? Observing Song Jin's expression, Song Wei's heart sank slightly, and he narrowed his eyes, choosing not to respond. After a little over an hour of revelry, they returned Song Jin to his quarters. Han Yunlin, with a mischievous grin, leaned close to Song Jin's ear, advising him to cherish this night of matrimonial bliss. Ignoring his flushed face, he departed with the wine jar from the residence of the Prince of Gong. Song Wei also took his leave, returning to the palace to attend to his official duties. Chapter 74. The night of the wedding chamber within the inner sanctum. Only Song Jin and Yi Shuyu occupied the space, while a maidservant had retreated after preparing warm water in the bathing area. A pair of dragon and phoenix candles flickered, casting an ambience that was perfectly balanced. An unspoken tension began to envelop the two, neither daring to utter a word. Song Jin stood before Yi Shuyu, looking down at her, a sense of surrealism washing over him, as if he might awaken from this dream to find everything transformed. The vibrant red silk curtains, embroidered bedding, carpets, and lanterns all adorned with auspicious characters created a festive atmosphere. Beneath these celebratory crimson embellishments lay a delicate pink bridal gown and veil, which appeared to glow with a deeper red hue. Yi Shuyu's hands rested on her lap, her fingers slightly curled, and she felt a thin sheen of sweat forming in her palms, her heart racing, breath quickening, cheeks flushed. Who could it be? At last, Song Jin slowly lifted the scale from the round table, gently raising the veil embroidered with mandarin ducks that rested upon Yi Shuyu's head. What lay before him was breathtaking. Her eyes sparkled like spring water, reflecting a longing, while her hair was elegantly styled in a low bun, adorned with a jade mandarin duck hairpin. Her delicate and radiant visage rivaled the beauty of blooming flowers, with fingers as slender as scallions and lips as red as vermilion. Each smile and frown captivated the heart. Song Jin was entranced, yet oblivious to his own state, simply staring at Yi Shuyu in a daze. The scent of wine lingered on him, mingling with his habitual coolness, creating an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. Yi Shuyu, slightly tilting her head, met his gaze with a smile that seemed to hold a hint of challenge, subtly dominating the moment. Noticing Song Jin's prolonged silence, and feeling the weight of her hair ornaments pressing down on her neck, she was about to speak when an astonishing sight caught her eye. The handsome man before her had two vivid crimson drops trickling from beneath his nose, yet he remained oblivious. In a moment of helplessness, Yi Shuyu rose hastily, disregarding decorum, and reached for a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe his face. Her gentle touch and the look of exasperation momentarily brought Song Jin back to reality. In an instant, his cheeks flared with embarrassment. Flustered, he averted his gaze from Yi Shuyu's teasing look, quickly turning to clean himself. Feeling as though the most humiliating scene of his life had unfolded before the one he cherished, engulfed in shame. It must have been the fine peach blossom wine he had consumed earlier. Shouldn't it claimed it was the finest? The thought of it made him unable to meet Yi Shuyu's eyes, shame and awkwardness flooding his heart. To his surprise, her alluring voice broke through. Jean Lang. These ornaments are quite uncomfortable. Soon after, before the dressing table, a copper mirror reflected a young woman, as a focused man diligently assisted her in removing the intricate hairpins. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, they were still bearable to behold. At that moment, the attentive man had no idea that the woman gazing at him in the mirror was filled with warmth and a vibrant, carefree smile. Following this, the two proceeded to bathe and change. During Yi Shuyu's bath, Song Jin's heart grew increasingly fervent. Sitting beside the bed, his gaze remained fixated on the wedding gown draped over the side of the enamel wardrobe. His thoughts were tumultuous. Undeniably, the enchanting beauty of the evening continued to captivate him. But more than that, it brought a sense of tranquility, an assurance in welcoming his beloved back home. Yet, she was more suited to wear crimson, a vibrant red, rather than a pale hue. Unconsciously, Song Jin squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No one could fathom what occupied his mind. It wasn't until a faint scent of plum blossoms wafted through the air that a pair of delicate, damp jade hands encircled Song Jin's slightly flushed neck. The fragrant aroma filling his senses, the softness enveloping him, along with her smiling eyes, swiftly drew Song Jin's attention back to the present. Her hair, dampened by bathwater, cascaded down, revealing her face, lips, and neck, culminating in her long, supple legs exposed before him. Delicate and smooth, her skin like the finest jade, utterly alluring, rendering Song Jin nearly unable to meet Yi Shuyu's gaze. Though Song Jin feigned composure, upon contemplating a certain matter, he rose and led Yi Shuyu to the round table, filling 2 goblets with wine. He raised one and presented it to her. His voice, the gentle tone Yi Shuyu knew so well, now bore an unusual firmness. "Shuyu, on our wedding night, we must partake in a cup of union." Yi Shuyu's heart fluttered unexpectedly, causing her heartbeat to momentarily falter. The cup of union? That was a privilege reserved solely for a legitimate wife. Yet, upon hearing his words, Yi Shuyu's brows arched in amusement, and she did not refuse, accepting the goblet he offered with a smile. The soft candlelight flickered on the table, illuminating the 2 faces as radiant as jade, as they exchanged smiles, their hands entwined, and drank deeply from their cups. Yi Shuyu tugged at Song Jin's sleeve playfully, her voice enchanting. "Jean Lang, would you feed me just this once?" At her words, Song Jin nodded eagerly, awkwardly lowering the goblet to her lips. However, to his surprise, Yi Shuyu neither accepted nor opened her mouth, merely gazing at him with a teasing smile, her lips curving upwards. Confusion washed over Song Jin as he met her playful gaze. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his mind went blank, his lips trembling yet silent. The two remained in a brief impasse. In a swift motion, Song Jin drank from the goblet, pulled Yi Shuyu closer, and kissed her fervently, the taste of wine mingling between them. As the wine trickled down her chin, Song Jin savagely claimed her lips, then descended to capture the wine from her body before lifting Yi Shuyu into his arms and carrying her to the bed. In the embrace of the night, they became entwined, a night adorned with the blossoms of pear trees. She surrendered herself entirely, receiving all that he had to offer. Sweat dampened her stray locks, soaked the silken covers, her eyes reddened, trembling uncontrollably, and her soft moans were stifled by his fervent kisses across her body. Each caress was imbued with tenderness and adoration, which she could deeply feel. Yet, at the onset, Yi Shuyu's body stiffened slightly, and the flush on her cheeks faded just a touch, as a mild sting and a hint of discomfort coursed through her. Since the day she became entwined with him, she had not entertained any guests, a fact that Song Jin was well aware of. A pang of heartache, satisfaction, and fleeting happiness enveloped her heart. Initially, they exchanged tender glances back and forth until she grew accustomed to his presence, leading to a night devoid of sleep. The more she sought silence, the more uncontrollable her emotions became. The siren-like melody of his voice mingled with her soft sobs. Throughout this time, he persisted, leaning closer to her ear and teasingly inquiring whether he would ever touch her again. In response, all she could offer were tear-filled eyes and deepening marks of her grip on his shoulder. The candlelight flickered throughout the night, casting the silhouettes of the two, who remained locked in their embrace. Chapter 75. A stroke of eyebrow that night. Lady Zhou sat leisurely in a small pavilion within her garden, indulging in cup after cup of wine. With a hint of inebriation coloring her cheeks, she disregarded her status, leaning over the table, her gaze unfocused yet tinged with melancholy. Fixated on a singular direction, the location of Zhanxing Garden. Xiaoyao, standing nearby, felt a pang of sympathy but refrained from criticizing her mistress, silently draping a shawl over Lady Zhou's shoulders. The chilly night air had begun to stir, and she worried about the consequences of catching a cold. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Lady Zhou turned to Xiaoyao, inquiring if the prince was particularly fond of that Miss Yi. She pondered how long it had been since the prince last visited the rear courtyard. With that, she poured herself another cup of wine and drank it in one go, her voice laden with profound sorrow and regret. I merely wish for a child to alleviate the monotony of life in the rear courtyard. Yet it appears that hope is but a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, in the opulent and exquisite chambers of the C.I. Ning Palace, Empress Dowager Yu lay wide awake upon her bed, despite the palace having succumbed to darkness. Her own son had taken a courtesan as a concubine. Although it was merely a gesture of concubinage, reports from the palace attendants indicated that this union was deemed acceptable outside. While the level of attention afforded to this woman within the palace had reached an astonishing degree, she dared not dwell on the implications. Suddenly, she recalled the day he had visited C.I. Ning Palace, not to request, but to inform her of his intention to take a woman as his concubine. Despite the gentle smile that was so familiar to Empress Dowager Yu, an unfamiliarity clouded her perception. His tone was resolute, tinged with an undercurrent of weariness, as if he could see through everything. She could not meet his gaze directly, nearly forcing herself to nod in acquiescence. Upon seeing her agreement, he sincerely expressed gratitude to her as his mother, his smile unchanged yet subtly altered, revealing an imperceptible shift in his demeanor. It seemed he was eager to find a woman of noble birth and striking appearance, lest Jiner-s affections be swayed by this courtesan. As for Songwei, upon witnessing Yuan Shun's attentiveness towards the woman, her feelings became rather complex, inevitably drawing comparisons to herself, prompting her to divert to the Empress's Kunning Palace. The following day, as the hour approached the late morning, Yi Shuyu slowly awoke. The person beside her had long vanished, leaving the side where she lay devoid of warmth, suggesting an early departure. Her body ached as if it had been disassembled, yet she also felt a refreshing clarity devoid of any stickiness. She vaguely remembered him carrying her to the bathing room, assisting her in cleansing her body. As she sat up, Yi Shuyu could not help but reflect on the wildness of the previous night, biting her lip uncontrollably, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Particularly towards the end, he had coaxed her into calling him husband, and after much persuasion, the latter half of the night echoed with her repeated utterances of the word. After ringing the bell, her subsequent routine of washing, dressing, and applying makeup proceeded smoothly. Yi Shuyu inadvertently inquired about her maid Song Jin's whereabouts, only to discover that he had a habit of practicing early in the morning. No wonder he possessed such robust strength, she mused. However, while Yi Shuyu was applying her makeup, she noticed that Song Jin had silently appeared behind her, observing the maid's deft movements while occasionally blinking. Yi Shuyu remained silent, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she allowed the maid's fingers to dance upon her face. Unexpectedly, Song Jin spoke up, a hint of hesitation and bashfulness coloring her voice. "May I draw your eyebrows just this once?" She had never before adorned any woman's brows. Surely, her efforts would be subpar, and she wondered whether Yanjin would mind. The moment the words left her lips, the maid froze, her hand with the indigo powder suspended in mid-air, at a loss for what to do. Drawing eyebrows? This was an act typically reserved for deeply affectionate couples, where a husband might adorn his wife's brows. It was exceedingly rare among common folk, let alone within the circles of high society. Yi Shuyu turned to observe Song Jin's eager demeanor, coupled with a shyness that prevented her from meeting her gaze, and silently arched her brows in amusement. She suddenly yearned to understand the limits of his feelings for her. His repeated words and actions subtly hinted at something significant, yet Yi Shuyu dared not entertain such thoughts, for she knew them to be impossible. Under Song Jin's expectant gaze, Yi Shuyu gave a slight nod, accompanied by a gentle smile. Thereafter, Song Jin took the indigo powder from the maid's hand and, recalling the maid's previous motions, began to draw with a semblance of skill. Her movements were tentative, as if afraid of causing Yi Shuyu any harm. Her brows furrowed in concentration, her eyes overflowing with tenderness, perhaps even affection. Yi Shuyu's eyelashes flutteret, and she refrained from gazing at the reflection of the man in the bronze mirror before her. After what felt like the length of a cup of tea, Song Jin withdrew her hand, her voice warm and gentle as water. I fear my work is not quite pleasing. I hope Yanjin will not be displeased. Yi Shuyu scrutinized her willow-like brows in the bronze mirror, and it was undeniable that they were far from perfect, thick and long, making it obvious to all that her brows were poorly drawn. Such awkwardness and unfamiliarity suggested that she was indeed the first woman he had ever adorned. So, am I truly the first woman whose brows you have drawn? Yi Shuyu's eyes flickered, her voice slightly hoarse, sounding both playful and somewhat dissatisfied. Let this be the last time. One day, I hope your skills may rival those of Qilu. Qilu was renowned for her exceptional eyebrow drawing skills, having studied for several years at the Zue Jin Pavilion. Song Jin, not overthinking the matter, smiled and nodded in agreement at Yin Jin's charming demeanor. Then, starting tomorrow, I shall learn a bit more to draw your brows, if that pleases you. The tone was one of utmost affection, imbued with deep love. And Yi Shuyu felt as though she would soon be ensnared in the bonds of Song Jin's affection, never to escape. This response exceeded her expectations. In the days that followed, Song Jin personally drew Yi Shuyu's brows, never once failing to keep her promise. Whenever Yi Shuyu encountered Song Jin, she no longer offered any formalities. However, after their marriage, it was always Song Jin who took the initiative to hold hands. He understood that such gestures ought to be led by the man. How could he allow Dan to always take the lead? Though he harbored deep affection for her, it seemed rather inappropriate. At night, Song Jin would only rest in the Zhanshin courtyard, never again visiting the quarters of other women. He would stroll through the bustling streets and markets of Shengjing with Yi Yun, holding her hand, while also guiding Yi Shuyu along. He would embrace Yi Yun and lead Yi Shuyu through the Wangfu, and on the rare occasions they encountered servants or maids, they would witness the smiles adorning the faces of the three. One exuded warmth and tenderness, another radiated confidence and vivacity, while the third embodied innocence and purity. They appeared as a couple accompanied by a child. Their lives were simple, warm, and filled with happiness. The essence of mundane life was most soothing to the hearts of mortals. This continued until the arrival of the Wanshou festival. Chapter 76. The Longevity Festival. On the 15th day of November, the Longevity Festival graced the realm of the Song dynasty during the Yongrui era, a celebration honoring the emperor's birthday. A nationwide amnesty was declared, and the entire empire rejoiced, wishing for his boundless longevity. As one of the most exuberant festivals of the year, the streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, lanterns aglow, and the air resonating with the sounds of firecrackers, enveloping the markets in a radiant crimson hue. The day's festivities commenced with a grand ceremony at the Temple of Heaven in the morning, followed by the presentation of congratulatory gifts from the civil and military officials, as well as the imperial consorts in the afternoon. The evening would witness the lavish palace banquet. According to tradition, every minister was permitted to bring their wives and daughters to the banquet, and the princes were no exception. At the break of dawn, before the sun had fully risen, the rooster heralded the day. Song Jin had already risen to wash and dress, while Yi Shuyu remained undisturbed in her slumber, likely due to the previous night's revelries. As Song Jin completed his preparations, he could not resist leaning over to kiss the sleeping figure beside him, her exposed skin revealing faint red and purple marks, causing a palpable tightening in his throat. He averted his gaze, gently covering her with the ornate quilt before making his way to the Temple of Heaven. having witnessed this unchanging ritual for over a decade. Song Jin felt a weariness creeping in, though he maintained a composed and gentle demeanor as he stood behind Song Wei. Standing slightly behind him was Song Mao, who had just returned to Shengjing, his expression calm and imbued with an air of scholarly elegance. Behind them loomed the dignified ministers of court, clad in their official garments, their attire a sea of purple, each adorned with distinct patterns. First rank featuring cranes and cheilants, second rank displaying golden roosters and fierce lions, and third rank showcasing peacocks and leopards. Incense was lit, prayers were offered, and the master Dao Jiji and his disciples recited scriptures and performed rituals, remaining immobile for several hours, each minute laden with the weight of reverence, lest they provoke divine displeasure. Their supplications were for the grace of the heavens, yearning for favorable weather and peace for the Song state, wishing prosperity and harmony among the populace. As women were not permitted to attend the heavenly sacrifice, Yi Shuyu and her companions would arrive by carriage at noon to partake in the afternoon banquet. At midday, they set forth in 2 carriages towards the palace, coincidentally passing the duke's residence, for which another carriage emerged, trailing behind them. Inside, Yangzhou sat with poise, her demeanor cold and expression neutral, resembling an emotionless statue. Her luxurious attire, befitting her status, accentuated her frosty countenance. After approximately a quarter of an hour, dozens of carriages gradually arrived at the palace gates, whereupon the vermilion doors swung open, revealing the resplendent glazed tiles and sweeping eaves, a sight to behold. Song Jin stood in a concealed spot not far from the palace entrance, repeatedly glancing at the approaching carriages. Each time a woman emerged, he would discreetly withdraw his gaze, betraying no hint of emotion. Fortunately, the location was sufficiently hidden to prevent the minister's wives from spotting him. Otherwise, he would be inundated with incessant bows, making it difficult for him to locate Yin Yan. Behind him, Qing Lu also searched for Yi Shuyu, anxious not to miss her appearance. Meanwhile, Han Yunlin beside Song Jin idly waved a feather fan, accompanying Yuan Shun and the children, his flirtatious demeanor impossible to conceal, observing with an air of indifference. One gazes unblinkingly at the procession of horse-drawn carriages, lost in unspoken thoughts. At that moment, several carriages came to a halt, and a number of young ladies lifted the curtains and alighted. Leading the group was Tang Qini, the granddaughter of Elder Tang, accompanied by the esteemed daughter of General Cheng Yihong, Cheng Yingying, the sole granddaughter of the minister personnel, and the only niece of the current Empress Dowager, Yuan Sheng, among others. These young maidens, yet to be wed, represented the pinnacle of the elite in Shengjing. For the time being, these noble ladies gathered in conversation, seemingly awaiting someone, their laughter occasionally breaking through with muffled delight. The gaze of nearly every matron present lingered on these young women, some contemplating suitable matches for their own unbetrothed daughters, while others engaged in subtle comparisons with their own offspring. When Yi Shuyu and her companions arrived, only a few matriarchs shifted their attention, marveling at the beauty of this young woman, astonished to discover such a presence in Shengjing. Yi Yun then gracefully stepped from the carriage, her lively eyes curiously surveying the majestic palace gates and the surrounding exquisite carriages and ladies. The previous restraint she felt seemed to have vanished upon her arrival in Shengjing, replaced by a newfound boldness and vivacity. Following her, Jiangzhu elegantly descended from the carriage, surveying the palace walls before her. Having been away for 3 years, she noted that little had changed, though she pondered whether the inhabitants within had transformed. At the moment Yi Shuyu emerged from the carriage, Song Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her steps quickening as she approached Yi Shuyu. The ladies and matrons, who participated in palace banquets annually, would surely recognize Song Jin. As she drew near, they gasped in surprise, bowing in respect. Questions bubbled within. What brought Her Highness here today? Typically, Song Jin would pause to allow them to rise, but today, her pace only slightly faltered before she continued on, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she passed. As for the noble ladies, they exchanged shy glances, some even discreetly tugging at Tang Qini's sleeve, silently inquiring if the prince's visit was intended for her. Although Tang Qini modestly claimed to have severed her engagement with the prince, she secretly reveled in the attention, particularly as she saw Song Jin approaching their direction. She believed the prince still held her in regard, attributing their broken engagement to a mere incompatibility in destiny. Sheng Yingying's fingertips turned pale beneath her sleeve, her expression dimming with unvoiced disappointment. Meanwhile, Yu Wanqing's cheeks flushed, her eyes discreetly assessing Song Jin, and when the latter passed by, she timidly called out cousin. To her surprise, even this gentle address did not capture Song Jin's attention. She simply nodded and continued onward, leaving the group of noble ladies behind without a moment's pause. Her gaze entirely averted from them. Despite their outward display of graciousness and decorum, the true sentiments of these young women remained known only to their own hearts. Yi Shuyu gazed at him as he approached from a distance, his eyes bright and gentle, the corners of his mouth betraying an irresistible smile. Over the years, time seemed to have left no mark upon him. With a few swift strides, Song Jin arrived before Yi Shuyu, entirely unconcerned by the multitude of gazes surrounding them. His voice, deep and enchanting, resonated as he declared, "I have come to take you away." Chapter 77. Preparations for the family tree. Upon witnessing Yangzhou disembark from the carriage, Han Yunlin's gaze became riveted, his heart missing a beat, the feather fan frozen midair. Yin Yi, standing behind him, lowered his eyes and sighed inwardly for his master. Having served him for over a decade, he could easily discern the affection Han Yunlin harbored for Miss Jiang. Han Yunlin remained stationary, his eyes fixated on Song Jin's hurried departure. Acutely aware that he could not move, especially with Jiangzhu following closely behind Miss Yi, Song Jin quickly spotted Yi Shuyu and then turned towards Jiangzhu, naturally taking Yi Shuyu's hand and lifting Yi Yun into his arms, guiding them toward the coolly composed lady. In response, Jiangzhu gracefully inclined her body toward Song Jin, her demeanor poised and impeccable, leaving no room for error. Strangely, Song Jin felt a distant familiarity, despite the fact that the woman before him was once a companion in their past tea and wine gatherings. 3 years have passed, dear sister-in-law, Song Jin remarked. In public, Jiangzhu was the legitimate wife of Song Mao, and thus his sister-in-law, regardless of his personal feelings towards her status as Song Mao's wife. He could no longer address her by her given name. A perfect smile graced Jiangzhu's lips as she observed the young girl in Song Jin's arms and the lady by his side, her voice steady, implying that the prince had fared quite well in recent years. After exchanging a few pleasantries and waiting in vain for the person she longed to see, Jiangzhu lowered her eyes, revealing no discernible emotion. Subsequently, they entered the palace, with ample time before the luncheon commenced. Song Jin led Yi Shuyu and the others to a carriage, venturing to the imperial garden for a leisurely stroll. After a brief tea-time promenade, Song Jin was summoned by the emperor, and Jiangzhu was called away by Song Mao's attendants, leaving Yi Shuyu with Yi Yun and the maidservants Chunqi, Chulu, and 6 others. The imperial garden was vast and sparsely populated. Fortuitously, the weather was splendid, drawing numerous ladies to enjoy their leisure time. Chunqi trailed behind Yi Yun, gently swaying on a swing, her laughter subdued compared to the boisterous mirth of the Wang residents. Yi Shuyu stood a short distance from a swing, discreetly observing the peculiar rock formations and reflecting on the various matters Song Jin had discussed with her, realizing they had only traversed a small corner of the imperial garden. At that moment, several ladies in the floating green pavilion cast subtle glances at Yi Shuyu and her companions, their faces adorned with smiles. Yet curiosity inevitably arose regarding the woman favored so highly by the prince. Eventually, Madame Cheng, unable to resist the imploring gaze of her cherished one, reluctantly sent a maid to invite Yi Shuyu for tea. Naturally, Yi Shuyu accepted the invitation graciously, her steps graceful as she approached the floating green pavilion, where she elegantly greeted the wives of prominent officials, ranked first and second. As a concubine of the Wang residence, holding a third-rank status, she was not required to bow to the wives of her same rank, yet they must still pay their respects to her. Before arriving at the palace, Wang Mama had shown Yi Shuyu the portraits of the ladies who had attended the palace banquets over the years, so she could recognize their faces. Yishuyu was invited to sit on a stool among the other ladies, while several unmarried young women stood in the pavilion. The only sound in her ears was the faint murmur of conversation, yet the ladies at the round table remained silent. Yishuyu nodded hergaze, discreetly sipping the exquisite Biluakan tea, choosing not to speak and observing who would eventually break the silence. As a stick of incense burned down, the ladies at the round table still had not uttered a word, and the young women behind them had also sealed their lips, quietly watching their mothers. Lady Chung was tugged at by her daughter a few times and cast a gentle glare at Chung Yinging before turning her attention to Yishuyu, her face adorned with a gracious smile. Truly, Lady Yi was fortunate. Surely, she possessed some extraordinary qualities to earn such affection from the prince. This question echoed in the minds of all present. What was it about her that garnered the prince's unabashed adoration? Yishuyu sitiflet a solftlaf, her voice enchanting and alluring. Did Lady Chung not realize this? Lady Chung, taken aback by Yishuyu's tone, masked her surprise but failed to grasp the implication of her words. Her curiosity piqued as she awaited Yishuyu's next statement. With a subtle smile, Yishuyu exuded confidence and pride, attributing her beauty to her esteemed parents. After speaking, she feigned modesty, touching her fair and delicate face. Yet, her expression of pride belied any semblance of shyness. Upon hearing this, the seasoned ladies in the courtyard momentarily stiffened, and the young women, barely 15 or 16, widened their eyes in disbelief. However, this astonishment was fleeting, as they quickly resumed their composure, casting sharp glances toward Yishuyu. They found themselves powerless to refute her claim. In terms of beauty, none present could rival Lady Yi. Madame Tang could no longer remain composed. The dissolution of her daughter's engagement with the prince was already a great disgrace, but now, a mere concubine dared to disregard them so brazenly. What infuriated her most was that Yi did not possess such charm. Her tone was icy, her demeanor commanding, according to Lady Ye's words. Did that not imply the prince was a man of loose morals? As a matriarch who had governed the Tang household for many years, Madame Tang's visage appeared both dignified and severe, leaving the surrounding ladies speechless. Tang Chini maintained her gentle and gracious demeanor, yet she could not suppress the curling of her fingertips, pressing her lips together in silence. Upon hearing this, Yishuyu widened her eyes slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. I have never spoken such words, Madame Tang. You must not speak carelessly. Perhaps the prince has noticed something in me. I shall inquire when I have the chance. Madame Tang let out a cold huff, about to respond, when a maid interrupted, reporting that Yi Yun was seeking Yishuyu, thus allowing her to take her leave. Gazing at Yishuyu's exquisite visage adorned with an impeccable smile, she gracefully took her leave, leaving the others a loss for words. Madame Chung cast a glance at Yishuyu's retreating figure, then turned back with a playful remark, suggesting that the child must be His Highness's first offspring. While rumors may abound, the royal family has yet to officially acknowledge the child's status. Meanwhile, the ever-reserved Mrs. Ruan set down her teacup and elegantly dabbed at the corner of her lips with a handkerchief, smiling as she remarked that the royal relatives have been preparing to add her to the family tree. Henceforth, she shall be addressed as the little princess. Mrs. Ruan, being the sister-in-law of Empress Yu, naturally possesses insights that surpass those of the other ladies. With a discreet glance towards the distant Yishuyu and then at her own downcast daughter, Yu Wanqing, her eyes flickered with a thought that remained unspoken. It appears prudent to arrange a visit with the Empress Dowager soon. Chapter 78. Uncertain why such melancholy, the afternoon banquet was held in the Hall of Preserving Harmony. Seated upon the dragon throne, adorned in the five-clawed golden dragon robe, was none other than the current emperor of the Song dynasty, Emperor Yongrui Songwei. To his left sat his biological mother, Empress Dowager Yu, while to his right was a gathering of his consorts, with Empress Han closest to him. In the midst of the festivities, the emperor was flanked by officials on his left and ladies on his right. The banquet was a lavish affair, replete with exquisite delicacies and the fragrant aroma of wine. The civil and military officials approached in accordance with their ranks, presenting gifts and best wishes for Emperor Yongrui's longevity. The atmosphere was lively, boisterous, prosperous, and opulent. Song Jin occupied the first seat to the left beneath the emperor, occasionally stealing glances at the woman across from him. Yi Shuyu, representing the prince of Gong's residence, sat in the first position on the right. Yet she was preoccupied feeding Yi Yun and observing the gifts presented by the ministers, hardly casting a glance in his direction. Song Jin sighed quietly, feeling a tinge of grievance, and raised his cup, draining it in one gulp. His eyes briefly met Song Mao's beside him, and he silently curved his lips into a smile. The earlier confrontation had effectively torn apart the veil of peace between them. This time, Song Mao would remain in Shengjing for no more than 2 months before departing for Yangzhou. Regrettably, Chanan was seated not far away, oblivious to his actions, unaware of the expression he would wear upon encountering Yangzhou at this moment. Meanwhile, Yangzhou, sitting among the ladies, wore an expression of icy indifference, betraying no emotion, even though her peripheral vision caught sight of Han Yunlin across the hall. Yet, Han Yunlin was engrossed in lively conversation with the young gentleman beside him, seemingly absorbed in the trivialities of their discourse. At the pinnacle of the gathering, Empress Dowager Yu's gaze was fixed solely upon Song Jin and Yi Shuyu, occasionally glancing at Yi Yun, only to discreetly retract her attention. Numerous pairs of eyes flickered over Song Jin, given that he remained without a consort or betrothal. Amidst the grandeur and merriment of the banquet, unspoken glances and subtle gestures were concealed deep within. Finally, it was time for Song Jin to present his gift, and many conversations dwindled to silence. In light of the Prince of Gong's esteemed status, one had to exercise caution and decorum. Moments prior, the civil and military officials, along with the consorts, had bestowed a variety of rare treasures, such as the celestial map of longevity and the 5-color dragon Pegasus robe. Aware of the wealth and prosperity of the Song dynasty, as well as the substantial private treasury of his elder brother, Song Jin understood that his brother had likely encountered myriad treasures. With this in mind, he instructed that the prepared crimson gift box be presented. Observing Song Jin's nonchalant demeanor, Song Wei's brow nearly imperceptibly arched as he opened the box, and his previously placid gaze widened in surprise upon discovering a letter within. Evidently delighted, Song Wei hastily signaled to a palace made to refill Song Jin's cup, and the two brothers raised their glasses in a silent toast across the distance. No one knew the contents of that letter. Beneath it lay the longevity map, which had been enshrined in the temple of Shengjing for several months before being retrieved by Song Jin to present to Song Wei. It is evident that Song Wei is beaming with delight due to that letter. Song Jin smiles discreetly and casts a glance at Yi Shuyu across from her, only to find Yi Shuyu gazing up at the Yongrui emperor. Song Jin, both amused and exasperated, momentarily finds herself at a loss for words. As she observes the object of her affection, she inadvertently gazes at the Yongrui emperor for several breaths. When she finally retracts her gaze, their eyes meet, and Yi Shuyu, puzzled, offers a gentle smile to Song Jin. This fleeting gesture dissipates the inexplicable resentment and anger within Song Jin, prompting her to return a soft smile, tinged with helplessness. Subsequently, Song Jin occasionally glances at Song Wei, her emotions inscrutable. Song Wei, misinterpreting her gaze as an increase in his younger brother's admiration, feels a secret joy, blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. Could it be that the emperor's appearance surpasses my own in handsomeness? Is it possible that Jia is more captivated by the mature and composed demeanor of the emperor? Yet, considering that the emperor has already reached his 30s, perhaps it is best to let that notion go. Song Jin silently consumes more wine in her melancholy, unaware of the reasons behind her discontent. After the afternoon banquet, Yi Shuyu, accompanied by Yi Yun, waits for Song Jin, who remains in the imperial study. As dusk approaches, the ladies have not departed the palace, for a grand evening banquet awaits. Some consorts' families happen to be visiting, allowing them to reunite with long-absent relatives. The virtuous consort has arranged a small gathering at the Yujing Pavilion in the Imperial Garden, where colorful palace lanterns have been lit, and some ladies have been invited to share amusing tales with the esteemed consorts. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, Song Wei jovially waves the recent letter before Song Jin. exclaiming that the holiday in March has arrived, and Yuan Shun is finally set to attend court. Song Wei believes that no gift could compare to the joy of this news, feeling a profound relief that he can once again enjoy a few more hours of respite. Song Jin does not respond directly, but instead inquires if the emperor is prepared. The warmth in Song Wei's eyes cools to a chill, his voice unwavering, assuring her that if he wishes to remain in Xingjing, then he will have to accommodate him. Receiving the answer she sought, Song Jin nods, then rises and exits the study without a backward glance, remarking, "I shall go find my lady now." Song Wei is momentarily taken aback, pressing his lips together, rendered speechless. At this moment, in the Shueshue pavilion of the Imperial Garden, two individuals, unexpectedly encountering one another, find themselves enveloped in silence. The area is relatively sparse, leaving them unnoticed by others. Finally, as Yangzhou turns slightly while passing by Han Yunlin, his hand suddenly extends to block her path. Her fingertips turn pale as she lifts her gaze to meet Han Yunlin's, her expression frosty. What could be the intention of the young Master Han? Han Yunlin feels as though his heart is gripped tightly, causing him an ache that renders him nearly speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally manages to utter a word. "After 3 years apart, how has he treated you?" Jiangzhu's eyes flickered lightly. He has gone to great lengths to marry a concubine and make her his queen. So naturally, he treats me exceedingly well. If young Master Han has no further business, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing her words, she walked past Han Yunlin and headed toward the Yujing Pavilion. Following closely behind her, Yongrui lowered her head, her expression pained, and dared not utter a word. Once Han Yunlin's figure was entirely out of sight, Jiangzhou continued her pace, her voice calm. "It is impossible for us now, so please do not complicate matters further." Upon hearing this, Yongrui bowed her head even lower, fully aware yet powerless, and offered no reply. Chapter 79. Her kiss gently grazed his cheek. Upon arriving outside the Baoa Hall, Song Jin discovered that Yi Yun had already fallen asleep, resting on the shoulder of a young servant, while Yi Shuyu stood waiting for him. A pang of tenderness washed over him, prompting him to quickly remove his cloak and drape it over Yi Shuyu. In the chill of November evenings, as the sun dipped low in the sky, even a gentle breeze carried a hint of cold. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Jin, and he smiled as he inquired of Yi Shuyu whether she wished to take a stroll through the streets that night. Yi Shuyu, her lips curving into a smile, replied, "But there is still the evening banquet, is there not?" Song Jin refrained from responding, turning instead to instruct a eunuch behind him to report to the emperor that the Duke of Gong was unwell and that his consort had accompanied him home. As night fell, the city of Xingjing came alive with vibrant and bustling nightlife, enchanting in its beauty, particularly the lantern market, where during the Wan Show festival, crimson lanterns adorned 2 entire streets, and countless vendors emerged, vocally hawking their wares. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was carried back to the Duke of Gong's residence. Song Jin and Yi Shuyu stepped out alone, each wearing half-masks that concealed much of their faces. Clad in simple silk garments, they blended into the crowd, appearing as an ordinary couple enjoying the lively lantern market. As the throngs of people surged, Song Jin grasped Yi Shuyu's hand tightly, unwilling to let her stray far from him. At that moment, a sharp-eyed vendor seized the opportunity while Song Jin lingered, her voice ringing out with cheerful laughter. "Young sir, look at this exquisite lip balm I crafted myself. Surely it is something special. Why not purchase a couple of boxes for your lady to try?" As she spoke, she pushed the neatly arranged lip balm toward Song Jin. Initially, Song Jin intended to guide Yi Shuyu towards the largest lantern ahead, politely declining the vendor's offer. However, the vendor's last remark rendered his refusal ineffectual, and he found himself rooted to the spot, an unnoticeable joy flickering across his face. Adopting a feigned seriousness, he cleared his throat and tilted his head towards Yi Shuyu, asking, "What do you think? Shall we take a look?" Noticing that Song Jin did not correct the vendor's words and even gently inquired, Yi Shuyu nodded in agreement, occasionally glancing down at the lip balm box in her hand, unable to suppress the smile that danced on her lips. Unfamiliar with such feminine delights, Song Jin quietly stood by Yi Shuyu's side. Occasionally, as they navigated through the crowd, He would frown discreetly when jostled by passers-by, even if it was unintentional. Stealing a glance at Yishuyu and then surveying the throng around them, he lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Then, he quietly positioned himself slightly behind her, extending his arms protectively around her, ensuring no one could intrude upon their moment. Song Jin's gaze remained fixated on the crowd behind Yishuyu, and he failed to notice the vendor drawing closer with a grin, remarking on how considerate the young master was, and how fortunate the young lady was to have such a husband. Yishuyu silently curved her lips into a semblance of a smile, choosing not to refute the vendor's words. After purchasing 2 boxes of lip balm, she bid the vendor farewell with a smile. At this moment, only the 2 of them had arrived here, and thus the paper-wrapped lipstick was held by Song Jin. After a while, they approached the most bustling part of the lantern market. Yishuyu suddenly inquired if Song Jin could remove her mask, reasoning that those who had seen her should still be at the banquet in the palace, and therefore, none would recognize her identity. Song Jin naturally nodded in agreement. In the streets of the lantern market stood a grand lantern, crafted by several artisans over the span of months. Its exterior was made of red paper, radiating a vibrant crimson glow when illuminated, exuding an extraordinary festive atmosphere. During the annual Longevity Festival, or the New Year, this lantern was exclusive to the lantern market among the 6 streets and 3 markets. It was also the site of the largest crowds, as there was a popular saying among the people that those who had personally witnessed this lantern would enjoy a lifetime of peace and success. Both commoners and nobles alike would come here to seek good fortune. Amidst the throngs of people in the bustling market, one could see a tall and handsome young gentleman leading a stunningly beautiful lady, occasionally pausing before a shop or stall to gently inquire about her wishes. In a refined chamber on the 2nd floor of a tea house, a dignified lady gazed out the intricately carved window, observing a woman below who was intently examining a hairpin in her hand. Lost in thought, the lady scrutinized the enchanting visage of the woman, her fingertips trembling slightly as they rested against her garment. In her eyes, the throng of passers-by did not deter her from recognizing the young lady at first glance. Occasionally, a gentleman passing by would obstruct her view, compelling her to shift slightly to continue observing the young woman. She noticed the lady smiling gently as she inquired about something from her companion, who responded with affectionate words, though the content remained unknown. Suddenly, the lady regained her senses and turned to her maid, Haitang, saying, "Come here and see. Does she not resemble me strikingly?" Haitang stepped forward, following her mistress's gaze to find Yishuyu below. After glancing at Yishuyu and then back at her mistress several times, she widened her eyes in disbelief and nodded in astonishment. Indeed, they bore a remarkable resemblance. Had the lady not mentioned it, Haidang would have believed this to be her own young miss. Seeing them prepare to depart, the lady could not help but lean out the window, watching their figures gradually fade into the distance. Haidang was puzzled as to why her mistress did not send anyone to follow them, yet she remained silent. The lady, slightly trembling, lifted the teacup before her, took a sip, steadied her mind, and the captivating visage of Yishuyu surfaced in her thoughts, prompting her to caress her own face, which bore a resemblance to that of the young woman. Her voice bore a cryptic tone, heavy and devoid of emotion, as she mused to herself about the man beside her, who was likely the Prince Gong of the Song State. Haitang was momentarily taken aback. The Prince Gong of the Song State? Did he not attend the palace banquet? The lady did not respond, lost in her own reverie, murmuring to herself, "For all these years, has it been in the Song State? Will I finally find the right one this time?" The 2 individuals had arrived at the location of the palace lantern, indeed surpassing the number of those who came before. The crimson glow illuminated the faces of every passerby, revealing a myriad of emotions: anticipation, well wishes, longing, and grace. Song Jin stood beside Yishuyu, gazing at the lantern. He was oblivious to the thunderous heartbeat of the person next to him, who, after a discreet glance around, lifted her gaze to meet Song Jin's gentle smile. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Song Jin was gently pulled down. The fragrant scent of plum blossoms enveloped him as her kiss softly alighted upon his cheek. Chapter 80. The oath of sovereignty. The proactive party wore a smile that was neither genuine nor false, while the passive party hurriedly glanced around, as if guilty of thievery, pulling the woman beside him closer. Song Jin's cheeks flushed a burning red. She had not anticipated that Yishuyu would act so boldly amidst the throngs of people. In the glaring eyes of the crowd, such behavior was indeed inappropriate. Yet as she looked down at Yishuyu's smiling gaze, her lips moved but no sound emerged. Logically, she ought to have a word with Jiejia, yet emotionally, her own joy was undeniable. Ultimately, it was Jiejia's happiness that mattered most. Yishuyu observed the man before her as he parted his lips several times without rebuking her for her impropriety. Instead, a subtle joy sparkled in his eyes. She stifled a light laugh, taking Song Jin's hand and leading her to a shop brimming with various lanterns, teeming with people. The shopkeeper, brimming with vitality, announced to the gathered crowd that one must solve riddles to claim their desired lantern. Yishuyu's eyes were immediately drawn to a fox lantern hanging above, its playful demeanor glowing red. Song Jin merely glanced at Yishuyu and understood her thoughts. At last, amidst the bustling calls, the riddles began to unfold. The shopkeeper pointed to the riddle displayed behind him and proclaimed, "Half true, half false. Guess a character." The surroundings fell into a thoughtful silence. Many onlookers wore puzzled expressions, lost in contemplation, while a few well-dressed young gentlemen seemed to grasp the answer. Song Jin and Yishuyu exchanged glances, and with a silent smile, Yishuyu turned to the shopkeeper, declaring, "Value, the worth of something of value." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those nearby. Most people suddenly realized the answer, feeling a twinge of regret, while a small contingent displayed reluctance, urging the shopkeeper to present another riddle. 10 mouths, 1 heart. Guess a character. In a mere breath, Yishuyu's laughter became exuberant and unrestrained as she spoke. Thought, the character for longing. A voice from the crowd, belonging to a young gentleman, faltered slightly behind Yishuyu, lamenting his near success. Song Jin beheld the familiar smile gracing the face of the person beside him, and he couldn't help but smile back. In the subsequent rounds, only once did Yishuyu's speed falter against a particularly eloquent gentleman. Otherwise, she answered correctly each time, ultimately purchasing the fox lantern with great satisfaction. Seeing Yishuyu's delight, Song Jin remarked, "From now on, I shall bring you here to wander." What does that sound? The night was enchanting, and his beloved even more so. His voice was warm and slightly magnetic, filled with affection. Yishuyu fine nonchalanje, nodding as she tucked away the loose strands of hair blown by the wind, her earlobes aflame, yet her expression remained composed. As they exited the most crowded throngs, they were halted by the young gentleman who had just lost. This gentleman, graceful and elegant, with a complexion as fine as jade, barely dared to meet Yishuyu's gaze. He bowed slightly, intruding upon them with a courteous demeanor, uncertain if this young lady, but his words were cut short. For Song Jin had already taken Yishuyu's delicate hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes held a glacial resolve, asserting his claim. Though Yishuyu has already reached the age of 20, she appears to embody the graceful charm of a 17 or 18-year-old maiden. Song Jin's demeanor, imbued with an inexplicable pressure, compelled the young gentleman to refrain from further speech, leaving him flustered as he muttered an apology before hastily departing. Yet, unable to resist, he cast a lingering glance at Yishuyu's retreating figure, tinged with a hint of regret. He had initially assumed they were siblings, only to discover that such a remarkable woman was already wed. After all, why would she remain unbetrothed? Meanwhile, Song Jin quickly regained his composure. Though a sense of disquiet settled within him, he unconsciously tightened his grip, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. He could not fathom the reason behind his own pettiness, nor why he felt so despondent, his expression betraying none of his inner turmoil. Even as he approached the age of maturity in his past life, he had never experienced such feelings. In contrast, Yishuyu wore an unceasing smile, playfully casting a glance his way, igniting a fervent heat within Song Jin, causing his gaze to falter. Upon returning to the second-floor chambers of Zhanshin Garden, Song Jin abruptly discarded the items he had purchased onto the table, swiftly drawing Yishuyu into his embrace while slamming the door shut behind them. He pressed her against the door and, succumbing to his desires, kissed her passionately, exploring the depths of her lips with abandon. Her intermittent soft moans prompted Qing Lu and Xiu Lu, standing outside, to bow their heads, maintaining their composure. As the night wore on and the two called for water twice, Yi Shuyu eventually succumbed to a deep slumber, her neck and legs marked with faint bruises. It's a bit excessive, Song Jin thought. Next time, I shall refrain from such reckless abandon, especially upon witnessing the traces of tears on her face. He tenderly gathered her into his arms, battling his own exhilaration, for she was undeniably his. At the break of dawn, while Yi Shuyu remained asleep, Song Jin prepared to attend court, gently kissing her forehead as if she were a precious treasure. The maids and servants within the chamber had long grown accustomed to such displays, yet they felt a sense of joy for Lady Yi, for a favor with the prince would reflect positively upon them all. Before departing the estate, Dr. Wang reported to Song Jin on the health conditions of Yi Shuyu and Yi Yun, noting their significant improvement from recent nourishment. Hearing of their strengthened constitutions brought a warm smile to Song Jin's face as he nodded approvingly. From now on, prioritize their well-being above all else. Utilize any precious medicinal resources as needed. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, I understand, the servant replied. He had anticipated the morning court proceedings to unfold as usual. But unexpectedly, the deputy minister of the left boldly submitted a petition stating that courtesans should not enter the prince's harem and ought to be dismissed. The identity of the concubine had recently come to light, as it was impossible to conceal, yet most officials remained taciturn, unwilling to confront the prince. After more than 10 days had passed, he had not anticipated encountering this situation himself. The deputy minister of the left, an ally of the Empress Dowager, had spoken out. The emperor remained silent, and the ministers in court followed suit, all awaiting Song Jin's response. Song Jin's voice, as gentle as ever, concealed an underlying chill. The vice minister of the left, with his idle curiosity concerning the affairs of this prince's courtyard, would do better to allocate some time to inspect his own residence. The vice minister, with a countenance of unwavering integrity, particularly emboldened by the words of Empress Yu from the previous day, felt no hesitation in confronting Song Jin. The prince might as well speak candidly. Song Jin's expression remained cheerful, though one couldn't help but wonder why the esteemed gentleman, who had always held his young son in such high regard, bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. Song Jin had always treated the mother of the court with courtesy. Yet should matters concerning Xiangxiang arise, he would not be remiss in showing no mercy. In an instant, the veil of modesty was boldly and thoroughly lifted within the Golden Lawn Hall. Chapter 81. Concubine Shui in the Golden Hall, silence reigned, as if the air itself had grown cold. Seated upon the dragon throne, Song Wei wore a serene smile, his interest piqued by the reaction of the vice minister of the left. Several pairs of eyes observed the vice minister's face redden, clearly displaying his agitation. Any man would be deeply affected by the infidelity of his wife, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, especially in the presence of his peers within the court. With a trembling voice, the vice minister exclaimed, "This is sheer nonsense." Song Jin retorted, "Is it truly my baseless fabrication, or is there merit to the matter? A simple inquiry will reveal the truth." He spared none of the esteemed reputation of the officials. Just moments ago, a few eager courtiers had lowered their heads in silence, refraining from further comment. On his way out of the palace, Song Jin encountered his cousin, Yuan Qing. She was admiring the orchids in bud, her demeanor radiating tranquility. As he passed along the path, he noticed a handkerchief lying on the ground. Song Jin, who typically did not grasp the nuances of a young lady's sentiments, would often pick up a fallen handkerchief in the past and return it to its owner. However, today, upon spotting the handkerchief, he hesitated. As a man now, with a family, he felt it inappropriate to engage too closely with an unmarried woman, lest he attract unwarranted gossip. Thus, he instructed Qing Lu to retrieve it, handing it to Yuan Qing. Her face lit up with surprise and a hint of chagrin, as she had not anticipated losing her handkerchief. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Song Jin simply uttered a casual farewell and departed. Yuan Qing watched his retreating figure, biting her lip, and instinctively tightened her grip on the handkerchief, turning to her maid to dispose of it. Reflecting on her aunt's words, who wished for her to become the legitimate wife of her second cousin, the princess consort of the duke. She felt a surge of joy. She had initially believed Tang Qini would be the royal consort, while she would settle for a secondary position. Yet, it was clear that her cousin held no romantic feelings for her. Today's incident with the handkerchief had compelled her to set aside her pride to test the waters, only for it to yield such disappointing results. Her aunt could not force her cousin to act against his will. The best outcome would be for him to develop an interest in her. However, that seemed a daunting task. At Gui Tong Street, in the Chua Ting Pavilion, Xie remained silent after receiving the news. Her gaze fell upon the young attendant, who animatedly recounted the affections bestowed upon a certain concubine by the duke, mimicking the prince as he assisted the concubine from her carriage. Unbeknownst to Xie, the identity of the woman prior to her arrival at the duke's residence was shrouded in mystery, prompting her to send several individuals to investigate. Regrettably, in the Song Kingdom, information was not as readily available. Had they been in the Chun Kingdom, clarity would have been achieved within days. She absent-mindedly twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist, glancing up at the azure sky, murmuring a hope to uncover the truth this time. Were it not for the vibrant celebrations of the Song Kingdom's longevity festival, she would not have ventured to Shengjing for a respite. Now in her 30s, she pondered whether she would find peace in her final moments. As time swiftly passed, the year drew to a close. Winter has descended, and snowflakes gently cascade over every corner of Shengjing, cloaking the landscape in a silvery white. People have donned their winter attire, while homes are warmed by stoves and braziers. In the residence of the left minister, Madame Jiang offers tender words to her daughter, particularly delighted by the affection the Prince of Duan shows her. She advises Yangzhou to seize this opportune moment to conceive a child, as 3 years of marriage without offspring may hint at some underlying issue. Yangzhou feels a mix of sweetness and helplessness, too shy to meet her mother's gaze, and she nods in agreement. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Madame Jiang's own cheeks flush with warmth, and she gently encourages Yangzhou to be a little more uninhibited in her affections, lest she lose the prince to a temptress from a less reputable background, which would surely lead to a troubled future. Before departing, Madame Jiang offers her final words of caution. As her mother's silhouette fades, Yangzhou's expression shifts to one of fleeting calm. Prior to her mother's exit, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. How well she understands her own daughter. Yet, the die has been cast. A woman must follow her husband, whether he be a rooster or a dog, for that is the fate she must accept. She wishes to remain oblivious to the truth. So why should she unearth such wounds? With the young Master Han, it seems they are fated to be apart. At the Gongqin Wangfu, in the Zhanxing Garden, beneath the moonlit pavilion by the Mingwell Lake, Yi Shuyu and concubine Shui sit together, enjoying tea. Amidst the icy landscape, a brazier provides warmth within the pavilion. While not far away, Song Yun and a playful cat frolic in the snow, her rosy cheeks glowing with delight. The cat, a cherished companion of concubine Shui, has been by her side for 2 years, perhaps a remedy for the monotony of life in the courtyard, nurturing a bond over time. Song Jin's fondness for Yi Shuyu has disrupted the long-standing peace of the courtyard, yet Song Jin has chosen not to visit the other concubines, resulting in little change to their daily lives. Yi Shuyu is surprised to find that concubine Shui frequently visits Zhanxing Garden. Through several conversations and subtle discoveries, her perception of concubine Shui has shifted significantly. Today, the purpose of concubine Shui's visit is to impart her knowledge of household management and to elucidate the nuances of identifying fraudulent accounts, as the teachings from the Drunken Brocade Pavilion had been lacking in this regard. Prior to the arrival of the princess, the finances of the Gongqin Wangfu were managed by the Shu family. Recently, Song Jin has begun instructing Yi Shuyu in these matters, yet during periods of Shu's busyness, concubine Shui has taken the initiative to visit Zhanxing Garden. Yi Shuyu recalls the first time concubine Shui looked directly at her and candidly stated, "I'm trying to win your favor. You are aware of this, are you not?" Such forthrightness momentarily stunned Yi Shuyu, who eventually curled her lips into a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor dismissive. On a few occasions, when discussing Song Jin, concubine Shue's demeanor turned somewhat cool, punctuated by a light laughter. Men are often sentimental, yet hypocritical. Today, they may vow to cherish you, yet tomorrow they can easily make the same promises to another. An astute woman must appear gentle and gracious on the surface, aiding in the acquisition of concubines, while subtly striving to secure greater benefits for herself and her children. Her voice concealed mockery, an extreme disdain, and profound aversion. Fortunately, only Chuanxi and Shui Yinyang's personal maid were privy to these words. It was these few utterances that sparked a flicker of curiosity and inexplicable fondness in Yi Shuyu towards Shui Yinyang. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Yi Shuyu bid farewell to Shui Yinyang and departed the estate, intending to procure some exquisite trinkets of Song dynasty craftsmanship. As the spring festival approached, the streets began to grow busier. However, as she passed by Chowting Pavilion, she was intercepted by a young attendant, who informed her that a certain lady was in search of her. Chapter 82. The identity of her mother Yi Shuyu had initially intended to disregard the young waiter, but upon witnessing his almost tearful expression, coupled with the fact that Song Jin had arranged for someone to protect her, she nodded and ascended to the private chamber on the second floor. Behind her, Qiu Lu, filled with a hint of curiosity, followed closely in her wake. The warmth within the listening pavilion was a stark contrast to the chill outside. After a few steps, they arrived at the door of the private room, where the waiter knocked before retreating. With a swift motion, the door swung open, revealing a charming young woman who smiled as she welcomed Yi Shuyu and her companion inside. As Yi Shuyu lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with a lady seated at a round table. A wave of DJVU washed over her. It was as if she had seen this visage before. The lady bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew. Her eyes, shaped like delicate phoenixes, sparkled with warmth and tenderness as they rested upon Yi Shuyu. This woman is. Yi Shuyu's expression remained unperturbed, her composure a testament to her cultivated poise. Xiesher was the first to speak. Haidang, please serve the tea. The two sat across from one another, Yi Shuyu wearing a faint smile as she gazed upon the face she would forever remember. Her fingers, resting on her lap, involuntarily curled in response. She bore a striking likeness to her mother. Even though Yi Shuyu had not seen her mother for over a decade, her features were indelibly etched in Yi Shuyu's heart. The distinction lay in the fact that this lady appeared to be around 30, adorned in exquisite garments and jewelry, the translucent jade on her wrist indicating it was no ordinary piece. This was a subtle luxury, an innate superiority. Xiesher's voice had never sounded as gentle as it did today. My dear, do you not think we bear a remarkable resemblance? Yi Shuyu covered her mouth in a light laugh, retorting, could it be that my connection with the lady is profound? Expecting the woman to deny the notion with a smile, Yi Shuyu was taken aback when she nodded in affirmation. Xiesher had spent an entire month and considerable resources investigating this woman, uncovering a fair amount of information. However, the outcome was ultimately disheartening. The laughter in Yi Shuyu's eyes dimmed, her lashes casting shadows as she fell silent. A vague suspicion stirred within her, yet she dared not jump to conclusions. Xiesher continued, Child, I harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that your mother is likely someone I'm acquainted with. Pausing, she inquired, Is your mother truly surnamed you? Her voice trembled slightly, a delicate shiver coursing through her frame. Over the past 20 years, time had elapsed too swiftly. Some individuals had long since departed, and certain matters have been buried with them. Xiesher could ascertain only that her surname was Yu. Yet this revelation was not what she had hoped for. But she also feared this could indeed be the truth. How could her dear sister have met such a tragic fate? How could her sister have left this world so soon? She had not even had the chance to bring her back home, nor could she fathom how to explain this to the old matriarch. Yi Shuyu's long lashes quivered. Indeed, this lady had conducted thorough investigations. She had only known the boundless affection and love of her mother until the age of 8. She vaguely recalled a time when her grandfather, for reasons unknown, had chastised her mother. On their way back to the estate, her mother had wept incessantly, leaving her at a loss for words, so she could only hold her mother tightly in silence. The term worthless was first uttered by her grandmother, who reproached her mother for being unable to provide more silver to her uncle. Later, when her mother was driven to despair and wept bitterly. She could not help but express a few long-buried thoughts that had lingered in her heart. Years later, in the Zue Jin Pavilion, Yishuyu had amassed a modest sum through her embroidery and arranged for her mother's proper burial, for at that time, her mother's remains had been hastily interred. Every year on the anniversary of her mother's passing, Yishuyu would light incense in remembrance. However, on the tombstone, her mother bore a surname that was not Yu. Reflecting upon this, Yishuyu finally lifted her gaze to meet Xie's, and the emotions in her eyes startled Xie, who felt a chill deep within. Xie was now certain. At last, Yishuyu lowered her gaze and spoke. No, she does not bear the surname Yu. It is merely the family that raised her that carries that name. Xie's fingers trembled, and the next moment she heard the words, I am a Xie. Instantly, tears brimmed in Xie's eyes, dazzling and uncontrollable, prompting the peony at her side to hurriedly offer a handkerchief, too stunned to utter a word. Who could have imagined that the legitimate second daughter of the Prime Minister of Qin State had truly perished? After years of searching, there had always been a glimmer of hope, yet the unpredictability of fate was beyond comprehension. Xie could no longer maintain her composure. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her. Heavy breaths escaping her lips as memories of her sister, Xie Qingying, as a child flooded her mind, always following her with an innocent smile that melted the hearts of those in their household. Xie Qingying, her sister, her flesh and blood, born of the same mother, the esteemed daughter of the Qin State Prime Minister had, at the tender age of 9, been abducted and sold to the Song State. She had been taken in and subjected to torment by a vile family. After 2 decades of searching, nearly overturning the entire Qin State, to discover she had been in the Song State all along, Xie felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her heart racing violently as tears streamed down her face. Oblivious to the presence of others, her usual composure crumbling in an instant, Xie tremulously reached out to caress Yishuyu's face, as if through her she could glimpse the beloved sister who once trailed behind her. Sister, what is it to be married? Sister, do not be angry. Look, I have brought you some horsehoof cakes. Sister, Aing loved the festivals most. The night markets were always bustling with life. Indeed, the night scenery of Bianqing in Qin State was exquisite, and its markets were the epitome of vibrancy. Alas, her sister had lost her amidst the joyous reunion of the new year, lost among the throngs of people. From that moment forth, the Prime Minister's residence would no longer bear the purest of smiles. Yishuyu remained unmoved, allowing Xie to lift her into her embrace. Listening to Xie's choked sobs while her own eyes glistened with tears, Xie's words echoed in her ears. Aing, sister has come to bring you home. Let us return home. Even though Yishuyu was young, she understood her grandparents' harshness towards her mother and the times her mother had lamented the cruelty she faced, which led the grown Yishuyu to comprehend the meaning of adoption. Her mother recalled her surname to be Xie, and perhaps she was also aware of her home. Yet due to various circumstances, she remained in Yangzhou. Perhaps it was the lure of wealth or the documents required for leaving the province that bound her to this place, where even in death, she found her rest. Yishuyu felt a twinge of sorrow for her mother. After a stick of incense had burned, Madame Xie gradually regained her composure, though the redness around her eyes and the hoarseness of her voice betrayed her emotions. My dear child, I am your aunt, your mother's sister, born of the same parents as she. We are twins, which is why we bear such a striking resemblance. Your mother is not named Yu. Rather, she is Xie Qingying, the esteemed and cherished legitimate daughter of the Xie family. Madame Xie paused for a moment, gently wiping away her tears before returning to her seat. She tenderly grasped Yishuyu's hand, and noticing her lack of resistance, she held it tighter. She is the incomparable legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister Xie of Qin State. Chapter 83. I am your confidence in the listening pavilion. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow. Qiulu lowered her gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment, for the revelation had completely caught her off guard. If what this lady said was indeed true, then the young lady was in fact the granddaughter of the Prime Minister of Qin Kingdom. This was nothing short of a remarkable stroke of fortune. Yet, it was a pity that the young lady's mother had not been found in time and had already passed away. Chun Kingdom lay to the south of Song Kingdom, its geography strikingly similar to that of Song, with both nations wielding comparable influence. However, while Song operated under a system of elder councils, Chun was governed by a prime ministerial system. The residence of Prime Minister Xie in Chun was akin to that of Tang's elder council in Song, representing the pinnacle of civil officials and a bastion of integrity in the eyes of scholars across the realm. How could Yi Shuyu be unaware of such matters? Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the final revelation left her agape, speechless, and utterly bewildered. She had anticipated a connection to a prominent family within Song. It turned out to be Chun. However, considering certain thoughts, Yi Shuyu chose not to respond to Xie's words. Xie, perceptive as she was, seemed to grasp the turmoil within Ye's heart. If you doubt my words, I can accompany you to the Prince Gong's residence to meet him. I have had a few encounters with him. In times of cordial relations between the two nations, significant figures were often dispatched abroad as tokens of goodwill. In her youth, Xie accompanied Prime Minister Xie to meet the sovereign in the palace of Song. Later, after her marriage, she visited the court of Song with her husband, the Crown Prince of Chun, where they were received by Prince Gong. How could she not recognize Song Jin? And how could Song Jin not recognize her? Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu felt a flicker of understanding, but found herself at a loss for words. A sense of resentment brewed within her, directed at her maternal family for failing to locate her mother. Had they succeeded, her mother might not have departed so early, nor would she have wept so frequently. Yet, witnessing the profound sorrow etched upon the lady before her, it was evident she had searched for her mother in vain for many years, especially given that one resided in Chun and the other in Song. Yi Shuyu was aware that she belonged to the household of Prince Gong and had discovered her mother's surname was Yu. Thus, it was likely that Xie was also aware of her circumstances in the brothel and her status as a concubine. Even upon returning to Zhanshan Garden, Yi Shuyu remained lost in thought. Restless, she sat by the window, gazing out at the icy expanse, enveloped in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chunchi wore a curious expression, as the young lady had returned from her outing in such a state. After inquiring with Xiu Lu, who offered no explanation, she prudently chose silence, sensing the weight of the matter was significant enough that it was perhaps best left unspoken. After all, should her tongue slip one day, the consequences would be dire. Xie's words echoed in her mind. To find you, I, as your aunt, am already content. The past is but a distant memory, and the hardships you endured were caused by me. Child, return with me to Chun Kingdom. None in the residence shall dare to belittle you. Would you accept to be my daughter? I shall recognize you as my goddaughter, and from henceforth, I will protect you for a lifetime. She could not help but wonder if, upon reaching the afterlife, Aang would hold any resentment towards her. Xie spoke at great length, revealing much without a hint of caution. Yi Shuyu learned that her aunt had married the crown prince of the current Chun Kingdom, destined to become the empress, revered by all. The events of the day were indeed hard for her to accept, almost unbelievable. In the end, Xie expressed a desire to return the remains of Xie Qingying to Chun. But Yi Shuyu gently declined, knowing her mother had loved her father dearly, hence the tragic end. Xie wished to take Yi Shuyu back to Chun, but the latter's current status made it difficult, especially since Yi Shuyu had no desire to return. Determined, Xie thought at the very least to bring Yi Shuyu back to Chun to meet her grandparents, who had always held Xie Qingying in their hearts, their thoughts never straying from her memory. Unbeknownst to Xie, Song Yun was Yi Shuyu's direct kin. She had no idea how long Yi Shuyu had been sitting by the window, her expression distant, not uttering sound. Song Jin had been watching Yi Shuyu for quite some time, noticing her bewilderment and the uncertainty surrounding the situation. Eventually, he approached and gently embraced her, offering silent comfort without a word exchanged. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged within Song Jin. Dinner proceeded as usual, and after coaxing Song Yun to bed, Yi Shuyu returned to her chamber on the second floor. That night, a palace lamp illuminated the room with a soft glow. Yi Shuyu found herself unable to sleep, her mind filled with thoughts of her aunt's visage, which bore a resemblance to her own, along with her words. Return to Chun? What identity would she possess in the residence of the Chun family? Everything felt uncertain. shrouded in mystery. Song Jin had been quite busy lately, often resting in the study. Perhaps having witnessed Yi Shuyo's disheartened demeanor earlier that afternoon, he found his way to Zhanxing Garden that evening. They fell asleep in each other's embrace. Yet neither closed their eyes. After a long while, Yi Shuyu finally lifted her gaze and shared the significant events of the day with Song Jin. Though some details were deliberately withheld, Song Jin contemplated countless possibilities, yet he never imagined this scenario. Within just the span of an incense stick burning, he clarified his thoughts, concealing the smile that crept upon his lips in the night. Unforeseen by him, fate appeared exceedingly benevolent. It seemed that the Minister of War he had initially arranged would no longer be necessary if Jiandi's maternal grandfather truly cared for her. However, it was of little consequence. It merely meant a few more detours. Song Jin's voice, low and enticing, beckoned, urging her to pursue her desires without hesitation. Jiandi, I am your steadfast support. Yi Shuyu increasingly felt that the phrase "a beautiful man brings disaster" was aptly suited to him. Not only did he provide her with ample reassurance through words, but his actions had never led to even a moment of disappointment. He offered her nothing short of profound affection. Yi Shuyu instinctively tightened her embrace around Song Jin, feeling warmth within, though her face betrayed none of it. Suddenly contemplating a possibility, Song Jin furrowed his brow. If you truly intend to return to Chun, you must come back. I will wait for you, Jiandi. Upon hearing this, during the night, Yi Shuyu let out a soft chuckle, her body trembling slightly with mirth. She never anticipated that he would utter such words reminiscent of a forlorn lady of the inner chambers. Her eyes sparkled as she nuzzled against Song Jin, her voice enchanting. I would never emulate someone who vanished without a trace for over 2 years. There was a hint of discontent, a trace of reproach, perhaps even playful teasing. Yet a touch of anxiety lingered, uncertain of his reaction. How would you respond to such a subtly mocking remark? However, Song Jin felt no ire. After all, it was the truth. Instead, he embraced her tighter, determining that the only course was to ensure that this gentleman would spend a lifetime cherishing this young lady. That night, Yi Shuyu drifted into a sweet slumber, harboring some unspoken thoughts within her heart. She was well aware of her own sentiments. It was indeed necessary to pay a visit to the Qin Kingdom. Chapter 84. Yangzhou. As the year draws to a close, Song Jin seems increasingly preoccupied. During the day, he is scarcely seen, often retreating to the study even at night. Yi Shuyu feels a pang of sympathy but refrains from interrupting him, opting instead to occasionally prepare nourishing soups to bring to Song Jin in his study. She senses a storm brewing. With the year's end approaching, Yi Shuyu plans to set out for the Qin Kingdom after the new year, which aligns perfectly with Song Jin's intentions. Yangzhou frequently visits the residence of Prince Gong, and she has grown quite close to Yi Shuyu. Having spent her childhood in Shengjing, she once shared a cordial relationship with Song Jin, which everyone deems quite natural. The joy radiating from Song Yun's smile always brings a brightening effect to Yangzhou, melting her typically frosty demeanor into something as heartwarming as spring waters. The first time Yi Shuyu witnessed Jiang smile so brilliantly, she jested that Jiang should quickly have a daughter to amuse her. For a fleeting moment, Jiang's smile dimmed, and even though it was but an instant, Yi Shuyu felt a sense of bewilderment and chose not to pursue the topic of children further. Could it be that His Highness, the Prince, has not bestowed upon Jiangzhou the affection that others have spoken of? Or is there an ailment affecting her? Such matters are not ones Yi Shuyu would dare to inquire about. Thus, in their subsequent conversations, the two women tacitly avoided the subject of children. Song Jin's busyness continues unabated, with Han Yunlin frequently entering the study at Prince Gong's residence. The two often spend entire afternoons in discussion, the content of which remains a mystery. On occasion, when Jiangzhou returns home alongside Han Yunlin, Yi Shuyu begins to piece together the implications of their interactions, but dares not voice her thoughts, keeping them concealed within her heart. Han Yunlin appears to be deliberately evading Jiangzhou, while she, in turn, is reluctant to approach him. A young heir of the Han family and a royal princess should not grow too close, for fear of gossip and scandal. This extreme avoidance contradicts their true feelings. Yi Shuyu can sense that whenever they happen upon Han Yunlin, Jiangzhu's gaze instinctively gravitates toward him, if only for a fleeting moment. This is a woman's intuition. It seems Jiangzhou harbors feelings for Han Yunlin. It is no wonder that her expression turned so bitter when the topic of children arose. It becomes clear that the prince is not the object of her affections. Upon realizing this, Yi Shuyu feels a twinge of discomfort. Meanwhile, the afternoon snow has ceased. The plum grove in Jiangxing Garden stands resplendent amidst the snow, and sitting in the small pavilion with a cup of tea is the utmost pleasure. The study is merely a quarter of an hour's walk beyond the grove. Whether it is Yi Shuyu's imagination or not, she cannot shake the feeling that whenever Song Jin heads to the study, he always brings Han Yunlin along the path through the plum grove, leading to their frequent encounters with her and Jiangzhou enjoying tea and admiring the blossoms. Yet, after only 2 such encounters, she has gleaned Song Jin's intentions. At this moment, Song Yun is seated on Jiangzhou's lap, happily grasping the horsehoof cake from the stone table, while 2 braziers in the pavilion, coupled with the curtains, render the atmosphere quite warm. The rosy cheeks, with eyes resembling crescent moons, were gleefully smiling as the child sat on Jiangzhou's lap, displaying an endearing demeanor. Occasionally, she would lift a freshly acquired pastry, inquiring whether Jiangzhou behind her would like to have a taste, and would not forget to ask Yi Shuyu as well. "And Jiang, do try this. Mother, this pastry is delightful. You must sample it." The child, plump and charming, appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll. Jiangzhou, reluctant to let go, found herself quite fond of this little one. At that moment, Song Jin, accompanied by Han Yunlin, passed through the plum grove, and the group exchanged customary greetings before Song Jin escorted Han Yunlin to the study. Jiangzhou gazed at Song Yun's cherubic face, subtly casting a glance at Han Yunlin's retreating figure, and remarked with a smile, "What a delightful child. I wonder if I shall have the fortune of my own progeny in this lifetime." As one with blood ties, how could Jiangzhou not yearn for a child of her own? Yet the prerequisite would be that the child's father would be him. Merely contemplating it, she feared such a fate was unattainable in this life. She pondered whether the Buddha might grant her wish in the next. The weight of the left vice minister's residence and the Qingla Jiang clan pressed upon her. Naturally, Jiangzhou could not forsake the greater good for personal desires, nor disregard her parents and kin. When would such days come to an end? Yi Shuyu refrained from responding, letting out a subdued sigh, feeling powerless. In the afternoon, Song Jin had matters to attend to at the palace. In the imperial study, only the 2 brothers, Song Wei and Song Jin, remained. The overwhelming evidence had been gathered, including the nearly complete correspondence between Cheng Yihong and Song Mao. In their previous life, they had been intent on eliminating Song Mao, who was ambitious and could not be allowed to remain. This time, however, Song Mao's return to the capital differed somewhat from the past. He had secretly brought back a contingent of elite troops to Xinjiang, which constituted a significant vulnerability. The consequences could range from imprisonment for several years to accusations of treason, leading to confiscation of property and execution. Song Jin felt a sense of amusement, reflecting that perhaps the dissolution of his engagement with Tang Qini had provoked Song Mao. After all, even if Tang Qini had annulled the engagement, she would never marry him. Regardless of whom she wed, he would never be the one. A pang of sympathy for Song Mao surfaced within Song Jin. In his previous life, while imprisoned, Song Mao had been preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Qini. Without a care, enjoyed all the privileges of being a princess. Perhaps it is the unattainable that is most cherished. Song Jin intended to withdraw his arrangements surrounding Song Mao. The net had been cast, and soon it would be time to reel it in. Yet at this moment in the imperial study, Song Jin sought to discuss Jiangzhou's fate with Song Wei. Certain actions would not be taken without Song Wei's approval, for he would not wish to embarrass his elder brother. Should the plan succeed, if Jiangzhou were to survive, it would be a remarkable stroke of luck. Upon witnessing Song Jin's deliberate plea for leniency, combined with Jiang Zhongming's unwavering loyalty in the court and the backing of the Qingla Jiang clan, Song Wei remained silent. Very well, let it be considered the emperor's mercy, recognizing her ignorance as a woman, sparing her from the death penalty, though she would remain a guardian of the imperial tomb for life. Song Jin was taciturn. This mirrored the events of his past life. yet without Jiang Zhongming's dismissal and return to his homeland, which could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. It would be unwise to abruptly broach the subject of his treasonous thoughts with the crown prince. Patience is essential, for preserving one's life is of paramount importance. Since the crown prince has acquiesced, the subsequent matters concerning the historical officials and the memorials from the outer court shall be addressed by him directly, requiring no additional concern. Having received the desired response, Song Jin departed from the imperial study, preparing to return to his residence. However, en route, he was summoned by Empress Yu, who requested that he accompany Yu Wanqing for a stroll in the imperial garden. Song Jin's smile remained undiminished, and before he could utter a word, the voice of Empress Yu resonated from above. Since I have consented to your taking that concubine, should you not spend some time with Qingyu? This is my command. Song Jin lowered his gaze, meeting the Empress's resolute eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 85, always thinking of her, the snow has unexpectedly ceased, enveloping the palace in a pristine white cloak, as if the heavens have adorned the land of song with a crystalline garment. Within the snow-draped confines of the imperial garden, a man and a woman stroll side by side, maintaining a slight distance, trailed by a retinue of eunuchs and palace maids attending to their needs. Each step they take crunches upon the icy snow, echoing the chill within Yu Wanqing's heart. A quarter of an hour prior, His Highness had graciously consented to accompany her for a walk in the imperial garden, an invitation that filled her with bashful delight, igniting within her a quiet resolve to seize this moment. Yet, to her dismay, despite His Highness maintaining his usual smile, he remained uncharacteristically silent, showing no inclination to converse unless she initiated a topic. As this realization dawned on her, the smile on Yu Wanqing's face grew somewhat strained and bittersweet. Did she truly fail to earn his affection? Was she so unworthy of his attention that he sought to distance himself from her? Yet, relinquishing her place as his rightful partner was beyond her capability. As they wandered into a grove of plum trees, the snowflakes gently settled upon the blossoms, creating a scene of understated elegance. The fragrance carried a unique charm, pure yet unaware of the coldness surrounding it. The name of Song Yun is derived from a line of poetry, a verse penned by Song Jin in honor of Yishu, celebrating her noble character. Could a branch of plum blossom be sent? The snow arrives, and the emerald feathers take flight. She wondered what Yin Yin and Yun'er were doing at this moment. For several days, she had been preoccupied with official duties, leaving little time to spend with them. This thought filled Song Jin's eyes with a myriad of tenderness and remorse, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Yu Wanqing beside her. At that moment, Yu Wanqing, smiling, pointed to the plum blossoms poised to bloom amidst the snow, reminiscing about the joyous time spent with Song Jin during their childhood. However, upon receiving no response, she turned to find Song Jin gazing skyward, lost in contemplation of the finest plum blossom in full bloom. In an instant, Yu Wanqing's enthusiasm waned, the laughter in her eyes gradually fading away. Clearly, her cousin's thoughts had drifted far beyond their surroundings, leaving no trace of attention for her. Perhaps he was unaware of how genuinely and purely he smiled at that moment. Yu Wanqing couldn't help but recall the day of the longevity festival, when her cousin had personally assisted one of the concubines from his courtyard down from the carriage, displaying the same demeanor. Was he now thinking of that concubine? How perplexing it was that they were out together. Yet he could not spare even a fragment of his thoughts for her. Just a small portion would suffice. She didn't dare to wish for more. After what felt like merely the duration of tea break, Yu Wanqing suggested moving on to another location. Though her steps grew increasingly heavy, they meandered through several paths, eventually reaching the largest moonlit lake within the imperial garden. The entire lake lay frozen, glistening under the sun's rays, resembling a world crafted from ice crystals. Mesmerizing in its beauty, a profound silence enveloped them as they remained speechless. Yu Wanqing's lips parted slightly, and she mustered the courage to speak, albeit somewhat awkwardly, recounting how, at the tender age of 6 or 7, they would come here to play whenever winter granted them leisure. Although Song Jin responded to her words, his thoughts remained steadfastly occupied with Yishu. She wondered if the small pond in Zhanchen Garden had also frozen over. Uncertain if Jin would take Yun'er to the small pavilion by the pond to brew a cup of tea, Song Jin's indifference truly stripped Yu Wanqing of all her pride. At last, her smile faded, leaving her gazing at Song Jin with an expression of resignation and tranquility. Yu Wanqing may not be the epitome of beauty, yet she is indeed a graceful maiden, the daughter of the esteemed Minister of Personnel and also a niece of the current Empress Dowager. She possesses her own sense of dignity. The rejection from Prince Gong and her cousin's dismissal have made her see matters clearly. Deep-rooted pride ultimately silenced Yu Wanqing, leaving her heart as desolate as ashes, devoid of any stirrings. It was futile, even if she were to marry into the Prince Gong's residence. Her cousin would not bestow upon her any additional affection. Their relationship would merely be one of mutual respect between husband and wife. Shengjing was not solely inhabited by Prince Gong. There remained numerous unmarried gentlemen, freely available for her selection, so why should she be tethered to her second cousin? She relinquished hope. Noticing the silence beside her, Song Jin turned in confusion to Yu Wanqing, only to see her smile gently. "Your Highness, it is getting late. I must take my leave now. I hope for your understanding." Her demeanor was dignified and well-mannered, leaving no room for reproach. At that moment, Song Jin revealed a hint of surprised amusement, bidding farewell to Yu Wanqing before departing the palace without looking back. Were it not for his mother's insistence, he would not have consented a stroll with Yu Wanqing. Had he declined his mother's request, it would have incited her anger, and the ensuing rumors of filial disobedience would have been most troublesome. Furthermore, it was merely a walk. He was not marrying Yu Wanqing as his princess, thus he could acquiesce. He only wished for matters to not escalate further. His mother should not press him again, or else it is undeniable that Empress Dowager Yu indeed dotes on her own progeny. After all, blood ties are profound, though one cannot discern the extent to which interests are intertwined. Upon returning to the Zhanxing garden of the Prince Gong's residence, Song Jin finally exhaled in relief, especially upon seeing Yi Shuyu. Having not been with her for nearly half a month, he felt a surge of desire, nearly losing control. In the light of day, he had to restrain himself. On the bed, Yi Shuyu's complexion was flushed, her lips ravaged, her clothing partially undone, her hair in disarray, casting a playful glare at Song Jin. Indeed, the moment the door closed behind them, he seemed to cast aside all reservations, exhibiting none of the decorum expected in broad daylight. Like a wolf that had never tasted flesh. Several times, Yi Shuyu felt as though he might devour her whole. Now, as she looked at him, with her hands resting beside her head, her breath heavy, his kisses began to descend gently, starting from her eyes and gradually moving downward. Yi Shuyu did not resist, nor did she wish to. Partly due to the pressures of duty, he had been pent up for far too long, and partly because she yearned for him. She relished the sight of him losing control before her, delighting in his warm kisses that tenderly caressed her body, especially knowing that he only sought her and had not turned to other women as gardens. Since he wishes to grant her a position she had never dared to dream of, why should Yi Shuyu not venture to Chunghua? It could hardly be worse. If her grandparents truly cared for her, it might even alleviate future obstacles for him. Yi Shuyu, now at the tender age of 20, is no longer the naive girl she once was. While familial affection is genuine, it inevitably intertwines with self-interest. Why not seize the opportunity? As she felt his fervent presence against her thigh, Yi Shuyu's cheeks flushed scarlet, yet she refused to relinquish her agency. She pulled the man before her closer and whispered in his ear, "Tonight, I shall allow you to indulge in your desires, if it pleases you." Hearing this, Song Jin's heart melted with a sweet softness. Her enchanting demeanor, with every smile and frown, captivated the soul, exuding charm in every gesture. Song Jin offered no response, but kissed her with greater fervor, and at the conclusion, he required her delicate hand to assist him. Regarding the sacred words, Song Jin felt a sudden wave of irritation, yet could only regretfully tidy up the remnants. Chapter 86. The wind rises in just a few days. The new year will arrive, bringing joy and festivity throughout the nation. Following the Wanshou festival, the new year is swiftly approaching, succeeded by the Spring Festival, a time symbolizing family reunions. The streets and markets of Shengjing are adorned with red silks and lanterns. as families take this opportunity to offer incense and report the previous year's good news to their ancestors, beseeching their blessings for the year ahead. The common folk are filled with merriment, while the residences of the high-ranking officials in Shangjing remain eerily silent and discreet, refraining from ostentatious displays. As seasoned figures in the political arena, they are acutely aware of the impending storm. Although unspoken, reports steadily flow into the palace. In the 5th year of Yongrui, within the Prince Duan's study in Shangjing, only Song Mao and a few trusted confidants remain, discussing matters that have left Song Mao seated at the head of the table, with a grim countenance. Upon his return to the capital, Song Mao stealthily brought with him a formidable contingent of elite soldiers, skilled in combat, concealed in the secret chambers of the Yunnan Garden. However, sustenance is a necessity, and recently remnants of food were discovered, raising concerns about the identity of the individual involved. Under the cover of night, this person was spotted, clearly not an ordinary citizen, with such suspicious movements. It is highly probable that they are among the shadow guards. Contemplating this, Song Mao narrowed his eyes, stroking his jaw thoughtfully. He had indeed returned with a troop of elite soldiers, but unbeknownst to many, 10 additional infantry units had silently arrived in Shangjing after his departure. Regarding the throne, it is a prize he intends to seize. Yafetsi Milali. Since she is yet unmarried and has no betrothal, why not claim the throne and then welcome heir into the palace, allowing her to wed him with the utmost integrity? Reluctant to act prematurely, he found himself compelled by various circumstances, such as the loyal officials in the court who had begun to be ensnared by Song Wei or Song Jin and subsequently dismissed from their posts. He could no longer afford to wait, as any further delay would lead to total defeat. On the day of the new year, laughter resonated throughout the Prince Gong's residence, where not only the servants received increased stipends, but also enjoyed lavish meals. In the afternoon, Song Jin arrived at the Zhanshan Garden. At that moment, Yi Shuyu was seated at the heated table, poring over account books. Though still somewhat unfamiliar, she had improved significantly since her arrival at the royal residence. Song Jin sat directly across from her, his eyes clear as he observed Yi Shuyu's perplexed expression. From now on, she must not leave the estate. It would be best for her to remain until everything is resolved. Yi Shuyu's gaze flickered, her heart skipping a beat as she nodded. This was the first time he had spoken such words. She had never inquired about his recent official duties, nor did he wish to burden her with worries. Furthermore, Yangzhou would also be visiting the Prince Gong's residence, and it was best not to allow her to return to the Prince Duan's estate. In the absence of outsiders, Song Jin naturally preferred not to address Yangzhou as second sister-in-law, as it felt rather awkward. Since returning to Shangjing, Yangzhou had frequently visited the Prince Gong's residence to engage in casual conversation with Yi Shuyu, a fact well known throughout the entire city. Therefore, even with Yangzhou's arrival today, no one would find it peculiar. Perhaps they would even perceive a blossoming camaraderie between the Duke of Duan's residence and the Prince Gong's manor. Since Yangzhou departed from the Prince Gong's estate, Song Jin has subtly conveyed the events of today, and she must have a fair understanding of the situation. Hearing this, Yi Shuyu nodded in reassurance, urging her to take utmost care of herself. Song Jin, you must return to me unscathed, otherwise do not blame me if I marry again with Yunner. Upon receiving her admonition, Song Jin felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes sparkling with a smile, imbued with a sense of assuredness. The current Xinyang was akin to a tightly woven net, and even if Song Mao sprouted wings, escape would prove impossible. Not only could he be thoroughly vanquished, but it could also be accomplished swiftly and decisively. The decision to allow Yangzhou into the Prince Gong's residence stemmed from a fear that Song Mao, in a fit of desperation, might resort to actions unworthy of mention. Should Yangzhou fall into Song Mao's hands, all would be lost for Chunin. In her past life, Song Wei had been well prepared for the prospect of Song Mao's rebellion, knowing it was an inevitable occurrence. Unfortunately, it coincided with Song Jin's untimely death, delaying Han Chi's forces by a day in reaching Yangzhou. However, in this life, their brothers joined forces to compel Song Mao's rebellion, hastening his plans by several years. Forcing his hand, once a person becomes anxious, their flaws become glaringly apparent. After Song Jin entered the palace, The number of guards outside the Prince Gong's residence doubled, and Yangzhou was welcomed within the manor. Without a word, Yangzhou and Yi Shuyu sat together in the warm west pavilion of Zhanshan Garden. The snow continued to fall outside, enveloping the world in an icy embrace, while the palace's internal strife began to unfold. Within the west pavilion, 3 braziers provided an extraordinary warmth that permeated even the floor. Chuanxi sat on the carpet, frolicking with Song Yun, while the 2 women seated on the Kong were restless, preoccupied with thoughts of their beloveds. As Song Mao's legitimate wife, Jiangzhu felt no anxiety for him, her greatest concern being whether he would harm Han Yunlin and Brother Jin. Should Song Mao face defeat, she knew her own fate would be sealed. Yet, Brother Jin had insisted she come to the Prince Gong's residence today, and it seemed that the palace's struggle for power was about to tear apart the veil of peace. Brother Jin must have wished to protect her. Relying solely on Brother Jin would not suffice. The emperor must have also granted his consent. Grateful for their affection, Jiangzhou pondered how she might repay them. Regarding life and death, she held a clear perspective. If Song Mao were to falter, even if she survived, she would likely find no refuge in Shenyang. In donning the title of Princess of Duan, Jiangzhou felt no fear of death. Yet, there would be regrets, unresolvable regrets. In this life, there would be no opportunity to don a wedding gown again or to marry her beloved, nor would she have the chance to bear her own child. Contemplating this, Jiangzhou lowered her gaze for a long moment before turning to look at Yi Shuyu. Perhaps it was the time spent with Yi Shuyu in recent days, the impending departure from Shenyang, or the multitude of unspoken thoughts yearning for expression she wished to indulge for once. At last, Jiangzhu's cool yet gentle voice broke the silence. Miss Yi. Meanwhile, within the palace is surrounded by layers of imperial guards, and no one may leave without the emperor's decree. Otherwise, they shall face dire consequences. A multitude of shadowy attendants encircle the Golden Throne Hall, where the ministers have gathered for the morning audience. On the ground of the hall lies a group of individuals drenched in blood, their remains mingling with the acrid scent of carnage, which assaults the senses of the esteemed officials, some of whom have fainted from terror. It has been many years since they have witnessed such a scene. Silence reigns, as if the air itself has frozen. The sound of a pin dropping would be audible. Even the cold sweat trickling from their foreheads can be heard hitting the ground. At the forefront stands Song Jin, wielding a long sword. Flecks of blood staining both his face and his official attire. Blood continues to drip from the blade, casting a grim reflection of the terrified faces of the ministers behind him. Chapter 87. Should we execute? Is there any objection? In the golden chariot hall, Song Wei sat upon the dragon throne, playing with the jade seal in his hand, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth that he could not conceal, especially upon witnessing the dismembered corpses of several ministers. These men were loyal to Song Mao, and he was astonished to find them still present in the court. Such a revelation filled him with both trepidation and delight. Beside Song Wei, eunuch Song's body trembled, having just read aloud the imperial edict entrusted to him by the sovereign, which served as undeniable evidence of the treacherous intentions harbored by these disloyal ministers. Yet, in the next moment, one of the traitors audaciously proclaimed that concubine Yi, cherished by Prince Gong, deserved a most wretched fate, and that the prince himself would bring about her execution, with the emperor ordering the annihilation of her entire lineage. The hearts of the remaining ministers sank, realizing that concubine Yi held a far greater position in the prince's esteem than they had previously imagined. Silence enveloped the room. Facing Song Jin, Song Mao's expression grew increasingly rigid as he locked eyes with her, the murderous intent evident in Song Jin's gaze directed squarely at him. A sense of dread washed over Song Mao, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, almost drawing blood. On this New Year's Day, it was indeed a grand banquet of peril. How dare they act on this day? To what extent had they uncovered the truth? They had already stripped him of all his supporters in the court, leaving him with naught but. General Cheng Yihong bowed his head, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, Song Jin accepted the handkerchief offered by Wei Li, meticulously wiping the blood from her gleaming sword, the smile on her face unwavering. She spoke, addressing those who harbored treacherous thoughts against the emperor. They should be executed. Is there any objection? Her voice, gentle as a clear spring cascading over stones, carried an unsettling chill. The ministers gasped in astonishment, bowing repeatedly to express their agreement. In that instant, Song Mao's countenance turned exceedingly grim, receiving the desired affirmation. Song Jin nodded with a smile. Gradually, she directed her now spotless sword towards her adversary, her smile widening. Even if this individual were the esteemed Prince Dan, they too should face execution. Is there any objection? Upon her declaration, the amusement in the eyes of the higher-ups deepened, while the lower-ranking ministers displayed palpable terror, wishing to bow their heads to the ground and block their ears, trembling even more than during the previous execution of the traitors. At last, Dukan Chi took the lead, his expression stern and his tone resolute. No objection. Alongside him stood Left Deputy Minister Jiang Zhongming and the head of the Outer Cabinet, Tang Tung, all echoing the sentiment of unanimous agreement. The maternal relatives of Empress Yu and the Minister of Personnel also stepped forward, one after another. The chorus of agreement finally stripped Song Mao of his previously composed demeanor. He gazed at Song Jin, perplexed by Prince Gong's true intentions. Veins bulged on his hands as he struggled to suppress his fury. This preemptive strike, was his perilous banquet truly set for his downfall? The bloodstains on Song Jin's face remained, making her smile resemble that of a fearsome deity. The emperor, benevolent and magnanimous, allowed Prince Dun to return to Shengjing every 3 years. A rare occasion for brotherly reunion and a return to the familiar and prosperous dynasty. A gesture reflecting great kindness and wisdom. Clear words resonated in the ears of every minister, deeply ingraining a profound respect for the sovereign in their hearts. Indeed, the honor bestowed upon Prince Pan by the emperor upon his return to the capital is immense, with such a wise ruler presiding over the Song dynasty. The realm is destined for ever greater prosperity, allowing them to represent their nation with dignity in foreign lands. Upon hearing this, Song Wei raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at his younger brother below, remaining silent. Suddenly, Song Jin's tone shifted, asserting that the esteemed prince should express gratitude for the emperor's benevolence, rather than returning to Shengjing with a select troop of elite soldiers in secrecy. In the Gongqin Wangfu, within the Zhanxing Garden and the Western Warm Pavilion, Jiangzhou gazed at Song Yun, who sat on the carpet, her sweet smile eliciting an involuntary smile from Jiangzhou. Turning to Yi Shuyu, she remarked, I hold a deep fondness for children. Yi Shuyu's eyes flickered with understanding, aware that Zhang's words were only a prelude, and chose to remain a silent observer. Miss Yi is quite perceptive. You must have discerned the object of my affections, she continued. At this moment, the Zhanxing Garden was filled with Yi Shuyu's trusted confidants, who had diligently attended to both her and Yun'er over the past months, alleviating any concerns regarding their discretion. Yi Shuyu sighed softly, likely having an inkling of the situation. Jiangzhou had never confided her innermost thoughts to anyone, not even to the once-close Princess Qinghe. The musings of a young lady are often challenging to articulate, gradually becoming an intricate web of unspoken feelings. Burdened by responsibilities for far too long, Jiangzhou felt utterly fatigued. 3 years of marriage had erased all past joys, leaving only anxiety and sorrow in their wake. She found it particularly difficult to come to terms with her feelings for Han Yunlin. Jiangzhou seemed to have made a resolution as she spoke. I once believed that I would don a vivid red wedding gown, marrying the one I loved, harmonizing with him and bearing his children. The heartfelt words flowed more easily than anticipated, imbued with deep nostalgia and longing. Yi Shuyu observed the smile on Jiangzhou's face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, radiating a warmth that was unmistakably liberating. Standing beside Jiangzhou, Yunhui lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling an overwhelming compassion for her mistress. Yet, as fate would have it, I was ensnared in a scheme by Song Mao, resulting in my fall into the water, for which he rescued me. Thus, I did wear a striking red wedding gown, but it was to wed a man I detest. In this moment, Jiangzhou spoke candidly, uttering Song Mao's name with a gentle inflection. Yi Shuyu pressed her lips together, refraining from interrupting Jiangzhou's discourse. The teasing smile that usually graced her face had vanished, leaving only a serene demeanor. Yangzhou continued, I believe he must harbor some feelings for me. It cannot be a mere one-sided affection. If that were the case, I would be at a loss for words. Yishuyu recalled the response of the Han heir upon encountering Yangzhou, sensing a mutual attraction, though they had never openly acknowledged it. Alas, the whims of fate are often unyielding, leaving one in a state of helplessness. Yet, the thought of the Han heir's lingering affections for the brothels left Yishuyu at a loss for words, while Yangzhou, noticing the slight furrow in Yishuyu's brow, felt equally perplexed and uncertain. He was not always like this. Although he would occasionally visit brothels, it was solely for business, as they served as the finest places for gathering intelligence. He had never spent the night there. Yangzhou was well aware of Yishuyu's background, but did not look down upon her in the slightest. In Yangzhou's eyes, the fact that she had won the favor of Brother Jin spoke volumes of her extraordinary qualities. Since marrying Song Mao, his visits to brothels had increased significantly, and he now stayed overnight there regularly. Although I understand that any possibility between us has long since vanished, I still find myself unable to forget him. Monsieur, do you think I'm being rather frivolous? Chapter 88. The dust settles at the hour of the rat. A considerable number of officials and soldiers surrounded the Prince of N's residence in Shengjing, while several battalions of cavalry encircled the Chuanting Pavilion, startling numerous citizens who hurriedly retreated to their homes, too fearful to speak. In the Golden Lawn Hall, a eunuch was violently thrown to the ground by Wei Li, incessantly pleading for mercy before the dragon throne, uttering words that betrayed his master's past instructions. Gong Song's legs trembled, for this little eunuch was like a son to him. He had envisioned nurturing him as his successor. However, to his dismay, the boy turned out to be aligned with the Prince of End. Fortunately, the Emperor's edicts remained safely tucked away, never revealed. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of a single oversight. As this thought crossed his mind, Gong Song suddenly fell to his knees, beads of sweat cascading down his face, silently beseeching for mercy. Having served by Song Wei's side since his youth, Gong Song, now in his 50s, had misjudged the character of his protege, bringing calamity upon himself. Song Wei merely cast a glance at the kneeling Gong Song without uttering a word, allowing him to remain there, quietly observing the confrontation before him. Firstly, you have disregarded the Emperor's grace and violated the late Emperor's decree of brotherly harmony and imperial prosperity, nursing grievances against your own royal brother, a true act of disloyalty and unfiliality. Secondly, you have harbored malicious intent, privately raising troops in Yangzhou, consolidating ministers in the Shengjing court, and recruiting eunuchs within the palace to serve your goals. Truly a despicable and unworthy individual. Thirdly, you have incited General Biaoqi and the governor of Jizhou, plotting to send soldiers clandestinely to Xinjiang after your departure, attempting to stage a coup. In the grip of the formidable general, Song Mao listened intently to Song Jin's words, gazing up at the gentle smile on Song Jin's face, suddenly breaking into a laugh. The smile on Song Jin's face remained undiminished as he awaited Song Mao's response. However, Song Mao's laughter turned sinister, chilling Song Jin's heart, prompting him to unconsciously rub his fingertips together. You are exceedingly overconfident, Song Jin. At that moment, a foreboding sensation surged within Song Jin as he sensed something amiss. What did this mean? What was Song Mao implying? Where lay the problem? At this juncture, the eunuch Wang, standing beside Song Wei, swiftly revealed a dagger, thrusting it toward Song Wei's heart with such speed that those below, including Song Jin and the guards, could not react in time. Song Wei himself was utterly unprepared. Wang, having served Song Wei for over 20 years, held a position only slightly below Gong Song, yet remained one of Song Wei's trusted aides. How could he be in league with Song Mao? Even in his previous life, Song Jin had failed to detect any anomaly in Wang, perhaps because Song Mao's defeat had led him to conceal himself. In all his calculations, he had overlooked this eunuch. Song Jin's eyes widened in rage, his fury igniting as he watched the sharp dagger in Wang's hand pierce through the dragon robe. Suddenly, the venerable Song Gong, kneeling on the ground, snapped to attention and lunged forward to grasp the hem of Wang Gonggong's robe, causing the dagger's trajectory to deviate and pierce Song Wei's hand. A searing pain coursed through him as blood spilled forth, staining the resplendent dragon robe a vivid crimson. Song Wei merely furrowed his brow, casting several scrutinizing glances at Song Gonggong before nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, the guards promptly seized Wang Gonggong, without the emperor's command. They dared not execute him on the spot. Song Jin's expression darkened instantly. "Call the imperial physician, quickly." A palace maid hurried out. Fortunately, it was only his arm, which offered Song Jin a slight sense of relief. With this, Song Jin turned to gaze down upon the prostrate Song Mao, his eyes betraying unmasked malice. The two bore a resemblance of 3 or 4 parts, causing Song Jin to momentarily feel disoriented. As memories of the brothers studying together in the imperial study flooded back, how had they come to such a dire state? Was it merely for the throne? Or perhaps for Tang Qini? The relentless pressure from Song Mao ultimately resulted in a standoff, characterized only by mutual disdain and animosity. What irked Song Mao most was the expression in Song Jin's eyes, filled with strangeness and confusion. It was more infuriating than any military defeat. "Song Jin, do not feign such innocence. Were it not for the strength of your maternal clan, would Song Wei ever have ascended the throne? Moreover, after our father's demise, you even resorted to poison wine to murder my mother. The enmity for my mother's death is irreconcilable." Song Mao's mother, the beloved Li Fu of the late emperor, had been his sole child, and the two had relied on each other in the depths of the palace. They had endured the humiliation and oppression from palace maids who had not been summoned by the late emperor, as well as the joys of his favor. Song Mao was imprisoned in the dungeons, while the physician treated Song Wei. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe, though the dagger had struck his right arm, making it difficult for him to review memorials in the coming months. Upon hearing this, Song Wei chuckled and exchanged a meaningful glance with Song Jin. "Yuan Shun, it seems you shall have to handle the memorials for me in the upcoming months." Responding to Song Wei's signal, Song Jin offered a gentle smile, exuding an unusual warmth that left Song Wei with a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, prompting him to refrain from any further movements. Following this, Song Mao was cast into the palace dungeons, while the bodies of the executed traitors were discarded in the wilderness, and their families faced confiscation and exile. The Zhongren retrieved the various secret reports and correspondence that had just been presented. As for Cheng Yiheng, he was demoted to a commoner. Considering his lack of resistance and merely surrendering the military token, his entire family was spared the death penalty, consigned to serve as common soldiers. Cheng Yiheng possessed military talent, and Song Wei was inclined to offer him an opportunity, contingent upon his ability to rise again, particularly as it appeared Cheng Yiheng was not so loyal to Song Mao. With Song Mao harboring treasonous intentions and plotting rebellion, the Duke of End had rightly faced confiscation, and his women and children deserved execution. However, the sovereign, being magnanimous and benevolent, spared them from the death penalty, yet the living were not exempt from punishment. All male offspring were exiled to the desolate wilderness to toil in mines, while the women were forced into servitude as military concubines. The women, in their ignorance, did not realize that the esteemed princess was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Jiang clan and also the daughter of Jiang Zhongming, a prominent minister of the realm. Thus, she was entrusted with the guardianship of the imperial mausoleum, providing solace to the ancestral spirits of the royal family. This act was intended to prevent the hearts of the learned and literate from turning cold. For those who remained steadfastly loyal to the imperial family, the sovereign also extended goodwill, reciprocating kindness with kindness. When the other ministers returned to their residences, they were still filled with trepidation, unable to shake off the lingering fear. Their respect and loyalty towards the sovereign deepened, and they dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts, lest they invite the calamity of confiscation of their estates. Chapter 89. Is she the only one for you? In the warm chamber of the Zhanxing Garden at the Prince Gong's residence, Yi Shuyu found herself at a loss for words in response to Jiangzhou's inquiry. Was she frivolous? Certainly not. She had been compelled to marry Prince Duan against her will. Moreover, how could one easily govern their heart? Despite countless admonitions, one could still be led astray by their emotions. Was this not a reflection of her former self? Contemplating this, Yishuyu shook her head gently at Yangzhou and spoke softly. We are not mere plants. It is only natural to be moved by our feelings. And all we can do is strive for restraint. Yangzhou offered a bitter smile, murmuring, I fear even restraint may be beyond my reach. With a sigh, the coolness and pride she once possessed faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness and sorrow. Yangzhou lifted the teacup from the low table, taking a sip, the astringency settling deep within her, devoid of any sweet aftertaste. On the eve of the Lantern Festival that year, a dispute arose between him and me. Hence we did not embark together to admire the lanterns. I wonder, had he but coaxed me then, would I have harbored no anger? Would I have been pushed into the lake by Song Mao while waiting for him? If only he had indulged me a little, or if I had not been so stubborn, would we have arrived at this current predicament? As she spoke, tears welled in Jiangzhu's eyes, glistening on her lashes, refusing to fall. She paused, reflecting, this is why I feel such reluctance, yet I am utterly powerless. The affections of youth are ultimately too trivial. Yishuyu, speechless, descended from the bed and embraced Yangzhou, her heart aching for this foolish girl. Some truths are evident from a person's countenance. Yangzhou had irrevocably pledged her heart to young Master Han. It was a tale of sorrow, despair, and resignation. Setting aside her status as the princess of the crown, how could the Han family possibly allow a divorced princess to enter their abode? Just as her previous identity had gained her entry into the Prince Gong's residence through Song Jin's relentless efforts. Social standing may align, yet fate remains indifferent. Yishuyu tenderly stroked the tips of Jiangzhu's hair, noticing her lack of resistance. With a gentle smile, she leaned closer and whispered, Jiangzhou, you have yet to consummate your marriage, have you? One could often discern a woman's experiences from her visage. Was she still innocent or already enchanting? Yishuyu could perceive the truth. Jiangzhou stiffened momentarily. Then, after a pause, she smiled candidly and nodded. My body is not something someone like Song Mao could ever touch. There had been instances when Song Mao attempted to force himself upon her, but she had brandished a gold hairpin against her neck, daring him to make a move. Indeed, he had taken her as his bride, but he could not lay claim to her heart, nor could he ever tame her body. Though Jiangzhou could not refuse the marriage or escape, she believed that death was an exceedingly simple matter. Her only desire was to wed Han Yunlin, and her body was meant solely for him. After an indeterminate time, a smile gradually spread across Yishuyu's face, for she believed that Jiangzhou would ultimately have her wishes fulfilled. It is expected that Yishuyu should address Jiangzhou as princess, yet Jiangzhou harbors an aversion to this title. Henceforth, she is referred to as Miss Jiang. Deep down, Yishuyu is subtly aware that Jinlang likely wishes to assist this pair, as evidenced by his repeated efforts to bring Han Shizhi to Malin. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Gongqin, it is already midnight. The eunuch who attempted to assassinate Song Wei had served him loyally for over a decade. Yet every human possesses a vulnerability. Years prior, Song Mao had dispatched a maid to capture the eunuch's attention, subsequently gaining his favoritism and affection. Through the maid's influence, the eunuch was led to devote everything to Song Mao, who promised that once his scheme succeeded, he would facilitate their marriage and procure a residence in the countryside for them to live out their days. Thus, the betrayal of the eunuch came to pass. On his way back to the duke's residence, Song Jin sat in the carriage, eyes closed in contemplation. Within the palace, Song Mao pointed out the matter of poisoning the beloved consort, Li Fei. Song Jin still retains a vague memory of her. True to her name, she was ethereal and gentle, known for her kindness towards the maids and eunuchs in her service. It was common knowledge that she had captured the emperor's heart, leading him to consider deposing the crown prince in favor of Li Fei's son, Song Mao. The most vivid memory he holds is of a time when he fell from his horse while riding. At that moment, his mother was preoccupied with the crown prince's studies and could not attend to him. The horse grounds were near Li Fei's palace, and by chance, he encountered her on her return. He distinctly recalls her compassion as she swept him into her embrace upon seeing the blood on his palm. despite him being merely 6 or 7 years old. She paid no heed to the creases in her palace attire or the mud and blood on him, tenderly soothing him and taking him back to her palace, only inquiring with a smile whether he wished to return to the empress's cunning palace after the physician assured her that he was unharmed. Though his mind was filled with his mother's admonitions and her disdain for Li Fei, he could not help but feel a flicker of affection for the gentle consort. Conversely, Song Jin harbored more fondness for Li Fei. In his previous life, the crown prince likely spared Song Mao's life out of consideration for Li Fei. As for the cause of her demise, Song Jin lowered his gaze, revealing no emotion. He was aware. Upon arriving at Zhuqing courtyard, he noticed the lights of the second-floor chamber shining from afar. A warmth blossomed within him, and he gestured for Qing Lu to take her leave. With a swift motion, he pushed open the chamber door, and a wave of warmth enveloped him, causing Song Jin to squint in comfort, for the outside world was frigid and desolate. Inside, Yishuyu was resting on the tea table, draped in a shawl, likely having waited for him until slumber overtook her. Song Jin waved to dismiss Qiu Lu and the others, then tread softly to sit in the chair beside Yishuyu. Tilting his head, he gazed at her face, flushed with warmth, her features resembling a delicate painting, her exquisite nose and cherry lips. Did she truly hold affection for him? Contemplating this, a smile unconsciously graced Song Jin's lips. Reluctantly, I find myself enamored by you as well. Song Jin suddenly recalled the conversation with Chun and that morning. In the study, it was a standoff between the two, neither willing to concede even an inch. Chunin, must you be devoted to Yangzhou? Upon uttering this, a clear disbelief washed over Han Yunlin's face, as if he had never anticipated that Song Jin was aware of his feelings for Yangzhou, let alone that she would pose such a question. Did this imply something deeper? Han Yunlin remained silent for a considerable time, merely gazing at Song Jin, his eyes reflecting a determination she had never witnessed before. He countered with a question of his own. Yuan Shun, must you be devoted to Miss Yi? Your answer shall serve as my response. Song Jin swallowed hard, suppressing all her words, and gently patted Han Yunlin's shoulder. It seemed she had spoken something, yet equally, it felt as though she had said nothing at all. Chapter 90. The discovery of Yi Shuyo on the occasion of New Year's Day. Song Jin felt an immense sense of remorse for not accompanying Yi Shuyu and Song Yun for the family reunion dinner. Once matters had settled, she devoted her days to their company, bringing joy to many while simultaneously inciting ire in others. Today, as she ventured out with them, they chanced upon Cheng Yihong and his entourage, clad in prison garb, being escorted by officials to the military garrison in Yangzhou. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, and at the forefront were Cheng Yihong, his wife, and their legitimate children, followed by concubines, illegitimate offspring, distant relatives, maids, and servants, an imposing procession that occupied an entire street. Who could have fathomed that mere days ago, this distinguished family had been hosting lavish banquets in Shengjing, only to meet